Chapter 1. The White Immortal bows to the moon and gains fortune. In the dead of night, amidst the desolate burial grounds on the outskirts of Jiang City, even the whispers of the wind seemed to be stilled, leaving only the grass blades standing rigid in the darkness. The surrounding silence was haunting. Suddenly, from beside one of the graves, a person's labored breath broke the stillness. "Ah, it hurts." He touched his wounds, the blood having congealed into clots. Upon glimpsing the remnants of a tombstone half buried in the decaying earth, casting a distorted, elongated shadow under the moonlight, he was truly taken aback. "Where am I?" Chen Jing could hardly believe the reality before him, repeatedly slapping himself in disbelief. As memories surged in his mind, he stood frozen, realizing he had traversed into another realm. Just as he sighed in contemplation, a rustling sound emanated from the dilapidated earth god shrine in the clearing of the graveyard. In the moonlight, he could discern that the shrine was also in ruins, surrounded by crumbling walls. In an effort to remain undetected by this peculiar occurrence, Chen Jing hastily concealed himself behind a mound of earth, peering to observe what transpired. It became evident that the rustling noise originated from within the shrine. Suddenly, several figures darted out from the temple at a breakneck speed. Chen Jing could scarcely catch a glimpse of them until the 5 figures came to a halt in the clearing, at which point he discerned their true nature. To his astonishment, they were hedgehog siments and entirely snow-white. Chen Jing, having lived his life thus far, had never encountered such large and pristine creatures. Bathed in moonlight, these 5 hedgehogs resembled hunchbacked, silver-haired elders gazing at the moon. He observed them retracting their snowy bellies, their forelimbs performing a bow. They were in fact paying homage to the moon, a ritual that persisted for quite some time. Chen Jing was instantly struck with awe. The White Immortal bows to the moon. He recalled only having heard of this legend during his mentor's lectures, and now he found himself witnessing the scene firsthand. He endeavored to remember the specific details Professor Huang had imparted regarding the White Immortal bows to the moon. It was said that among the folk tales, there existed 5 great immortals known as Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui. The fox spirit and the yellow deity were commonly seen, yet the White Immortal and the Gray Immortal were far rarer. The White Immortal was said to be a hedgehog that had attained enlightenment, healing the sick and even possessing the power to resurrect. As for the Gray Immortal, it was believed to be a mouse that had achieved spiritual transformation, bringing wealth in the past. Landowners often kept an image of a turtle bearing a mouse clutching a gold coin, symbolizing the wealth bestowed by the Gray Immortal. These 5 large, pure white hedgehogs signified not only their advanced age, having lived for over a dozen decades, but also their absorption of celestial and earthly energies. Otherwise, they would not have grown to such a size and hue. Once the 5 hedgehogs had completed their lunar homage, several fierce beasts resembling ravenous dogs suddenly sprang forth from the darkness, pouncing upon the hedgehogs. These white creatures, caught off guard, failed to evade the attack. The beasts, merciless in their assault, sank their teeth into the hedgehogs' abdomens, and the ensuing cries echoed like the tumult of a chaotic brawl, reminiscent of a fierce gang conflict. The 5 white hedgehogs, having suffered a sudden ambush, were gravely injured, their bodies drenched in blood, limping as they attempted to escape. Behind them, 6 formidable beasts, resembling wolfhounds, pursued relentlessly, eager to seize upon their prey, particularly concerning the severely injured hedgehog, which had been mangled and was on the brink of death. Chen Jing realized that these hedgehogs, under such fierce assault from the beast, were surely doomed. Witnessing this brutal scene, and recalling that hedgehogs were regarded as benevolent spirits in local lore, known for their healing touch, he understood that if he did not lend a helping hand, he too would face dire consequences. Just then, he noticed an old, rusted shovel lying on a nearby grave mound. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped it firmly and dashed into the fray of the chaotic melee. Taking advantage of the beast's momentary lapse, Chen Jing summoned all his strength and struck the creature that was viciously biting the hedgehog with the shovel. The beast howled in pain, and before it could recover, he delivered another blow, plunging the shovel downward. Caught completely off guard, the beast had its hind leg severed and cried out in anguish, its eyes filled with rage, rendered utterly incapacitated. Upon closer inspection, Chen Jing was astonished to discover that this so-called ferocious beast was merely a badger, a common sight in rural areas. Startled, he pondered how this badger had grown to the size of a German shepherd, realizing that caution was paramount. The wounded badger's comrades, witnessing their companion's grievous injury, erupted with fury. Their eyes turned a blood-red hue, completely devoid of reason, as they charged at Chen Jing with frenzied aggression. Chen Jing prepared himself for their assault, only to quickly realize their astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he felt a sharp pain. The badger had sunk its teeth into his leg. Naturally, he retaliated vigorously, wielding the shovel with relentless force. Several of the badgers sustained injuries, and the 5 hedgehogs, seeing the tide of battle shift, rejoined the fray. After an extended struggle, the badgers, begrudgingly defeated, retreated in disarray. As the vanquished badgers fled, Chen Jing became acutely aware of his own condition. His leg was a bloody mess from their bites. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, realizing that the badger's fangs had injected venom into him. In the throes of combat, he had been oblivious to its effects, but now the toxin coursed towards his heart, and he collapsed. In that critical moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected with cultivation, matching current mechanism, loading system. System loading successful. Congratulations, host! You have activated the fear system, which allows you to convert the fear of others into ability points. Once the ability points reach a critical threshold, skills and techniques may be unlocked, along with enhancements to your own attributes. Note: value growth can be derived from the fear feedback of others or by actively instigating terrifying events. Suddenly, a refreshing current surged through Chen Jing's body, invigorating him. To his astonishment, he found that all his injuries had healed, and he was filled with newfound strength. That moment, he realized that among the 5 hedgehogs before him, one lay lifeless, while the remaining ones had seen their once white spines fade to a yellowish hue. Remarkably, they bowed in gratitude towards Chen Jing, who mused to himself that these hedgehogs had bestowed their cultivation upon him, thereby activating the system. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Jing immediately returned the bow. The hedgehogs, upon noticing his gesture, swiftly rose, extending their hands in a reciprocal salutation, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving intervention. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, one hedgehog carried away the deceased companion, frequently glancing back at Chen Jing. To his astonishment, he observed tears streaming from the hedgehog's dark, glossy eyes, until the group eventually vanished into the night. In the midst of his sorrow, an eerie wailing suddenly pierced the air, reminiscent of his bones being gnawed upon. The sound was sinister and chilling. Bathed in the moon's silvery glow, he beheld the hunched figure of a decrepit old man, his face obscured by white hair, skin stretched taut over his bones, and a grotesque grin revealing jagged, fang-like teeth. More terrifying still, the old man's spine protruded like a centipede, his eyes glowing with a ghastly green light, fixated intently on Chen Jing. Chapter 2. Better to anger the yellow immortal than to invite the malignant badger. The horrifying visage of the old man continued to stare at Chen Jing, his monstrous emerald eyes gradually enlarging, the green radiance swirling like a vortex, expanding layer upon layer, slowly engulfing Chen Jing. As he was consumed, Chen Jing perceived his body being gnawed away, the sounds of his bones fracturing and his heart pounding resonating in his ears, rendering him utterly motionless, akin to a puddle of mud. Suddenly, the system emitted a warning. Ding! Host's mental clarity is compromised. Reason is being eroded. It is advisable for the host to utilize skills to strengthen their mental state and counteract the opponent's soul-capturing technique. Following the system's guidance, Chen Jing summoned a pure energy from his dantian, which surged towards his forehead, imparting an exhilarating clarity. With his awareness fully restored, he realized he had fallen to his knees, his head drooping. The previous scene and sensations disintegrated, revealing before him a dog badger with a severed leg, drooling and dragging itself toward him, driven by insatiable greed, eager to snap Chen Jing's neck and savor this bounteous feast. Faced with this terrifying sight, he recalled the folk wisdom: better to anger the yellow immortal than to invite the malignant badger. He recognized the malignancy of this badger spirit and resolved to proceed with caution. As the badger drew nearer, Chen Jing decided to bide his time, waiting for the creature to enter his striking range before seizing the opportunity to strike. He continued to feign unconsciousness, kneeling with his head bowed. Just as the badger opened its maw to bite at his neck, Chen Jing summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's jaw. The badger was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, yelping in pain and rolling in agony. Rising to his feet, Chen Jing grasped a shovel and approached the injured badger spirit, whose eyes were filled with terror, its tail tucked tightly between its hind legs. Ignoring its pain, the badger spirit drooped its ears and emitted a series of plaintive whines, reminiscent of a spoiled husky seeking affection, pleading for Chen Jing to spare it. Beep! The system has detected the fear of the badger spirit's spiritual entity. Fear value 50. Current cumulative ability value 50100. For the first time, the fear value reward is doubled. Current cumulative ability value 100100. Congratulations, host. Upon reaching the critical threshold of ability value, you may unlock skills, enhance abilities, and fortify your attributes. Please make a selection. Chen Jing, observing the system options, immediately commanded, "Please display my personal attribute panel." Beep. Current host attributes displayed. Name: Chen Jing. Current martial arts realm: 3rd rank martial artist. Spirit entity skills: none. Astonished by his own attributes, Chen Jing quickly inquired, "System, as far as I know, spiritual energy is scarce, and martial artists are exceedingly rare in this world. Generally, only the prodigies of noble families manage to seize opportunities to become martial artists. Thus, even a 1st-rank martial artist is a rarity, let alone I, a 3rd-rank martial artist." Beep. The system has detected that the host has acquired the inner core of a cultivated hedgehog, allowing for a direct breakthrough to martial artist status. 5 cultivated hedgehogs have bestowed upon you a century of their cultivation to aid your ascent to 3rd-rank martial artist. Ah, I see. But why am I classified as a 3rd-rank spirit martial artist? Beep. The host cultivation is derived from the hedgehog's inner core, thus designating you as a spirit martial artist. The realms of spirit martial artists roughly align with those of human martial artists, except human martial artists cannot perceive the martial realms of spirit martial artists, while the latter are likewise oblivious to the realms of their human counterparts. Upon this revelation, Chen Jing realized he currently possessed no martial skills. He then opted to select a skill. Matching skills for the host. Beep. The host has inherited the White Immortal Hedgehog's spiritual entity technique, matching the skill blessing technique. Suddenly, a burst of golden light surged into Chen Jing's mind. At that moment, he observed the badger spirit still in a state of submission, and an idea flashed through his mind. With a cold smile, Chen Jing remarked, "No wonder you are called a badger, you display such servile behavior. Well, it is said that it is better to offend the yellow immortal than to provoke a wicked badger. I shall spare you this time, but should I encounter you again, I will not hesitate to end you." With that, he turned and walked away. The badger spirit seethed with resentment, feeling humiliated after having to submit to an inexperienced college student. It glared at the retreating figure of Chen Jing, growling menacingly. Unbeknownst to it, Chen Jing suddenly turned back, smirking as he said, "I sense your foul muttering behind me. Perhaps you are plotting your revenge." At this moment, the badger spirit's eyes were once again filled with terror as it hastily bowed, resembling a husky seeking affection, attempting to persuade Chen Jing to spare it once more. After a brief pause, Chen Jing noticed that the system had not emitted any notification sound, prompting him to stomp his feet in frustration, pondering whether the system had malfunctioned. Ding! To prevent the host from cheating, fear values will not accumulate repeatedly for the same host. Chen Jing internally scoffed, observing the badger spirit pleading for mercy before him. He recalled the earlier events, the badger's extreme cruelty towards the hedgehog, and its intent to employ the soul-capturing technique to inflict harm upon him. These vivid images served as a reminder that the pleas of villains are ultimately futile. Their desperation stems from a mere fear of death, not a genuine request for mercy. With that thought, Chen Jing launched a sharp stone from his hand, which pierced the pressure point on the badger's face. The badger's spirit thrashed on the ground, emitting pitiful sounds, before soon falling silent. Following the memories of his past life, Chen Jing returned to Jiangxing University. Upon entering the campus, he heard the system's voice. Ding! The system has detected an individual's fear from Luke fear value 10, current cumulative ability value 10200. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Jing realized that a non-martial human's fear value amounted to 10 points, which filled him with delight. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a chubby figure with wide eyes, frozen in place, staring intently at him. He approached the individual. At that moment, Luke, seeing Chen Jing walking towards him, stammered in fear. "Chen Jing, are you human or a ghost?" "I apologize. You know, Meiji is the heir of the foremost martial arts family in Jiangchen Wangtian martial arts. I swear, when he attacked you yesterday, I not only refrained from intervening, but also tried to mediate." As Luke knelt on the ground, desperately explaining himself, the self-proclaimed demon of Jiangchen University, Meiji, suddenly appeared beside Chen Jing and Luke with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage for ordinary eyes to perceive, showcasing the extraordinary prowess of a first-tier martial artist. He bellowed at Luke, "Look at you, coward. You deserve to kneel at my feet, or you shall meet your demise." Terrified by Meiji's wrath, Luke was rendered speechless, merely kneeling beside him and repeatedly bowing his head. Meiji wasted no time, delivering a swift kick to the kneeling Luke. With a resounding crash, Luke was sent flying like a football, crashing into the school's electric retractable gate, which became deformed upon impact, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers fled in terror. As Luke stomped the ground, a loud bang echoed, leaving a massive footprint behind. The atmosphere seemed to tremble, and Meiji roared, "Did I allow you to leave? Move, and I shall break your legs." The crowd froze in fear, resembling wilted eggplants, immobilized in place. In the midst of this tense moment, the system's notification sound unexpectedly rang out. Chapter 3. What a devil, clearly a plump lamb. Ding. Meiji creates a terrifying atmosphere, detecting the fear of 38 individuals. The system estimates a conversion of 380 ability points. The host must either slay Meiji or instill fear in him to acquire these points. Seeing such a bountiful reward, Chen Jing could not help but swallow hard. This ostentatious Meiji was nothing less than a prime target. Addressing the arrogantly defiant Meiji, Chen Jing proclaimed loudly, "Meiji, if you have business with me, it does not concern my fellow students. Your brutality ends today. I shall rid Jiangchen University of this menace. Release your experience points. Have you lost your mind, you fragile fool? How many times have I insisted that upon seeing me, you must first address me as Lord Meiji?" Upon finishing his declaration, Meiji summoned all his strength, his right fist coalescing with a white aura as it surged toward Chen Jing's face. The force of Meiji's punch sent fellow students staggering back, shielding their eyes and bracing for the impending catastrophe. They thought to themselves, "Chen Jing is surely doomed. Such a powerful blow could fell an elephant, let alone the frail Chen Jing." However, as the punch whooshed by, the onlookers were astonished to witness Chen Jing effortlessly intercept Meiji's formidable strike with a single palm, his expression suggesting it required little to no effort. As speculation arose regarding Meiji's deliberate restraint, they were further astounded when Chen Jing swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Meiji's face. The impact of the slap created a gust that tousled the hair of those nearby, forcing them to retreat. Dazed and disoriented, Meiji struggled to regain his bearings, stars dancing in his eyes, but he managed to choke out, "It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. Ha ha ha." Yet with another resounding crack, Meiji could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed heavily to the ground, cracking the concrete beneath him. The crowd was left in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this truly the fragile Chen Jing I know? And is this opponent genuinely the formidable martial artist Meiji of Jiangchen University? How is he now face down on the ground? He is a bona fide first-tier warrior." Meiji, taken aback by his own humiliation, touched the blood trickling from his mouth. With a roll and a powerful leap, he regained his footing, fury written across his face. Yet, to salvage his lost dignity, he donned a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha! It has been long since I tasted blood. Chen Jing, you have truly enraged me." Channeling his energy, a golden light enveloped Meiji, gradually forming the shape of a fierce tiger. Witnessing this transformation, the surrounding students recoiled in terror, scurrying away while exclaiming, "Oh no. Young Master Meggy is unleashing his ultimate move. Run. Last time this happened, he shattered the school's water tower into pieces. We must hide." The tiger descends. Meggy shouted, his fists radiating an immense energy as they hurtled towards Chen Jing. Upon witnessing such formidable power, Chen Jing, of course, did not dare to be complacent. He bit his finger, conjuring the golden body talisman in the air. The talisman emitted a crimson glow that instantly infused Chen Jing's body, granting him unprecedented enhancement from his bones to his skin, rendering him harder than steel. His strength surged to extraordinary levels, while marveling at the potency of the blessing technique. Meggy's ferocious tiger, descending fist approached. Chen Jing instinctively assumed a defensive posture, and when the punch struck his arms, he could not help but commend its immense force. The impact caused the ground to crack with several fissures, and the overwhelming power of the punch forced Chen Jing to stagger back several steps. Yet he still managed to withstand Meggy's formidable blow. Seeing his ultimate move, the tiger descending fist, being forcibly blocked by Chen Jing, Meggy began to panic. Shaking his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This punch, no, even a second-tier warrior would suffer serious injury from it. How could a mere ordinary mortal with no cultivation withstand my strike?" Chen Jing smirked at Meggy, saying, "It's my turn now." In a swift motion, he appeared before Meggy, who no longer exuded arrogance. Instead, his eyes widened in fear. With a resounding slap, Chen Jing seized Meggy by the collar, delivering a barrage of powerful slaps, each one striking with tremendous force. Initially, Meggy attempted to maintain his bravado, hoping to endure Chen Jing's assault, but he soon felt his bones begin to fracture. After the second slap, he heard the crackling of his own bones, realizing that if Chen Jing continued, the refined strength he had gained would be shattered. At that moment, all he could hear was the pounding of his heart and the sound of his bones breaking. For the first time, the usually arrogant Meggy experienced the terror of death. Casting aside his pride as he knelt and pleaded, "I was wrong. Chen Jing, I beg you please stop." Ignoring his pleas, Chen Jing continued to deliver slaps, leaving Meggy resembling a bruised pig as he knelt on the ground, incessantly begging for mercy. Ding! The system detected Meggy's fear, awarding him 80 fear points and 380 terror atmosphere points, totaling 460. Current cumulative value, 460,200. Congratulations to the host for reaching the critical value of capabilities, unlocking skills, enhancing abilities, and strengthening personal qualities. Please make a selection. Considering that this world is one where ranks reign supreme, Chen Jing chose to strengthen his own realm. Ding! The host warrior level has been upgraded to a 4th-tier warrior, Demon Clan. Next upgrade requirement, 500. Current cumulative value, 260,500. A stream of pure energy surged within Chen Jing, and at this moment, he perceived that this current no longer merely coursed through his bones and skin. It had now penetrated his very organs. He could discern the flow of energy in the world around him, noticing that Meiji was now emitting energy as it leaked outward, his body gravely injured. Consequently, he relinquished his hold on Meiji. At that moment, Meiji lay crumpled on the ground like a puddle of mud, resembling a lifeless dog. Observing Meiji's motionless form, the surrounding classmates exhaled a collective sigh of relief. They had long harbored resentment towards Meiji for his actions at school, and now, witnessing his broken body, they understood that his cultivation had been irreparably damaged. Memories of Meiji's brutal conduct resurfaced, prompting them to approach and spit upon him in disdain. As they vented their emotions, a shadow suddenly soared through the air, a figure resembling a winged human, swift and shrouded in dark mist. Like an eagle seizing its prey, the shadow grasped Meiji and ascended into the sky. Chen Jing, intrigued by the flying shadow, moved closer to investigate. However, he noticed that the classmates brushed by the dark mist began to suffer from skin decay. In an instant, the entrance of the campus was filled with cries of despair. Hearing the pleas for help and realizing that Meiji posed no further threat to him, Chen Jing hastened to provide assistance. At that precise moment, a hollow voice echoed through the air. "What kind of vile creature dares to act with impunity at Jiangxing University?" Following the sound, Chen Jing beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, her figure graceful and alluring, gliding through the air as she pursued the shadow. Chapter 4. The Black Abyss Vulture as the enchanting beauty soared through the sky. The onlookers cast envious glances, and the boys erupted in fervent shouts. Campus bell, Tang Shir. Campus bell, campus bell. With a swift motion, Tang Shir unleashed 3 flying needles from her sleeves, aiming to obstruct the shadow's escape. She then summoned her inner strength, causing the cord from her waist to flow forth like water, coalescing into a sword. The crowd gasped in awe. The azure water sword. It seems this fiend is in grave peril. Brandishing the azure water sword, Tang Shir lunged at the shadow. The shadow deftly evaded her strike, soaring upward before unleashing a torrent of dark energy from its wings toward her. In a quick response, she transformed the azure water sword into a shield to fend off the malevolent force, which was deflected with a mighty force. Seizing the moment, she sent forth another trio of flying needles, this time striking the shadow's foot. The shadow emitted a series of frantic bird-like cries as the dark energy enveloping its wings gradually dissipated, revealing its true form. A colossal bird resembling a griffin, cloaked in dull black feathers that exuded a foul stench. Its deep-set eyes were fierce, and its beak and claws were razor-sharp, reminiscent of glinting German daggers. Seemingly aware of Tang Shir's formidable prowess, the great bird launched itself into the air, seizing the opportunity to hurl the unconscious Meiji toward her. Meiji, rendered completely unaware, plummeted like a heavy cannonball towards Tang Shir. With no time to evade, she braced herself, forcefully catching him. The impact was immense, and, prioritizing Meiji's safety, she summoned the azure water sword to envelop him in a protective embrace. At that moment, the great bird took flight, escaping into the skies. Tang Shir, witnessing the creature's retreat, let out a resigned sigh, her icy facade momentarily faltering. Descending gracefully, she found Chen Jing seated on the ground, tending to an injured classmate. Chen Jing, with deft fingers, traced symbols in the air above the festering wounds, golden light emanating from the incantations as they penetrated the damaged skin, visibly accelerating the healing process. Tang Shir observed this scene with astonishment, employing her spiritual energy to assess Chen Jing's rank, only to discover that he bore no rank, yet possessed an abundance of spiritual energy. She mused to herself, so he is a rogue martial artist, perhaps fortunate enough to have ingested some alchemical herbs to gain this power. Her attention then turned to the gravely injured Meiji, and she marveled inwardly. This boy is indeed a prodigious martial talent, having severely wounded a first-tier martial artist despite his rogue status. He is truly a gem to be refined. After casting a cold glance at Chen Jing, Tang Shir suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg. It dawned on her that a tendril of dark energy had wounded her, causing her skin to fester. In her intense focus during the battle, she had failed to notice the injury. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, noticing the campus bell, realized through his spiritual insight that Tang Shir was a fully fledged third-tier martial artist, one of the finest in the entire Jiang City. It was no wonder that the students of Jiang City University revered her as a goddess of war. Suddenly, Chen Jing noticed a flicker of urgency on the usually impassive face of the campus belle. Her deep-set eyes narrowed slightly as she appeared to be injured. Chen Jing hurried forward and addressed her. "Hello, it seems you are hurt. Do you need my assistance?" Tang Cc, gazing into Chen Jing's face. This was their first eye contact, surprised by responding, "In a hurry, are we? I have little time. Quickly, as you just witnessed. It will take only the time to draw a healing talisman." "Very well," she replied, lifting her dress to reveal the injury on her right calf. Chen Jing guided her to a stone bench on campus and gently lifted her dress. A slender leg, as white as jade, was exposed, and he feigned composure, swallowing hard as he began to inscribe the healing talisman on her delicate leg. As a golden light enveloped the area, her wound began to mend. However, the pain was excruciating, catching her unprepared. In an instinctive reaction, she clutched Chen Jing's hair tightly, and he, unable to evade, found himself pinned against the stone bench. crying out, "It hurts! Let go of me!" At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz business vehicle came to a halt at the school gate. From it stepped Wang Shiqi, the head steward of the Wan Tianwu family, who, upon seeing Mei Ji sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Who dares to harm our young master?" The surrounding students, petrified by the influence of the Wan Tianwu family, stood frozen in silence. Just then, the now-healed Tang Shirshir rose and softly replied, "I heard someone barking madly just now. I wondered who it could be." Upon recognizing Tang Shirshir, Wang Shiqi immediately donned a welcoming smile and replied, "Ah, it is the esteemed young lady of the Tang family from Jiangcheng. What a fortuitous encounter. I trust my young master's injury did not frighten you, young lady?" "Not all, Wang steward. Please convey to Master Mei that Mei Ji was merely engaged in a friendly spar with classmates. The true threat to his life was the Black Abyss vulture." And out of respect for the elder of the Mei family, I intervened. Upon hearing the name Black Abyss vulture, Wang Shiqi was taken aback, stammering, "Why, young lady? Are you certain it is the Black Abyss vulture?" Tang Shirshir nodded affirmatively. Wang Shiqi's expression turned grave as he hastily arranged for his men to carry Mei Ji into the vehicle. He bowed deeply to Tang Shirshir, saying, "We are immensely grateful for your timely intervention on behalf of young Master Mei. We shall repay your kindness in due time. I must take my leave now." Tang Shirshir uttered no further words, but waved her hand dismissively. She then approached Chen Jing, stifling a laugh at his disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest. When Chen Jing caught sight of her dimples as she smiled, he couldn't help but say, "Thank you, beautiful sister, for saving me earlier." At this, Tang Shirshir felt a twinge of bashfulness and, feigning anger, playfully punched Chen Jing. "Do I look that much older?" She then turned and walked away. "Hey, my name is Chen Jing. Could I have your contact information?" Chen Jing called out to the departing Tang Shirshir. As he gazed at the silhouette of the campus belle, he abruptly raised his right hand and waved, signaling that he would not provide his contact information. Yet a voice echoed through the air, "Fate will bring us together. Chen Jing, I shall remember you." Chen Jing watched the enchanting figure of the campus beauty recede into the distance, and soon classmates gathered around him, each expressing admiration for his encounter. They exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. It is the first time I have seen the campus beauty respond to a man. You are incredible." Noticing that some classmates still bore untreated injuries, Chen Jing hurried to tend to them. As he examined one student's wound, the name Black Abyss vulture lingered in his mind, shrouded in mystery. The following day, driven by curiosity, Chen Jing sought out his mentor, Professor Huang Tang, a renowned scholar of folklore at Jiangcheng University, to inquire about the Black Abyss vulture. Upon Chen Jing's arrival, Professor Huang was visibly taken aback, muttering in disbelief, "I never expected this." Assuming the professor's surprise was due to his previous duel with Huang Ji, Chen Jing opted not to elaborate further, fearing that excessive explanation might raise suspicion. Instead, he directly addressed his inquiry regarding the Black Abyss vulture. Upon hearing the name, Professor Huang's expression turned somber as he remarked, "I recall it being documented in the records of strange beasts from the mountains and seas as a mythical creature, known for consuming the deceased and decaying flesh. It is said to symbolize darkness, death, and destruction, and does not exist in reality." Chen Jing recounted the events of the previous day concerning the Black Abyss vulture, leaving Professor Huang astounded, his mouth agape. After a moment, he adjusted his glasses perched on the tip of his nose, tears glistening in his eyes, and sighed. "I once heard a legend in Jiangcheng. I never imagined it to be true." Chapter 5, A Long-Buried Memory. Professor Huang reminisced with Chen Jing about a significant event from years past. The tale unfolds as follows. 5 years ago, a remarkable incident occurred in Jiang City. Taoist Ningxia of the Biyun Pavilion inadvertently discovered the rare Tianyuan herb, a botanical treasure not seen for a century, and subsequently concocted the Tianyuan pill, capable of elevating a martial artist beyond the third rank. It is worth noting that only those with exceptional bone structures or extraordinary talents, classified as second-rank martial artists, could hope to ascend to the third rank through 2 decades of arduous training. The Tianyuan pill, however, offer a shortcut to that coveted status, underscoring its immense value. Consequently, martial artists from all corners of Jiang City flocked to exchange various conditions for this miraculous elixir. The Biyun Pavilion found itself in disarray due to the influx of martial artists, prompting the decision to hold a martial arts tournament. The young prodigy from the winning family would be granted the Tianyuan pill. Upon hearing the news, heroes and aspiring champions vowed to secure the pill for themselves. The tournament employed an elimination format, with each martial artist expending their utmost energy, refusing to concede until the very end. However, a sinister turn of events unfolded. Many competitors, grievously injured after their bouts, mysteriously vanished on their return journeys, abducted by ominous flying shadows. Upon discovery, these martial artists were found drained of their spiritual energy, their lifeless bodies hanging from trees. The most grievous loss was suffered by the Mei family, as their pride, the outstanding Mei Changsu, faced off against the Tang family's luminary, Tang Shishir, in the final match. Mei Changsu not only sustained severe injuries but also lost the contest, allowing Tang Shishir to claim the Tianyuan pill and ascend to the third rank. Mei Changsu, hailed as the finest prodigy of Jiang City, found himself devastated by defeat at the hands of a woman from the Tang family. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he disregarded his family's pleas and sought solace in drunkenness. The following day, he was discovered, his spiritual essence entirely siphoned away, his body suspended from a branch in a forsaken burial ground on the outskirts of the city. Mei Hui, the head of the Mei family, was consumed by rage and regret upon witnessing the untimely demise of his cherished prodigy. Confronted with the grim reality of the flying shadows that had been abducting martial artists, he offered a substantial reward, vowing to avenge his grandson. Eventually, a multitude of martial artists from Jiang City uncovered the whereabouts of the Black Abyss vulture on the eastern Blackstone Reef. Maybe, accompanied by a host of martial artists, set forth to eradicate the vulture. Unbeknownst to them, it was a trap. Upon their arrival at the reef, many lower-tier martial artists fell under a spell of unending terror, losing their will to fight. More terrifyingly, they had unwittingly stumbled into the vulture's lair, where numerous Black Abyss vultures began a savage assault on the lower-tiered martial artists, draining their spiritual energy. In the face of this chaos, Mei Hui could not allow these beasts to escape unpunished. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fire Dragon Blade, cleaving the vultures in two. Yet, astonishingly, these severed creatures, sustained by dark energy, resurrected and resumed their carnage. The martial artists of Jiang City found themselves ensnared in an unparalleled crisis. Ultimately, Mei Hui stepped forward, drawing all the Black Abyss vultures towards him to feed on his energy, before choosing to self-destruct in a bid to annihilate the entire flock. It is said that before his demise, Mei Hui uttered the words, "Someone is manipulating this." After sharing this tale, Professor Huang wiped away his tears and sighed, "Alas. Chen Jing, I know much about vultures. You should visit the library and consult your senior brother regarding that book. I believe it will be of great assistance to you." After bidding farewell to Professor Huang, Chen Jing hurried to the library, eager to locate the book titled Records of Strange Beasts and Seas that the professor had recommended. He quickly found the tome and immediately sought the entry for the Black Abyssal Vulture. To his dismay, upon turning to that page, he discovered that the description of the Black Abyssal Vulture had been excised. Chen Jing promptly approached the librarian, his senior, to inquire, "Why has this page from Record of Strange Beasts and Seas vanished?" His senior, startled, quickly accessed the computer system to identify who had last borrowed the book. Following the list, he called the student, who responded, "I borrowed it last week, and that page was intact, I assure you." After hanging up, the senior muttered, "This is truly bizarre. I suppose I shall need to check the surveillance footage. It will be cumbersome to do this alone. Accompany me to the monitoring room." Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they indeed spotted a masked girl, completely bundled up, making it difficult to identify her. In a moment of opportunism, she approached the bookshelf and stealthily cut out the page from Records of Strange Beasts and Seas, slipping it into her pocket. Chen Jing found the figure somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the campus beauty Tang Shishir from Jiangqing University. As he exited the library, Chen Jing sensed he was being followed. Deliberately, He stopped in a secluded area of the campus and called out, "It must be exhausting to track me. Why not reveal yourself, Tang Shishir, the beauty of Jiangxing University?" Tang Shishir descended gracefully, her icy demeanor still intact, managing a faint smile towards Chen Jing. Unmoved, he continued, "And my most esteemed teacher, Professor Huang." Professor Huang emerged from the woods, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he approached Chen Jing, asking, "How did you uncover our little secret?" Chen Jing replied with a grin, "It was rather simple. I initially harbored no suspicions until I spotted your silhouette in the library, which aroused my curiosity." "Why?" Tang Shishir, her usually frosty expression momentarily widened in surprise, inquired. "Because you're the eldest daughter of the Tang family, with assets amounting to several hundred billion. Your mere footfall could shake Jiangxing, yet here you are, engaging in such antics at Jiangxing University. Moreover, this book could easily be procured, so your actions were clearly intended for my observation. The librarian is my senior and a graduate student mentored by Professor Huang. Thus, his willingness to show me the surveillance and the catalog, both matters of privacy, was undoubtedly at your behest. Am I correct?" Tang Shishir nodded in affirmation. Chen Jing continued, "What perplexes me is why you two influential individuals would go to such lengths concerning me." Professor Huang patted Chen Jing on the shoulder, stating, "Because I am aware that you are a fourth-tier martial artist, and you possess the spirit realm." Chen Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him speechless. Professor Huang observed the anxious expression on Chen Jing's face and gently patted his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. "I have laid my cards on the table. As a practitioner of the second tier in the demon spirit realm, I possess the ability to discern your sister's martial prowess. Moreover, I was present during your duel with Meiji, and I noted your remarkable ascension from a third-tier warrior to a fourth-tier warrior after defeating him. You exhibit immense potential, and as a healer, you are an exceedingly rare find in the entirety of Jiang City. The elaborate measures I have taken to assess your capabilities stem from my hope that you might assist us in unraveling the enigma of the Black Abyss Vulture case, which has remained shrouded in mystery for 5 long years. Under the jurisdiction of the 749 Bureau." Chen Jing continued to widen his eyes, struggling to articulate a few words. "What do you mean by assessment? And what is the 749 Bureau?" "It's a long story. I'm currently the head of Jiang City's 749 Bureau. Do you happen to know who my predecessor was?" Professor Huang inquired, giving Chen Jing a gentle pat. Shaking his head, Chen Jing replied, "No. Her name was Mei Hui, my colleague." The untimely demise of numerous martial artists in Jiang City remains unavenged to this day. I am determined to seek justice for them, yet I have been bereft of opportunities, as there have been no leads for a full 5 years. To think that the Black Abyss Vulture has truly resurfaced." Professor Huang exclaimed with indignation. At a loss for words, Chen Jing stood there, noncommittal. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the tension. "Chen Jing, didn't you express a desire for my contact information? If you agree to join us today, I shall gladly share it with you." Unmoved, Chen Jing retorted, "Didn't you all chatter on for ages? What is in it for me? Without any benefits, why should I lend my assistance?" Tang Shishir, feeling snubbed, flushed with anger, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Jing, exclaimed, You demand what benefits?" Feigning an air of mystery, Chen Jing smiled and replied, "I desire." Chapter 6. The Conspiracy of Danyangzi, Chen Jing. Feigning an air of mystery, extended 3 fingers, signifying his desire for 3,000 yuan to purchase an electric scooter, for after all, when venturing out for business, one would certainly tire from walking without a small electric steed. Tang Shishir, upon witnessing Chen Jing's gesture, found herself both amused and exasperated, exclaiming, "I wonder just how accomplished you think you are? It's merely 30,000 yuan, is it not?" Upon hearing the sum of 30,000, Chen Jing hastily shook his head. No. You greedy little rascal." He acquiesced. "Very well, 30,000, but no more. Here, take this check for 30,000. Do not even think of reneging." Tang Shishir retrieved a check from her bag, filled it out, and handed it to Chen Jing. Professor Huang, observing the agreement forged between them, chuckled warmly. "Chen Jing, do you have any further requests?" Chen Jing, inwardly elated at the generous amount bestowed by Tang Shishir, pretended to remain composed. "None at all." "Oh, Benefactor, is there anything you require of me? Tang Shishir shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate further. Professor Huang glanced at his smartwatch and addressed the group. We shall not delay any longer. Let us depart. Shishir, do bear with me today and drive us to Hangalin. Tang Shishir proceeded to the vehicle, and while they awaited her, Chen Jing inquired, Professor Huang, why is it that although we are both warriors of the, you can perceive my realm while I cannot discern yours? That is due to my cultivation of the turtle breathing technique. As a university instructor, I prefer to avoid unnecessary troubles, Huang explained. Ah, I see. Professor, I too wish to learn. As a university student, I equally desire to steer clear of any unwarranted strife. You cheeky lad, trying to outsmart your teacher. Very well. I shall promptly send you the encrypted electronic files of the turtle breathing technique to your email. Be sure to keep it confidential. Understood. No sooner had he finished speaking than a black modified G-class vehicle, resembling a shadowy warrior, approached them. The passenger window slid down, revealing Tang Shishir clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, donning dark sunglasses reminiscent of an international agent. Get in. Chen Jing quickly opened the door to the front passenger seat. However, Tang Shishir remained expressionless, not sparing him a glance, and curtly commanded, You, sit in the back. Feeling slighted, Chen Jing retreated, taking his place in the rear seat. Throughout the journey, he marveled at the luxurious features of the multi-million yuan vehicle, incessantly snapping selfies. Suddenly, the car came to an abrupt halt, and a chilling voice commanded, Get out. As Chen Jing beheld the alluring contours of the school beauty's combat attire, he mused, with that frosty demeanor, how proud you are. Sooner or later, you shall find yourself in my embrace, calling me brother. Upon exiting the vehicle, they discovered that they had arrived at a hillside, which appeared as though a significant portion had been carved out, leaving a clear expanse surrounded by lush green bamboo, akin to a paradise. Indeed, deep within the bamboo grove stood a Taoist temple, its plaque boldly inscribed with the words Tong Xingguan. Professor Huang addressed the assembly. After the confrontation between Shishir and the Black Abyss Eagle, I have been tracking it until I arrived at the half-cave forest, where I encountered Taoist Danyangzi and his disciples from the Tongxian Temple practicing outside the mountain gate, thus thwarting my pursuit. Therefore, we have returned today to investigate. The trio searched the vicinity of the half-cave forest for a considerable time without discovering any clues. The only place left unexplored was the Tongxian Temple. Consequently, Professor Huang approached to knock on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open slightly, and a young acolyte peered out, inquiring, Who is knocking? Professor Huang stepped forward and replied, I am Huang Tang from Jiangxing University, seeking an audience with the esteemed Taoist Tianxin. The young acolyte hastened to inquire within and soon opened the door wide to reveal a middle-aged Taoist, who greeted warmly Professor Huang. Danyangzi regrets not being able to welcome you properly. It has been a few days, and you appear even more spirited. I still remember your enlightening speech at the Jiangcheng Taoist Association. Upon entering the temple, the visitors were struck by the grandeur of the Tongxian Temple, bustling with activity, and filled with fragrant incense ash. However, Chen Jing sensed something amiss. Why did the scent of incense carry a faint odor reminiscent of decay? The group settled at an ancient, elegant pavilion known as the Lake Heart Pavilion, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. As they sipped tea and exchanged pleasantries, Chen Jing, who preferred sugary sodas, found tea distasteful but had no choice but to listen as Professor Huang inquired whether they had spotted the Black Abyss Eagle. Danyangzi instructed one of his acolytes to investigate, prompting Chen Jing to quietly ask, Miss Tang, should we offer our assistance in the search? Tang Shishir replied while sipping her tea, We shall follow the host's lead. Did you not notice that Danyangzi seems reluctant for us to intervene? Chen Jing felt rebuffed once again, his embarrassment palpable, and he raised his teacup to mask his discomfort. While drinking, he suddenly perceived an anomaly in the tea, causing him to overturn Tang Shishir's cup and exclaim, Do not drink. There is poison in the tea. Upon hearing the sound of the cup shatter, Danyangzi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You clever boy, I did not expect you to detect my soul-binding powder, which is colorless and tasteless. However, you have no opportunity to escape now. Professor Huang suddenly unleashed his spiritual power, only to find his meridians sealed. He turned to Dan Yangzi, demanding soul, binding powder, a fourth-tier poison. What is the meaning of this? Dan Yangzi chuckled. Old Huang, you are quite ungrateful. A few days ago, I kindly obstructed your path to encourage a retreat. Yet you persisted in your folly and dared to return, bringing along the Tang family's prodigious talent as an exceptional vessel. Trading a fourth-tier poison for a prodigy is quite the bargain. Come forth and hasten to consume the Tang family's genius. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as the black abyss eagle swooped down, its dark energy surging towards Tang Shirshir. She found herself unable to break free from the poison's grasp. As the ominous force approached, she had no choice but to close her eyes and await her fate. As she opened her eyes, she discovered a tall figure standing before her, shielding her from the onslaught of dark energy. It was none other than Chen Jing, who, with a flick of his hand, conjured a talisman in mid-air, casting a golden light that subdued the dark abyssal eagle. The creature, rendered immobile, could only squawk in frustration. Observing this, Dan Yangzi swiftly lunged towards Chen Jing, who had already anticipated the attack. With his right hand raised to block, he delivered a powerful blow to Dan Yangzi's abdomen with his left fist, sending him flying. Rising in disbelief, Dan Yangzi furiously exclaimed, "No wonder you, old Huang, are so confident. It turns out you are a fourth-grade warrior. Someone, come forth and assist me." A throng of young Taoists brandishing swords surged forward to attack Chen Jing, while Dan Yangzi sought to dispel the enchantment Chen Jing had cast on the dark abyssal eagle. Faced with the onslaught, Chen Jing found himself unable to protect both Professor Huang and Tang Shirshir. Suddenly, taking advantage of Chen Jing's momentary distraction, a Taoist warrior lunged at Professor Huang with his sword. In that critical instant, a steel umbrella soared through the air, deflecting the blade aimed at Professor Huang. A booming voice echoed, "My apologies, I am late once again." Chapter 7. The first kiss of the school bell. Upon hearing the commotion, Professor Huang, drenched in sweat, lamented, "You rascal, if you hadn't arrived in time, I would have perished here." Suddenly, a hefty figure descended from the sky, shaking the pavilion with a thud. Clad in a coarse linen outfit and adorned with a headscarf emblazoned with the character for shock, he deftly maneuvered, delivering a swift side kick that sent the assailant targeting Professor Huang tumbling into the pond beneath the pavilion. Observing the assembly of disciples before him, the stout man remarked to Professor Huang, "Indeed, this Taoist temple harbors peculiarities. Among these dozen or so disciples, it is astonishing that half are first-grade martial artists. Moreover, it appears that this old fellow here is a third-grade martial artist, nearly equivalent to half the martial artists in Jiangxing. And this second-grade monster you referred to as the Black Abyss Vulture certainly exudes a sinister aura, akin to the malevolence of the people here." At that moment, Dan Yangzi released the restraints on the Black Abyss Vulture, which flapped its wings in an attempt to flee. Observing this, Chen Jing unleashed his fullest spiritual energy, shattering the three pillars supporting the pavilion and sending several disciples tumbling into the water. He then skillfully propelled the octagonal rooftop of the pavilion toward the escaping Black Abyss Vulture. With a resounding crash, the rooftop effectively sealed off the vulture's escape. Dan Yangzi, witnessing this, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You have offended someone you should not have." Like a famished tiger, he lunged at Chen Jing, his palms imbued with a lethal black poison. Each strike was not only ferociously executed, but aimed at Chen Jing's vital points, seeking to exploit any vulnerability and eliminate him. Chen Jing, having trained in healing arts, possessed no offensive skills, forcing him to evade while searching for an opportunity. As Dan Yangzi's relentless assault began to wane in speed, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. During one of his attacks, his rear became exposed due to his slowed pace. Seizing the moment, Chen Jing swiftly formed a seal with his hands, channeling the Breaking Spirit spell into a decisive strike against Dan Yangzi's back. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Dan Yangzi crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood before slowly rising to his feet. At that juncture, Dan Yangzi realized that his spiritual energy had been sealed by Chen Jing, and with a furious glare directed at him, He leapt into the air, hovering at the center of the temple. Provocatively, he declared, "You insolent brat, you have truly angered me." Chen Jing retorted, "Old man, your spiritual energy is sealed. You are gravely injured, and yet you still pretend to be a formidable wolf." However, the stout man interjected, "This is dire. It appears the old man is siphoning the surrounding spiritual energy." The disciples of Tongshan Temple, one by one, displayed expressions of distress, soon transforming into lifeless husks. Furious, the stout man exclaimed, "Behold these corpses! This is precisely the aftermath of the Black Abyss Vulture consuming human spiritual energy. You are the instigator of the Black Abyss Vulture incident 5 years ago. You shall pay for my brother's life." The stout figure brandished a steel umbrella gun and lunged at Dan Yangzi. At that moment, Dan Yangzi's eyes glowed with a sinister light as he merely waved a hand, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that sent the stout man flying. He plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact, left gravely injured and unable to move. Suspended in mid-air, Dan Yangzi taunted, "A mere second-tier martial artist. How foolishly overconfident." The stout man gazed in disbelief at Dan Yangzi, struggling to speak through a mouthful of blood. "Impossible. How could you have advanced to a full 4th-tier martial artist so swiftly?" Beep. Detecting fear from Tang Shishir, terror value 120. Detecting fear from Huang Tang, terror value 100. Detecting fear from Yang Sun, terror value 100. Fear instigator, Dan Yangzi. The host must either slay Dan Yangzi or instill fear in him to acquire the terror values, which can then be converted into power. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jing was astounded by the formidable pressure Dan Yangzi exerted over everyone. He realized that the Dan Yangzi before him was a stark contrast to the one they had encountered earlier. Dan Yangzi, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, began to laugh maniacally. "Ha! A mere insect, unworthy of comprehending the greatness of our forebear. You shall die." With that, Dan Yangzi unleashed a palm strike infused with spiritual energy towards the stout man, who was now crippled and immobile. Seeing his companion in peril, Chen Jing swiftly flew to the stout man's side, activating a defensive barrier. Previously, Dan Yangzi's energy had been neither abundant nor powerful, but now his casual strike was overwhelmingly potent. Chen Jing barely managed to counter it with all his strength. How powerful! Chen Jing thought, but time allowed no room for contemplation. Dan Yangzi swiftly darted in front of him, faster and more formidable than before. Chen Jing could not anticipate Dan Yangzi's attacks, as the gust from his palms created afterimages in the air. He could only evade, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Dan Yangzi seized upon Chen Jing's moment of vulnerability, delivering a black wind palm strike to Chen Jing's left shoulder. Chen Jing was sent flying, and as he felt the shattering of his shoulder blade midair, he landed heavily, a sharp pain piercing his chest, and he coughed up blood. As Chen Jing struggled to stand with his immobile left arm, Dan Yangzi laughed again. "You wretched boy. If it weren't for you, my disciples wouldn't have perished. Once I consume the Tang family's young lady, I will ascend to 4th-tier martial artist status. It's all your fault. You have doomed them all." Struggling to rise, Chen Jing found himself in an even more precarious situation due to his injuries. He quickly activated his system. How can I absorb the terror values of those 3 to elevate myself to 5th-tier martial artist? Beep. The host must defeat Dan Yangzi or instill fear in him to obtain the terror values from the 3. System, are you utterly foolish? I'm on the brink of death. It's not about me killing him. He is the one who will kill me. Is there no other way? Otherwise, this is utterly pointless. Beep. Host request detected. Retrieving channels for acquiring terror points. Hurry. Dan Yangzi is about to strike. I'm on the brink of collapse, dear system. Beep. A channel for acquiring terror points has been detected. The host can kiss the Fearbringer to absorb their terror points. Goodness, system, you truly are extraordinary. I might attempt with Tang Shishir, but that Professor Huang is a man. And what about that stout fellow with the bushy beard? How can I bring myself to do it? Seeing Chen Jing severely injured, Dan Yangzi would not grant him another chance to retaliate. He unleashed his palm force once more, the gust slicing through the air toward Chen Jing. Aware that he could no longer withstand such an assault, Chen Jing swiftly evaded. the palm wind missing him and obliterating the nearby Temple's auxiliary building instead. As Chen Jing dodged the relentless palm winds from Danyangzi, he swiftly formed a recovery seal with his right hand and pressed it against his left shoulder, feeling the scapula mending rapidly, the bones clicking back into place. Suddenly, he halted midair, his hands drawing symbols from above to below. Two immense golden talismans descended from the heavens to the earth, and he bellowed, "Qingxiao Sun Luo." The two colossal talismans converged into a magnificent seven-tiered golden pagoda, completely ensnaring Danyangzi. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Chen Jing, having depleted his spiritual energy, approached Tang Shirshir, who gazed at him with astonishment and gratitude. Before she could react, Chen Jing cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. Wow, the school beauty's lips are so soft. Chapter 8, The Killer Must Die. As Chen Jing kissed Tang Shirshir in front of the crowd, she furiously retaliated with a fierce slap to his face, exclaiming, "Chen Jing, you scoundrel." Tang Shirshir was exceptionally enraged. After all, this was her first kiss. A torrent of expletives swirled in her mind. Chen Jing, feeling wronged, touched his cheek and heard the system emit a notification. Ding! Host detected kissing Tang Shirshir. Horror value 120. Conversion ability value 120. Current total ability value 3,8,500. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Chen Jing realized that despite its quirks, it was dependable. Observing Tang Shirshir, who continued to berate him like a fierce tigress, he decisively cast a silencing spell upon her, saying, "Please be quiet. I will explain later." Professor Huang, witnessing this scene, hurriedly inquired, "Chen Jing, what is happening? Have you been affected by Dan Yangzi's forgetting elixir?" Chen Jing, casting a troubled glance at Professor Huang, interjected before he could finish. "Professor Huang, my apologies." He then leaned in to kiss Professor Huang. After the kiss, the onlookers were utterly astounded. Professor Huang was left speechless, while Tang Shirshir, rendered voiceless, widened her eyes and struggled in a frenzy. Chen Jing felt a deep sense of grievance, inwardly cursing the system for ruining his reputation and innocence. Soon, the system chimed again, absorbing Professor Huang's horror value, bringing his total ability value to 4,8,500. Chen Jing, glaring at the interface, vented his frustration at the system. "Are you toying with me? Am I really expected to kiss that scruffy fat man next?" Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi, trapped within his own formidable technique, began to show cracks in his seal. Chen Jing understood that employing this tactic was merely to delay Dan Yangzi, and realizing time was of the essence, he swiftly approached the fat man. The fat man, his limbs in agony, bore through the pain and said, "Good sir, though this is our first meeting, I am uncertain of your inclinations. We have yet to reach such a casual familiarity, so I trust you to maintain your integrity." Seeing the fat man in such a disheveled state, Chen Jing, exasperated and driven by the instinct to survive, replied with a couple of slaps, silencing him entirely. He then leaned in to kiss the fat man. After the kiss, still fuming, Chen Jing delivered another slap, declaring, "Next time, shave that stubble. It's prickly and utterly revolting." The fat man's face was one of innocence as he lamented quietly, "Does this count as assault? And you dare call me disgusting? Woe is me. My purity." Ding. Host detected kissing Yang Sun. Horror value 100. Conversion ability value 100. Current total ability value 5,8,500. Congratulations. The host has reached the critical threshold for unlocking skills and enhancing personal attributes. Please make your selection. Without hesitation, Chen Jing opted to elevate himself to the 5th rank of martial artist. Suddenly, a surge of true energy broke through his dantian, which began to transform into a formidable force. It felt as if his dantian was voraciously absorbing the natural energies of the world, and his consciousness began to evolve into divine awareness, freely perceiving all substances within a 10-mile radius. He could not help but marvel inwardly. No wonder the 5th rank is the path to divinity. It turns out that prior to this, strength was rooted in the physical form, while the 5th rank heralds immense power capable of devastating mountains and rivers, as well as subduing and suppressing lower-ranked martial artists. At that moment, Chen Jing noticed the treasure tower constructed by Qingxiao Sunluo was riddled with cracks. He approached Tang Shishir and released her from her binding spell. Enraged, Tang Shishir exclaimed, "You perverted fiend, leave at once. Do you believe I one-t'd you?" Chen Jing offered no lengthy explanation, merely replying, "I shall provide you with a satisfactory account of today's events in due time. Might I borrow your hidden needle for a moment?" Tang Shishir, taken aback by Chen Jing's steadfast and cold demeanor, realized that he looked quite handsome when serious. Recalling his reckless act of saving her, she believed he must have his reasons and handed over the hidden needle. Upon receiving the needle, Chen Jing infused it with his spiritual power. Professor Huang, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you are performing the legendary technique of infusing artifacts with spirit? This is a skill only known to 5th-ranked martial artists." Chen Jing, have you truly attained the 5th rank? 5th-rank martial artist. Both Tang Shishir and the chubby companion echoed in unison. The typically proud and arrogant Tang Shishir quickly shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! It has been over a century since a 5th-rank martial artist appeared in Jiangxing. I thought I could break through to the 5th rank in my lifetime and become a legend of Jiangxing. How could this fragile Chen Jing have become a 5th-rank martial artist?" Suddenly, the treasure tower constructed by Qingxiao Sunluo erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Dan Yangzi burst forth from the formation, his spirit high, shouting, "You little brat, do you think your pathetic skill can trap me? Overestimating yourself, prepare to die." In a fit of rage, Dan Yangzi unleashed his ultimate technique, the Blood Fiend Surge formation, instantly surrounding Chen Jing in a crimson array. Unleashing a tempest of blood and carnage as a horde of undead surged forth, ravenously seeking to devour him. With a firm stomp, Chen Jing released golden light from his body, shattering the undead that approached. Then, wielding the spiritually infused hidden needle, he shot it in 4 directions while silently chanting, "For symbols release spirit." Soon, the spiritual energy within the barrier dissipated rapidly, allowing Chen Jing to escape the formation. Dan Yangzi emerged unscathed from the Blood Fiend Surge formation, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttering, "Impossible! It cannot be! You should not have survived." With a fierce expression, Chen Jing bellowed, "Dan Yangzi, you beast! Those countless undead within the formation were all slain by you, were they not?" With a swift motion, he delivered a punch that sent Dan Yangzi flying, then leaped into the air, unleashing a ferocious barrage upon Dan Yangzi's face. A resounding crash echoed as the ground of the temple was shattered, leaving a massive crater where Dan Yangzi lay, battered and nearly unrecognizable, gasping for breath. In a most unexpected turn of events, as he hovered on the brink of death, Dan Yangzi shouted desperately at the imposing Heiming Vulture beast, "Hurry, quickly!" In an instant, the previously pinned Heiming Vulture burst forth, advancing towards Dan Yangzi and swallowing him whole. The onlookers were taken aback by this scene, astonished that the renowned Dan Yangzi of Tongshin Temple had been devoured, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a plume of dark energy began to rise into the air, dispersing into the distance, while the Heiming Vulture deliberately obstructed the path of the crowd. Emitting a fierce and menacing roar, its belly gradually swelling. Sensing through his spiritual energy that the power within the Heiming Vulture was rapidly expanding, Chen Jing urgently called out to the others, "Get back! The Heiming Vulture is about to self-destruct." With a thunderous boom, the surrounding buildings were obliterated. In that critical moment, Chen Jing summoned all his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier, safeguarding the group. As the dust settled, Chen Jing suddenly perceived a surge of spiritual energy drifting in a singular direction. Intensifying his awareness, he found himself traversing a dark corridor, at the end of which glimmered a light. There stood a short, elderly Taoist priest clad in a yellow robe, his back turned towards Chen Jing. Just then, a voice resonated from the corridor's end. "Chen Jing, I never imagined we would meet again." Upon uttering those words, the old priest turned to face Chen Jing, his gaze as sharp as the sun's glare. Chen Jing was taken aback as he beheld the figure of the old priest, which transformed into a massive, golden badger. Chapter 9. The boy is truly innocent upon encountering the badger spirit once more. Chen Jing felt a chill sweep down his spine, as if his consciousness was forcibly thrust back into his mind. A sense of strangeness washed over him, indicating that the entity's realm was undoubtedly superior to his own. Professor Huang, noticing Chen Jing's dazed expression, gently tapped him on the shoulder and inquired, "Chen Jing, is something amiss?" Chen Jing shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to divulge truths they could not comprehend. Instead, he fabricated a response, claiming, "Nothing. I merely found the absence of self-detonation scene somewhat unsettling, given the bloodstains that are omnipresent." Suddenly, Professor Huang coughed up blood, likely a consequence of the tea's poison seeping into his organs. Chen Jing promptly cast a healing spell, eradicating the poison entirely from Professor Huang's system. However, Tang Shushu remained relentless, undeterred by the effects of the tea poison as she pursued Chen Jing. After all, the boy had stolen her first kiss, and as the foremost frost beauty of Jiangcheng, a woman renowned as the city's female martial deity, how could she possibly tolerate such an affront? Observing the nearly frenzied Tang Shushu, Chen Jing realized he could not evade this predicament. He swiftly contemplated, "Surely, I cannot claim that I kissed them merely for the sake of a fifth-rank warrior. That reasoning is too absurd. They would never believe in the existence of such a ridiculous system." Thus, he concocted a tale, asserting that while he discovered Dan Yangzi absorbing the disciple's spiritual energy to break through, he had stealthily released potent toxins in the vicinity. As a medical warrior, he alone could perceive his poison, just as he was the only one to detect the contamination in the tea. Moreover, this particular toxin could only be neutralized through direct contact. Given the urgency of the situation and Dan Yangzi's imminent attack, he had no time to explain otherwise. He would never have taken the initiative to kiss any of them. If he harbored any improper thoughts toward Miss Tang, he certainly would not have kissed that disheveled fellow. At that moment, Chen Jing mused, "After all, Dan Yangzi is deceased, and there are no witnesses to contradict me. Logically, this reasoning is impeccable." As the others pondered his words, particularly Tang Shushu, who found her formerly cold and aloof face now flushed like a ripe peach, she averted her gaze from Chen Jing. She had not anticipated that he had acted to save her, and now, reflecting on her previous harsh words, she felt a desire to vanish into a crevice. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jing alleviated the poison and injuries afflicting everyone. The perceptive chubby boy led them to the back courtyard of the Tongxian temple. Upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming stench of decay. Tang Shushu could not endure the foul aroma and promptly retched. The chubby boy smashed through the iron gate of the courtyard, revealing that, indeed, as Chen Jing had stated, the area was a veritable mountain of corpses, arranged in a circular formation with layers upon layers densely packed. It was only when the chubby boy recognized a familiar face that he sighed in resignation, lamenting, "They say the Taoists of Tongxian Temple possess extraordinary divination skills, and that their vows are fulfilled. Yet little do they know that those who come seeking favors have sacrificed their very lives." Professor Huang inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The rotund man pointed at a corpse and remarked, "I recognize this individual. He faced a business failure, accruing debts of several million. In his desperation, he contemplated suicide by leaping from a building. It is said that he heard of the miraculous wishes granted at Tongxian Temple and sought its help. Unexpectedly, within a year, he turned his fortunes around, not only repaying his debts, but also amassing considerable wealth. Recently, however, he seems to have vanished from the world, and here I am, discovering him." Professor Huang, upon hearing this, gradually comprehended the situation, shaking his head continuously, yet inquired, "Why would Dan Yangzi do such a thing?" The rotund man gestured towards a large pile of shattered eggshells ahead, sorrowfully stating, upon entering the backyard, "I sense that the spiritual energy of these eggshells aligns with that of the black underworld vultures. This indicates that these individuals were being used as nourishment to nurture the vultures." Professor Huang, gazing at the scattered eggshells in the vacant area, exclaimed in astonishment, "Have so many black underworld vultures hatched? Yet, why do we only see one?" The rotund man replied, "Old Huang, it seems you need to report to headquarters. From what we see today, the waters of Jiangcheng run deep." After this hint from the rotund man, Old Huang nodded thoughtfully. Hearing this, Chen Jing also sensed that there was a formidable and malevolent force in Jiangqing. He realized he must consolidate his power quickly. If such a situation were to arise again, who could guarantee his safety? The following day, the front page of the Jiangchang Daily reported the secrets of Tongxian Temple. Of course, the one who defeated Dan Yangzi and unraveled the Black Underworld Vulture case was none other than Tang Shishir, the belle of Jiangqing University. As Bureau 749 is an underground organization, they could not easily reveal themselves. Thus, Tang Shishir served as their spokesperson in Jiangqing. The university was now swarming with police cars and journalists, cameras set up everywhere, with all major media outlets on high alert. Suddenly, Tang Shishir arrived at the school in a luxurious vehicle, and reporters swarmed around her, eager to interview her. Tagged as the guardian of Jiangcheng, she was asked by reporters for her perspective on the Tongxian Temple incident. Suddenly, one reporter posed a question. "Miss Tang, you are so exceptional. Does the current goddess have a boyfriend?" Tang Shishir resolutely shook her head. To her surprise, the reporter pressed on. "I recall you previously stated that you would only marry a martial artist of the 5th rank or above. Many believe this is excessively demanding, and as your fans, we worry you may end up alone, which would surely hurt our hearts." Upon hearing this, Tang Shishir's proud and icy demeanor flushed with color, and she hastily interrupted the interview and fled. As she hurried away, her mind replayed the scene of Chen Jing kissing her, echoing the words she had spoken about only marrying a martial artist of the 5th rank or higher. Her heart raced wildly. She kept thinking, it's all that troublesome Chen Jing's fault. I must settle the score with him. Moreover, there's another reason. I sensed a breakthrough in my spiritual energy at the Dantian when he kissed me, which has left me utterly perplexed. I need to find Chen Jing to confirm my suspicions. Thus, Tang Shishir arrived at the boys' dormitory, and upon noticing the arrival of the young lady from the Tang family, the dormitory manager hurriedly approached to welcome her. After Tang Shishir explained her purpose, guided by the dormitory manager, she reached the door of room 328. Meanwhile, Chen Jing was hiding in the toilet stall, practicing his breathing techniques under the pretense of taking a cold shower. When the dormitory manager led Tang Shishir to Chen Jing's room, they overheard his roommates discussing, "Did you see Tang Shishir in the interview? She mentioned she has no boyfriend. I reckon I am the unattainable idol she yearns for." Tang Shishir, upon hearing this, paid no heed and directly inquired, "Is Chen Jing in the dormitory?" The roommates, astonished to find the campus belle herself in their midst, were momentarily left speechless before finally directing her towards the toilet. With a stern expression, Tang Shishir gestured for them to bring Chen Jing out. The roommates, not daring to defy the will of the formidable female warrior of Jiangqing, knocked on the door and called out, "Chen Jing, urgent matter, come out quickly." Assuming his roommates were in dire need, Chen Jing emerged from the room in the nude, exclaiming, "Are you chicken? Can't hold your business? Your father is in a good mood today, so hurry up." Upon seeing Chen Jing emerge fully unclothed, Tang Shishir could not help but cover her eyes and mockingly remarked, "Chen Jing, you truly are a pervert." Upon realizing Tang Shishir was at the entrance of the dormitory, Chen Jing was overwhelmed with excitement, yelling, "Ah, ah, ah, you're taking advantage of me. Get out." The dormitory manager, witnessing Chen Jing's nakedness, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this young man has quite an impressive physique." Chapter 10. Subduing the Mei family upon hearing the praises from the dormitory matron. Tang Shishir felt an inexplicable sensation akin to having something cherished being toyed with by others. Before departing, she nonchalantly tore off a bedsheet and tossed it to Chen Jing, exclaiming, "Quickly get dressed. I shall await you downstairs." With that, she took the matron's arm and exited. Flustered and bewildered, Chen Jing hurriedly donned his underwear after they left, and chided the dormitory leader, a Liao, with fervor. "You wretched man, why didn't you inform your father about a woman visiting? You've completely tarnished my reputation today. Who the hell is your father?" "That's the goddess of Jiangqing. Just a moment ago, my friends and I were discussing whether she was a campus belle or a brainy beauty. I sensed she overheard us, so I dare not offend her. And what's wrong with a glance from the campus belle? Consider yourself fortunate. I envy you. Hurry up, get dressed. The bell awaits you downstairs." As the dorm leader of 328, it is my duty to remind you not to be nervous. Do not bring shame to 328. Chen Jing hastily dressed and prepared to descend, only to find the entire hallway filled with male students, all abuzz with speculation about the arrival of the campus bell. For the first time, the residents of dormitory 328 found themselves in the spotlight, and Liao, as the dorm leader, reveled in the attention as he watched Chen Jing head downstairs. Suddenly, he shouted, "Go for it! Shout Jingzi! Win over the campus bell!" Chen Jing turned back, staring at Liao in disbelief, and noticed that all 5 of his roommates wore expressions of paternal concern mixed with benevolence. "Don't worry about us. The sweet water should not flow to outsiders. Capture the campus bell. 328 is cheering for you." Their voices boomed, deliberately loud enough for everyone to hear. It dawned on Chen Jing. This narrative had taken a complete turn. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Tang Shishir indeed waiting for him at the stone bench by the dormitory. "Go for it. Capture the campus bell." A chorus of voices rang out. Chen Jing turned towards the dormitory building, only to be met with a sea of heads on the balconies, each person sporting a fatherly smile. To evade the awkwardness, Chen Jing swiftly grasped Tang Shishir's hand and made a hasty retreat from the frenetic dormitory. The moment they were seen holding hands, another wave of raucous laughter erupted. As Chen Jing held her hand, Tang Shishir initially intended to pull away, but she felt a surge of spiritual energy within her dantian, subtly hinting at a breakthrough. Astonished, she pondered why her long stagnant progress as a 4th-tier warrior was suddenly shifting upon Chen Jing's touch. She recalled the words of the renowned fortune-teller, Tai Qianli, who had once prophesied that the one to aid her in breaking through to a 4th-tier warrior would be her destined partner. Gazing at Chen Jing before her, she resolved not to let go, contemplating whether he might indeed be the key to her advancement, perhaps her fated companion. The two arrived at the center of the campus football field, where Chen Jing cheerfully remarked, "At last, we've escaped those rascals." He then turned to Tang Shishir and inquired, "What brings you to me?" "Oh, it's nothing." Tang Shishir, shedding her formerly aloof demeanor, gazed at Chen Jing with a hint of shyness. "What? You claim it's nothing? Why did you rush directly into my dormitory?" "I thought the black grim vulture had reappeared, causing me to hastily scramble, and as a result you caught a glimpse of me in nude. You ought to be more cautious in the future." Chen Jing grumbled, the typically aloof campus belle, observing Chen Jing's complaints. Recalled his naked form from earlier and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. "Didn't I have your contact information? That's why I sought you out. Hand me your phone." After adding Chen Jing to her messaging app, Tang Shishir remarked, "Here you go. Remember, you are the first boy to take the initiative to add me." With that, she skipped away just as she had before. Determined not to be outdone, Chen Jing called after Tang Shishir, "You are also the first girl in my life to actively seek me out to add me." Reflecting on his university days, where he was the one to approach girls for their contact information only to face rejection and mockery, he never anticipated that the first girl to add him would be the campus beauty of Jiangxing University. On his way back, Chen Jing was suddenly blindfolded with a black bag. Considering his surroundings at Jiangxing University, he hesitated to reveal his martial prowess for fear of causing undue harm, which would be a grave misdeed. Chen Jing assumed that it was a group of boys pursuing Tang Shishir, envious of the sight of her with him and seeking vengeance. He hurriedly called out, "Gentlemen, please understand, I am merely an ordinary friend of the campus belle, Tang Shishir. Do not misconstrue our relationship. Feel free to pursue her. But this blindfolding is rather inappropriate, given that we are all classmates. Enough chatter, get in the car. Instead of studying, you're busy with romance," came a voice from within. Chen Jing immediately protested, "I assure you, I am not in a romantic relationship. I have always excelled academically at Jiangxing University and have no interest in such trivial matters." Soon, the blindfold was removed, revealing that he had arrived at the main headquarters of the White Martial Arts Association, Longwu Hall. A group surrounded him with hostile glares. Chen Jing noticed that the Mei family indeed had a significant following. This Longwu Hall alone housed 20 to 30 individuals. Seated in the center was the esteemed 3rd-tier martial artist, Mei Sijia, flanked by 2 2nd-tier and 2 1st-tier martial artists, among whom was Mei Ji, bound like a mummy. Upon Chen Jing's arrival, Meiji displayed an unusual excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle, it's him. He is the one who caused me such injury. You must seek vengeance for me." Meiji rebuked Meiji loudly, "You wasteful brat. The kid before you doesn't even have a rank, and yet you allowed yourself to be hurt so badly. No wonder our Mei family is in decline." Turning to Chen Jing, he inquired, "You're Chen Jing?" With a smile, Chen Jing nodded, contemplating. "I merely wish to quickly gather power. The Mei family has indeed come knocking at my door, a true prize indeed. It seems I shall make good use of the Mei family today." Gazing at the poised young man before him, who exhibited no hint of fear, Meiji couldn't help but express his admiration. "You are quite the young man. Are you not afraid at all?" Chen Jing chuckled and pointed at Meiji, replying, "What is there to fear? Indeed, he is a formidable individual. However, on the territory of the Mei family, even a dragon must bow to my authority. Such an audacious presence as yours cannot be tolerated in Jiangqing. Bring forth the enforcers and break his legs." Upon uttering these words, two attendants of the Mei family brandished wooden clubs and charged at Chen Jing. To their astonishment, Chen Jing merely unleashed his spiritual power outward, sending the two attendants flying effortlessly. Meiji, witnessing the profound depth of his spiritual energy, gasped in disbelief. "Have you concealed your true rank?" Without engaging in further dialogue, Chen Jing swiftly drew a symbol with one hand, and a radiant golden light emanated from the talisman. The atmosphere around the Longhu Hall suddenly transformed, enveloped in a barrier. A noxious, purplish-black gas began to swirl in the air, causing those who inhaled it to convulse violently and retch uncontrollably. Observing the formidable toxic formation Chen Jing had conjured, Meiji unleashed his renowned technique, the Flying Dragon Fist, directing it towards Chen Jing. The force of his punch morphed into a resplendent white dragon, exuding overwhelming might. Yet, Chen Jing, with calm composure, merely inscribed another symbol, which promptly consumed the dragon, resulting in no destructive aftermath. Meiji stood in utter shock at the unfolding scene. "What? You are a 5th-tier demon spirit level warrior. No wonder I could not discern your rank." When the other warriors of the Mei family heard their master's declaration regarding Chen Jing's 5th-tier status, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. Under the influence of the toxic miasma, the majority of the Mei warriors writhed on the ground, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. "Spare us," the Mei family warriors pleaded, collapsing to the ground in desperation. Chen Jing noted that Meiji was succumbing to the poison as well, gradually collapsing. Sensing his assured victory, he coolly proclaimed, "You have two choices, submit to me or face your demise." Chapter 11. The Great Fat Sheep Family. Upon hearing Chen Jing's words, every member of the Mei family perceived the vast disparity in realms between themselves and Chen Jing. They relinquished their final hopes, realizing that if they continued down this path, only death awaited them. One by one, they exhausted their strength and knelt before Chen Jing, choosing to submit. Even the previously arrogant Meiji, now trembling in fear, fell to the ground, repeatedly apologizing, "I submit, I submit." As a prodigy cultivated with utmost care by the Mei family, such lack of resolve was disheartening. Observing nearly all the members of his family kneeling in submission, Meiji recognized the futility of their situation. With a heavy sigh, he too chose to kneel before Chen Jing, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, "Master, I choose to submit. On behalf of the Mei family, I announce that everyone is your servant. I implore you, spare the Mei family." Ding! The system detects the host, activating the desolate supremacy barrier, creating an atmosphere of terror. Fear levels detected. 3rd grade martial artist 120, 2nd grade martial artist 200, 1st grade martial artist 80, personal fear value 860. Current cumulative ability value 1061,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the critical threshold of ability value, unlocking skills, and enhancing personal attributes. Please make your selection. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jing recalled that his previous mastery of the healing incantation was merely defensive, rendering him almost powerless against martial artists of the same caliber. He had narrowly escaped defeat from Dan Yangzi last time, realizing he needed an offensive skill. Thus, he opted to unlock a combat technique. Ding! Matching skill for the host, 5 elements ice and fire technique. A surge of true energy rushed into Chen Jing's mind, and he quickly grasped the technique, exclaiming in admiration, "What a formidable skill!" Watching the Mei family members still fervently bowing before him, he reflected that the Mei family truly served as his experience pack, and their subjugation would surely bring him fortune. He then released the barrier, prompting the Mei family to express their gratitude with fervent bows. Chen Jing confidently took his place at the head of the hall, declaring, "From this day forth, I am a master of the Mei family." All members of the Mei family knelt before Chen Jing, not daring to raise their heads. At this moment, Chen Jing addressed them, "Mei family head, you remain. The others may withdraw." Following Chen Jing's command, the rest retreated, leaving only Mei Sijia, who now stood devoid of his earlier arrogance, respectfully before Chen Jing, cautiously inquiring, "Master, what are your commands?" Chen Jing coldly regarded Mei Sijia, inscribing a symbol in the air, a curse of ice and fire. The symbol penetrated Mei Sijia's forehead as Chen Jing declared, "I have placed a curse upon you. Should you dare defy my orders, no matter where you may be in the future, I can take your life with but a gesture." Rather than feeling fear, Mei Sijia experienced a sense of relief, thinking to himself, to have such a young master is indeed a blessing for the Mei family. From this day forth, I shall unwaveringly follow my master. Chen Jing gestured for Mei Sijia to rise, contemplatively stating, "Good. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. I wish to inquire about a matter. Do you know the recent events concerning Tong Xianguan?" Mei Xia nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I have seen the report on Tongxian Temple on television. The Black Demon Eagle killed my elder brother and many talented individuals from the Mei family, which is why we have been particularly attentive to it." The report claimed that it was the work of Dan Yangzi. At that time, I could hardly believe that the Tang family's young lady could defeat Dan Yangzi and uncover the secrets of the Black Demon Eagle. Now, I finally understand that you, Master, are the true mastermind behind Miss Tang. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing gazed at Mei Sijia and remarked, "It appears that there are indeed intelligent individuals within the Mei family. However, I still need you to send someone to investigate Tongxian Temple further. I have a strong suspicion that Dan Yangzi is not the real culprit." Mei Sijia, wide-eyed at Chen Jing's assertion, nodded in agreement, compelled by the determination reflected in his gaze. After departing from the Mei family's Longhu Hall, Chen Jing stretched lazily, acutely aware of how crucial it was to win over the Mei family. After all, they have operated the oldest martial arts school in Jiangxing, with their network extending throughout the city. Furthermore, Mei Sijia's earlier actions hinted at the presence of many unseen experts within Jiangxing, making the Mei family his first step to understanding the city. Recalling the encounter with the badger spirit at Tongxian Temple, he felt an unsettling notion that the threat posed by the Black Demon Eagle had yet to be entirely resolved. As he gazed at the scattered lights along the riverbank, he remembered Dan Yangzi's last words, realizing that Jiangxing was indeed complex and enigmatic. Now, he was left without any leads, eagerly awaiting the findings from the Mei family's investigation. Upon returning to his university dormitory, he found the other boys glaring resentfully at him. Chen Jing paid them no mind. Instead, he reveled in the jealousy directed towards him. He made his way straight to dormitory 328, where his roommates greeted him as if he were a returning hero. Aoyang, the dorm leader, clapped Chen Jing on the back and exclaimed, "You have truly brought honor to our dormitory 328. By the way, why did the campus bells seek you out?" As Chen Jing basked in their praise, he began to boast. "You mean Shir? She likes me and wanted my contact information. All this commotion today was just to let everyone see." The 5 roommates stood frozen in disbelief at Chen Jing's words, and after a moment, Aoyang erupted, "You little rascal. Do you really think we would believe that? We just saw you holding the campus belle's hand, and now you dare to claim she likes you? If you manage to win her heart, we'll all call you father." At that moment, Chen Jing was fully intoxicated by his own bravado and retorted, "A bunch of fools. Winning her over is not the question. It's whether I am willing. Do you know who got her first kiss?" "What? The campus belle lost her first kiss? Who was the beast responsible for that? This debt must be avenged." "Sorry, that would be me, you rascals. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, unless you swear. With an air of self-satisfaction, Chen Jing declared his oath, causing his roommates to look on in horror. Considering what Tang Shirshir had done that day, they sighed repeatedly. You really have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. The campus belle's first kiss was given to you. The next morning, upon waking, Chen Jing discovered a plethora of unread messages in his inbox, all from Tang Shirshir. Last night, many sought out dormitory 328 to gossip about the campus belle's intentions with Chen Jing. The roommates embellished Chen Jing's words, particularly regarding the matter of Tang Shirshir's lost first kiss. Consequently, someone took it upon themselves to post this incident on the campus forum, insinuating that the campus belle had declared her affection for Chen Jing, offering him her first kiss. Now, Tang Shirshir was confronting Chen Jing, demanding an explanation. In a panic, Chen Jing hastily dialed the campus belle's number, only to receive a fierce ultimatum. You have 10 minutes to arrive at the indoor sports center at Xinyuan. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting Chen Jing to quickly prepare himself and dash to the sports center. The morning sports center was nearly deserted. From a distance, the sounds of boxing practice echoed, the thuds of fists striking the punching bags resonating like a release of pent-up frustration. Upon entering, Chen Jing observed that a significant portion of the punching bags had been severely damaged. At that moment, Tang Shirshir was relentlessly assaulting the last remaining bag, the sound of her blows reverberating through the air. Suddenly, she yelled at the bag, "Damn Chen Jing," and delivered a punch that shattered it into pieces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Jing turned to make a hasty retreat, but an ominous voice like a specter called out, "Chen Jing, stop right there." Chapter 12. The pretentiousness of being stabbed, no. Stabbed by a sword. Upon hearing Tang Shirshir's voice, Chen Jing realized that there was no escaping this encounter. He turned with a smile and inquired, "Miss Tang, what brings you to seek me so early?" Tang Shirshir wore a stern expression, forgoing any pleasantries. With a concentrated effort, she summoned her spiritual energy, and the Bai Shui sword at her waist transformed into a formidable blade, lunging towards Chen Jing. "Why did you tarnish my reputation?" she accused. Suddenly, the Bai Shui sword pierced through Chen Jing's chest. Tang Shirshir widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Why didn't you evade?" Internally, Chen Jing was in a frenzy of exasperation. "Why would you ask me that? I never anticipated you would actually stab me. This world is truly upside down. I have witnessed pretentiousness leading to embarrassment, but who would have thought one could be stabbed while pretending? This is unreal." As he gazed at Tang Shirshir, he realized the sword was still draining his spiritual essence, prompting him to reflect that he must enhance his fragile constitution upon his next upgrade. He managed to utter a few words, but before he could finish, he collapsed. Seeing Chen Jing fall, Tang Shirshir was left utterly bewildered. She frantically slapped his face, confirming that the plot had indeed taken a turn, validating the notion of pretentiousness leading to downfall. Realizing she could not rouse him, panic surged within her. The Bai Shui sword was one of the top 10 renowned swords in the realm. Its damage was significant, and an ordinary warrior would not survive such a blow. In a state of distress, Tang Shirshir hurriedly transported Chen Jing to her family's medical clinic. Although it bore the name Tang Family Clinic, it was actually a large comprehensive hospital, ranked second in Jiangcheng, renowned for its expertise in traditional Chinese medicine and treatment of martial artists. After an extensive treatment session, as the night deepened, Chen Jing slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital bed, with Tang Shirshir resting her head beside him. He suddenly sensed the presence of another's spiritual energy within himself, deducing that she must have infused her energy to save him while he was unconscious. Observing Tang Shirshir dozing at his bedside, he believed she had expended a great deal of her energy to rescue him and chose not to disturb her. Noticing the wound on his chest, he formed hand seals to cast a healing spell, determined to halt the Bai Shui sword from further eroding his essence. Otherwise, his fragile constitution would never recover from such an injury. Just as the healing spell began to penetrate his wound, Tang Shirshir stirred awake. Her swollen eyes suggested she had been crying for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Jing performing the spell, a flicker of joy crossed her face. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she murmured, You're awake. Thank you. I felt your energy when I was channeling mine. Chen Jing touched his head apologetically. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I nearly got you killed. I didn't expect you wouldn't dodge my sword. I assumed your martial prowess was superior, but it seems your roots are quite weak. As she spoke, Tang Shishi's emotions surged once more, and she continued to explain fervently. While Chen Jing lay in a state of unconsciousness, Tang Shishi, in her quest to ascertain the potential elevation in her own rank that Chen Jing might bestow upon her, resolved to channel her spiritual energy to save him. To her astonishment, as she infused him with her life force, she discovered that his dantian was voraciously absorbing her energy, indicating a profound connection between their spiritual essences capable of mutual activation. Observing Tang Shishi's haggard and restless demeanor, Chen Jing mistakenly believed she was reproaching him for his self-inflicted injury and hastily sought to reassure her. It's not your fault. It's my issue because I... At that moment, as their gazes locked, Tang Shishi recognized the serendipity bestowed upon her by fate in the form of this remarkable man, and she boldly kissed him. Initially, Chen Jing contemplated resisting, but Tang Shishi's arms ensnared him completely. Given the previous day's reckless bravado that had led to his injury, he hesitated, fearing that a sudden rejection might provoke her ire once more. However, Tang Shishi soon felt another surge of energy flowing into her dantian. As her tongue met Chen Jing's, the intensity of the energy heightened, and she perceived the mingling of his spiritual essence with her own, coursing back through their shared connection. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through her dantian, gathering throughout her body, culminating in a breathtaking rush that invigorated her spirit. As she witnessed her own spiritual energy manifesting in radiant gold, enveloping her being, she excitedly exclaimed to Chen Jing, Chen Jing, look, I've broken through. I am now a fourth-grade martial artist. You are truly amazing. Realizing that Tang Shishi was absorbing his energy, Chen Jing felt a powerful surge of spiritual force emanate around him. Pondering the source of such formidable energy, he joyfully realized that she had achieved a breakthrough and congratulated her. Congratulations. In her exhilaration, Tang Shishi was moved to tears, recalling the prophetic words of the great diviner Tai Qianli, and she dove into Chen Jing's embrace, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. As the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng lay in his arms, Chen Jing found himself in unfamiliar territory, devoid of experience. He attempted to soothe Tang Shishi's emotions while she clung to him, no longer the aloof beauty she once was. Instead, she embraced him tightly, unwilling to let go. Chen Jing, feeling a sense of awkwardness in rejecting her, reflected on how this fierce woman had previously wounded him with a sword. The thought of pushing her away and facing potential retribution deterred him, and thus they remained entwined, eventually drifting into slumber. The following morning, Liao, accompanied by the roommates from dormitory 328, made their way to the Tang family clinic, heading directly to the room where Chen Jing resided. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of Chen Jing and Tang Shishi entwined in slumber on the same bed, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. Having slept late into the night, Chen Jing awoke with wide eyes, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why are you all here?" Meanwhile, the groggy Tang Shishi rubbed her eyes, startled to see the 5 members of dormitory 328, and instinctively tightened her grip around Chen Jing, playfully feigning shyness as she asked, "What brings you here?" Liao appeared equally perplexed and addressed Tang Shishi, saying, "Goddess, last night I noticed Chen Jing did not return to the dormitory, so I called his phone. I distinctly recall it was you who answered, and you mentioned that he had been injured by you. He is currently in room 1801 of the Tang family clinic. Surely, you haven't forgotten this, have you?" Upon Liao's reminder, Tang Shishi finally recalled the incident and awkwardly replied, "It seems there is some truth to that. However, rest assured, he is no longer in any trouble." Liao, now even more bewildered, inquired, "Chen Jing, what exactly is going on? Weren't you two engaged in a fierce rivalry yesterday? How did that escalate to sharing a bed?" Other roommates quickly intervened, pulling Liao aside, stating, "You must have misheard. They were not in a rivalry, but rather an interaction. They then exchanged a rather mischievous grin. Instantly, a Liao comprehended, and the five of them donned the benevolent smiles of caring fathers, hastily declaring, "Then we shan't intrude any further. Chen Jing, there is no need for you to rush back. I will arrange your leave." Seeing his friend's wild imaginations run rampant, Chen Jing longed to escape this realm of gossip, but was interrupted by Tang Shi. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, dormitory leader. I will take care of Chen Jing, so you need not worry. I will promptly arrange transportation for you all back to school, and there will be some small gifts on the vehicle. Consider a token of our first meeting." Liao and his roommates chuckled. "Indeed, the goddess is quite considerate. You can trust that our lips are sealed." With that, they took their leave. As Chen Jing watched his roommates depart, a sense of emptiness washed over him. Just as he contemplated how to escape, his phone buzzed with a message from the head of the Mei family. "Master, a grave situation has arisen. Urgently proceed to the Longhu Hall." Chapter 13. A delaying tactic. Observing the previously aloof school bell meticulously caring for him, Chen Jing felt as though he had transcended time. He realized that the head of the Mei family must have uncovered something significant, and seizing a moment when Tang Shi was distracted, he swiftly escaped from the Tang family clinic. Upon arriving at the Longhu Hall of the Mei family, he found besieged anxiously awaiting his arrival. As soon as he saw Chen Jing, he rushed forward, exclaiming with fervor, "Master, you have finally come. I have mobilized our entire Wanyanshu Martial Arts Association to investigate the Tongxian Temple, and it indeed proves to be as extraordinary as you suggested." Noticing besieged's palpable anxiety and fear, Chen Jing jested, "As the head of the foremost martial arts family in Jiangsheng, how can you be so unsettled? My master, no one knows the Black Demon Eagle better than the Mei family. It was my elder brother who sacrificed himself 5 years ago to leave a trace of bloodline for the martial artists of Jiangsheng." Seeing besieged's earnest demeanor, Chen Jing gestured for him to continue. "Following your instructions, I deployed the Mei family's elite to investigate the Tongxian Temple. Aside from Dan Yangzi, there are a total of 18 Taoists. When their spiritual energy was completely absorbed by Dan Yangzi, they had already turned into dry corpses. However, this is not the end. During our investigation, we discovered that the families of these 18 Taoists were all murdered in the following days, their cause of death identical. Their hearts were extracted. We found this rather peculiar, as the instrument used to extract their hearts bore a striking resemblance to the claws of the Black Demon Eagle. The Mei family has spent 5 years probing the Black Demon Eagle case without any results, so I naturally take this matter very seriously. While reviewing the personnel records of the Tongxian Temple, we happened upon a Taoist named Yun Qingzi, who left the temple 2 years ago due to ideological differences with Dan Yangzi. We have managed to locate him. Well done. Where is he now?" Chen Jing could not help but commend besieged. Indeed, the leader of Jiangsheng's foremost martial arts family possessed remarkable acumen. "Thank you for your kind words, master. It is rather embarrassing, as my investigation into the Black Demon Eagle case has inadvertently led back to Dan Yangzi. In truth, I am a fellow disciple of Dan Yangzi, which grants me some insight into the Tongxian Temple. Master, Yun Qingzi is currently at the Tang family clinic." "The Tang family clinic?" "He sustained severe injuries, and only the Tang family clinic in Jiangsheng can treat him," besieged replied. Upon hearing the name of the Tang family clinic, Chen Jing felt a sense of helplessness. He had just stealthily departed from the clinic's VIP room, hoping to avoid an encounter with Tang Shi. Soon, besieged led Chen Jing to the Tang family clinic. While en route, Chen Jing sensed a wave of malevolence following them through his spiritual awareness, exclaiming, "This is bad. There is a killing intent." Indeed, countless Black Demon Eagles suddenly descended from the sky, launching a frenzied assault on the Mei family's Benz MPV. The glass of the car windows shattered, and Chen Jing realized the vehicle could not withstand the onslaught for long. He signaled for besieged to stop the car immediately. Suddenly, a claw tore through the car's roof, and before long, a massive beak punctured the sunroof as 2 Black Demon Eagles forcefully pulled, splitting the Benz MPV in half. At that moment, another shadow vulture launched an assault against the front window of the car. besieged signaled Chen Jing to exit the vehicle promptly. Suddenly, The entire front of the car was shaken violently, shattering into fragments as the engine was propelled forward, colliding with the oncoming shadow vulture and sending it tumbling across the ground, emitting a series of anguished cries. Besieged, radiating an aura of dominance, proclaimed, "You wretched beasts! My master, do not intervene. Today, I shall avenge my brother upon this vile horde." In an instant, a shadow vulture swooped down from the sky with astonishing speed, intent on using its sharp beak to pierce Besieged. As a third-tier warrior, Besieged remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, concentrating his energy, and unleashed the flying dragon fist. A powerful punch surged forth, the air and energy colliding like a great white dragon, striking the shadow vulture with such force that it was cleaved in two. Witnessing the devastation he had wrought upon one of the shadow vultures ignited a fierce bloodlust within Besieged. He swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a physique rippling with muscle, and shouted, "Dragon form, energy concentration." A radiant golden light enveloped him, and blood-red dragon patterns emerged across his skin. As Chen Jing observed the surge of spiritual energy within Besieged intensifying dramatically. In a flash, Besieged soared into the air, moving with the swiftness of lightning, landing atop another shadow vulture's back. With a resounding punch, the creature plummeted from the sky. Without hesitation, he leaped onto yet another shadow vulture, and soon, the sky was littered with the fallen forms of the creatures, akin to dumplings dropping to the ground. Afterward, Besieged returned to Chen Jing's side, panting heavily and exclaiming, "Master, that was exhilarating. I dispatched them all, but I'm utterly exhausted. Given the current situation, it seems trouble is brewing at the Tang family medical hall. We must hasten to their aid." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing realized he had fallen into a trap. The swarm of shadow vultures was not sent to eliminate them, but rather to buy time. The true threat was aimed at Yun Qingzi at the Tang family medical hall. In a rush, he attempted to call Tang Shishir, but the line remained unanswered. The phone rang for an eternity before a message informed him that the call could not be connected. Anxiety gripped Chen Jing, fearing that the hard-won evidence might slip away. However, as he waited impatiently for a response from Tang Shishir, the fallen shadow vultures began to mend their wings, rising once more and letting out a cacophony of shrieks directed at Chen Jing and Besieged. Besieged, taken aback by this spectacle, exclaimed in fury, "What the hell? Did I not just kill you all? Have you truly resurrected?" Now, drained of energy and utterly fatigued, Besieged's movements and strength began to wane. Chen Jing, perceiving the dire situation, decided to take action himself. He delivered a powerful punch to the approaching black abyss eagle, shattering its beak into a mangled mess. Due to the force of the impact, the bird's head and neck were severed. In what seemed to be an inevitable demise, the dark energy upon the eagle's wings re-emerged. Through this malevolent force, the head and neck were mysteriously rejoined, allowing the black abyss eagle to rise once more, letting out a furious roar directed at Chen Jing. Besieged, witnessing the spectacle, was instantly overcome with terror, exclaiming, "Master, did you see that? They truly possess an immortal body." This is strikingly similar to the scene at Blackstone Reef 5 years ago. A wave of doubt surged within Chen Jing as he pondered. Could it be that these black abyss eagles genuinely possess immortality? Chapter 14. The Phantom Gate. As Chen Jing beheld the relentless waves of the dark abyssal vultures surging towards him, he commenced a vigorous assault against them. The dark vultures that fell victim to his strikes quickly resurrected, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, and rejoined the fray. At that moment, Besieged seemed to grasp a crucial insight and exclaimed, "Master, we previously researched the dark abyssal vultures. These are ancient beasts that consume life essence, hatching every 5 years. However, the ones before us possess wings cloaked in black mist, which deviates from ancient texts. Moreover, I recalled what our elder brother uttered before his demise. Someone is manipulating them. I sense that this black mist is suspect." Upon hearing Besieged's explanation, Chen Jing began to comprehend. Previously, he had underestimated the significance of the black mist, mistakenly believing it to be an innate ability of the dark vultures. Thus, He swiftly expanded his consciousness to investigate the mist, only to uncover that it was, in fact, a technique of a 7th-level demon spirit warrior. It became apparent that Mei Huai, the former head of the Mei family, had encountered a similar phenomenon. He discovered that these dark vultures had long since perished but were still under the control of the Black Mist. This revelation clarified why he had spoken of manipulation before his demise. To safeguard the martial artists of Jiangsheng, he had ultimately opted for self-detonation, obliterating them into a mist of blood to sever the Black Mist's hold over the vultures. Without hesitation, Chen Jing invoked the ice element of the 5 elements ice and fire technique. Holding his breath and concentrating, he condensed an icy breath at his dantian and unleashed it towards the dark vultures soaring above. In an instant, the vultures were encased in ice, rendered immobile as frozen sculptures. Upon realizing the efficacy of this technique, Chen Jing devised a cunning plan. He deliberately led Mei Sijia to evade the attacks of the dark vultures, luring the massive flock towards a nearby grand river. Observing the approaching vultures, he smiled and said, "At last, they have taken the bait." Suddenly, Chen Jing exerted his strength, causing the river's waters to surge violently, resembling a great dragon ascending into the sky, sending the dark vultures plummeting one by one. With both hands forming seals, he intoned, "Ice River's starry splendor." At that moment, crystalline ice particles floated through the air like snowflakes, and the river spiraled into a colossal vortex. Mei Sijia, standing at the riverbank, noticed the temperature plummeting rapidly, layers of chill beginning to encase the flowers and grasses along the shore. Some dark vultures, having fallen into the river and struggling to regain flight, began to freeze into ice sculptures. Chen Jing continued to channel his power, further lowering the surrounding temperature as the icy snowflakes amassed. Soon, they adhered to the flying dark vultures, and before long, the vultures were encased in ice, plummeting to the ground in shattered fragments. Thanks to the protective ice, the Black Mist could not penetrate the bodies of the dark vultures, which fell like massive ice pops onto the earth and into the river. Seeing the crisis averted, Chen Jing quickly led Mei Sijia towards the Tang family's clinic. Along the way, he fretted that it might already be too late. The sole witness, Yun Qingzi, might have fallen victim to the true culprit lurking in the shadows. However, when they arrived at the Tang family clinic, they were taken aback by the scene that awaited them. Originally, the Tang family medical hall was adorned with a picturesque landscape of trees and stone formations, but it has now transformed into a barren expanse. Tang Shishir, wielding the green water sword, is engaged in a fierce battle with a masked warrior brandishing a short dagger. Both combatants bear the marks of blood at the corners of their mouths, a testament to the internal injuries inflicted upon them during their previous exchanges of inner strength. The duel is intense, with Tang Shishir's green water sword unleashing a torrent of sword shadows directed towards the dagger-wielding warrior, who skillfully counters each of her assaults, resulting in a stalemate. Observing the encounter with seasoned eyes, Mei Sijia points at the dagger-wielding warrior and states, "The individual before us is a trained fighter, a 4th-tier martial artist. If I am not mistaken, he is likely a professional assassin." Upon hearing the term professional assassin, Chen Jing senses the gravity of the situation and inquires, "Old Mei, can you discern the origin of this assassin?" Mei Sijia shakes his head, murmuring softly, "Typically, assassins hold back their techniques for fear of exposure. However, if he perceives his life is in danger, he will undoubtedly unleash his true prowess." At that moment, he trails off, casting a sly grin towards Chen Jing. Understanding Mei Sijia's implication, Chen Jing seizes the opportunity, launching himself towards the unsuspecting dagger-wielding warrior and executing a fiery palm technique. Energy coalesces from his palm, transforming into a formidable flame that surges towards the warrior. The assassin, recognizing the threat of the blazing inferno, hastily attempts to evade it. Although he narrowly avoids the fiery palm, he is nonetheless struck by Tang Shishir's green water sword, which pierces his left shoulder. Clutching his injured shoulder, the dagger-wielding warrior glares at the duo with seething disdain. Tang Shishir, embodying the spirit of a victor, looks down upon her adversary, who retorts, "You resort to numbers to secure victory. Such an act is dishonorable." Were it not for your accomplice, I would have triumphed beneath my blade. Momentarily at a loss for words, Tang Shishir is rescued by Chen Jing, who interjects, "What of it? I am not here to duel. I seek your life." The assassin scoffs, "Do you truly believe you can slay me? How amusing." A cooked duck, still defiant. Just as Chen Jing prepares to strike, the warrior hurls a pill towards them, which shatters upon landing and releases a cloud of purple smoke. As they contemplate advancing, they are swiftly pulled back by the hastily arriving besieged, who urgently warns, "Hold your breath. Be wary of this toxic mist. It may induce hallucinations." The assassin curses under his breath, threatening, "Curse you, old man. Next time, I shall take your life." With that, he conjures several illusory images of himself that float in the air before vanishing moments later. Desiring to continue the fight, Tang Shishir steps forward and implores, "Uncle May, why are you pulling us back? The man is already injured. If we press the attack, he cannot escape." To which besieged responds, "My dear young lady, do you know what that pill is? That is the Purple Sky Gate illusory pill, a life-saving talisman activated in moments of peril. Only martial artists of the 7th rank and above can disregard its poisonous miasma. Others, upon succumbing to its toxins, will fall into an illusory trance for the duration of an incense stick, rendering them vulnerable to assassins. Even those of higher rank may find it serves as a veil for deception, facilitating the escape of the killers. Had I not intervened in time, you may have become prey for others." besieged expressed with concern towards Tang Shishir. She then turned to Chen Jing and bowed, addressing him as her master. Chen Jing, wishing to keep his control over the Wanchan's martial arts a secret from Tang Shishir, quickly supported besieged and laughed. "Indeed, the principal figure here is you, the head of the Mei family. My gratitude is immense." Observing Chen Jing's expression, besieged immediately grasped the subtlety and promptly rephrased, "This young gentleman is exceptionally talented, with a future boundless in potential. However, I have detected a troubling issue that he might wish to know." Tang Shishir, oblivious to the previous exchange between them, eagerly interjected, "Uncle May, please do share. This young gentleman, whom you refer to as Chen Jing, tends to be inconsistent in his endeavors and may not always be reliable. He has a penchant for slipping away when least expected." Chen Jing clearly discerned the sarcasm in Shishir's words and gestured for besieged to continue. With a look of trepidation, besieged sighed and said, "We are facing great trouble in Jiangchen. The tools employed by the assassin earlier and the phantom technique used during their departure indicate that he belongs to the notorious organization known as the Ghost Killers." Upon hearing the name of the Ghost Killers, the typically proud Tang Shishir turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down her face, and even her speech became hesitant. "Uncle May, you can't be joking, can you? This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Chapter 15. The traitor within the Mei family, the usually demure and graceful Miss Tang, upon hearing the name Yusha, was momentarily struck with terror, her face paling and her words stumbling. Chen Jing felt that both Tang Shishir and besieged were somewhat overacting. Yet Tang Shishir was deeply concerned, for Yusha was indeed a legendary entity. besieged, standing nearby, elaborated, "In the realm of martial arts, we at Wan Tian Wuxing are regarded as the foremost in Jiangchen, boasting nearly 1,000 instructors and close to 10,000 disciples. In the presence of Yusha, such numbers are but trivial. It is said that the Ma family, once lauded as the mightiest in the capital, had a patriarch who was a 7th-grade martial saint, commanding nearly 10,000 instructors and hundreds of thousands of disciples. Yet, in a single night, they were annihilated by Yusha. Even if the Tang and Mei families were to join forces, we would still fall short of Yusha's capacity for destruction. The 4th-grade martial artist you witnessed earlier would likely be the lowest rank among their ranks." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing calmly remarked, "Thus, we have offended a power that should not be trifled with." The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. However, Chen Jing continued to probe, "Have you not considered one vital question? If Yusha is indeed as formidable as you say, why would they send someone to eliminate Yin Qingzi?" At this, Tang Shishir began to reflect, recalling the events of that day. She had refrained from visiting the Tang family medical hall recently, but had come that morning due to Chen Jing's injury. While there, she sought to ascertain the current state of the medical hall. As she descended the stairs, she encountered the second young master of the Mei family and inquired about his presence. He recounted the tale involving Tong Xianguan and Yun Qingzi, revealing himself to be a participant in the narrative. Intrigued by the plethora of stories surrounding Tong Xianguan, she decided to investigate further. Upon reaching Yun Qingzi's exclusive ward, she discovered a suspicious caregiver. Although clad in a uniform, there was an unmistakable surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. In the Tang family medical hall, caregivers are typically ordinary workers with modest wages. Thus, it was peculiar for a martial artist to assume such a role. As she conversed with him, Tang Shi quickly discerned the inconsistencies, leading to a confrontation that devolved into chaos, with the courtyard of the medical hall transforming into a battleground. After absorbing this recollection, Chen Jing began to analyze. Given that you assert Yu Shamin possesses such power, capable of obliterating the Ma family in the capital, why would an assassin from Yu Shamin masquerade as a caregiver and conceal their martial prowess during the altercation? Tang Shi glanced at Chen Jing, then at Mei Sijia. The seasoned Mei Sijia, recognizing the validity of Chen Jing's analysis, responded, "If we follow this line of reasoning, there is but one possibility. That individual with the short blade was hired by someone. Under normal circumstances, Yu Shamin would not accept commissions, indicating a unique connection between the short blade martial artist and the employer, compelling him to act." Tang Shi nodded, her previously ashen complexion regaining color as she fervently affirmed, "That makes sense." Chen Jing continued, stating that from the current perspective, the employer must be quite familiar with them, as every move he made was calculated. Except for one unforeseen step. What? Chen Jing pointed at Tang Shi and, chuckling, remarked that they had not anticipated that last night. Tang Shi had already ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier martial artist. This allowed them time to retaliate and ultimately drive him away. He then pondered why every endeavor they undertook seemed to be known in advance, particularly since Yun Qingzi only discovered the personnel records later. Why was it that their route to the Tang family medical clinic was known to someone? This suggested that among their ranks, there was indeed a traitor. The group immediately grasped the implication, and Chen Jing continued. As long as they could locate the traitor, they would identify the one who hired the assassin, and in turn, unveil the killer from the ghostly assassin's sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Shi gently tapped Chen Jing's back, a hint of admiration in her voice as she said, "Chen Jing, I didn't expect you to be so clever. It appears Uncle Mei's judgment was quite astute. You truly are a potential asset. Speaking of which, your injuries have yet to heal completely. Why not continue your recovery under my care?" Chen Jing glanced at Tang Shi and, captivated by the fervent glimmer in her eyes, thought to himself, how has this once frigid school beauty become so audacious? I must devise a way to extricate myself from her grasp. He speculated that the traitor likely resided within the Mei family, as they would be privy to Mei family matters, yet less informed about the Tang family. Moreover, this individual would possess comprehensive knowledge of the internal and external affairs of the Mei family. Time is of the essence. I must work closely with the head of the Mei family to unearth the traitor. We shall take our leave now. With that, Chen Jing grasped Mei Sijia's hand and departed from the Tang family medical clinic. Upon hearing this, Mei Sijia envisioned 3 individuals and sought Chen Jing's counsel. He replied, "This is quite simple. Have someone from the Tang family impersonate Yun Qingzi, claiming to have been attacked by a formidable opponent. With the Tang family's eldest daughter gravely injured and under my care at Jiangshan University Medical College. The Tang family medical clinic is currently unsafe and must be relocated immediately. Then we can create 3 separate routes, informing the 3 individuals you suspect. Ultimately, whichever route encounters an attack or the final destination comes under assault will be deemed suspicious. You must personally oversee this. Otherwise, if word leaks, our plan will be foiled." Mei Sijia nodded in agreement and promptly turned back to the Tang family medical clinic. After conferring with Tang Shi, they began to orchestrate their strategy. To ensure the impersonator resembled Yun Qingzi, the Tang family specifically selected 3 individuals of similar age, facial structure, and height. With Chen Jing's mastery of disguise, they would be nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary high-tier martial artist. That evening, the three routes set forth, each shadowed by an undercover escort. The first route was escorted by Mei Sijia, the second by Chen Jing, and the third by Tang Shirshir. Although their support was covert, if they encountered martial artists intent on abduction, they were to meticulously document the situation and send a signal, waiting for the main force to arrive before launching a counterattack. That night, the convoys of the second and third routes successfully reached their destinations, while the first route remained ominously silent. Chun, filled with anxiety, feared that something had gone awry with the first route, particularly concerning Mei Sijia, whose impulsive nature worried him greatly. It was only when the signal device in his hand began to flicker that his heart settled. He hastily made his way to the scene of the incident on the first route, only to discover that the entire convoy had been brutally slaughtered. Meanwhile, Mei Sijia, monitoring from the shadows, was left pale and shaken, resembling a wilted eggplant, his eyes devoid of life as he muttered in disbelief. How could this happen? How could this be? Chapter 16. A conversation of utmost importance beholding the vacant gaze of Mei Sijia. One could surmise he had witnessed something he was reluctant to accept. Shortly thereafter, Tang Shirshir, sensing the urgency, hastened to the scene. Upon her arrival, she was met with the horrific sight of a vehicle surrounded by the lifeless bodies of all aboard, grotesquely mutilated and strewn about in a gruesome tableau of carnage. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she lamented the loss of her kin, members of the Tang family, and, with a heavy heart, uttered, "It is my fault. I shall avenge you." Observing the transformation of the head of the Mei family, Tang Shirshir turned her curious gaze towards Chen Jing. As the others gathered, Mei Sijia stepped forward, bowing an apology to Chen Jing and Tang Shirshir. "I am deeply sorry for failing to protect those in the vehicle," he expressed. Tang Cici, astonished by Mei Sijia's unprecedented gesture of contrition, quickly interjected, "Uncle Mei, you humble me. We had previously agreed that in the event of misfortune, the Tang family would care for their families. As the leader of the Wuhan clan, you need not be so formal. You are aware that my father was slain by the Black Grim Vulture during the infamous case, and I am resolute in my quest for vengeance." Chen Jing observed the scene, reflecting on the resilience of the young woman, who remained silent amidst the tragedy. It became evident why Professor Huang had appointed her as the avenger of the Black Grim Vulture incident. Her fortitude was commendable. Mei Xia approached Chen Ying, still haunted by the memory of the encounter, prompting Chen Jing to offer reassurance. "What sort of adversary could instill such fear in you? You are Mei Sijia of Jiangsheng, a true man of iron courage." With a heavy sigh, Mei Sijia replied, "You are unaware, my young friend. I had been discreetly tracking the movements of the vehicle when suddenly three masked figures descended from the sky. Their prowess was unmistakable. Two of them could single-handedly halt a speeding car or shatter the pavement with a single kick. They are likely third-tier warriors. The leader, though concealing his true strength, emanated an aura of higher mastery. Initially, I intended to intervene, believing I could delay them until reinforcements arrived. However, I hesitated, and as the leader ruthlessly slaughtered the Tang family members, I recognized a technique reminiscent of my masteress." Tang Shirshir, astonished by his revelation, exclaimed, "That cannot be. Uncle Mei, I am aware your master is the revered Master Ningxia of the Biyun Pavilion, the foremost figure in our martial arts community. How could this be? We have thrived under his protection. You must be mistaken." Mei Sijia refrained from arguing, hoping against hope that he was indeed in error. He then shared the recorded video of the incident with the group before boarding the vehicle. On the road, Chen Jing and Tang Shirshir sat together in a vehicle, discussing the subsequent handling of affairs, when Tang Shirshir began to reminisce about Daoist Qingxia. Daoist Qingxia was the sole individual in the entire Jiang city to have transcended to a fifth-tier martial artist, and was known for his modest demeanor, unwavering integrity, and impartiality. He served as the spiritual leader of the martial artists in Jiang City. For instance, during the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament 5 years ago, many believed that Daoist Qingxia would bestow the Tianyuan Dan upon the Mei family. As Mei Sijia was his disciple, and the Mei family was the most prestigious family at that time, having refined the Tianyuan Dan themselves. However, for the greater good of the young martial artists in Jiang City, he insisted that everyone earn the Tianyuan Dan through their own merit, ultimately allowing himself to emerge victorious in the tournament and successfully elevate to a third-tier martial artist. Chen Jing, do you think such a person could be a ruthless killer? Chen Jing pondered deeply, remaining silent. He sensed that something was amiss, but chose not to elaborate further, simply urging Tang Shishir to keep a watchful eye on the leaker. As an outsider, he could discern that both Tang Shishir and Mei Sijia were interpreting events through the lens of the past, voicing their opinions. What if Daoist Qingxia had changed? Or if other factors were at play? Before long, they arrived at the Tang family's multimedia research facility in Jiang City. The group gathered around the company's large screen, analyzing the video brought back by Mei Sijia, frame by frame. The footage was indeed gruesome. The lead masked figure executed his actions with precision, while two accomplices swiftly dismembered the victim. The identity of the perpetrators remained obscured, as it was nighttime, and despite the infrared camera, the distance rendered the image somewhat blurry. At that moment, Mei Sijia was still in shock, sitting silently in the video conference room. Chen Jing then addressed the group. There is no need to dwell on this. We have another lead. Bring in the Mei family steward, Wang Shiqi. Wang Shiqi was brought into the video conference room, bound tightly. Upon seeing him, Mei Sijia was so enraged that she could hardly speak, immediately approaching Wang Shiqi and delivering 2 resounding slaps. You beast! You know how the Mei family has treated you. Why have you betrayed us? Mei Sijia exclaimed, her fury echoing as she pounded the long table in the conference room. Wang Shiqi, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear and knelt down to explain, Master, I am wronged. I have not betrayed you or the Mei family. Chen Jing, taunting the kneeling Wang Shiqi, replied, a stubborn duck. Do you think we brought you here without evidence? Upon hearing Chen Jing mention evidence, Wang Shiqi felt a wave of dread and decided to take a desperate stand, cursing. You, Chen Jing, you insignificant brat. I know your prowess. Though you become the true master of the Mei family, I fear you not. There is no place for reason in this world. I will not submit, even in death. Impudent! How dare you casually speak of Lord Chen Jing? Mei Sijia stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Shiqi, her fury palpable as she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tang Shishir was taken aback, pondering, when did Chen Jing become the helm of the Mei family? She widened her eyes, gazing intently at Chen Jing, who in turn glanced at her, shaking his head gently to indicate that she should refrain from pursuing such topics for the time being. Calmly sipping his tea, Chen Jing nonchalantly remarked, Are you not curious that we were aware of your role as a traitor the moment our route was compromised? Do you understand why you have only now been brought here in bonds? Chapter 17. The pride of Jiangsheng when Wang Shiqi heard Chen Jing's calm words. He was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. He understood that in such a perplexing moment, speaking or remaining silent were both precarious options. Thus, he feigned astonishment, unable to articulate a response. Observing Wang Shiqi's demeanor, Chen Jing found it amusing and addressed the gathering. At times, I too find it curious that the thoughts swirling in my mind seem to be anticipated by others. For instance, I resolved to investigate the case of Tongxian Temple once more, and during discussions among the Mei family, the families of all 18 disciples of Tongxian Temple were tragically murdered. At this juncture, Mei Sijia stepped forward, stating, at that time, the eldest daughter of the Tang family from Tongxian Temple engaged in a fierce battle with Danyangzi. The front courtyard and the scripture repository of Tongxian Temple were virtually obliterated, and nearly all significant materials were destroyed. Had it not been for the brotherly bond between Danyangzi and myself, and my knowledge of his penchant for concealing crucial documents within the secret passages of the East Chamber, we might never have uncovered the matter concerning Yun Qingzi. Fortunately, Yun Qingzi, being a first-tier martial artist, had been evading capture out of fear of retaliation following the reports on Tongxian Temple. It was only when we located him and he learned of our affiliation with the Wanyang Martial Guild that he began to lower his guard. Regrettably, the very next day after our discovery, he met with a dire fate. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of the Mei family disciples, his life would have been in grave peril. Tang Shishir immediately reacted, pointing at Wang Shiqi, exclaiming, "This indicates that someone among you has leaked information. There is a traitor within the Mei family." Feeling the weight of her accusation, Wang Shiqi quickly interjected, "Head of the family, upon my honor, I am no traitor. There were countless individuals investigating the matters of Tongxian Temple. How could I be the sole one implicated?" Mei Sijia, dismissive of Wang Shiqi's protestations, retorted, "Others received fragmented information for task execution, but the specifics were beyond their ken. The only individuals privy to the comprehensive information of the Mei family are the second elder, the chief steward, and you, my trusted steward. Indeed, it cannot be me, just because I am not a member of the Mei family. It is unjust for you to cast all the blame upon me." Wang Shiqi continued to plead his case. Mei Sijia erupted into laughter, patting Wang Shiqi on the shoulder. "Ah, Shiqi, even if you were to utter a single truth now, I would not hold it against you. Alas, you have chosen falsehood once more. For I disclosed today's itinerary to 3 individuals, each assigned a different route. Yet, it is only your route that encountered an attack. Did you not ponder why we arrived so late? It is because we brought with us all the data you have amassed over the years, which the Tang Family Data Center is presently analyzing. You must confess the truth now." Wang Shiqi realized evasion was no longer an option. He hurriedly approached Chen Jing, bowing deeply, pleading for forgiveness. Chen Jing gently patted his cheek, smiling as he said, "I preferred your former rebellious demeanor. Here is your chance. Reveal to us why you divulged secrets, and to whom." Wang Shiqi paused, sighed, and tearfully proclaimed, "I know I should not speak of this, for uttering such words will not spare my life. My sole request is for you to protect my family. I am aware this is a lofty wish. For once the Tang family's supercomputer analyzes my transaction data, even that prominent figure will be unable to safeguard himself. They are affiliated with Yang Yinshan. I cannot ascertain their identities, as the individuals who contact me are never the same. However, I can assure you they are undoubtedly from Yang Yinshan. Their robes cannot be counterfeit." Upon hearing the name Yang Yinshan, Mei Sijia glanced at Chen Jing, then at Tang Shishir. At that moment, Tang Shishir ceased her struggles, directly addressing the group with outstretched hands, inquiring, "Uncle Mei, what is the reason behind this?" Chen Jing turned to Wang Shiqi, stating, "You are aware of Yang Yinshan's formidable reputation. What I wish to convey is that your only chance for survival lies in our collaboration. Perhaps you and your family could still have a glimmer of hope." Wang Shiqi remained silent, erupting into mocking laughter, fully aware that with their current capabilities, the 3 of them stood no chance against Yang Yinshan. Mei Sijia, observing Wang Shiqi's complete loss of composure, stepped forward and delivered a firm rebuke. In his frenzy, Wang Shiqi bellowed at Mei Sijia, "Do you take me from your child? Even if the Tang and Mei families were to unite, you would still not match the might of Yang Yinshan's Baya. Daoist Ningxia is a 6th-grade warrior, merely a step away from sanctity, and his disciples number in the thousands. Let me reveal a secret you may not know. Do you think that in the entirety of Jiancheng, only you and the Tang family's young lady are 3rd-grade warriors? Daoist Ningxia has no fewer than dozens of 3rd-grade warriors under his command. They simply choose not to showcase their prowess. Do you still dare to claim that if I cooperate, my family and I will be safe? You are living in a fantasy." Tang Shishir grasped Wang Shiqi's collar, demanding loudly, "What you say is utterly true. If there's a single lie, may heaven strike me down." Chen Jing commanded that Wang Shiqi be taken away, remarking that he would be of great use later. At that moment, Mei Sijia approached with a hint of trepidation, stating, "It is indeed astute of you, master, to have disguised yourself as Yun Qingzi in advance. I noticed that Daoist Ningxia and his entourage did not detect it. Otherwise, they would have retaliated by now. Yet, the day of revelation will inevitably come, and rashly confronting Yang Yinshan would be catastrophic for us." Chen Jing paid no heed to her concerns, instead assigning her a task. Although Mei Sijia appeared hesitant, she ultimately acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Mei Sijia, Tang Shishir gazed at Chen Jing in disbelief, her eyes reflecting astonishment. She leaped forward, playfully declaring, "After just a few days apart, You have transformed into the de facto head of the Mei family. You certainly know how to surprise. Chen Jing offered no further explanation, allowing Tang Shishir to continue. As of now, I am indeed the spokesperson for the Tang family. If the Mei family's leadership rests with you, it would be a fortuitous circumstance for them. Do not jest with me, Lady Shishir. Tang Shi, with unwavering determination in her eyes, declared, had I not been privy to certain intricacies of Yanyan Mountain, I would have believed myself to be the foremost prodigy of Jiangxing. Under my leadership, the prominent families of Jiangxing would undoubtedly flourish. Witnessing Uncle Mei's admiration for you reminded me of my father's word from years past. The waters of Jiangxing run deep, and I must not harbor unrealistic aspirations. Upon hearing about the matters concerning the Yusha sect and Taoist Ning Su, my first instinct was to withdraw. Yet, you were the first to step forward and confront the challenges. I truly believe you are the one destined to guide us out of this predicament. I have every reason to trust that you are indeed the greatest prodigy of Jiangxing, and in the future, the Tang family shall gladly heed your command. How can one be so sure? Question Miss Shishir, are you merely speaking in jest? I speak with utmost sincerity, I replied earnestly. You must believe me, Chen Jing. I have long observed that, given the caliber of the people in Jiangxing, the fourth rank cannot possibly be the pinnacle of one's life. It feels as though an invisible hand is suppressing us. Chapter 18. Revered as the sovereign listening to Tang Shishir's reflections. Chen Jing experienced for the first time the burdens that accompany immense wealth, power, and martial prowess. Gazing into Chen Jing's eyes, filled with anticipation for the future, Tang Shishir resolved that she would not allow him to perish without understanding. They shared their first drink of sparkling wine together, delving into the tribulations of life, and unwittingly spent the entire night in contemplation of their woes. The following day, Chen Jing observed the peacefully slumbering Tang Shishir and muttered, "What a lightweight." She claimed she wouldn't return until she was intoxicated, yet she fell flat. Upon noticing Chen Jing's departure, Tang Shishir immediately awoke, sighed, and dialed Professor Huang's number. When Chen Jing arrived at the enigmatic hall of the Longhu Hall, known as the Zhongyi Gate, he found a considerable gathering of individuals, primarily the heads of over 100 halls within the White Martial Arts Association, along with several other martial artists. The atmosphere was rife with anticipation as they awaited the arrival of the head of the Mei family. Soon, a group of individuals entered, and Chen Jing followed suit. The attendees began to murmur amongst themselves. Something significant was certainly afoot. Such gatherings of over 100 halls typically only occurred during the new year when distributing annual salaries. The sudden assembly suggested an urgent matter had arisen within the martial community. Are you not aware? It is said that the head of the Mei family has been subdued by a university student. Not only him, but the entire Mei family has submitted to this individual. Nonsense. The head of the Mei family is known for his calmness and cunning, and he is one of the few third-tier martial artists in Jiangxing. How could he possibly bow to a mere youth? It's true. Today, it is highly likely that this matter will be announced. Then the head of the Mei family must be losing his grasp, making foolish decisions. If this is true, I shall be the first to object. Indeed, I too shall disagree. I am of considerable stature. I cannot be outmaneuvered by a university student. Suddenly, the Mei family's martial artists entered the Zhongyi Gate, parting the crowd as they strode forth, with Mei Sijia leading the way, exuding an air of authority amidst the throng of onlookers as they approached the central hall. As anticipated, Mei Sijia announced the decree appointing Chen Jing as the revered sovereign of the White Martial Arts Association, leaving the attendees astonished and speechless. However, their eyes betrayed their discontent. At that moment, Chen Jing stepped forward from the crowd, declaring, "It seems the recent announcement has not garnered your approval. If anyone has objections, please voice them." Mei Sijia, noticing Chen Jing's emergence, hurried to greet him, proclaiming, "This is our sovereign of the White Martial Arts Association, Chen Jing." Chen Jing, still surveying the crowd, coldly inquired, "Did everyone hear the announcement clearly? Do you all agree to my becoming the sovereign of the White Martial Arts Association?" Silence reigned, as even those who had previously professed their unwavering disagreement remained mute, failing to step forward. Chen Jing regarded this disheveled assembly and nodded subtly to Mei Sijia. Mei Jia immediately comprehended the situation and stood before the crowd, commanding, "Bring him forth." A group of Mei Jia warriors escorted a bound and gagged Wang Shiqi to the entrance of the gathering of righteousness. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Shiqi was publicly accused by the second-in-command of his treachery. Murmurs arose from the crowd. No wonder we've encountered so many unforeseen incidents during our investigations these past few days, leading to the loss of numerous brothers in our hall. It was this man all along. How dare he betray us? The Tang family has also suffered due to this scoundrel's actions. He has truly brought shame upon our esteemed martial arts society. Among the onlookers, some appeared pale, likely accomplices of Wang Shiqi. At that moment, Chen Jing ceased his pretense. With a snap of his fingers, a blazing fire descended from the heavens, encircling Wang Shiqi in a formidable ring of flames, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Celestial fire, a powerful technique. He must be a fifth-grade warrior. The inferno enveloped Wang Shiqi, generating an intense heat that left him disoriented. Witnessing Chen Jing's formidable prowess, Wang Shiqi immediately bowed his head in penance, pleading for Chen Jing's forgiveness. Ding. System detected an increase in Wang Shiqi's fear. Fear value 10. Current total, 72,000. Chen Jing, pleased by the surge in fear, glared at Wang Shiqi with fury, declaring, "You do not merely acknowledge your wrongs. You have chosen your own demise." With a subtle exertion of power, the flames surrounding Wang Shiqi erupted with ferocity, and he struggled momentarily before being reduced to ashes. The entire gathering of righteousness fell silent. Not a sound to be heard, as all eyes were fixated on the decisive Chen Jing. He showed no leniency towards the assembly, floating above them, gathering his energy. Suddenly, flames erupted from both the sky and the ground, forming two colossal walls of fire that completely surrounded the primary leaders of over 100 factions within the martial arts society. Seeing this, Mei Jia rushed forward, exclaiming, "The second-in-command of the Mei Jia has stated all that needs to be said. I shall not repeat it. Today, we gather within the Hall of Loyalty. You have witnessed the fate of a disloyal and unworthy individual, such as Wang Shiqi. We, the Mei Jia and the Martial Arts Society, hold Chen Jing as our esteemed leader. To reject Chen Jing is to be disloyal and unworthy, and thus, one shall meet the same fate as Wang Shiqi. I shall grant you 3 seconds to ponder this. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Detected. The host has activated the divine fire technique, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Detection. Second grade warriors 100. First grade warriors 240. Personal fear value 1780. Current total ability value 2,192,000. Congratulations, host. Your ability value has reached the threshold, unlocking skill techniques, skill enhancement, and personal quality strengthening. Please make your selection. I choose to enhance my personal qualities. Ding. The system detects the host's request and prompts. It is advisable for the host to elevate to the 7th rank of Martial Saint, enhancing one's innate qualities. The system can bestow upon the host the physique of a celestial saint, with capabilities surpassing the matched prowess. May I inquire if the host wishes to strengthen their innate qualities? The celestial saint physique. How remarkable. I comprehend now. I choose to upgrade. Suddenly, a surge of true energy breaks through my dantian, revealing a profound reservoir of power within. At that moment, the principal leaders of over 100 halls within the Martial Alliance simultaneously proclaimed, "I pledge my allegiance to Chen Jing as our sovereign. I pledge my allegiance to Chen Jing as our sovereign. I pledge my allegiance to Chen Jing as our sovereign." Chapter 19. The secret base of the River of Death. Upon witnessing everyone kneeling before him, Chen Jing, informed by the system, realized he had completely taken control of the Wanshan's Martial Alliance. Having established his authority, it was imperative to ensure that the benefits were equally substantial. Otherwise, the members of the alliance might perceive the newly appointed leader as a petty chief, standing beneath the plaque of loyalty and righteousness. Chen Jing addressed the assembly. In the future, the Wanshan's Martial Alliance will forge a profound integration with the Tang family. All resources of the Tang family will be made available to the Wanshan's Martial Alliance. The Tang and Mei families shall henceforth emerge as the true leaders of Jiangxing, and they will hold an unassailable position at the forefront. Upon hearing the prospect of deep integration with the Tang family, the heads of the various factions erupted with enthusiasm, fully aware that the Tang family had always been the wealthiest and most powerful lineage in Jiangxing. Although the Tang family was ranked second 5 years ago, their financial strength had unequivocally established them as the true first. Recently, with the rise of the Tang family's eldest daughter and the decline of the Mei family's elite warriors, the Mei family's influence had waned, allowing the Tang family to ascend to the pinnacle of prominence. They recognized that a genuine collaboration with the Tang family would be exceedingly advantageous for all martial artists within the Wanshan's martial alliance, as their financial prowess would elevate the alliance to new heights, ensuring a noticeable increase in their own earnings. Observing the satisfaction on the faces of the crowd, Chen Jing understood that the initial step towards consolidating power had been successfully achieved. The most pressing matter at hand was to delve deeply into the enigmatic figure of Yun Qingzi, as the Taoist Ning Su would eventually uncover that Yun Qingzi was an imposter. Time was of the essence. There were numerous questions surrounding this situation, particularly regarding the recent actions of Yang Yinshan, which had rendered Chen Jing increasingly perplexed about Yun Qingzi's significance. Originally, Yun Qingzi was a figure of little consequence. If he were truly vital, why had Ning Su not dispatched someone to eliminate him sooner? It was only when Mei Sijia unearthed the original files of the Tongxian Temple that the existence of Yun Qingzi came to light, prompting even Ning Su to personally intervene in the assassination, drawing the attention of assassins from the Yusha sect. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Chen Jing and Mei Sijia proceeded to the secret chamber crafted over decades by the Tang family, located on the perilous Shijiao Island in the treacherous River of Death, known as the Hangjiao River. The Hangjiao River was a formidable waterway, its surface spanning 100 zhang in width, characterized by its profound depths and turbulent currents that frequently stirred up waves, producing a thunderous roar akin to the battle cries of thousands of warriors, signifying its immense power. Moreover, the Hangjiao River was notorious for its whirlpools, which were both large and persistent. It was said in Jiangxing that anything dropped into the Hangjiao River would vanish without a trace, underscoring the peril of its whirlpools. Due to the river's treacherous nature, likened to the fiery spice of Hangjiao, no one dared to swim or boat on its waters. Furthermore, its remote location on the outskirts of Jiangxing added to its desolation, earning it the ominous title of the River of Death. As the two drove to the riverbank, the sound of the rushing waters became audible from afar, a deafening roar reminiscent of a cavalry charge, revealing the immense energy contained within. The two disembarked at the Hangjiao River dock, where they gazed upon the serene surface of a lake, which was graced by the presence of a small island, Shijiao Island. The rushing river stirred up clouds of mist around the island, imbuing it with an air of mystery. At that moment, a specially designed large speedboat awaited Chen Jing at the dock. Upon their arrival, the captain promptly disembarked to greet them, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Chen Jing? We have been expecting you for quite some time." After Chen Jing clarified his identity, he boarded the speedboat. This custom vessel was not only larger, but also boasted enhanced power, gliding swiftly across the turbulent waters as if traversing level ground. The captain skillfully navigated around the whirlpools, and soon enough, the speedboat reached Shijiao Island. Upon arrival, the Tang family guided Chen Jing and his companion to their secret base. As they passed through a small grove, a picturesque Su-style garden villa suddenly came into view. When the crimson gate swung open, a shadow wall obstructed their line of sight. A screen wall, constructed of blue bricks, featured a relief of cranes and pines symbolizing longevity, with moss collecting in the crevices and rainwater meandering like ink lines. As they rounded the shadow wall, the scenery opened up. White walls and dark tiles embraced the surroundings, with eaves soaring like birds taking flight. Copper bells dangled from the edges, trembling silently in the breeze. In the center of the courtyard lay a pond of azure water adorned with floating lotus flowers, while koi stirred the reflections of the clouds. A Taihu stone mound was complemented by an ancient plum tree, its gnarled branches exuding a subtle fragrance. Traversing the corridor, it became evident that the Tang family was indeed affluent, with a harmonious blend of pine, bamboo, and stone creating picturesque views at every turn. Eventually, they arrived at the side door of the main house, where a small elevator caught their attention. The three entered the elevator, which descended to the fifth basement level. Upon arrival, a massive stone door blocked their path. The guide from the Tang family produced an enormous bronze key, inserting it into the lock, and then inputting his fingerprint into a nearby device. With a resounding boom, the enormous stone door began to creak open, revealing a secret chamber before them. Inside the chamber, they found Yun Qingzi still resting on a bed, attended to by several Tang women. Upon seeing Mei Sijia, Yun Qingzi struggled to rise and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Head of the Mei family, I apologize for the trouble you've encountered. Without your protection, I fear I would have long since become a forgotten grave." Mei Sijia smiled politely in response. At that moment, Yun Qingzi's gaze fell upon Chen Jing, and he inquired, "May I ask who this young man is?" Mei Sijia quickly introduced him. "This is Chen Jing from Jiangxi University, the esteemed leader of our Wanyanshu Martial Arts Society." Upon hearing this, Yun Qingzi's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Could this young man be the renowned prodigy of Jiangcheng, rumored to have defeated Dan Yangzi? Meeting you in person, it is clear you possess an extraordinary presence. A heroic youth indeed." As Chen Jing listened to Yun Qingzi's compliments, he no longer played coy and revealed the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingzi's expression shifted to one of concern, prompting Chen Jing to suggest that those attending to Yun Qingzi take their leave. As the crowd dispersed, Yun Qingzi struggled to rise. Observing this, Chen Jing swiftly cast a healing spell from a distance. As his spiritual energy permeated Yun Qingzi's body, he noticed his injuries healing at a remarkable pace. Realizing he could finally move, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined that the healing spell of the prodigy from Jiangcheng could be so formidable. My shattered meridians, which would typically require a year to mend, have astonishingly begun to restore in an instant. This is truly remarkable." Witnessing Chen Jing's extraordinary prowess, Yun Qingzi decided to unveil a segment of the history of the Tongxin Temple. Chapter 20. The Water Tower carving Dan Yangzi and Young Qingzi were childhood friends from the same hometown, their bond flourishing from a young age. At the tender age of 7, they resolved to ascend the mountains in pursuit of martial arts. That year, Dan Yangzi arrived at the renowned Yangyin Mountain. Though his innate talent was not particularly remarkable, through diligent effort and perseverance, he was ultimately accepted as an outer disciple of Yangyin Mountain. At that time, Young Qingzi aspired merely to become a martial artist and fulfill his dream. He soon discovered that while Yangyin Mountain boasted a formidable reputation, its internal hierarchy was rigid and its rules numerous. Thus, he opted for the lesser-known Dongding Mountain and its Jiufeng Cave. Although Jiufeng Cave lacked the fame of its grander counterparts, its remarkable accuracy in divination attracted a steady stream of visitors. Particularly, the abbot Taoist Yunlong was known for his earnestness towards his disciples. Believing that his disposition aligned well with the ethos of Dongding Mountain, Young Qingzi chose to apprentice under Taoist Yunlong. Due to his exceptional comprehension, Young Qingzi quickly distinguished himself among the disciples, becoming the prized student of Taoist Yunlong. He successfully refined a tempering elixir, breaking through to become a first-rank martial artist. Years later, upon the passing of Taoist Yunlong, the headmaster of Dongding Mountain recognized Young Qingzi's talent and deemed it necessary for him to traverse the mortal realm, enduring its tribulations before he could attain enlightenment. When Young Qingzi departed from Dongding Mountain, he harbored a sense of resentment, puzzled as to why the headmaster had chosen to expel him to seek some nebulous understanding when he was clearly superior to his peers in strength. Wandering aimlessly in Jiangcheng, he suddenly recalled his childhood companion, Dan Yangzi, whom he had not seen in years, and wondered how he fared. Determined to reconnect, he journeyed to Yanyun Mountain in search of Dan Yangzi, only to find him being bullied by 3 inner disciples. Witnessing this, Young Qingzi rushed to Dan Yangzi's aid. A fierce exchange ensued, and despite 2 of his opponents being first-rank martial artists, Young Qingzi's prowess matched theirs, resulting in a stalemate. As the conflict reached a critical juncture, A surge of spiritual energy dispersed the combatants. It was Taoist Ningxiu who intervened. At that time, Taoist Ningxiu served as the vice headmaster and the overseer of all affairs at Yanyan Mountain. After discerning the circumstances, he imposed severe punishment on the inner disciples and left a message for Dan Yangzi, assuring him that should such an incident occur again, he would be there to protect him. For Yanyan Mountain forbade any instances of the strong oppressing the weak. This encounter marked the first close interaction between the two friends and Taoist Ningxiu. Young Kingzi was left with a profoundly positive impression of him, recognizing that he truly embodied the virtues of a saint among the martial artists of Jiangchen, fair, just, and devoid of any airs. Before long, Yin Qingzi and Dan Yangzi parted ways. Lacking any particular skill, Yin Qingzi found himself unable to secure a means of livelihood. His pride and arrogance only compounded his difficulties. After being sheltered for a time by the Ziyachahal Hall of the Wantianshan Martial Arts Guild, he stealthily departed, refusing to embrace the life of a martial artist. Once he left the guild, survival became even more arduous. In the midst of his struggles for daily sustenance, Yin Qingzi unexpectedly encountered Dan Yangzi once more in Jiangchen. At that time, Dan Yangzi was brimming with vigor and ambition, preparing to establish his own Taoist temple. Even more astonishingly, he had ascended to the rank of a third-grade martial artist. Yin Qingzi could hardly believe his eyes. Dan Yangzi had become a third-grade warrior in just a few months. Nevertheless, being fellow townsmen, he felt a genuine sense of joy witnessing Dan Yangzi's success. Upon seeing the destitute Yin Qingzi, Dan Yangzi was equally astonished, surprised at the myriad of changes that had unfolded in such a short span. Together, they resolved to establish a new Taoist temple. With the endorsement of Yanyan Mountain, Dan Yangzi swiftly founded the Tongxian Temple on the mountainside. Initially, Tongxian Temple was not as renowned as it is now. Recalling that he was a disciple of Taoist Yunlong, who was particularly skilled in divination, Yin Qingzi entrusted Dan Yangzi with the teachings of the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, 4 pillars of destiny, and the essence of heavenly transformation. From that moment, Tongxian Temple became known for its remarkably accurate divinations, attracting a plethora of devotees. Although located in the suburbs, it drew a continuous stream of worshippers. Yin Qingzi, witnessing the flourishing incense offerings at Tongxian Temple, believed that a prosperous future awaited them until he stumbled upon a shocking revelation. One sweltering summer morning, having awakened and unable to fall back asleep, he wandered around the vicinity of Tongxian Temple. Suddenly, he caught sight of Dan Yangzi sneaking away. Curiosity piqued. Yin Qingzi stealthily followed him until they reached a location known as the Water Tower Cliff, where a man clad in official garb handed Dan Yangzi a parcel, saying, "Dan Yangzi, treat these demonic eggs well. The Lord has stated that if you perform admirably, Taoist Ningxiu will reward you with elixirs to elevate your realm." Dan Yangzi immediately bowed his head, pledging his loyalty. Upon my return, I discovered him hastily bringing the parcel back to the rear courtyard of Tongxian Temple. I secretly trailed him, and when he opened the package, I was horrified to find that the so-called demonic eggs were none other than the legendary eggs of the Black Dark Eagle, exuding ominous black energy and requiring the consumption of blood essence to survive. I intervened, declaring that the hatching of such demonic eggs would result in the deaths of many innocents. At that moment, Dan Yangzi's eyes were filled with ambition and desire. When I revealed that I had followed him and witnessed all his actions, his expression turned tense. In a shocking betrayal of our past camaraderie, he struck me. As he lunged at me with the intent to kill, perhaps recalling our shared history, he ultimately chose to spare my life, generously providing me with a substantial sum of money, indicating that I should find a different way to live my life. After my departure, he orchestrated the event of my demise, concealing it from the world. In a way, it could be considered a morally sound act by my fellow townsmen. Having been bullied throughout his life, he yearned for power, aspiring to rise above others. Little did he anticipate such a fate, which is indeed lamentable upon reflection. After hearing the entire narrative, Chen Jing and Mei Sijia couldn't help but express their astonishment, particularly Mei Sijia, who remarked, "I never imagined that Brother Danyang would lead such a disheveled life in his earlier years. I had assumed he was always in the limelight. However, what puzzles me is why Taoist Ningxiu would go to such lengths to eliminate you. Yin Qingzi pondered for a considerable time before responding. The reason for the extermination of all those from Tongxian Temple lies in my knowledge that the official document from Tongxian Temple was not authorized by Yang Yanshan, but rather issued by the brigade from Shuitao Moya. I recall that the emblem on the recommendation letter from that time bears a striking resemblance to the banner of the brigade from Shuitao Moya. Mei Sijia, with her wealth of social experience, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Shuitao Moya has a brigade? This is the first time I've ever heard of it." Suddenly, a voice called out, confirming, "Indeed, Shuitao Moya possesses an armed force." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing the young lady of the Tang family approaching slowly from shadows. Chapter 21. A shocking conspiracy. Tang Shishi's voice was soft, yet it resonated like a colossal stone cast into the still waters of a serene lake. In the secret chamber, she moved with grace, emerging slowly from the shadows of the hall's corner. The flickering candlelight danced upon her delicate profile, casting an air of solemnity. Sure. Chen Jing was the first to respond, followed closely by Mei Sijia, who interjected in astonishment. "Are you saying there are armed forces at the Water Tower Cliff? How can that be possible? That region falls within Jiangsheng, where the Dragon Kingdom's laws are exceedingly strict, allowing no room for private armies." Mei Sijia's face was a canvas of disbelief, and the others turned their gazes toward Tang Shi. Even if the Tang family's trading house is widespread in Jiangsheng and well-informed, I still cannot fathom the existence of troops at the Water Tower Cliff. Remember, these are troops. How could so many individuals remain completely silent? As Tang Shishi's words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the chamber seemed to solidify for a moment. The light cast varying shadows across her face, and that weighty seriousness felt almost tangible, pressing down on the hearts of everyone present. Their gazes were like invisible chains, tightly binding Tang Shi. Unfazed by Mei Sijia's skepticism, she stepped forward gently, illuminating the main light of the chamber. "Allow me to turn on the lights." The previous dimness was stifling. At that moment, the intricate golden cloud patterns embroidered on her luxurious velvet gown shimmered in the light, further enhancing her tranquil and undeniable aura. Uncle Mei is correct. Local garrisons and military regulations are governed by clear protocols. In Jiangsheng, the court's laws are stringent, and they would never tolerate the blatant existence of organized private forces. Tang Shishi's voice remained soft, yet carried a penetrating clarity. Thus, the mere existence of this unit is a colossal secret, representing the true source of danger that we all face. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the varied expressions of the group before finally resting on Yin Qingzi's face. "Yin Qingzi, what you just described is indeed accurate. One of the significant discoveries that the 749 Bureau has made in recent years is the existence of troops at the Water Tower Cliff. The banner pattern you observed bears a striking resemblance to the seal on the recommendation letter from the Tongxian Temple. This is no coincidence." "What? That emblem?" Chen Jing inhaled sharply. Yin Qingzi's tale was already shocking enough, but Tang Shishi's words tore open an even greater chasm in the abyss. Yin Qingzi shuddered, instinctively clutching the frayed collar of his worn Taoist robe, as disbelief ignited within his murky eyes. "What? Young Miss Tang is actually affiliated with the 749 Bureau? And the emblem you mentioned, it resembles a hellhound? At the time, I felt it was familiar, but dared not confirm it. Miss Tang, have you seen it too?" "Not merely seen it." Tang Shishi's tone grew grave. "Our 749 Bureau has conducted thorough investigations into Water Tower Cliff. While that region appears desolate, it is a clandestine tributary connecting Jiangsheng to the southwestern waterways. Approximately 5 years ago, merchants began reporting unusual occurrences in those waters, abnormal currents, dense fogs leading to disorientation, and even vessels disappearing without a trace, with not even the remains to be found." "Vessels disappearing?" Meijia inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the situation. "The authorities reporting this?" Tang Shishi's lips curled into a chilling smile as she recounted how the officials had investigated several times, only to let the matter drop. They either attributed the incidents to submerged currents and reefs, or concluded that the ship owners had engaged in self-theft or had fallen prey to water bandits, leaving many cases unsolved. However, the intelligence network of the Tang family was distinct. We had compiled all the details surrounding the disappearances of ships, the vague descriptions from witnesses, and the anomalous meteorological records of that waterway. Years ago, the head of the Mei family, Mei Hui, and General Ma from the capital's 749 Bureau had spent over a year covertly investigating, eventually uncovering traces of a powerful illusionary formation at the depths of the water tower cliff, designed to deliberately distort light and water currents. Beneath this formation lay a vast underwater cavity, within which one could faintly detect the dense fluctuations of life energy, far from being a typical habitat for aquatic creatures. Furthermore, she paused, surveying the shocked faces of the crowd, before revealing a more chilling truth. The power sustaining the core of that formation was derived from human sacrifices, a remnant of some malevolent sorcery that drained the essence of life. Life essence, young Kingsley exclaimed. Was it for the black underworld eagle eggs? In fact, when Danyangzi had brought back the demon eggs, I suspected they were using lives to incubate those creatures. I had once urged Danyangzi to reconsider when he was gravely injured, but alas, he had already succumbed to corruption, much like those demon eggs, requiring the sustenance of life essence. Precisely. We simply did not anticipate the depth of Danyangzi's concealment, nor his profound connection to the water tower cliff. Tang Shishi's voice was resolute. Now the entire narrative had become clear. The underwater base at Water Tower Cliff was a well-equipped private militia masquerading under an identity that the court could never tolerate. Numbering at least in the hundreds, they relied on a formidable formation for disguise, lurking like phantoms. The missing robust men were likely abducted to the cliff's depths, serving as nourishment for the incubation of black underworld eagle eggs or other nefarious experiments. Danyangzi openly managed the Tongxian Temple, continuously funneling wealth and connections, while the clandestine team provided absolute military support and channels for handling illicit affairs, even capable of forging official documents that local authorities could not scrutinize. Thus, the recommendation letter from Tongxian Temple was merely a forged government document, entirely unrelated to Yanyun Mountain. Chen Jing felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, finally grasping Danyangzi and Taoist Ningxu's murderous resolve. This was no longer an internal scandal of the sect, but rather a colossal case involving an armed evil army, disrupting Jiang City, disregarding the law of the court, and trampling on human lives. Anyone privy to this information must be silenced. Chen Jing continued, reflecting on the Black Underworld Eagle case from 5 years ago, which was, in fact, an opportunity for Taoist Ningxu to eliminate Mei Hui, who had been investigating Water Tower Cliff. Indeed, Danyangzi was their so-called frontman, tasked with amassing wealth and creating a facade. The atmosphere in the Chamber of Tang poetry is profoundly grave. Yun Qingzi has been assassinated, and the entire Tongxian Temple has been obliterated. It is likely that this has stirred the sinister presence concealed beneath the Water Tower-esque cliffs, the ghostly hand. They're probably in the midst of clearing the area. The phrase clearing the area pierces the hearts of everyone present like a dagger tempered in ice. Within the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight dances uneasily, and the suffocating truth that has just been unraveled still lingers, overshadowed now by an even more imminent crisis. At that moment, there came a series of 3 knocks, steady and deep, resonating like a heartbeat against the stone door of the chamber. Chapter 22. The legendary Bureau 749. The crowd was taken aback. The eerie atmosphere that had been cultivated earlier now permeating each individual. Even Tang Shi found herself perplexed. How could the enigmatic secrets of the Tang family be so easily unraveled? Could it be that there was a traitor among us? At that moment, a familiar, portly figure approached the assembly. Tangxi gusped in surprise, exclaiming, "Young Sen, my apologies for my tardiness, everyone. Miss Tang asked me to join you earlier, but I overslept." The rotund Yang San appeared as he always had, adorned with a headscarf and swaying gently before the crowd. Chen Jing, startled by Yang Sen's presence, approached him and delivered a playful shove, angrily remarking, "Aren't you that disheveled fat man from Tongshan Temple? Why haven't you trimmed your beard? What are you up to? You nearly scared me to death." As Chen Jing playfully lunged at him, Yang's son deftly dodged. And Chen Jing, not genuinely intending to strike, missed entirely. To his surprise, he inadvertently yanked off Yang Sen's purple headscarf, revealing a third eye on Yang Sen's forehead. Yin Qingzi gasped at the sight, exclaiming, "The Eye of Heaven." Indeed, it was the Eye of Heaven, akin to that of Erlang Shun. Furthermore, upon noticing the emblem embroidered on Yang Sen's shirt, mirroring the intricate designs of 749 Bureau and those of Tang Shishir, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Truly, this is our most mysterious organization, brimming with hidden talents. Tang Shishir surveyed the crowd before continuing, "I no longer wish to conceal my identity. In truth, I'm also part of the Jiangnan branch of Bureau 749. Professor Huang Tang from Jiangxi University is my sponsor, and this esteemed young son is a dispatched agent from the headquarters, a perceptive second-tier martial artist endowed with the Eye of Heaven." Yang Sun promptly bowed to everyone, indignantly reclaiming his headscarf from Chen Jing, chastising him for his lack of decorum, and then cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Yang Sun, hailing from Haicheng in Longhua. Currently, I am with the headquarters of Bureau 749. Today, Ms. Tang reported on matters concerning the water tower cliff, and the headquarters has decided we must investigate further." Yin Qingzi, panting heavily, waved his hand dismissively. "No, that's far too perilous. The terrain there is treacherous, and there are formidable experts. Your endeavor is fraught with danger." Tang Shishir looked at Chen Jing, her eyes glistening with tears as she declared, "The re-emergence of the Black Hell Vulture signifies that the massacre targeting Jiangcheng has commenced. What we did not anticipate was our unintentional advance in acquiring this intelligence. Of course, all credit goes to Chen Jing. I have made up my mind. I refuse to await death passively. I must ascertain the situation regarding the water tower cliff." Seeing Tang Shishir's valor and determination, Mei Sijia stepped forward, proclaiming, "Indeed, the pride of the Tang family. I, too, shall accompany you. How tragic it is that my elder brother met his end so many years ago. My daughter, your sense of justice is commendable. You are a true hero deserving of my admiration." The crowd turned their gaze towards Chen Jing, who, sensing the fervor of the assembly, realized he was now inextricably involved. With a smile, he nodded in agreement, and thus a 5-member investigative team for the water tower cliff was officially formed. The night deepened, casting a heavy shroud over the entire Jiangcheng. The clandestine waterway leading to the water tower cliff lies hidden within the vast wetlands of Wufing Mountain in Jiangcheng. This sprawling marshland, seldom traversed by human feet, resonates with the gentle sounds of water, which pierce through the stillness with remarkable clarity. Occasionally, with a soft thud, the dead branches along the navigational path strike against the hull, echoing the tension within the 5 hearts suspended in the cabin. A sleek diesel-powered vessel swiftly slices through the detritus of the wetlands. At the bow, Yang Sun sits cross-legged, his iconic purple headscarf unmoving in the night breeze. The vertical eye on his forehead, usually concealed by the scarf, known as the celestial eye, now opens slightly, revealing a narrow slit. The profound pupils shimmer with a faint, otherworldly dark purple luminescence, methodically scanning the water's surface, the cliff face, and the deeper void beneath the waves. 15 degrees to the left, beneath the depths, lies a massive reef, yet it is not of natural origin. Yang Sen's voice, deep and resonant, carries an ethereal quality characteristic of his intense focus. The structure bears signs of artificial excavation, enshrouded in thick layers of algae. This place resembles an abandoned training ground. As he speaks, the purple glow within his eye flickers, as if it could penetrate through layers of water, revealing deeper truths. The helmsman, Mei Sijia, follows his lead, skillfully maneuvering the small boat to evade the submerged obstacles that are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His lips are pressed tightly together, palms slightly sweating, the chill of the steering wheel failing to quell the anxiety of confronting an unknown beast. In the corner of the cabin, Yin Qingzi curls up, his gaunt fingers buried deeply within his robe, while his murky eyes keenly survey the surrounding darkness, his breath quickening with each rise and fall, aggravating old injuries beneath his ribs. Chen Jing stands beside Tang Shishir, who is poised with her soft sword taut against her waist, ever ready for combat. As they approach the increasingly jagged and menacing outline of the water tower cliff, Tang Shishir steps away from Chen Jing, standing tall and resolute in the boat. Her back straight as an arrow. Her velvet gown remains opulent in the dark, yet the elegance has transformed into a solemn demeanor of vigilance. The shimmering depths reflect cold light in her clear eyes as she recalls the intelligence gathered about the water tower cliff. Yang Sun, she whispers, "You are well versed in the situation. Focus intently. Do not overlook any fluctuations in energy, especially those remnants left by the troops. This will serve as our shield in the days to come." The vessel glides closer to the cliff, the massive rock face looming like an iron wall pressing down upon the water surface. Strange vapors seep through the crevices of the rock, intertwining with the mist above the water, dispersing ominously. This fog carries an indescribable metallic scent that, once inhaled, stirs a sense of unease and oppression deep within the lungs. The mist is peculiar. Yun Qingzi warns with a tremor in his voice, his fingers twitching nervously. This is no ordinary water vapor. It is a toxic mist, likely of natural origin. Though faint, prolonged inhalation may deplete our vitality and hinder our responses. Mei Sijia snorts coldly, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his pocket, dispensing a few emerald pills to the others. Consume these. They will temporarily counteract the poison's effects. A colder glimmer shines in his eyes as he reflects on the despicable methods employed, recalling how his elder brother and others had met their demise through such sorcery. He recognizes this as their consistent modus operandi. Chen Jing and Tang Shishir, with their words imbued with medicinal essence, unleashed a wave of cool and piquant sensation that surged towards the spirit platform, alleviating the oppressive sweetness that had lingered. However, Yang Sun merely shook his head slightly, the violet light of the vertical eye on his forehead swirling. The potency of the medicine was isolated by the force field of the magical eye, rendering it ineffective against me. Everyone be cautious. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and the vertical eye on his forehead abruptly opened to nearly half its width. The vertical pupil no longer emitted mere glimmers. Instead, it radiated a concentrated beam of violet light, piercing through the thick mist and firmly pinning itself to a specific point deep within the cliff. Chapter 23. The Hellhound. Upon receiving the location from the corpulent Yang Sun, Tang Shishir suddenly produced several flying needles from her sleeve. The needles emitted a sound akin to stones colliding, yet they failed to strike the eerie green entity. The mist thickened, rendering even the 5 individuals, spaced merely an arm's length apart, nearly indistinguishable. Yang Sun proposed that they all huddle back to back, tethering themselves together with their pants cords to guard against a potential ambush from the creature lurking within the fog. Observing this peculiar scene, Chen Jing found the place exceedingly strange. His spiritual awareness typically encompassed all matter within a 10-mile radius, yet he could sense nothing amiss. Why was it that the rotund Yang Sun could discern the anomaly here? What manner of being was this so extraordinary? At that moment, the third eye on Yang Sun's forehead opened and closed once more. As he turned his head, he felt an entity drawing near. Suddenly, the vertical eye at his brow emitted a radiant light, projecting a concentrated purple beam that pierced through the dense fog, revealing a colossal creature resembling a long, elongated salamander. Its mouth gaped wide, a lengthy tongue unfurling towards Yun Qingzi. Under the illumination of the purple beam, Tang Shishir's Bai Shui sword slid from her waist like water, swiftly solidifying into its sword form. She grasped the sword and thrust it towards the creature's extended tongue. The monster, feeling the sting, retracted its tongue with haste, disappearing amidst a flurry of commotion. Yun Qingzi, momentarily stunned by the spectacle, found himself at a loss for words. Chen Jing inquired of the group, "Did you all see what that was?" Mei Sijia exclaimed, "Master, I believe I did. That creature resembled a salamander. My heavens! Having traversed the rivers and lakes for decades, I have encountered many beasts, yet this is truly the largest salamander I have ever seen. Larger than a man-eating crocodile. Yang added, I too witnessed it. It just flicked its tongue, much like a frog does when capturing its prey. Tang Shushu remained silent, intently observing the surroundings for any further abnormalities, vigilant against another assault from the creature. Only Chen Jing felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had encountered this creature in an ancient text. Although it bore resemblance to a salamander, its head was triangular, most peculiar. After some time, Yin Qingzi, regaining his composure, declared, I know what this creature is. In truth, the 18 layers of hell are divided into eastern and western realms, each comprising 9 layers. The guardian beast of the eastern 9 layers is the fabled hellhound. The creature before us is indeed the legendary hellhound. What? How can that be? The group expressed disbelief. Yang Sun continued, Isn't the legendary hellhound a 3-headed wolf beast? Yin Qingzi responded, That is merely the lore of the Rakshasa kingdom. My master once told me that the true hellhound resembles this. It dwells in the depths of the earth, its head triangular, and when enraged, all 3 faces manifest. Chen Jing immediately recalled, Yes, I remember reading in an ancient text at Jiangxing University that the hellhound's prototype is the primordial creature known as the toad salamander. And what we see before us is indeed the toad salamander. Thus, Yin Qingzi's assertion holds merit. The corpulent Yang Sun, recalling the cultural prowess of Huang Tang, a distinguished scholar in folklore, lamented, Indeed, Brother Chen speaks the truth. How shall we navigate our present predicament? We are in the light, while our adversaries lurk in the shadows. Chen Jing remarked, The body of the salamander resembles that of a chameleon, capable of adapting to its surrounding environment. Moreover, its body is riddled with numerous pores, through which it expels mist. No wonder I could not locate it with my spiritual senses. This mist emanates from its very being. Upon finishing, Chen Jing winked at Tang Shushu, who promptly nodded in understanding. Observing their tacit rapport, Yang Sun muttered, After just a few days apart, their affection is palpable, so clingy and nauseating. Tang Shushu shot a fierce glare at Yang Sun, silencing him instantly. Suddenly, Chen Jing soared into the air, veins bulging with concentrated energy as he gathered immense spiritual power in his dantian. Witnessing this, Tang Shushu urged the others, Quick, take cover. Instantly, countless pillars of fire erupted around Chen Jing, darting through the entire cliff cave, rapidly evaporating the mist that enveloped it. A loud splash echoed as a hellhound leaped into the river to escape the flames. Following Chen Jing's unspoken cue, Tang Shushu focused intently on her surroundings. Upon hearing the sound of the hellhound hitting the water, she prepared herself, unleashing a fierce sword aura with her by Shui's sword. This aura was as sharp as a bolt of cold lightning, imbued with an icy intensity and unparalleled might, fiercely cleaving into the tumultuous riverbed. Where the sword aura passed, the murky waters parted like tofu, producing a deafening sound akin to tearing fabric. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, severing the water flow and carving a terrifying chasm deep into the solid rock of the cave floor, extending for several yards. The river was instantaneously forced to the sides, only to surge back with ferocious intensity as the chasm formed, creating a thunderous roar and stirring up turbulent white waves. The riverbed was nearly cleaved in two by that single strike. Amidst this chaotic upheaval, a piercing wail erupted, resonating as though it originated from the depths of the netherworld, overshadowing all other sounds of rushing water. Roar, accompanied by this anguished and wrathful cry, a colossal, distorted figure was violently thrust forth from the split riverbed by the surging currents and residual sword energy. It was the once disguised salamander. In this moment, it appeared wretched and terrifying. The sword aura that had cleaved the riverbed had clearly struck its massive body with precision, brutally tearing apart one of its thick, slime-coated hind legs, nearly severing it from its body. Viscous, dark green blood mingled with the murky river waters, instantly spreading outward. The layer of flawless camouflage enveloping its surface could no longer be sustained amidst the excruciating pain and the surge of psychic energy, ultimately unraveling to reveal its true, grotesque form, a coarse, rock-like skin mottled with warts, crowned by a distinctive triangular cranium raised high. Three indistinct faces radiating divergent emotions emerged. On the left, fury. In the center, agony. And on the right, sorrow. Under the stimulus of intense pain, they became starkly clear and grotesquely contorted. It was utterly enraged. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three monstrous faces simultaneously opened their mouths, but their roars were not devoid of meaning. The face of torment in the middle unleashed a thick, inky, and pungently acrid cloud of toxic mist, hurtling towards the recently grounded Tang Shirshir, who was yet to regain her strength. The furious visage on the left emitted visible waves of sonic vibrations, distorting the air in anguished moans, encompassing both the just-landed Chen Jing and the slightly forward Yang Senior. Meanwhile, the sorrowful face on the right abruptly expelled a concentrated, viscous column of corrosive green acid, targeting the outer figures of Yun Qingzi and Mei Sijia. Chapter 24. Something seems off. As the current onslaught continued, a sense of unease swept through everyone present. Truly, the legendary hellhound was not merely a gigantic axolotl, a notion that now seemed exceedingly Na'vi. Toxicity, sound, and acid, an imminent three-pronged assault. Be cautious. Chen Jing's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed the terrifying energy contained within those three attacks, far from something easily countered. However, his internal spiritual energy had been significantly depleted after unleashing the flame technique to dissipate the fog, leaving him in a moment of recovery. Not a chance. At a critical juncture, he swiftly brandished his iron spear umbrella, which unfurled rapidly, generating an astonishing rotational speed. The sound waves resonated, causing the iron spear to emit a sharp clanging. The stout Yang sun erupted in a formidable roar, fiercely resisting the powerful sound waves. The Mei family's dragon tiger wall. Just as the sound waves were about to strike, a clear voice rang out. Mei Sijia reacted with remarkable speed. A surge of spiritual light enveloped him as he pounded his fists into the ground, unleashing a tremendous roar. In an instant, a circular earthen wall, over a foot thick, rose beside him, Yin Qingzi and Tang Shirshir. Boom! The toxic and acidic mist collided violently with the earthen wall, hissing and bubbling with scalding sounds. The surface of the wall quickly became riddled with cracks, yet ultimately held firm, absorbing most of the impact. Although some residual shock waves penetrated through, causing their blood to surge, they avoided severe injury. Yun Qingzi, having maintained a safe distance, rolled away, a bit disheveled but unscathed. This initial round of lethal composite attacks was narrowly weathered through their utmost cooperation. Being further away, Yun Qingzi had the clearest view of the scene. The creature's 3 souls and 7 spirits had coalesced into a tangible form, truly becoming the formidable, 3-headed hellhound. Stabilizing himself, Yun Qingzi exclaimed in a state of shock. The 3 heads are united, excelling in both offense and defense. Truly formidable. Its weakness may lie at the center where the triangular heads converge. At that moment, the enraged, 3-headed hellhound, having shed its camouflage, plummeted from midair onto the riverbed's cliff with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire cliff cave. The 3 grotesque heads abruptly twisted towards the source of the failed attack, their 6 eerie green eyes locking onto Tang Shirshir, filled with a profound and bitter resentment. Wounded beasts are often the most ferocious. The monstrous axolotl emitted guttural sounds, each head producing a simultaneous resonance that seemed to reverberate through space. An indescribable wave of energy, supremely pure yet imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, began to coalesce around the hellhound, drawing from the void to concentrate the annihilating force. The air seemed to freeze. Even the droplets of water trickling from the cave walls appeared to momentarily suspend in time. On the 3 monstrous faces of the axolotl, the expressions of fury and madness suddenly solidified. It sensed a dire threat. Ignoring its excruciating pain and wrath, the 3 gaping maws opened once more, dark green, sickly green, an obsidian light rapidly coalescing within, evidently preparing to unleash its most potent composite attack. Stop it! It must not be allowed to succeed. Yun Qingzi screamed in desperation. At the very moment when the destructive energy was about to erupt from the mouth of the toad demon, Chen Jing's gaze was as cold as ice, swiftly sweeping across the battlefield. At this moment, Tang Shishi's complexion was pale, evidently having expended considerable energy with her previous strike. Yang Sen's forehead was veined and ashen, clearly under immense pressure after the sonic attack, lacking the strength to resist. Mei Sijia had just exerted herself in defense, her spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Yun Qingzi, the weakest among them, was barely able to protect herself. Before them stood the toad demon, though it had lost a leg, its ferocious aura, stemming from the depths of hell, surged even more violently due to its pain and rage. Chen Jing felt an overwhelming pressure, quickly gathering his spiritual energy. Inscribing a rune with his left hand while channeling an ice-based attack with his right, combining it with incantations to launch rapid assaults against the toad demon below. Due to its massive size and the loss of a leg, the toad demon moved sluggishly, directly succumbing to Chen Jing's combined onslaught, instantly encased in a block of ice. In a moment, the toad demon broke free, shattered ice scattering across the ground, as it furiously attempted to retaliate against Chen Jing, only to find itself ensnared. At that moment, Chen Jing ascended into the air, radiating golden light, with spheres of ice and fire swirling around his body, one a fiery crimson, the other a frosty blue, beginning to merge into his fingertips. The stones within the surrounding cavern trembled and fell under the impact of his formidable energy. As all the energy converged at his fingertips, a glimmer of fear flickered in the toad demon's eyes. Ding! System detects fear from the ancient beast. Toad demon, 5th tier, demon spirit. Ancient level match doubled. Fear value 1,000. Current accumulated value 1195,000. Realizing that this creature could not be allowed to escape, Chen Jing soared towards its head for an attack, employing the Lingxi finger technique. Before the astonished gazes of all present, the indestructible, time-worn core of the triangular head, along with the 3 monstrous faces that had just been roaring, appeared to be erased silently, revealing a fist-sized, exquisitely smooth circular hole, seemingly leading to an endless abyss. Time seemed to freeze for an instant as the flesh, bones, and even the phantoms of the 3 faces surrounding that hole began to uncontrollably collapse inward, dissolving and vanishing. A faint, distorted cry of despair escaped from its throat, which had yet to fully disappear. The toad demon, or rather this otherworldly beast from hell, lost its support as its colossal body began to fall backward uncontrollably, crashing into the blood-soaked riverbed that Tang Shishi had cleaved open. Dark green blood, mingled with murky river water, surged forth, quickly engulfing its broken form. The entire cliff cave fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of the river washing against the broken walls and the heavy, labored breaths of the survivors. The power of this ultimate move far exceeded their expectations. Those who had survived the ordeal gazed at the immense creature gradually being submerged by the river, then turned their eyes to Chen Jing, who stood resiliently in the center, their expressions filled with shock and dread. Was it over? Meijia's voice trembled slightly, shattering the silence. Yangtzen's vertical pupils gradually closed, leaving behind a narrow line, as if extracting tremendous mental energy. He wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the murky river water, then glanced at Chen Jing, smacking his lips. Chen, you are impressive. Your attacks have a grabbing effect. Though your ultimate has a long wind-up, the damage is substantial. If you were a hero in the Game King of Glory, you'd be absolutely formidable. Tang Shishi swiftly approached Chen Jing, steadying his slightly trembling arm, while the azure water sword had quietly returned to its sheath. She looked at Chen Jing's pale face, her eyes filled with both concern and care, ultimately manifesting in a whispered inquiry. Are you all right? Chen Jing gave a slight shake of his head, indicating that he was fine, yet his gaze was gravely fixed on the vast fissure in the riverbed that Tang Shishi had cleaved open. Underground water rushed in, engulfing the corpses of the monsters. However, beneath the swirling mud and blood, faintly discernible outlines emerged at the bottom of the gaping chasm, resembling traces of artificial carving. Could it be that beneath this riverbed, there exists more than just the Hell Guardian beast? Chapter 25. The perils deep within the cave. Chen Jing followed the gazes of the crowd, observing the underground water gradually surging upwards, not in a fountain-like manner, but rather spreading swiftly at a visible pace. Within a limited time frame, the area was rapidly inundating, while the previously formed small lakes were receding with alarming speed. The group drew closer, and on the stone walls, once damp from the water, mottled moss was visibly fading away, revealing the dark, slate-like rock beneath. The jagged contours were not natural formations, but rather a multitude of intricate carvings, resembling ancient runes or the interlocking teeth of colossal machinery, glimmering with a cold, iron-like sheen in the dim light. Mamate, Yin Qingzi scratched the back of his head, pondering if there lay treasures hidden beneath. Or perhaps, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Something far more sinister than the hellhounds? Tang Shirshir instinctively pressed her hand against the hilt of her sword. The azure water soared humming softly, as if sensing something amiss. Whatever it was, they needed to investigate it. Her voice was clear. Otherwise, once the river reversed its flow, the trail would vanish. Mei Sijia rubbed his throbbing temples. The earlier defense had drained his spiritual energy, and his cheeks still bore a sickly pallor. Yet, his eyes sparkled with remarkable intensity. I concur. I believe you must examine the situation, master. He raised his gaze towards Chen Jing, who was leaning against the cave wall, recuperating. With each breath, a wisp of dark energy flickered across his brow, likely a consequence of the backlash from forcibly merging with the Lingxi finger. Previous attempts to employ healing spells had proven futile due to the seals he had placed earlier. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively but nodded in agreement, the dark energy becoming increasingly pronounced. Mei Sijia retrieved a crimson elixir from his storage pouch and swallowed it, the aroma of the pill mingling with the scent of blood in the air. It's fine. This pill can suppress 30% of the backlash. It should be beneficial for the master. After taking the elixir, Chen Jing felt a refreshing surge throughout his body, although there remained pain in his dantian. His overall energy flowed more smoothly. He straightened his posture and addressed the group. No worries. Let us proceed downward. Suddenly, Yin Qingzi stretched out his hand to halt him. Wait, I sense something amiss. He pulled out a weathered talisman from his robes, his fingertips forming a seal. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a wisp of ethereal blue flame that drifted towards the crevice. The flame paused mid-air, as if attracted by some unseen force, before plunging downwards, soon disappearing without a sound. There is a presence of Yin fire below. Yin Qingzi frowned. It was the corrupt fire of an extremely Yin realm, known to counteract Yang's spiritual energy. To descend recklessly could spell disaster. The group understood that such flames would be a death sentence for a practitioner like Mei Sijia, who thrived on brute strength. The stout fellow thumped his chest, his violet vertical pupil suddenly glowing. Allow me to forge the path. My third, I can dispel the Yin and evil. I can expend the remainder of my spiritual energy, if necessary. No sooner had he spoken, when his vertical pupil emitted a beam of purple light directly at the crevice. Upon reaching the water's surface, the purple light cleaved through it as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, revealing the dark abyss below. Well done, Yin Qingzi praised. Chen Jing glanced at Tang Shirshir, who tightened her grip on the sword hilt in understanding. 5 individuals arranged themselves in a fan shape, with Chen Jing leading the way, following the path cleaved by Yang Sen's purple radiance, and slowly descending into the chasm. They plummeted approximately 10 zhang before their feet unexpectedly met solid ground. As Chen Jing landed, he stumbled slightly and raised his gaze to find themselves within a vast underground cavern, its ceiling adorned with stalactites, each intricately inscribed with runes akin to those upon the cavern walls. At the center of the cave stood a dilapidated stone altar, upon which rested 9 bronze pillars entwined with chains as thick as a bowl, the ends of which were shackled to a skeleton. This skeleton towered at 2 zhang, its bones a dark golden hue, with luminous pearls the size of a fist embedded between its ribs, each pearl encasing a wisp of ghostly green flame. Most horrifying was its cranium, which was not human, but rather a gargantuan skull covered in scales. This is... Yin Qingzi's voice trembled. The altar for suppressing malevolent entities? He inhaled sharply, noting its striking resemblance to the runes that Dan Yangzi had used during the hatching of the Black Nether Vulture at Tongxian Temple. Trembling, he extended his hand, and as his fingertips grazed the nearest bronze pillar, the runes abruptly sprang to life, slithering like serpents onto the back of his hand. With a cry of pain, Yin Qingzi withdrew his hand, now marked by a crimson gash from which dark purple blood began to seep. "Do not touch it," the stout man exclaimed urgently. "That is a soul-locking pillar, forged using the resentful souls of the living. The hellhound we encountered earlier must have emerged from here." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath the altar began to fissure like a spider's web, just as Chen Jing intended to pull everyone back. Two wisps of ghostly green flame erupted from the eye sockets of the colossal skeleton, darting directly toward Tang Shi. "Watch out!" Chen Jing shouted, unleashing a punch that shattered the ghostly flames into fragments. Yet, more of the ethereal fire surged forth from the skeleton's 7 orifices, advancing like an overwhelming tide. Mei Sijia once again conjured the Dragon Tiger barrier to fend off the onslaught of the ghostly flames. This is corpse fire, a force that devours vitality. Seizing the moment, Yang Sun bit his fingertip and traced a blood rune upon the ground, invoking the fire of the earth to burn. A pillar of crimson flame erupted from the depths, entangling with the corpse fire. "Now I understand," Chen Jing remarked with a grim smile, finally recognizing the peculiar energy surrounding them. They were in the very nest of an ancient creature, or more accurately, an ancient experimental base, from which the 3 hellhounds and the Black Nether Vulture had merely been spawned from the crystalline womb. With a thunderous crash, the crystal suddenly shattered under Chen Jing's watchful gaze, and the entire cavern began to violently collapse. The stout man tugged Tang Shi and Mei Sijia towards the exit, while Yin Qingzi followed closely behind. Chen Jing remained steadfastly by their side, hastily inscribing a life-boosting rune upon the stone wall to grant them swiftness. As the first stalactite plummeted, the group swiftly dodged, followed by a torrent of falling stalactites. Thanks to the enhancement of the life-boosting rune, they adeptly evaded the onslaught until the last of the stalactites fell, only for them to rise once more and crash down upon the group. The stout man, witnessing the relentless assault of the stalactites, shouted in exasperation, "Damn it, this is going to wear us out. It's an unending barrage. Brother, I believe this energy is connected to that crystal." Upon hearing Chen Jing's words, he immediately comprehended the situation. With a swift motion, he shattered the descending stalactite and rapidly approached the crystalline stone. The crystal, sensing Chen Jing's presence, reacted as if summoned, and all the stalactites surged towards him. However, those that aimed to strike Chen Jing were obliterated by the protective shield formed by his spiritual energy. Ding! The system detects the fear of an ancient-grade divine artifact. Motherstone 5th rank Demon Spirit. Ancient grade match yields double rewards. Fear value 1,000. Current total 2,195,000. Chen Jing reached out to touch the crystal, a familiar sting coursing through his fingertips. Yet, the surrounding stalactites fell silent, cascading to the ground. He lifted his gaze towards the others and noticed a transformation in their expressions. Astonishment, confusion, but predominantly a sense of relief as if they had narrowly escaped calamity. Suddenly, the rotund figure among them hushed, asking if anyone had heard the sound of marching troops. Mei Sijia retorted sharply, pointing out that they were buried dozens of feet underground, and in this pitch darkness, the presence of an army was implausible. However, a rhythmic sound of orderly footsteps echoed from the depths. Tap, tap, tap. Chapter 26. The gate of the abyss. The atmosphere, once relaxed, was abruptly transformed into one of palpable tension as the portly man's well-meaning reminder sent chills down their spines. In that moment, the cave fell into an eerie silence, with everyone straining to listen to the distant sounds echoing through the darkness. The footsteps, marked by an unsettling rhythm, resembled the clanging of countless rusted iron boots upon the stone floor, drawing nearer with a jarring clatter. As the sound of armor scraping against each other surged forth from the depths of the inky blackness below. Good grief! There is indeed something. The rotund man's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fear, flickering uncontrollably. In a panic, he swept a beam of purple light into the darkness, only to reveal a swirling mass of indistinct shadows. He shook his head in resignation, letting out a series of heavy sighs. The fleeting relief that Mei Sijia had felt moments ago evaporated, and she exclaimed in frustration, "What in the world? What kind of fiend can march in formation in such a cursed place?" Tang Shishir's sword hummed ominously, its tip almost poised to soar through the air. The silken threads of the sword tassel swirling with a fierce urgency, ready to pierce the darkness at any moment. She had been intently listening to the sounds ahead, which were both thrilling and certain. With a hint of anxiety, she asserted, "They are below us. Not just one squad. It's a military formation." The hilt of her sword creaked under her grip, the blade shimmering with a radiant light, brimming with latent energy. Yin Qingzi clutched his chest tightly, ensuring that what he heard was indeed real. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, his eyes wide with horror. This sound is so sinister. It feels as though it is the passage of spectral soldiers. Could it be that this place is not merely a lair, but a dragon's end? A dead end? Someone is deliberately luring us down to fill this pit of 1,000 souls. He gazed blankly at Chen Jing, for at that moment, only Chen Jing represented their beacon of hope. The group was utterly unprepared to withstand any assault from ahead, and only Chen Jing's prowess could venture into the unknown. The overwhelming dread instilled by the marching sounds in the cavern gripped everyone with an invisible bind. Despite the lingering pain in his chest, Chen Jing straightened his back, a thin layer of golden light emanating from his previously dim protective aura. His gaze was resolute and serious, fixed upon the swirling abyss beneath them. This is not a figment of our imagination. Something unknown lies within. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Before his words could fully resonate, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Chen Jing. Tang Shishir gasped in shock. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Jing appeared in rapid succession at the source of the sound, where a bizarre bronze door now stood, obstructing their path. The door was devoid of any inscriptions or images, yet it was adorned with an intricate tapestry of runes on both sides. Having long mastered the art of enchantment, Chen Jing recognized the runes before him. However, he found them to be even more peculiar and terrifying than he had anticipated. The creator of these runes was certainly no ordinary individual. They must have been a being of divine stature, likely established by the legendary 9th-tier warriors. On the surface, the runes above appeared to be mere enhancement spells. However, through his analysis of spiritual energy, Chen Jing discerned that these runes are, in fact, control runes. They resemble curses that bind individuals, akin to spells that ascend upon a person's body to manipulate their actions. These incantation runes, in contrast, are designed to restrain the entire cavern, suggesting that the caster has managed to seal and control the very heart of the mountain. To Chen Jing's surprise, the rotund companion had managed to keep pace, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, please consult us next time, would you? We recognize your heroism, yet we never intended for you to shoulder the battle alone. Besides, your speed is exhausting to chase." Shortly thereafter, Tang Shishir caught up, and upon seeing Chen Jing's tear-stained visage, her expression hardened back to its usual icy demeanor. She approached him and delivered a punch, coldly admonishing, "Do not overexert yourself. I do not wish to witness your demise." Soon, the rest of the group arrived, and upon encountering the bronze door, Mei Sijia was instantly electrified with excitement. Could this be the legendary gate of the Return to the Void? How could it possibly be discovered at the Water Tower Cliff? Upon hearing the phrase Gate of the Return to the Void, the usually jovial rotund man fell silent, his demeanor shifting as he pondered deeply, muttering to himself. Noticing his unusual expression, Tang Shishir stepped forward and inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Yang?" He replied, "The Gate of the Return to the Void is said to be the famed technique of the terrestrial immortal, Wu Ji Xian, capable of harnessing mountains, rivers, and seized for his own use. However, Lord Deng Jixian perished during his ascension failure over 60 years ago. How could this gate possibly exist? Wu Jixian? Are you referring to Lord Wu, the head of the 749 Bureau, the trusted aide of the first emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? Dang Sisi Guestin, to which he nodded in affirmation. As the group now stood before the gate of the Return to the Void, they once again heard the sound of footsteps, tap, tap, tap. A resonant echo that suggested a multitude of soldiers marching within. The sound was both loud and clear, evoking a scene of military preparation, which was profoundly alarming. For the Dragon Kingdom does not maintain an army. What could possibly be the source of this military presence deep underground? How are their needs for sustenance and shelter being met? At that moment, the group was instantly divided on whether to enter the gate of the Return to the Void. Tang Shi and the Rotund Man formed one faction, advocating for the opening of the gate to uncover its secrets. After all, they had ventured this far, having already faced the trials of the three-headed hellhound and the Stone Mother. Now, at this juncture, the individuals from 5 years ago and the present deserved answers regarding the true nature of this case. Conversely, Mei Sijia and Yun Qingzi argued for circumventing the gate to seek other clues. They reasoned that this technique was established by a 9th-grade martial artist, a terrestrial immortal, and that it likely harbored perilous entities. Why risk their lives unnecessarily? Had it not been for Chen Jing, they might have perished in their previous encounter. What exactly is sealed within? The uncertainty loomed large. At that moment, a voice resonated within him. Master, unlock the bronze door and rescue my numerous stone dolls. Chen Jing immediately inquired, Master, who are you? I am the Stone Mother, the voice replied. I have observed that you are also a spirit-level warrior. I implore you to shatter my true form. My soul resides within your body. If you can break the enchantment and open the bronze door, the stones of the entire world will be at your command. Beep. Side quest detected. Break the bronze door. Reward. 3,000 ability points, which will assist the host in transcending to the 7th level of Martial Saint. Upon hearing such a bountiful reward, Chen Jing wiped his mouth and, through his understanding of the runes, began to swiftly locate the focal point of the symbols. He suspended himself in mid-air, his toes poised upon the stone tip, his gaze penetrating the layers of darkness. His right arm's muscles bulged, and bolts of lightning coalesced between his fingers. With tremendous force, he struck the center of the swirling rune array. Break for me. Chapter 27. Crisis resurfaces with a resounding boom. Chen Jing's fist struck the bronze door, causing it to tremble violently. The runes entwined around the door writhed as if animated, continuously shifting and binding the door tighter. Despite repeated attempts to force it open, the bronze door remained steadfast. The stout man observed in astonishment, exclaiming, Such formidable spiritual energy has failed to breach the bronze door. This power could even cleave mountains. Truly, these runes are formidable. Chen Jing, too, felt perplexed. His strength seemed to dissipate upon impact, as though striking a wall of cotton. Evidently, the incantation had mitigated his force. Yet, he had discerned the heart of the spell. Was there more to uncover? Suddenly, he noticed the runes he had attacked beginning to shift once more. It dawned on him that the key to unlocking the bronze door lay not in brute force, but rather in dispelling the rune's bindings first, followed by breaking the door itself. Resolute, Chen Jing sought the core of the runes once again. He recognized that the interconnectedness of the symbols was akin to his own incantation techniques, albeit with distinct differences. He silently recited the spell, forming the binding incantation. Upon completing the final gesture, the runes began to loosen, gradually yielding to his command. He called out to the others, Hand me a talisman. Mei Sijia quickly harnessed her spiritual energy to send a talisman floating toward him, with his left hand still channeling the binding spell. Chen Jing bit into the tip of his right thumb, swiftly sketching runes on the talisman. Once completed, he gathered the runes into the talisman, invoking the 5 elements binding talisman. As the runes were absorbed, Chen Jing wiped the sweat from his brow, marveling at the prowess of a 9th-tier warrior. The exertion had nearly drained the entirety of his own 6th-tier spiritual energy. Noticing that her energy was similarly waning, Tang Shi stepped forward and offered him a Peiyuan pill. saying, "Chen Jing, you are nearly depleted. Your earlier exertion has already taken a toll on your body, and now your energy is running low. This is detrimental to your health. This pay-you-on pill will swiftly restore your strength." Chen Jing immediately declined, responding, "This is an invaluable elixir. Your energy is nearly spent as well. You should keep it for yourself." Tang Shishi's expression turned grave, her voice icy as she insisted, "Chen Jing, you must take it. You are the most crucial member of our team. We are relying on you to survive. If we manage to escape the water tower cliff, I promise to treat you well." With that, she forcefully placed the pill into his mouth. As the elixir dissolved within him, a wave of warmth surged through his dantian, filling him with renewed vigor. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed once more. Chen Jing gazed at the bronze door before him, igniting a long-dormant volcano within him. Infusing his fist with both ice and fire, the once engraved runes on the colossal bronze door erupted spectacularly, shattering as stones rained down like a torrential storm, propelled upward by a furious gale. With a resounding chime, the host's breach of the bronze door yielded a reward of 3,000 ability points, bringing the total to 5,190 out of 5,000. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from within, coalescing into a formidable force capable of overturning the majority of natural laws in existence. In an instant, the ghostly green fire was shattered and scattered by the fragments of rock, creating a gaping chasm at the cave's bottom. A murky wind, rife with the acrid scents of sulfur and decaying iron, surged upward from the pit. In the fleeting moment of this upheaval and the flickering ghostly light above, all present bore witness to a remarkable transformation. Upon realizing that his meridians were fully unblocked, he immediately cast a sacred healing spell towards Tang Shishi and the three others. Not only did their spiritual energy replenish, but their powers were also significantly augmented. The onlookers regarded Chen Jing with astonishment, yet he urged them to focus on the present situation, sensing an immense force within. As the bronze door swung open, a vast and profound pit came into view, reminiscent of ancient military encampments. However, the pit's floor was not composed of rock or soil, but rather an expansive, suffocating expanse of obsidian metal. Upon this ground stood a silent bronze phalanx, marching in precise unison along an unseen path, directing their gaze towards the five who had unveiled the bronze door. These soldiers were clad in heavy armor, the joints emitting a disconcerting metallic grinding sound, their visors obscuring their faces, revealing only two flickering green flames deep within their eye sockets. The foremost 5 ranks donned bronze armor, the middle 3 ranks gleamed in silver, while the last rank shone resplendently in gold. Witnessing such formidable warriors upon this dark terrain invoked a pressing question within the crowd. What manner of soldiers are these? They bore no resemblance to the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Were these individuals alive or deceased? The opening of the bronze door unleashed a palpable aura of menace among the soldiers, their ghostly green glow transitioning to a blood-red hue. Suddenly, a line of bronze warriors charged towards them, wielding fearsome axes and advancing at an astonishing speed, far beyond that of mere mortals. Besieged was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "My heavens! These bronze warriors are all first-tier martial artists. How can there be so many? Everyone be cautious." At long last, Tang Shishi unsheathed her sword. The radiant light of the emerald water sword surged forth, rising like a crescent moon amidst the darkness. The sword's song resonated clearly, transforming from a tremulous tone into a dragon's roar. The sword's aura condensed to perfection, enveloping her in a high-velocity, pale blue wind barrier. The ground trembled, and debris floated, forcibly displaced by the sheer might of her sword energy. Meanwhile, Besieged unleashed a renowned dragon tiger fist, charging into the fray against the bronze warriors. Fatty and Yun Qingzi swiftly joined her in the melee, engaging fiercely in battle. The soldiers proved to be exceptionally well trained. As the first rank fell, the second rank surged forth at the most opportune moment. Despite some soldiers being sent flying in the skirmish, they managed to encircle the 4 of them. "Attention, everyone! Before you stand the living soldiers, not the specters of the dead." You have been encircled. Chen Jing's voice resonated with an unprecedented gravity. On the metallic plane, the rhythmic march of the troops conveyed a profound detachment. The clashing of bronze armor produced a cacophony akin to a deathly tide of metal, engulfing the cavern. Tap! Top, top! The footsteps grew increasingly distinct. In the final row stood a solitary figure clad in golden chainmail, wielding a formidable 8-foot-long locking dragon spear. The hollow visage of the helmet was illuminated by a flickering, ethereal flame, which turned upwards to fixate upon the silhouette suspended at the precipice of the pit, continuously shedding golden blood. Chapter 28. Unfathomable. Incomprehensible. Tang Shishi's sword radiance, akin to a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, sliced through the air with a fierce shriek. The green sword aura formed a wind barrier, shredding the bronze-armored warriors into disarray. Shattered armor and severed limbs were swept into the sky by the violent sword chi, only to rain down like icy shards. Yet it was futile. More bronze warriors advanced, stepping over the remnants of their fallen comrades, their expressions devoid of emotion, their ghostly green eyes burning with a relentless fire, fixating on their target. They charged fearlessly, their movements precise and swift, betraying no signs of lifelessness. Mei Sijia's fist struck like thunder, as his dragon tiger fist unleashed a torrent of might. The golden dragon and tiger forms of his strikes detonated with ferocity, each collision sending bronze warriors hurtling backward, crashing into the ranks behind them, causing chaos and the sickening sounds of twisted metal and broken bones. Yet, the formation only hesitated momentarily before new soldiers surged forth, absorbing the brunt of his overwhelming power. His complexion grew increasingly pale, each punch extracting a toll from his weary body, accompanied by pain groans. Yang Sun, the rotund figure, bore a third vertical eye on his forehead that flickered with violet light, searching for a flaw in the military formation's core. However, he was disoriented by the countless flickering blood rays, his mind reeling and his head pounding. He could only rely on instinct, condensing the remaining spiritual force into his umbrella spear, thrusting it fiercely at the approaching enemies with each strike accompanied by a heavy thud. Yin Xingzi's robe billowed as he recklessly unleashed an array of talismans, exploding, entangling, and binding, creating dangerous bursts of fireworks amidst the bronze tide. It was merely a drop in the ocean. The four were fragmented, encircled. The bronze ocean surged from all sides, the oppressive weight rendering the air almost palpable. Attention! Below are living soldiers. They are certainly not the undead. You have been surrounded. Chen Jing's somber voice pierced through the clashing of metal, heavy with foreboding. He hovered at the edge of the pit, the golden light of the divine healing spell he had cast for Tang Shishi and her companions still lingering, enveloping them, forcefully replenishing their dwindling strength, mending their minor wounds. Yet, this restoration felt so fragile amidst the relentless assault. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm of footsteps suddenly shifted. As if in response to the commander's will, the last few rows of silver-armored warriors, previously immobile, began to move. Those clad in silver armor acted with swiftness, no longer wielding great axes, but rather long spears gleaming with ominous cold light. They did not charge forward. Instead, they all aimed their spears at the encircled center, electric sparks igniting at the tips. Soon, the center of the encirclement was enveloped in a blinding electric net. The soldiers before them believed that those trapped at the center were surely doomed, and they fell into silence. However, the solitary leader adorned in golden chainmail, wielding an imposing dragon spear, did not waver. Beneath his hollow helmet, his blood-red eyes glowed like twin crimson suns, still pointing at the encircled center. The menacing dragon spear he held was slightly raised. He discerned that such a powerful electric assault had failed to inflict any harm upon the enemy. As the dark iron earth dissipated, it revealed that Chen Jing had forcefully absorbed the lightning using his talismans. When the four individuals broke free from the encirclement, the numerous bronze warriors initially intended to attack them. However, Chen Jing unleashed the absorbed lightning upon the surrounding bronze warriors. In an instant, a dazzling display of electric light erupted. One would have expected the bronze warriors to be utterly obliterated, yet they were merely knocked back or sent flying, unharmed. In fact, they seemed to have absorbed the lightning, appearing even more invigorated. Chen Jing quickly advised everyone, do not descend for the time being. The ground below is composed of dark iron, which possesses exceptional conductivity. A low hum resonated as the leading general aimed his 8-foot-long locking dragon spear towards the heavens. A dark red ripple of energy suddenly spread from the golden-armored figure at its center. The once profound darkness of the cave transformed abruptly. Thick as ink, the roiling storm clouds gathered ominously without warning. Within the clouds, blood-red lightning surged like countless enraged serpents, violently tearing apart the darkness. The terrifying might of the heavens descended upon this deep underground space, akin to a divine wrath from the heavens above, bringing with it a cataclysmic pressure that locked onto Chen Jing. Boom! Crack! The first blood-red thunderbolt descended like a colossal pillar, imbued with the essence of destruction. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it disregarded space and distance, striking with unimaginable speed and precision to confine Chen Jing in its fierce descent. Chen Jing! No! Tang Shishir's eyes brimmed with tears. The cries from below were instantly drowned out by the roar of thunder. Chen Jing's pupils constricted, faced with this blood-red heavenly thunder, capable of reducing any 5th-grade warrior to dust, and even 6th-grade warriors being unable to withstand it. There was no escape for Chen Jing. Hearing the frantic shouts of his companions, Chen Jing understood he had nowhere to flee. Within his dantian, the immense power of a 7th-grade sage erupted like a dormant volcano, igniting into an unprecedented brilliance of golden light that enveloped his entire being. This golden light was not merely energy. It resembled a layer of liquid gold battle armor, refined to perfection. Instantly, it cloaked him, rendering him akin to a war deity descending to the mortal realm. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a primal roar, as if to tear apart the confines of this world. Come on! Suspended in midair, he advanced rather than retreated, his right foot stamping down fiercely into the void, conjuring a faint golden aura beneath him. His figure shot forth like a golden meteor, charging directly at the cataclysmic thunder. With a clenched fist, the golden light coalesced at the tip of his fist, as if he grasped the entirety of a burning starry sky. The indomitable yang energy surged through his flesh, awakening the stone mother within Chen Jing's heart. Rocks began to animate, swiftly assembling into a new suit of stone armor. The two forces merged in an unprecedented manner, transforming into a swirling vortex that devoured all light. With a resounding crash, the golden fist collided squarely with the blood-red thunder in midair. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. An indescribably blinding orb of light suddenly expanded, half a harbinger of destruction in a vivid crimson hue, and half a radiant gold capable of melting all. These two terrifying energies violently tore, strangled, and obliterated one another. The fearsome shockwave swept through the surroundings like an invisible hammer, engulfing the front row of bronze warriors surrounding Tang Shishir and her companions, who fell like grain cut by a scythe, toppling, shattering, and being hurled into the air by the ferocious gusts. At the cavern's apex, vast clusters of immense stalactites could no longer withstand this dual onslaught, beginning to fracture and plummet, unleashing a true deluge of stone. The bronze warriors were thrown into disarray. Yet the silver and golden warriors swiftly utilized their silver spears and wolf-toothed clubs to fend off the descending stone rain. At that moment, Chen Jing beheld this scene, and an idea sprang forth within him. Chapter 29. The turning tide, the formidable majesty of the thunderous wrath had yet to dissipate, as fragments of rock and swirling dust enveloped the air like a dense mist. Chen Jing's body, encased in a shattered armor forged from the essence of the earth, bore the marks of battle, with crimson lightning flickering ominously at his wounds. He trembled violently, a surge of scorching blood almost rising to his throat, only to be forcefully stifled. Within his dantian, the golden sea of energy characteristic of a 7th tier saint quaked violently, dimming in its brilliance. Nevertheless, his eyes, seared by the electric blaze, shone with a terrifying intensity amidst the cascading stone rain and the silver-armored soldiers standing resolutely below, effectively blocking the onslaught. Poetry and the Rotund One swiftly gather the black iron fragments. Old May, shatter the high cliffs. I have my own designs. Yin Qingzi, employ the earth spirit gathering talisman. Once the black iron shards are amassed, seal the surface. Hurry, do not question the reasons, just obey. The commands fell like a tempest, leaving no room for doubt. The four below, witnessing Chen Jing's defiance against the thunder, felt their astonishment give way to a fervent resolve. Their spirits ignited by his thunderous roar and indomitable stance, breeding an unyielding camaraderie in the face of death. Upon hearing Chen Jing's orders, despite their lack of understanding, an unspoken trust blossomed among them, a clarity of purpose never before felt in the throes of life and death. Tang Shir let out a piercing cry, her azure sword light retracting from its destructive edge, transforming into a soft and resilient azure veil. The sword's force shifted from lethal to gentle, precisely swirling the thick layer of shattered stone and charred debris into a colossal azure vortex. Countless minute particles of dust were ensnared by the sword's wind, coalescing instantaneously into a cloud of smoke and mist that enveloped half the battlefield, while the Rotund One brandished his umbrella gun, spinning rapidly to assist in dispersing the dust. Besieged's eyes widened in disbelief as he fought against the turmoil within, forcefully channeling a fragment of the true essence of the dragon and tiger. His fists, no longer aimed at the crowd, surged skyward, unleashing two formidable golden punches. Dragon and tiger fist, clear the path. The radiant punches surged forth like ascending golden dragons and roaring tigers, crashing violently against a massive stalactite formation above, already destabilized by the earlier thunderous impact, causing rocks of all sizes to cascade down like an avalanche. The force was overwhelming, the area of effect vast. The silver-armored soldiers below faltered momentarily, their silver halberds still whirling in defense, yet struggling to maintain their formation against the onslaught. Yin Qingzi's tattered Taoist robes fluttered as he witnessed the gathering of iron shards by Tang Shir and the Rotund One. The earth and sky are one. The essence of the earth is supreme. Seal. He forcefully clapped his palms against the charred ground, and dozens of talismans radiating a heavy, earthy glow danced like butterflies before detonating against the earth. A dense, solid layer of golden light spread forth at an astonishing speed, firmly suppressing the black iron or beneath. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, the golden commander's blood-red eyes glimmered like the sun, his dragon spear trembling slightly. Chen Jing's survival against the thunderous tribulation had surpassed all expectations. Now, as the battlefield transformed with dust swirling like a veil and stone rain pouring down like a waterfall, a formidable force of earth spirit energy sealed the ground. A foreboding sense of dread, akin to a chilling serpent, suddenly coiled around his consciousness, which was forged from the spirit of battle. The golden general ceased to await the gradual gathering of the subsequent thunder. The 8-foot-long dragon-locking spear in his grasp emitted a piercing metallic hum, and the blood-red tip swelled ominously. He forcefully directed the swirling crimson thunderclouds above. A blood-red electric serpent, thicker, swifter, and more concentrated than before, tore through the clouds, carrying an apocalyptic intent, and struck directly at Chen Jing's head. This blow transcended mere encirclement. It was a definitive kill. At that very moment, Chen Jing, positioned directly beneath the heart of the stone mist, disregarded the lethal lightning crashing down from above, and an insane yet resolute smile appeared on his face. The remnants of golden holy power within him surged recklessly through his meridians, intertwining with the primordial earth power of the Stone Mother. An invisible force field, entirely composed of pure golden holy power and the essence of the Stone Mother, suddenly formed between Chen Jing and the ground, distorting space itself. The black iron ore, manipulated by the Stone Mother, began to stir. Above the blood-red sky, thunder roared as it struck down violently upon Chen Jing. Yet, the anticipated obliteration did not occur. The terrifying power of the thunder collided with the ultra-dense golden armor that had formed upon Chen Jing's body, and instead of detonating in a cataclysmic explosion as before, it transformed into a surging torrent of crimson electricity, coursing down through the distorted force field. Its target was the black iron earth below, temporarily bound by the Wutu talisman's conductive properties. With a thunderous boom, as the electric torrent surged into the ground, the entire battlefield trembled violently. All silver-armored warriors felt a jolt in their silver halberds, the tips crackling with chaotic electric sparks. The fine dust of stone that had been masterfully manipulated by Tang Shishi's exquisite sword wind, suspended in midair, was no longer an obstacle. It morphed into countless minuscule conductive wires. These dust wires were instantaneously ignited by the violent influx of electricity entering the earth, unleashing an explosion of blood-red electric threads. Slender as hair, yet dazzlingly bright, within the cloud of stone dust. In an instant, the floating stone dust mist transformed into a radiant and lethal web, enveloping an area of several dozen yards. The wailing of the electric current crescendoed into a cacophony. This web, with the earth as its negative pole and the dust cloud as its positive pole, unleashed a torrent of electricity through myriad dust pathways, perfectly ensnaring the entire formation of silver-armored warriors. The armor that adorned the silver warriors, initially superb conductors, became instruments of death. The meticulously gathered protective electric energy, under Chen Jing's strategic guidance, transformed into a deadly target that attracted the current. Countless silver-armored soldiers froze in their movements, their bodies seemingly torn and battered by an invisible force, as blinding blood electricity erupted chaotically from their joints and the seams of their armor. The once sturdy silver armor burned red-hot from the internal surges of high-pressure electricity, twisting and shattering. The orderly formation resembled a group cast into a hellish cauldron. Yet, this was not the end. As he channeled the cataclysmic thunder from the heavens into the earth veins, the backlash threatened to utterly shred his sanctified form. Yet, the fervent blaze in his eyes only intensified, harnessing the overwhelming force that reverberated through the heavens and shook the earth. He transformed his hand from a gesture of guidance into one of propulsion. With a sudden and vigorous thrust toward the elevated stone platform where the Golden General stood, a bastion at the very heart of the military formation, he unleashed a forceful push. In an act of poetic justice, he returned upon his adversary what was originally wrought upon him. Begone! Boom! The cataclysmic surge of destructive blood and electric energy, entwined with shattered black iron, ore, fragmented soil, and stone, and an intense, wrathful energy seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, coalesced into a colossal pillar of molten blood and electricity, measuring nearly 10 feet in diameter, so blindingly fierce that it was impossible to behold. Its ferocity and might threatened to upend the very fabric of the cosmos. The target was none other than the golden-armored general who had summoned the divine wrath, along with the entire command platform beneath his feet. He barely had time to instinctively raise his formidable 8-foot-long dragon-lock spear in defense before being utterly consumed by the all-devouring pillar of molten blood and electricity. The tides of battle had shifted in an instant. Suddenly, a cacophony of maniacal laughter began to spread. Chapter 30. The ancient sacred body. At the moment the blood-red lightning pillar collided with the stone platform, a blinding crimson and golden radiance erupted, accompanied by a massive shockwave that swept outward in visible rings. The silver-armored and golden-armored soldiers below, who were already writhing in agony from the raging currents, bore the brunt of this onslaught. Like dry grass caught in a tempest, rows of them were instantaneously torn apart and vaporized. Those slightly farther away were hurled by the tremendous force, their rigid silver armor twisted and deformed upon colliding with the walls. The sounds of bones snapping and tendons tearing echoing relentlessly. In an instant, chaos reigned as casualties mounted and formations disintegrated. The stone platform that supported the Golden General was smashed to pieces from beneath as though struck by a thunderous hammer, collapsing with a resounding crash and transforming into a wasteland spewing forth electric fire and molten rock, dense smoke obscuring much of the battlefield's canopy. From the heart of this explosion, a maniacal laughter arose, emanating from the depths of the swirling, searing dust. Ha 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 ha! The laughter was frenzied and unrestrained, possessing an inhuman metallic quality. Rather than exhibiting any sign of weakness from the devastating blow, it was imbued with a sinister and indescribable exhilaration. Yet he remained mute, akin to a mute man, for though he did not speak, he laughed. Suddenly, the dust was violently torn apart by an invisible force. A golden-red figure burst forth from the chaos. It was none other than the Golden General. The stout figure gazed upon the general before him and scratched his head, remarking, "It seems he is alive." Who knew he could still laugh? The spear he wielded, a formidable 8-foot-long dragon-locking spear, remained firmly in his grasp. Its shaft scorched to a near-molten red, vibrating with an incessant hum. Meanwhile, the golden armor adorning him was now riddled with a web of cracks, from which dark red, viscous bloodlight flowed, as if alive, striving to mend itself. With each pulse, the armor emitted groans of unbearable strain, particularly at the chest and abdomen. The armor had caved in grotesquely, a horrific dent revealing that the recent blow had severely compromised his integrity. The once solid aura of the saintly being surrounding him now fluctuated violently, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, revealing a semblance of dimness and instability. Yet, his blood-red eyes burned with an intensity surpassing any previous moment, ignited by the ferocity of retribution from his prey. He was not entirely unscathed. The desperate counterattack, fueled by the forces of heaven and earth, had indeed gravely injured this fearsome entity. Boom, boom, boom. As the Golden General's feet had yet to touch the ground, he suddenly launched himself into the air with fierce stomps. Each impact seemed to unleash an invisible air cannon, producing deafening sonic booms. Harnessing this recoil, his somewhat unsteady form accelerated dramatically, transforming into a blazing streak of crimson gold, aimed directly at Chen Jing. His speed eclipsed that of his pre-injury state, as he wholly relinquished any notion of defense, channeling the remnants of his formidable physical strength and frenzied divine power into this final assault. The sound of his attack sliced through the cavern like a drawn blade. The tip of the dragon-locking spear condensed into a small yet piercing dark red point. No longer merely lightning, but a culmination of condensed killing intent and resentment. Chen Jing's form trembled violently as he finally unleashed a torrent of blood, tainted with gold, that he had long suppressed. The remnants of his stone armor shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a horrific body marred by charred electric scars, deep enough to expose bone. The energy within the Dantian lay dim and nearly depleted. Faced with the onslaught of the bloodthirsty golden figure, he found himself devoid of strength to evade. A fleeting glimpse of fatigue flickered in his eyes as he resolutely bit into his own finger, performing a blood-pointing technique upon his tattered garments and his own body. Observing the Golden Commander swiftly advancing towards Chen Jing, the others hurried to intercept him, striving to thwart his lethal approach. Leading the charge was the swift and precise Tang Sure. Undeterred by the energy expenditure caused by manipulating the iron sand, she unleashed her power, transforming her azure water sword into countless streaks of piercing green sword intent, devoid of intricate flourishes, focusing solely on unparalleled speed and penetrating force. With a piercing strike of myriad swords, her sword energy converged at a singular point, targeting the vulnerability exposed by the Golden Commander's ferocious assault, the concave core of his chest armor. The reactions of the stout man were equally remarkable. The umbrella spear was not thrust directly, but was hurled with all his might amid his thunderous shout. The coiling dragon's reverse spiral strike. The umbrella spear spun rapidly through the air, creating a howling wind as it traced an uncanny arc, aimed precisely at the trajectory of the blood-red dark spear. He intended to collide with the umbrella spear, striving to carve out a sliver of hope for Chen Jing. Besieged's eyes blazed crimson with fury, his hair standing on end. Despite his internal injuries, a primal ferocity surged within him. Disregarding the peril of backlash as he forcefully summoned the remnants of the dragon and tiger essence, transforming into a ferocious beast descending from the mountains. His fists erupted with blinding golden lightning. As the dragon and tiger converged, he launched himself into the air like a battering ram, his fists crashing down upon the Golden Commander's assault on Chen Jing. 3 simultaneous rescues, perfectly coordinated, erupted in an instant. The trio believed their most powerful strikes would safeguard Chen Jing, yet the outcome surpassed their expectations. Their strongest attacks failed to breach the Golden Commander's defenses. Each of them struck true, yet the Golden Commander unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, casting the 3 aside. They fell to the ground, knocked down by the force, spitting out blood, entirely bereft of combat capability. At that moment, Chen Jing was struck fiercely by the Golden Commander's fist, his ribs shattered. Had it not been for the rapid healing of his blood-pointing technique, he would have surely succumbed. As he lay there, the Golden Commander felt a sense of relief, his gaze shifting from blood-red to an eerie green. Convinced of his impending victory, he slowly approached Chen Jing, preparing to deliver a final, lethal electric strike, intent on eliminating him. However, to the Golden Commander's astonishment, Chen Jing's face bore an enigmatic smile, which bewildered him momentarily. Then, anger surged forth, his emerald gaze reverting to a blood-red hue. At this juncture, Chen Jing retrieved the 5 elements sealing Ascension Talisman from his pocket, and suddenly, the runes upon the talisman ignited. Under Chen Jing's guidance, the runes began to spread towards the Golden Commander. As the light in the eyes of the Golden Commander, along with the surviving golden, silver, and bronze soldiers, began to fade, fear gripped them at the sight of the advancing runes. With a chime, the system detected the host's release of the ruins rune, creating an atmosphere of terror. Currently, the host has attained the status of a 7th-rank sage. Thus, the parameters of terror value and ability value will be redefined. In the future, ordinary individuals will not possess ability values. A 1st-rank martial artist will have 30 points. A 2nd-rank martial artist 50 points. A 3rd-rank martial artist 80 points. A 4th-rank martial artist 100 points. A 5th-rank martial artist 200 points. A 6th-rank martial artist 500 points. And a 7th-rank sage will hold 1,000 points. Chen Jing silently cursed under his breath. However, this was not the time to quibble with the system. He promptly instructed, "Quickly calculate my ability value." With a chime, the system reported, detecting the host creation of a terrifying atmosphere. 300 1st-rank martial artists, totaling 9,000 ability points. 100 2nd-rank martial artists, totaling 5,000 ability points. 33rd-rank martial artists, totaling 2,400 ability points. 24th-rank martial artists, totaling 2,000 ability points. And 1,000 points for the 7th-rank sage. The initial kill grants a doubled reward, resulting in an ability value of 20,400, cumulative ability value of 20,590 out of 10,000. The host may now enhance their physique, attaining the sacred body. Choose to enhance the physique, matching the relevant sacred body for the host, matching the primordial sacred body. Chapter 31. The Finality, the Path of Void. As the system's notification faded away, a piercing pain surged through Chen Jing's body, as if every bone within him was undergoing a rebirth. He immediately knelt on the ground, beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks. Tang Shi, injured by the energy wave of the Golden General, lay motionless on the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Upon witnessing Chen Jing's agonized state, she disregarded her own immobilization, laboriously dragging her wounded body closer to him, uttering, "Chen Jing, are you all right?" Once the primordial sacred body fully merged with Chen Jing, he instantaneously appeared beside Tang Shi. Embracing her as she struggled to crawl, he forcefully channeled his spiritual energy into her body to expedite her recovery. Tang Shi gazed at Chen Jing with deep affection, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she remained silent. Chen Jing, while infusing her with energy, reassured her, "I am fine, truly. But how can you move about with such grave injuries? You must be more cautious next time." With Chen Jing's vigorous internal energy coursing through her, Tang Shi's internal wounds began to heal. He did not release her, continuing to channel spiritual energy into her lower abdomen. At that moment, Tang Shi looked at Chen Jing in astonishment and exclaimed, "Chen Jing, I never imagined you have already ascended to the 7th rank martial saint. Are you truly going to help me break through? Chen Jing nodded and playfully touched her nose, saying, that night in the hospital, I realized you could freely absorb my spiritual energy to aid your breakthrough. Today, I shall assist you once more. Suddenly, as Tang Shishir nestled in his embrace, she began her breakthrough, a radiant golden light emanating from her dantian, marking her ascendance to the 5th rank warrior. At this moment, the plump fellow shouted, you two, stop your lovey-dovey antics. If you're fine, hurry and help us heal. Look at you two lost in each other, forgetting that we're here to save you. Ouch. It hurts terribly. Are you forsaking friendship for romance? Thus, Chen Jing released Tang Shishir, who shyly pushed him away, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Amused by her blush, Chen Jing remarked, how can the illustrious ice beauty of Jiangxing University suddenly be so flustered? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he drew a talisman towards the injured individuals in the distance. A shimmering barrier enveloped them, bathing them in silvery light, visibly accelerating their healing and replenishing their spiritual energy. The group soon recovered and gathered around Chen Jing, showering him with praise. The plump fellow clapped Chen Jing on the back, saying, back at Tongxian Temple, I knew you were extraordinary. I never expected you to be so formidable, achieving the 7th rank martial saint in your 20s. In the entire Dragon Country, only Her Majesty the Empress can rival you, and she reached that rank at just 14. You are indeed the 2nd greatest in the martial world. Suddenly, the runes that had ensnared the Golden General began to show signs of loosening. Chen Jing, startled, quickly recited incantations in an attempt to regain control over the runes. In the ensuing struggle, the runes twisted and contorted, while the Golden General, trapped within their grasp, howled in desperation, exerting all his strength to break free from their binding. After a prolonged tug of war, the runes ultimately shattered. Observing the broken runes, Chen Jing shouted angrily into the dark recesses above. Who goes there? Stop hiding in shadows. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead. I cannot believe it. I never imagined that the meticulous plan devised by the Lord Marquis over nearly a decade would be thwarted by you wretched insects. The crowd looked on in confusion at the figure emerging from the darkness, but only Mei Sijia's eyes were filled with terror. Indeed, the figure drew nearer, revealing his face, which belonged to none other than the legendary figure of Jiangxing's martial arts, the Master Ningxiu of the Biyun Pavilion. Mei Sijia gazed at Master Ningxiu in disbelief, exclaiming, Master, is it truly you? Could it be that you are the orchestrator behind all these events? A chilling shock swept through every individual present. The stout man stood agape, never expecting that the ethereal figure before him was the mastermind behind the series of murders. Yin Qingzi gripped his dust whisk tightly, his knuckles turning white as he seemed to recall the visage he once admired, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Shishir instinctively clutched Chen Jing's arm, her fingertips icy. None could reconcile this esteemed master, who had guided countless martial artists, with the sinister architect who conspired in the shadows, colluding with foreign entities, nurturing golden-armored corpses, and wreaking havoc upon the innocent. Master Ningxiu halted before the Golden General, now completely bound and ensconced in silence. He did not even glance at Mei Sijia, his gaze, as cold and lethal as two serpents, latched onto Chen Jing, his eyes ablaze with a fervent and frenzied greed that seemed capable of igniting the very air. The true culprit? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Master Ningxiu's lips, his expression twisted. Mei Sijia, my dear disciple, how naive you remain. In the struggle for power, where is the distinction between righteousness and wickedness? The Marquis seeks that which pertains to the fate of the nation. How can you mere mortals presume to judge? He abruptly raised his hand, pointing at Chen Jing, his voice rising sharply. You wretched creature, I have granted you freedom. Why do you not hurry and kill for me? Master Ningxiu's voluminous sleeves billowed suddenly, and without any forewarning, a blindingly white light cleaved through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the Golden General's throat. Suddenly, a familiar dark energy enveloped the Golden General, exuding an aura that froze souls and corroded all it touched. The crowd gasped in shock, Isn't that the dark energy from the wings of the black underworld vulture? Indeed, Master Ningxiu is the one controlling it. He is the true mastermind behind all. Master, Master. Mei Sijia's voice trembled with disbelief, as if someone had grasped his throat. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and his body swayed uncontrollably, as though a vital support within him had abruptly shattered. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on that figure, so familiar, yet suddenly rendered utterly alien. His voice, dry and hoarse, trembled as he uttered, "Is it you? Master, no. I shall now address you as Taoist Ningxiu. Is it truly you? Could it be that all those rumors and the clues we uncovered were indeed true, including the fact that you were responsible for my elder brother's demise? Are you the true architect behind all of this?" Mei Sijia's eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed repeatedly, "I truly cannot comprehend. I simply cannot understand why you would do this." After a mournful wail, the golden general's eyes, once aglow with an eerie green light, transformed once more into a sanguine red as he charged towards Chen Jing. Chapter 32. The duel. The Golden Commander brandished his formidable 8-foot-long locked dragon spear, charging forth with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance, leaping high to thrust the spear towards Chen Jing and his companions. Instinctively, Chen Jing pushed aside the least skilled Yun Qingzi and the still-recovering Mei Sijia. At that very moment, the commander drove the spear into the ground, sending a vast cloud of dust into the air, which settled to reveal a colossal crater. Observing the scene, Taoist Ning Su wore a smug smile, taunting Chen Jing and his companions. Do not be misled into thinking that the Golden Demon Commander is merely a wielder of purple lightning. Clad in his golden chainmail, he possesses an impenetrable defense beyond that of a 7th-tier warrior, coupled with an unparalleled offensive capability. Had he not been bound by the runes just now, you would already be dead. Chen Jing gestured for Tang Shishir and the others to step aside, then addressed the Golden Demon Commander. "We have clashed before, and I have bested you once. I can do so again. I sense you are not inherently malevolent. Why must you serve the dark forces before you? Impudent wretch. You, a mere insect, yet to mature, dare to underestimate the might of the Golden Demon Commander? Such arrogance." The commander unleashed a surge of dark energy, which quickly coursed into his helmet. With a thunderous roar, he charged once more at Chen Jing. This time, the commander lunged with even greater force, causing the ground to tremble. As the locked dragon spear plunged into the earth, a violent shockwave erupted, tearing apart the hardened rock and creating a deep pit several yards wide. Debris flew like rain, and the gusts of wind lashed at the faces of the onlookers, causing discomfort. In an amalgamation of agony and fury, the commander's remaining rationality succumbed entirely to darkness. He wrenched the spear from the earth with ferocious speed, his massive frame propelling him forward with an even more terrifying velocity. In an instant, he left behind only a blurred golden afterimage, his golden chainmail radiating an eerie momentum. This time, rather than indiscriminately striking the ground, he focused his destructive intent into the tip of his spear. The locked dragon spear trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum that could rupture eardrums, as if charged with ominous crimson lightning. The spear was unleashed. No radiant glow accompanied its flight. Instead, a dark, condensed arc streaked through the air, faster than lightning and drawing the very breath from the surroundings. Where its tip passed, a distorted rift in space emerged, embodying a brutal will to annihilate all that lay before it, aimed directly at Chen Jing's heart. This strike was swifter, fiercer, and more cunning than the last, epitomizing the pinnacle of 7th-tier offensive power. Before the spear even reached its target, the sheer penetrating force and malevolent intent instilled a sense of dread in Tang Shishir and the others, as if an invisible claw had gripped their hearts, constricting their breaths. This thrust was the true harbinger of death. "Chen Jing!" Tang Shishir exclaimed in alarm, instinctively drawing her sword half an inch from its sheath. The portly onlooker's eyes widened in fear, his jaw clenched tightly. "Chen, be careful. That strike is far too powerful." Confronted with a lethal shot that seemed to emanate from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss, Chen Jing's eyes suddenly sparkled with a profound golden radiance. In the face of such a ferocious assault, he did not retreat. His figure appeared to blur for a brief moment, as if stepping upon an esoteric path, creating a peculiar distortion in the surrounding space. That subtle movement, seemingly minuscule, allowed the deadly shot to narrowly graze his left shoulder and chest. The fierce bullet tore through the fabric of his clothing, revealing beneath it a skin that shimmered with a soft golden glow, untouched and unscathed. At that moment, it seemed as if everyone could see his entire being radiating with golden light. Just then, by a hair's breadth, he evaded the penetrating shot, his movements unwavering. As if rehearsed countless times, he smoothly pivoted, his right hand shooting forth like lightning, golden light surging between his fingers, manifesting a state where ice and fire intertwined, imbued with an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Accurately grasping at the vulnerable point where the demon general's right arm met the shoulder of his armor, precisely at the junction where the golden chainmail's defense was relatively weak. Simultaneously, the ancient sacred body surged with vitality, a terrifying golden power erupting around him. It was as if a colossal golden statue exploded behind him. Break for me. Boom! The demon general felt an unimaginable force radiating from the gun's body, as his colossal momentum, capable of toppling mountains, was struck by Chen Jing's perfectly timed five-elements fist, violently distorting his furious kinetic energy. After the impact, the overwhelming inertia propelled him forward. His mountain-like physique was unexpectedly carried by his own momentum, and in an instant, they brushed past each other, leaving the demon general's massive back fully exposed before Chen Jing. Suddenly, cracks appeared at the weak points of the demon general's golden chainmail, the armor emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. Since you remain obstinate, let this prison-like shell and the malevolent energy binding you be severed together. The ice and fire duality sword. Chen Jing bellowed, his right hand channeling spiritual energy into a radiant holy sword of flames, raised high as if summoning the primal essence of ice and fire from the heavens. With a resolute will to sever fate and cleave through chaos, devoid of any embellishments. Only pure power and ultimate speed, he struck down at the demon general's unguarded neck, where the helmet and shoulder armor met. A furious downward slash. Whoosh! A brilliant arc of blue flames, fierce as the sun plummeting from the heavens, tore through the void. Its sharpness, its searing heat, its overwhelming dominance instantly surpassed the demon general's previous assault. Where the sword light passed, the murky black gas enveloping the demon general began to bubble and dissipate, melting away in an instant. Boom! The deafening clash of gold and iron reverberated through the skies. Golden light exploded, sparks cascading like a waterfall. The once indestructible chainmail shattered once more. The ecstatic grin on the Taoist priest's face abruptly froze, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The onlookers, including the plump man, felt their spirits surge, blood racing, before Chen Jing's radiant holy sword, the formidable golden armor of the demon general, renowned for its impenetrability against even the most skilled seventh-tier warriors, twisted and contorted under the might of the strike, nearly torn asunder. The ferocious intent of the sword surged through the fissures, violently assaulting the core essence beneath the demon general's armor. A thunderous roar erupted from the golden demon general, his massive form staggering forward several paces from the sheer force of that unparalleled strike. From the crevices of the golden armor at his nape, viscous blood, resembling solidified gold, began to seep forth in delicate strands. Chapter 33. The ultimate secret of Meija Chen Jing's magnificent sword intent was both overwhelming and unparalleled. It not only cleaved a deep gash, visible to the bone, into the so-called indestructible seven-tiered golden armor, but also spattered forth demonic blood that flowed like molten gold, purging the murky black mist that had ensnared the demonic general's soul. The golden demon let out a thunderous roar of agony, its colossal form staggering forward, each step shattering the ground beneath, sending debris flying. Its breath faltered significantly, and the raging black aura surrounding it dissipated as if retreating from a tide. The dark radiance of the dragon-locking spear similarly dimmed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the golden divine armor be shattered by this wretched brat? Did I just witness the manifestation of a holy body? Or am I merely hallucinating? In the distance, the smug laughter of Taoist Ningxiu was abruptly frozen on his face, as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, leaving only a disbelieving, hoarse cry. His prized last resort had proven utterly ineffective. This incomprehensible reality sent shockwaves through his mind, transforming his already pale visage into a ghastly white. Yet, this overwhelming sense of defeat lingered in his eyes for only a fleeting moment, soon replaced by a deeper resentment and madness. He saw the demon general wounded and weakened, and instead of despair, a sinister light ignited in his eyes. He struck his chest fiercely, unleashing a surge of vital essence in the form of his lifeblood, which did not serve to attack the enemy, but rather transformed into a bizarre blood-red rune that instantly branded itself upon the cracked, dark golden inner armor. Beast, useless. Since you, this worthless scrap of metal, cannot withstand my might, then contribute your final value to me. Taoist Ningxiu's voice was hoarse and reminiscent of an owl at night, filled with resolute cruelty. Black veil burial. Suddenly, streams of black mist erupted forth, reviving those fallen warriors clad in bronze, silver, and gold armor, who then surged forward like rabid dogs towards Chen Jing. A blood-red rune blazed with sudden brilliance, unleashing an extraordinarily sinister pulling force that erupted from Ningxiu, not aimed at Chen Jing, but directed at the critically wounded and uncontrolled golden demon general. Boom! The demon general, who had barely stabilized itself, seemed to sense impending doom, letting out a heart-wrenching, furious roar. Yet that blood light clung to it like a maggot, refusing to be shaken off. At this critical juncture, Chen Jing shouted, "Act now!" Sever his connection with the demon general. His eyes sparkled with golden light, instantly discerning Ningxiu's malicious intent, which was to use a secret technique to detonate the demon's core, leading to a mutual destruction in a final act of madness. However, he found his path obstructed by the swarming armored soldiers. He barked a warning to his companions, and in an instant, Tang Shishir understood his meaning. She glanced at the portly figure and Yun Qingzi before they exchanged knowing looks, each swiftly moving to their respective positions in the formation. The myriad swords blue dragon formation. A clear and resolute female voice shattered the heavens, echoing with the finality of an impending battle. Tang Shishir had long been poised for action, her sword already poised in the air as she completed the last rune. In an instant, a silver-white sword formation encompassing dozens of meters arose, anchored by her, Yun Qingzi, and the stout man. The intricate and profound array revealed a faint shadow of an ice serpent coiling at its center, exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. The icy force was not the primary offensive power. Rather, it was a renowned sword technique from the famed cold night city of Jiangcheng, said to be comprehensible only to those of Jiangcheng who have attained the 5th rank. At that moment, thousands of sword intents crystallized in the sky, symbolizing the collective will of martial artists from Jiangcheng, intertwining like countless invisible chains, ensnaring the body and soul of the Taoist Master Ningxiu. The temperature of the entire space plummeted, and thick frost enveloped the ground. Just as Taoist Master Ningxiu was about to complete the motions required to activate the secret method, he felt a bone-chilling cold invade his meridians and consciousness, freezing his thoughts and momentarily severing his connection to the core blood talisman of the demon general. A horrific scream escaped from Taoist Master Ningxiu's lips. Tang Shishir's frozen 9 calamities had immobilized the soul nodes required for him to utilize the secret technique. But this was not the end. Master, a cry, filled with immeasurable pain, struggle, and ultimate resolve, tore through the battlefield. It was Mei Sijia. His eyes brimmed with blood and tears, devoid of fear, leaving only an indescribable complexity and tragic resolve. His hands swiftly formed unique seals, and the attack runes glimmered between his fingers. These were the tokens passed down from the leaders of the Biyun Pavilion, containing the true essence of the teachings left by the ancestral master. Drawing upon his own blood, he ignited his cultivation, forcibly activating this protective treasure. Buzz. At that moment, he resembled a charging white tiger, and he shouted in fury, "Why did you betray the sect?" Boom! He struck Taoist Master Ningxu with a punch, catching him off guard due to his own constraints, sending him flying. Suddenly, he darted into the air like a soaring white dragon, kicking towards Taoist Master Ningxu. "Why do you slaughter the innocent?" With Mei Sijia's speed too swift to react, Taoist Master Ningxu took the hit squarely. Coughing violently, Taoist Master Ningxu spat out a mouthful of blood, furiously exclaiming, "Unworthy disciple, why do you burn your essence to fight me? A fleeting moment, and you shall perish. How foolish you are, just like your brother of yours." At this moment, Mei Sijia's garments had been entirely incinerated by his own blood essence, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. He endured the searing pain coursing through him, blood-red beads of sweat trickling from his forehead, and roared at Taoist Master Ningxu. "This is the final punch in vengeance for my elder brother. Henceforth, our master-disciple bond is irrevocably severed." At this juncture, Mei Sijia, resembling a blood-soaked tiger, unleashed his formidable power in a rapid strike aimed at Taoist Master Ningxu's face. The terrifying force erupted instantly. The protective white light of the runes fluctuated violently, mingled with Mei Sijia's blood, now a deep crimson. At this moment, Mei Sijia's body emitted cracking sounds. Blood gushed forth as remnants of sword energy exploded his chest into a gruesome mess, and he was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. His fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the Taoist Master Ningxu descended like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a vast crater, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. Tang Shishir witnessed Mei Sijia collapsed on the ground, his body battered and broken. She yearned to rush forward to administer aid, yet could find no place upon him to heal. He was a mere figure of blood and pain, struggling on the ground. With his last vestiges of strength, Mei Sijia proclaimed, "Mei family, not a coward." His breaths grew increasingly shallow, observing his valiant and fearless spirit. Tears brimmed in Tang Shishir's eyes as she cried out, "Chen Jing, please save Uncle Mei." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a golden light flashed before her. Chapter 34. At the brink of life and death, a resounding boom echoed as golden light, akin to the dawn tearing through the dark night, suddenly illuminated the blood-soaked figure of Mei Sijia. Indeed, the person before him was none other than Chen Jing. At that moment, engaged in a fierce battle with numerous armored soldiers, he sensed through his spiritual awareness that Mei Sijia was expending his lifeblood for one final desperate strike. With no time to spare, an idea struck him. He could manipulate the stones through the Stone Mother to assault the soldiers. Thus, he rapidly gathered his energy and unleashed the full potential of his ancient sacred body. Now, a soft golden aura enveloped him, as if he were a deity traversing through a tempest. The relentless tide of bronze and silver soldiers was utterly incapable of impeding his advance. Any soldier who ventured near the golden light was instantly repelled by an invisible force, disintegrating into metallic shards. Chen Jing's expression was grave as iron, his eyes gleaming with golden light, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Mei Sijia's selfless sacrifice and his fierce, resolute strikes, fueled by vengeance, deeply resonated within his soul. He had indeed confirmed that the Mice family were no cowards. Ultimately, at the cost of his own life, he had torn away the hypocritical fade of Taoist Ningxu, almost extinguishing his vitality. "Uncle Mei," Tang Shishir's voice pierced through the air, laced with sorrow. The Mei Sijia she beheld was no longer human, his bones shattering, muscles obliterated, resembling a mere mass of blood struggling to maintain a semblance of form, the flame of life flickering precariously in the howling winds. "Chen Jing, quickly save him." Yin Qingzi and the chubby fellow wore expressions of fury and despair, valiantly fending off the relentless onslaught of the resurrected soldiers, creating a space for Chen Jing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jing swiftly formed a seal with his palms and pressed them against the nearly unrecognizable torso of Mei Sijia. Suddenly, A surge of azure-silver vitality erupted from Isigia and his surroundings, an unimaginable wave of life force that mingled with the golden spiritual energy of the ancient sacred body, which contained the essence of the heavens and earth, pouring into Isigia's shattered form like a torrent breaking free from a dam. Witnessing this, everyone observed as the dying Isigia's blood began to restore, his wounds healing, and his breathing becoming steady. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, I never anticipated you would surprise me so greatly. For the first time, a 7th-grade martial saint finds himself in such a plight because of you, but you shall still send me to hell. Taoist Ningxiu, having been struck into a deep pit by Isigia, managed to contort his battered face into a twisted, vengeful grin. Ah, Tui! He spat out another mouthful of old blood, mixed with his own teeth that had been knocked out by Isigia's strike. Staggering to the side of the Golden Demon General, upon witnessing the near-death Isigia being revived by Chen Jing's spell, he felt utterly incredulous, struggling to utter, "I never imagined you could reverse the fate of one destined to die. This is beyond the capabilities of any sacred-level secret technique. What on earth is happening? No, that golden-like body of his, could it truly be the fabled sacred body?" Ning Su Daozhong once again released a plume of dark energy from his sleeve, which seeped into the helm of the Golden Demon General. Following a mournful wail, a glint of avarice flickered in Ning Su Daozhong's eyes as he frantically commanded, "Kill the one before me and extract his sacred essence." Ha ha! His gaze was blood-red, even more so than that of the armored soldiers surrounding him. The Golden Demon General, compelled by Ning Su Daozhong's orders, began to advance slowly. Upon realizing that the Golden Demon General was charging toward him, Chen Jing immediately assumed a defensive posture. To his astonishment, an incredible scene unfolded. The controlled Golden Demon General abruptly turned and, in a flash, appeared beside Ning Su Daozhong, thrusting his locking dragon spear with lightning speed, severing Ning Su Daozhong's left arm in one swift motion. Ning Su Daozhong screamed in agony, "Ah, you wretched creature!" At that moment, the Golden Demon General pivoted and plunged his spear into his own golden helm, causing it to crack and emit wisps of dark energy. Staggering, he made his way toward Chen Jing. Suddenly, the helm shattered, exposing his skull, which dried up swiftly, leaving behind a mere skeleton. Witnessing this, Chen Jing supported the Golden Demon General before he collapsed, realizing that the once captive warrior had conquered his fears at last. The stout man, observing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "He has knelt in the gate of return for a lifetime, yet at his end he stands." As Chen Jing approached to assist the Golden Demon General, he noticed that the warrior had placed a jade pendant in his hand. However, Ning Su Daozhong's frenzied voice interrupted the reverie. "You wretched beasts, how dare you harm me so?" Severely injured, Ning Su Daozhong dragged half his body along the ground, barking like a mad dog. Witnessing the Golden Demon General's noble sacrifice to resist Ning Su Daozhong's control, Chen Jing patted the warrior and declared with fervor, "General, I shall avenge you." As he uttered these words, the Golden Demon General disintegrated into a pool of blood upon the ground, filled with resentment. Chen Jing gathered his spiritual energy and advanced toward Ning Su Daozhong, intent on ending his life. Upon seeing Chen Jing approach, Ning Su Daozhong cried out, "Lord, save me! Lord, save me!" Just as Chen Jing reached Ning Su Daozhong, his spiritual energy coalesced, and he prepared to strike down the malevolent figure when suddenly a green beam of light surged toward him. Instinctively, Chen Jing activated the golden array of the ancient sacred body to defend against the assault, only to find the green beam piercing through the protective barrier and embedding itself in his body, knocking him to the ground as he coughed up blood. "Who dares to ambush me from behind? What kind of cowardly hero are you?" Chen Jing bellowed in fury. "Only I may slay my dog." At that moment, a man clad in resplendent robes approached the gathering. Upon hearing the voice, Ning Su Daozhong rushed to the man's side, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. How could you have allowed matters to escalate to this point? All the years of effort have gone to waste. You worthless fool." The lord looked at Taoist Ningxiu with fury. Taoist Ningxiu, terrified, immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, "Lord, spare my life." It was this young man who took advantage of my moment of inattention and trespassed into the forbidden area, bringing about this calamity. The Lord shouted loudly to Chen Jing and the others, "Die." A voice, imbued with sonic energy, reverberated, stirring the surrounding sands and stones. Only Chen Jing managed to withstand it, while Tang Shishir was struck so hard that she spat blood on the spot. And the plump fellow and Yun Qingzi were directly knocked unconscious. There's still those who can withstand it. No wonder my hound was injured so severely by you. But I shall not grant you another chance. With that, he concentrated his spiritual energy and suddenly pointed at Chen Jing. With a whoosh, a green beam of light surged toward Chen Jing's vital point, the line between life and death hanging by a thread. Chapter 35. The Right General of the Imperial Guard. As the green beam of light struck directly at Chen Jing's vital point, he realized that he was powerless to withstand this lethal blow and thus closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of death. In that moment of darkness, he heard a cacophony of intense collisions, feeling a robust force clashing fiercely, shaking him uncomfortably. Were it not for the protection of his ancient holy body, an ordinary person would have long been rendered incapacitated by such a violent tremor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a black and white 8 trigrams compass, conjured from spiritual energy, resisting the onslaught of the green light. The forces on both sides were formidable, resulting in a temporary stalemate, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds. A hearty laughter echoed from above, expressing surprise at the esteemed Marquis of Heroine gracing such a desolate place. "Greetings from the Imperial Guard, Ma Shu." The Marquis, upon hearing the laughter, quickly responded, "I too am astonished to encounter the Right General of the Imperial Guard here. This humble Marquis is truly honored. How is it that General Ma is not in the capital safeguarding Her Majesty, the Empress, but instead wandering in this wild region of Jiangcheng?" Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, revealing a woman enveloped in a protective aura of true energy, radiating a profound spiritual power. The silver light emanating from her was so brilliant that it momentarily blinded Chen Jing, who discerned that the woman possessed an exquisite figure, even her armor unable to conceal her alluring form. Tang Shishir, witnessing the woman before her, promptly knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "I, Tang Shishir of the 749 Bureau's Jiangnan branch, humbly welcome General Ma." At that moment, Huang Tankai from Jiangxing University arrived, panting heavily. Upon seeing the portly figure and Yun Qingzi rendered unconscious by the Marquis's sonic wave, he rushed forward to administer medicine, exclaiming, "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, your lives would have been in peril." Revived by the medicinal pill, the portly man awoke to see General Ma confronting the Marquis and immediately rushed forward, declaring, "I, Yang Sun of the 749 Bureau, respectfully greet General Ma. We have discovered." "Yang Sun, hold your tongue. Do you not see that the Marquis of Huayan is present? Such a lack of decorum. Do not forget to pay your respects." As the green beam of light aimed for Chen Jing's vital point, he understood he could not fend off this fatal strike, and thus closed his eyes, awaiting death's decree. Suddenly, the sound of fierce collisions erupted, echoing like chimes. Upon opening his eyes, he found the black and white 8 trigrams compass at his side, valiantly resisting the green light's assault, with both sides locked in a powerful stalemate, producing a series of ringing sounds. A hearty laughter resounded, once again expressing disbelief that the esteemed Marquis of Huayan would deign to visit such a wretched place. The Marquis, upon hearing the laughter, swiftly replied, "I too am surprised to find the Right General of the Imperial Guard here. This humble Marquis is indeed honored. But how is it that General Ma is not in the capital protecting Her Majesty, the Empress, but instead meandering in this untamed land of Jiangcheng?" Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, 2 ethereal compasses gradually returning to her pocket. The person was, astonishingly, a woman. Upon seeing her, Tang Shishir immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "This is Tang Shishir from the 749th Bureau, Jiangnan branch, humbly greeting General Ma." At that moment, Huang Tankai from Jiangxing University hurriedly arrived, panting heavily. Upon seeing the rotund figure and Yun Qingzi rendered unconscious by the Lord's sonic waves, He rushed forward to administer medicine. With the aid of the pills, the rotund man awoke, noticing General Ma confronting the Lord, and promptly declared, "This is Yang Sun from the 749th Bureau, number 311, respectfully greeting General Ma. We have discovered." "Yang Sun, cease your speech. Do you not see that Lord Huayan is also present? Should you not pay your respects?" The rotund man quickly knelt once more to honor the Lord. The Lord, dismissive, turned his head slightly and remarked, "General Ma, what brings you here today?" General Ma replied, "Ah, Lord, you have indeed touched upon a crucial matter. It has come to our attention that there are forces being nurtured at the Water Tower Cliff, which has raised considerable concern within the court. As you have just heard, we from the 749th Bureau of the Feather Forest Guard have come to conduct an investigation. But what brings you to this place? Surely you're not here to investigate as well?" The Lord chuckled, "Ha ha ha, indeed. I too am conducting an investigation. Although Jiangsheng does not fall within my jurisdiction, it is my birthplace, my ancestral home. Upon hearing that someone is nurturing troops, I felt compelled to assist the court. I received word that this foul scoundrel before us is the instigator, and he has even injured the legendary martial artist of Jiangsheng, bringing shame upon our city. Thus, I took action, hoping that General Ma would be lenient and allow me to take this scoundrel away." Hearing the Lord's blatant fabrications, the rotund Yang Sun attempted to interject, but was silenced by General Ma's piercing gaze. She smiled and said, "Ah, Lord, your reach is indeed extensive. Some matters are not yours to meddle in. You may not be aware, but this scoundrel is also a part of our 749th Bureau headquarters. It seems today S actions have been reckless. Yet I must inform you that Taoist Ningxu from Yangyan Mountain is highly suspect. It appears I must take him for investigation. General Ma, one cannot simply declare this scoundrel a member of the 749th Bureau on your word alone. Evidence is required." "Are you jesting, Lord? All departments of the Feather Forest Guard report directly to Her Majesty the Empress. There is no need for external validation. It is not merely my assertion that makes it so, is it? Oh, I almost forgot. If we are discussing evidence, then we truly must take Taoist Ningxu away. He is the evidence." As she spoke, an undeniable authority glimmered in the woman's eyes, exuding an air of unchallengeable dominance. "General Ma, you are correct. I had not considered that." The Lord then heavily patted the injured Taoist Ningxu, laughing, "Since they require your cooperation for the investigation, you should go along. I can offer you no protection." Suddenly, Taoist Ningxu widened his eyes in disbelief at the Lord, pointed a trembling finger, then foamed at the mouth and collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. As all observed this scene, General Ma glared at the Lord, momentarily rendered speechless by anger. At this moment, the nobleman remarked, "It appears that the hour is late. I have heard that a dog in my estate has passed away, and fearing it may taint the household, I must return to dispose of the deceased creature." He then pointed at Chen Jing and addressed General Ma, saying, "I wholeheartedly welcome your investigation. However, I have set my sights on this individual. I trust that General Ma, a man of his word, would not deceive the young nobleman. With that, I take my leave." As he concluded his farewell, the nobleman swiftly vanished into the shadows. Following his departure, the darkness was pierced by the sound of rustling, revealing the exit of the bodyguards who had been lurking in the shadows to protect him. At this moment, the portly man collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, utterly terrified. Meanwhile, General Ma retracted his spiritual form and approached Chen Jing. Chapter 36. Jiangsheng can no longer accommodate you. Chen Jing. Upon witnessing the formidable and imposing female general approach him, Chen Jing instinctively wished to rise. However, the surge of his spiritual energy escaping his body rendered him unable to do so, as the pain was unbearable. "Ah, indeed, you are a man of resilience. To withstand a powerful strike from a 9th-tier martial deity while being merely a 7th tier yourself is a testament to your exceptional talent, just as Huang Tang foretold." The female general gracefully approached Chen Jing, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "You, young man, possess quite the striking appearance. No wonder our Shir is utterly smitten." At her words, Tang Shir's face immediately flushed, and intimidated by the general's imposing presence, she lowered her head, fidgeting shyly. observing Tang Shishi's bashful demeanor. The general could not help but chuckle. How has the first icy beauty of Jiangshang transformed into a blushing kettle? She then handed Tang Shishi a pill, saying, "This is the 9-flower jade dew pill. Quickly administer it to your beloved, for he is still bleeding." Tang Shishi promptly understood the general's intent and, following her instructions, administered the 9-flower jade dew pill to Chen Jing. Upon consuming it, Chen Jing felt a refreshing energy replenishing his depleted spiritual reservoir, and he immediately began to circulate his energy, discovering that his injuries were indeed healing. Seeing Chen Jing harnessing his spiritual energy to mend his body, the general marveled, "Truly, you possess the legendary ancient sacred body. Your defensive capabilities are astonishing. To withstand a strike from a 9th-tier martial deity and recover so swiftly is remarkable." Young Sen, the plump fellow, stepped forward and inquired, "General Ma, why did you let Lord Huan go? He deliberately killed Daoist Ningxiu, and it is evident he is harboring private troops at the Water Tower Cliff. Why would mere Daoist cultivate private forces?" General Ma gazed at Yang San with a resigned sigh. The Marquis of Huayan is the only son of the late Emperor's most esteemed general, Marshal Fan Bin. With the young Empress's ascent to the throne being recent and her foundations still shaky, we cannot condemn the Marquis without substantial evidence. Did you not notice? He did not come alone. Numerous formidable experts followed in his wake. To act rashly would have likely cost me my life today. Impossible. How could the Marquis dare to harm you? I refuse to believe it. You are the right general of the Imperial Guard, the protector of the Emperor's dynasty. Yang Sen exclaimed, bewildered. Had we been in the capital, the Marquis would undoubtedly not have dared to act. However, we are in Jiangshang, at the remote Water Tower Cliff. If it were not for the Empress and the court's influence, the Marquis would have shown no mercy. General Ma lamented. Chen Jing, not paying much heed to their conversation, merely observed General Ma lecturing Yang San, her fierce demeanor shining brightly. Suddenly, General Ma turned and said, "Everyone, we must return to the city swiftly. Yang Sen, make arrangements for the 749 Bureau's headquarters to investigate. I leave the subsequent matters to you." Huang Tang. Huang Tang stepped forward in agreement. Thus, the group returned to the Tang family residence. After Chen Jing treated besieged, her breathing began to ease. And as they gathered around her bedside in the Tang family's medical facility, they were all captivated by her indomitable spirit. Only Chen Jing spoke candidly. "Mei Lao, your injuries are severe. I have barely managed to preserve your life and martial prowess, but your meridians are severed. You may have to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Besieged, lying on the bed, weakly replied, "It matters not. It is merely that we will continue to care for you, Master. Now that the Mei and Tang families have merged, the future management of the Mei family relies entirely on you and Miss Tang." Suddenly, General Ma stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. "No, Chen Jing cannot remain in Jiang City." Tang Shishi gasped, her first question directed at General Ma. "Why? Why can't Chen Jing stay in Jiang City?" General Ma, deep in thought, addressed Chen Jing. "Did you not hear the last words of the Marquis? He will be watching you. That wretched boy has destroyed years of the Marquis's efforts, and he will surely seek vengeance. The only organization or individuals capable of protecting Chen Jing are us." The general's stark truth fell like a shard of ice into the already oppressive atmosphere. A faint smile broke across Besieged's gaunt face, as if the paralysis of his lower half paled in comparison to the honor of today. He gasped for breath, acknowledging the validity of General Ma's words. Indeed, the master was unsuitable for Jiang City. The Marquis was ruthless, and it was said that the Yusha Men was his organization. He would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate the master. Before he could finish, fatigue overtook him, and he closed his eyes. The room fell into silence, punctuated only by Besieged's feeble breaths and the occasional chirp of summer insects outside. Tang Shishi clenched her fists, a torrent of words trapped within her, mingled with the admiration and sorrow of the others. Just then, General Ma's voice shattered the stillness, imbued with an uncommon gravity. "I have given it further thought. Chen Jing cannot remain in Jiang City." "What?" Tang Shishi's head snapped up, all hope extinguished. The light that had briefly shone in her eyes, due to Chen Jing's safety, was now clouded with confusion and panic, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Why? Chen Jing's injuries are not fully healed. Where can he go? I cannot believe the Marquis would dare to kill him in broad daylight. Foolish girl, General Ma interrupted, her muscular frame striding across the room. The golden-threaded Chanel boots she wore clicked sharply against the smooth blue bricks. She did not look at Sure, but directed her piercing gaze at Chen Jing, who had just finished his recovery, his complexion improved yet still pale. Chen Jing, she said, her voice low and laced with undeniable urgency. Did you not hear the Marquis's final words before he departed? General Ma deliberately mimicked the Marquis's sinister tone, enunciating each word, little brat, I have my eye on you. Her imitation was so vivid that even the chilling air between the words seemed to seep into the room, causing the temperature to drop. The rotund Yongsun instinctively rubbed his arms. That man had invested years into clandestine operations at the water tower, nurturing hidden soldiers and resources, the fruits of countless years of meticulous planning. Today, you were nearly uprooted by a mere 7th-rank cultivator, publicly shattering his dignity and dismantling the foundation he had meticulously constructed over the years. This enmity runs deeper than the ocean. General Ma's words quickened in urgency, as if he sought to awaken every listener. Do you truly believe him to be a benevolent soul? You are gravely mistaken. The son of Grand Marshal Fan Bin possesses an innate bloodline steeped in decisiveness and a relentless desire for vengeance. What Elder May remarked moments ago holds true. He is indeed the lord of the ghostly assassins. While he may not directly eliminate Chen Jing, the ghostly assassins certainly can. After much contemplation, Tang Sure finally nodded in agreement, declaring, I concur. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, utterly bewildered, gazed at the assembly and lamented, Why did you not seek my counsel? Chapter 37. The moment of parting, the crowd gazed at Chen Jing, who in turn looked back at them, and finally spoke. I do not wish to say much. I merely feel like an outsider. My presence at the water tower cliff was a collective decision, and now I am being asked to disembark alone. Unexpectedly, General Ma's expression turned somber as he retorted, I do not care for your opinion. Were it not for the reputation of the 749 Bureau S. Jiangnan branch, I would not interfere. Tang Sure stepped forward and earnestly addressed Chen Jing. General Ma has been quite clear. Even though you are now a 7th-rank martial saint, you cannot contend with the ghost killers. As the saying goes, a clear shot is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. The ghost killers operate with insidious ruthlessness, and you cannot outmatch them. However, should you go to the capital, General Ma, as the right general of the Feather Forest Guard, is responsible for the entire safety of the capital, ensuring your security there. Chen Jing wished to offer further explanation, yet upon seeing the tears in Tang Shure's eyes, he noticed her gentle shake of the head, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Understanding her unspoken plea, he approached her and declared earnestly, Sure, trust me. One day, when I have personally dealt with the ghost killers, I shall return to Jiangcheng. Seeing this, Huang Tang, concerned about General Ma's potential refusal later, quickly interjected, Indeed, well said. Since your mind is made up, each member of the 749 Bureau possesses a social identity. This year, as you're in your 3rd year, you could become an exchange student at the Capital University, thereby completing your studies. General Ma pondered for a moment and replied, Huang Tang's suggestion is commendable. You shall be regarded as a student of the Capital University. He then tossed a set of equipment to Chen Jing and solemnly stated, From today onward, you are a member of the 749 Bureau, number 589 in the capital. We shall depart together tomorrow. At that moment, the stout young son hurriedly approached, exclaiming, General, since the mission at the water tower cliff has been completed, may I return to the capital? General Ma glanced at the stout man, contemplated for a moment, and responded, under normal circumstances, that would be permissible. However, I have heard that you are often late for missions, so you must remain in Jiangcheng for another year. Immediately, Yang's son fell to his knees, clutching General Ma's leg. General, I implore you, have I not always been the most diligent and selfless in every mission? Please take me back to the capital. General Ma chuckled and said, Very well. but on one condition. Yang's son, kneeling with wide eyes, eagerly inquired, "What condition?" "I shall agree to anything, General." Sensing the stout man's eagerness, General Ma swiftly stated, "Then it is settled. You shall have a 6-month probationary period, primarily responsible for caring for and maintaining contact with Chen Jing. Should you refuse, you shall not return to the capital." Yang's son murmured to himself, "Chen Jing is hardly a child in need of my care." A stern yet elegant voice resounded, "Will you agree or not?" Without hesitation, Yang's son replied, "I agree. Thank you, General, for your kindness towards your subordinate." The crowd erupted into laughter at Yang Sen's comical antics before General Ma, and soon, hearty laughter filled the air. At last, the day of parting arrived. As the dawn breaks with a pale light along the horizon, the mist lingering over the river in the city adds an air of wistfulness to this day of parting. Shadows flit about the dock, where the cacophony of yesterday's revelry has fallen silent, replaced by a weighty and poignant stillness. The moment of farewell has inevitably arrived. The first to bid adieu is Yun Qingzi, who, typically disheveled, appears today clad in a pristine Taoist robe. He expresses his gratitude to all for their life-saving grace, reflecting on how, in his youth, he failed to grasp the teachings of his master at the Nine Peaks Cave of Dongding Mountain. After experiencing the myriad flavors of life, he finally comprehends his master's earnest intentions, realizing it is time to return to Dongding Mountain. The morning sun casts its rays upon Yun Qingzi as he turns away, walking towards the light, his silhouette appearing both ethereal and resolute in the glow. Standing among the crowd, Chen Jing has donned the casual attire bestowed upon him by General Ma, representing the 749 Bureau, number 589. The lightweight fabric cannot conceal the heaviness in his heart. He gazes upon the familiar faces that have shared in the struggles of life and death. His mentor, Professor Huang Tang, Mei Sijia, who remains seated in her wheelchair, and Tang Shishir, standing before him with red-rimmed eyes. The silence is palpable until Professor Huang, usually stern, breaks the tension with concern etched in his gaze. Chen Jing. Arrangements have been made at Jingshi University, and someone will handle the paperwork for you. Remember your dual identity, as both a student and number 589. Once there, observe, learn, and reflect, but proceed with caution. Although General Ma is strict, you will gain much under her guidance, and she will ensure your safety. Should difficulties arise, remember to reach out to the green bubble. He gives Chen Jing's shoulder a reassuring pat, imbued with a sense of trust. "Boss, Chen Jing nods, filled with gratitude for Huang Tang's meticulous arrangements. Yet the words he longs to express remain unspoken. Suddenly, a long Maybach glides to a halt before them, and General Ma's voice pierces the morning air, clear and authoritative. The time has come. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tang Shishir rushes forward, nearly causing Chen Jing to stumble. She clutches his shoulders, her voice thick with emotion and nasal inflections. "Chen Jing, you must remember your promise." Her expression sharpens as she issues a fierce admonition. "You cannot forget Jiangsheng when you start a new life. Stay in touch, and if you encounter beautiful seniors at Jingshi, do not pursue them. Do you understand? Above all, you must stay alive." Chen Jing gazes deeply into the girl's tear-filled eyes, her sorrow interwoven with determination tightening his heart. Words of comfort swell within him. Yet all that escapes his lips is a heavy promise, each word forged from the depths of his being. Sure, I promise you. Not only will I survive, but I shall return. After I resolve matters with the Yushan man, I will come back to Jiangsheng to find you all." His gaze sweeps across Mei Sijia, Huang Tang, and finally rests solemnly on Shishir's face. "I will not forget all that has transpired here, nor will I forget us." As the sound of a car horn urged him on, Chen Jing resolutely turned and stepped onto the ceremonial vehicle, embodying a solitary courage. His pace was measured yet remarkably steadfast, each step commanding the gaze of everyone on the shore. The rotund driver, noticing Chen Jing tearful in the passenger seat, teased, "Well, look who's shedding cat's tears." Chen Jing stifled his emotions, forcefully inhaling, his eyes reddening as he gazed at their waving friends, murmuring, "Damn, the wind is fierce. It's blinding me." As the vehicle departed, Tang Shishir stood in silence for a long while, the morning breeze playfully tugging at the hem of her garment. Her gaze was deep and complex, lingering until the car faded into a vague black at the horizon where water met sky. Only then did she release a long, nearly inaudible sigh. The winds of Jiangxing stirred the river waves, crashing against the cold embankment, as if echoing the unspoken sorrows of parting that weighed heavily on the shore. Chapter 38. The bustling capital, the opulent black limousine, glided along the suburban highway like a serene Land Cruiser. The muted rustle of tires against the asphalt created a rhythmic sound, effectively isolating the vehicle from the external clamor and cultivating an almost vacuum-like tranquility. Yang Sun, a portly figure, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his thick knuckles turning pale from exertion. The normally slick and oily visage was now etched with intense concentration. This vehicle was excessively long and costly, with General Ma seated in the rear, an esteemed figure, the right general of the Imperial Guard, and the actual head of the 749 Bureau, his immediate superior. This made Yang drive with utmost caution, fearful that even the slightest jolt or acceleration might evoke displeasure. He felt as if he were not commanding a mere car, but rather a mobile domicile. In the rear-view mirror, Chen Jing could only glimpse a shroud of profound darkness, obscured by high-end soundproof curtains, reminiscent of the enigmatic presence itself, unfathomable and deep. A fine sheen of perspiration formed at his temples, though he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away, only casting furtive glances at the back seat, akin to peering into a perilous abyss. The latter half of the cabin could be likened to a moving palace. The plush seats, crafted from the finest calfskin, were expansive and soft, exuding a warm and delicate touch. The carpet beneath his feet was as thick as velvet, absorbing every subtle sound. The surrounding top-tier soundproofing rendered engine and road noise nearly imperceptible, leaving only the silent hum of the air conditioning system, which dispensed a cool breeze infused with aromatic molecules. The resplendent yet gentle interior lighting illuminated the luxurious wood trims, creating an ambience that was both deep and lavish. Chen Jing, the newly appointed 589, sat upright in the soft seat, yet his body involuntarily tensed. This starkly contrasted with the humble vehicles he was accustomed to, filled with the chaos of tasks and the clamor of the marketplace. For the first time, he truly experienced the elite treatment of the 749 Bureau and sensed the palpable chasm between the core of power and the ordinary world. He felt like a fresh recruit entering the nation's capital, filled with curiosity yet instinctively apprehensive. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the cold metallic edge of the smooth armrest, while his gaze roamed over the intricately designed starry ceiling and the side panels adorned with rich wood grain, elements that seemed entirely incongruous with his identity as a university student from Jiangxing and a fledgling employee of the 749 Bureau. As if caught in an extravagant yet insubstantial dream, his swirling thoughts were eventually anchored by a more formidable gravity. Taking a deep breath, tinged with reverence and inquiry, he slowly turned his face to cast his eyes diagonally across the cabin. General Ma reclined in the most spacious seat, eyes closed, seemingly resting. Such a simple posture exuded an invisible pressure that thickened the air within the vehicle. The light perfectly sculpted his outline. It was not the roughness typical of an ordinary soldier, but rather a form imbued with strength and stability, honed to an exquisite degree. Underneath the impeccably tailored dark green uniform, his broad shoulders resembled iron-forged mountain ridges, and even in a relaxed state, his solid chest emanated a latent ferocity capable of toppling mountains and shattering stones. Chen Jing's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the other party, slowly ascending from the sharply defined jawline to the imposing brow ridge that, even with closed eyes, exuded an air of authority. The physique of this ninth-tier martial deity was not merely robust. It resembled a silent volcano. Beneath the calm exterior lay a terrifying core capable of incinerating all and reshaping the earth. This was a realm beyond mere brawn or height, an existence that had transcended the shackles of human form through relentless refinement. Legend had it that just a step away from entering the ethereal realm above martial deities. And truly, The reputation was well-deserved. The suffocating silence within the carriage grew increasingly palpable. Chen Jing instinctively held his breath, as if even the slightest exhalation could awaken this slumbering lion. He dared not adjust his posture, his body rigid as if he were a block of wood. This General Ma was not merely the right general responsible for the capital's security. He was a living legend standing at the pinnacle of contemporary martial arts. Being personally escorted by such an entity into the capital, the sense of oppression was far greater than any threat posed by the Shadow Killers. Before absolute, awe-inspiring power, the newly promoted 7th-tier martial saint felt as insignificant as a flickering candle in a storm. At that moment, the soundproof barrier between the driver's cabin and the rear seats descended silently, cutting off the anxious gaze of the portly driver. The rear half of the carriage transformed into a completely enclosed private space. Just as the barrier was about to close completely, General Ma's tightly shut eyes, adorned with thick black lashes, suddenly opened. Chen Jing thought he had been caught sneaking a glance, panic rising within him. But it turned out to be the ringing of her phone. After receiving a call, General Ma instructed the driver, "Once we reach the outskirts of the capital and the Feather Guard meets me, accompany Chen Jing to the university for his enrollment." Time passed swiftly, and soon the luxurious vehicle arrived at the outskirts of the capital, where a convoy awaited at the expressway exit. As the portly driver maneuvered the luxury car off the highway, a synchronized voice rang out, "Welcome, General Ma." Responding to the greeting, General Ma disembarked and, amidst the escort of guards, proceeded to another vehicle. Once General Ma was seen off, the driver, Yang's son, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to Chen Jing and saying, "Listen, I will take you to the student affairs office of the university, but after that, I'm not responsible for anything." Chen Jing nodded. As they made their way to the university, with General Ma's absence, Chen Jing reached into his pocket and discovered an unexpected card. Curiously, he pulled it out. The driver, catching a glimpse of the black card and a red note, was astonished but restrained himself, saying, "That must be something Miss Tang slipped to you while you two were embracing. What does the red note say?" Following the driver's prompt, Chen Jing read aloud from the note, "Chen Jing, you must take care of yourself while you are out there. Do not neglect your well-being. I am giving you an anonymous black card from Longwood Bank, which has 500 million stored in it, so you need not worry about material concerns." Sure. Upon hearing the sum of 500 million, the rotund gentleman exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, 500 million? Why, my monthly salary barely exceeds 10,000, and your annual interest surpasses what I could earn in a lifetime." Suddenly, a jovial smile spread across his face as he turned to Chen Jing and said, "Brother Chen, as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the capital city is undoubtedly vibrant, and it is significantly larger than Jiang City. I believe it is essential for me to act as your guide. Otherwise, if I were to lose you, General Ma would certainly not let me off the hook." Observing the shift in the rotund gentleman's demeanor, Chen Jing did not take it to heart and nodded in agreement with his words. The rotund gentleman, noticing Chen Jing's nod, felt a surge of joy within him. At that moment, the grand entrance of Beijing University came into view, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Come, my friend, let us embark on our academic journey." Chapter 39. The indulgence of the portly man. Chen Jing disembarked and stood before the ancient academy, gazing upward at the magnificent archway. The shadow of the arch seemed to carry an intangible weight, pressing heavily upon his heart. The four ancient characters of Jingshi University appeared as if etched with the will of the sages, exuding not an imposing aura, but rather a solemnity and gravity that had settled over millennia. In stark contrast to Jiangxing University, the air here was suffused with a rich spiritual essence, indicating that Jingshi University was indeed a haven for martial artists. A breath drawn into his lungs was invigorating, cleansing his spirit, rendering the bustling world outside as distant as a past life. The throng beneath the archway moved incessantly, showcasing the inclusive educational philosophy of Jingshi University. There were youths clad in snowy white, carrying long swords, moving with a lightness as if walking on air, scholarly students in traditional robes, holding jade tablets, their brows hinting at the flow of wisdom, and others in eccentric attire, their eyes sparkling with vivacity. Though the clamor was deafening, an invisible order and decorum permeated the atmosphere. Each individual radiated an aura, varying in strength, yet all undeniably pulsated with vibrant life and an insatiable desire to reach the pinnacle. At this moment, the portly young son was eagerly leading the way, chattering animatedly, "Brother Chen, do come. Jingshi University is extraordinary. Have you noticed the plaque at the entrance? It bears the personal inscription of our nation's founding martial deity. The characters embody divine might, further enhanced by the essence of generations of strongmen. It has long been infused with spiritual resonance. That is why it possesses a calming and centering effect. Though my own cultivation is rather modest, I always feel my mind clear considerably when passing by. Truly, it is the foremost university in our great nation." As he spoke, he puffed out his belly, striving to navigate through the ranks of proud and spirited young martial artists, all while maintaining a semblance of a local sage-esque composure. What he harbored within was not an academic strategy, but rather a yearning that had already soared beyond the confines of Jingshi University. It was the vibrant nightlife of the capital, the intoxicating allure of indulgence that called to him. Reflecting on his past, when he had been financially constrained and had to scrimp just to glimpse the enchanting ladies. Now, with a benefactor like Chen Jing, especially when he revealed that $500 million black card, it felt like a searing brand had ignited his mercantile heart. He could almost envision the swirling lights of a KTV room, inhale the extravagant scent of fine liquor mingled with perfume, and hear the raucous music intertwined with soft, beguiling whispers. The portly man contemplated which premier establishment would best serve this golden Buddha, ensuring his own fortunes would flourish alongside. Before long, the duo arrived at the student office of Jingshi University, where surprisingly, the procedures were executed with unexpected efficiency. Perhaps General Ma's invisible reputation had already been conveyed through the channels of the 749 Bureau, as the meticulous instructor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of respect in his eyes while verifying Chen Jing's identity, facilitating an uninterrupted flow through the bureaucratic process, signing and sealing documents in one swift motion. Before long, an array of items was gathered, including a student ID engraved with the ancient characters of the prestigious university, several volumes of weighty tomes emanating a faint, enigmatic glow, a set of dull gray martial attire made from evidently unique materials, and a magnetic card inscribed with the dormitory number and key. The corpulent young son, clutching the dormitory allocation slip, cast a glance at the so-called B-grade accommodation and immediately curled his lip, twirling the coarse fabric of the gray attire between his fingers. His face adorned with an exaggerated expression of disdain. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Look here, my friend. I told you, these miserly old scholars at the university." He shook the ordinary fabric of the uniform and the bedding, exclaiming, "This material is inferior to the cloth we use to wipe our tables. And this quilt and pillow feel like they're stuffed with pebbles. Who could possibly sleep on this? Pathetic, utterly pathetic." He waved the slip around, his spittle nearly splattering Chen Jing's face. "No way. With your status, how could you deign to reside in such a place? To wear such fabric? It's utterly disgraceful." Chen Jing, however, had modest expectations regarding living conditions, having grown accustomed to the austere training environment in Jiangxing. Yet, it was evident that Yang San was resolutely determined to coax him into a spending spree. With a quick flick of his eyes, he immediately adopted a disarmingly sincere demeanor. "My friend, on the very first day of enrollment, one must auspiciously set the tone. Let's procure some essentials to enhance our living environment. Rest assured, it shall be understated luxury with profound depth, allowing you to embark on your academic journey in utmost comfort." He pounded his chest in assurance, his tone fervent and impossible to refuse. "I, old Yang, have navigated the capital for many years. I know precisely where to find the finest goods." Without further ado, Yang Sun half-dragged, half-encouraged the recently registered and still somewhat dazed Chen Jing back into the luxurious stretch limousine. This time, Yang drove with even more vigor, pressing the accelerator with fervor. As the vehicle swiftly glided away from the ancient and solemn academic district, plunging into the increasingly raucous and vibrant streets of the main city, illuminated by neon lights. After a series of twists and turns, distancing themselves from the scholarly atmosphere, the surroundings gradually metamorphosed into a realm of excess and indulgence. Ultimately, the car came to a smooth halt before an enormous establishment, its dazzling purple neon sign proclaiming Kaiwa Supreme Club. The name exuded an air of ostentatious self-importance. The entrance was grandiose, guarded by several imposing figures in finely tailored black suits, their sharp gazes scanning the vehicles and pedestrians entering and exiting. As Chen Jing stepped out, his brow instinctively furrowed. The air was saturated with an exceedingly rich and complex aroma. Premium cigar leaves, exquisite perfumes, the rich sweetness of alcohol, and an indescribable scent reminiscent of some rare, ethereal plant, its essence wafting in a tantalizingly intoxicating sweetness. These fragrances melded into a powerful, dizzying whirlwind of scent that enveloped him, presenting a stark contrast to the refreshing clarity he had just departed from at the university. What weighed heaviest on his heart, however, was the cacophony emanating from within. With each opening and closing of the heavy soundproof door, a deafening eruption of bass reverberated, mingled with frantic screams and unrestrained laughter. Alongside the crisp clinking of glasses, surging forth like crashing waves, piercing his eardrums with discomfort. At the entrance, a group of elegantly dressed women, adorned in form-fitting skirts and with striking makeup that rivals the most beautiful courtesans of Jiangcheng, displayed a professional smile that seemed almost etched upon their faces. Their gazes, like hooks, were precisely directed towards Chen Jing and Yang Sun, particularly intensifying upon the sight of the luxurious stretch limousine. The rotund Yang Sun surveyed the surroundings, casting a mischievous grin at Chen Jing, and remarked, "What do you think? Look at these attendants. In your Jiangcheng, they would be considered the pinnacle of beauty, truly exceptional. Imagine if we were to find even more stunning women inside. What a delight that would be." Ha ha ha. Chapter 40. The Kaiwa Club. Upon witnessing such a scene, Chen Jing instinctively felt a profound sense of discomfort. This place, rife with clamor and ostentation, exuded an aura of temptation. It was also permeated by the scent of souls corroded by materialism and desire. It stood in stark contrast to his pursuit of martial arts and his yearning for transcendence. He turned to the corpulent figure beside him, his eyes reflecting a clear inquiry laced with discontent. "Brother Yang, have you brought me here to purchase bedding?" At that moment, the portly Yang Sun was making a concerted effort to straighten his back, his round face contorting into a practiced semblance of authority. Upon hearing Chen Jing's question, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice and donning an ambiguous smile that suggested a shared understanding. "Hey, Brother Chen, you might be a bit out of your depth here. The Kaiwa Club is renowned throughout the capital as a haven for indulgence. Since you're new to the city, there's much you have yet to discover, and it's certainly not limited to the obvious trinkets. Within these walls lies the pinnacle of bespoke services in the entire city. Velvet comforters, silk-lined interiors, warm jade pillows from the Kunlun Mountains. There's nothing they cannot procure, limited only by your imagination. It's the epitome of understated luxury, befitting your status. And let me share a little secret with you." He licked his lips, his expression growing increasingly lascivious, his voice dropping even lower. "This is the territory of the Yulin Guards, perfectly safe. Once you step inside, you'll be utterly dazzled. It will elevate your spirits beyond measure." The final word was drawn out, his eyes shimmering with excitement and avarice, the implication of elevation layered with double meaning. Unbeknownst to Yang, Chen Jing's gaze had grown increasingly icy. Or perhaps he simply assumed that the youth was being overly uptight. With familiarity, he snapped his fingers at a manager who clearly bore the mantle of authority, prompting the manager to rush over, his face alight with a beaming smile. Master Yang, what a rare pleasure. Please come right in." "And who might this be?" The manager's keen eyes quickly discerned that Chen Jing was the focal point, his tone shifting to one of heightened respect, albeit laced with a distinct air of professional sycophancy. "This is my brother, young Master Chen, a most esteemed guest." Quickly, Let us find a serene and exclusive spot. Yang waved his hand grandly, exuding the demeanor of a loyal patron, his nose nearly tilted skyward. Very well. Rest assured, Master Yang. Young Master Chen, please follow me to your exclusive VIP seating. The manager bowed and gestured with utmost courtesy, leading the way. As a uniformed attendant respectfully pulled open the heavy soundproof door, a wave of heat, as if long stored, surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of vibrant sounds that nearly suffocated Chen Jing. Inside lay an entirely different realm. The private room was vast, its ceiling soaring to impressive heights. At its center stood a colossal crystal stage, adorned above with layers upon layers of countless small crystal prisms, sparkling with dazzling, kaleidoscopic hues, harmonizing with the thunderous electronic music emanating from a grand chandelier that resembled a suspended, psychedelic sun. The light was bizarre and frenetic, swirling and darting, fracturing the entire space into disjointed fragments. Below the stage, luxurious semicircular booths sprawled, their occupants shifting amidst the ambient chaos. The air was thick, akin to a marsh laced with honey. The mingling of cigar smoke and the mist of perfumes created a heady fog that swirled and danced beneath the dazzling lights. The provocatively dressed, voluptuous young women glided through the booth area like butterflies flitting among flowers, balancing trays in their hands. Occasionally, a hand would reach out from a seat, pulling them into an embrace, eliciting peals of laughter and further flirtatious jeers. The men, clad in blindingly ostentatious luxury brands or brazenly exposing their chests, exhibited dazed expressions, loudly shouting and engaging in drinking games, spittle flying. On the dance floor, figures writhed in chaotic abandon, twisting and swaying, lost in the frenzy of rhythm. This was hardly a place of understated luxury or bespoke elegance. It was in fact a colossal furnace, fervently burning with desire and wealth. Standing at the entrance, Chen Jing felt as though his feet were rooted to the ground. He perceived himself as an unwelcome intruder, his spirit at odds with the revelry that surrounded him. The clarity he had gleaned from the academic sanctuary seemed to be cast into the most sordid of depths. The once vibrant and gentle energy within him now felt sluggish and irritable amidst this tumultuous energy field. He inhaled deeply, yet the murky air stung his lungs. The corpulent man's glistening, round face shimmered under the psychedelic lights, reflecting utter depravity and greed. He shouted at the manager, "Fetch your so-called limited edition Dreamland betting catalog. Let my brother have a look." The manager was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for this gentleman's genuine interest in bed linens. Yet professionalism kicked in, and he quickly plastered on a smile. Yes, yes. Please wait, Mr. Yang, Mr. Chen. I will arrange for someone to bring it immediately. At that moment, an exceedingly discordant and brazen voice erupted from a nearby, extravagant booth, the most enviable spot in the establishment. Damn it. You blind whore. Don't you have eyes? Have you blinded your dog-ass eyes? How dare you spill drink on me? Do you know how much this shirt costs? You couldn't pay for it even if you sold your life. With a sharp scream and the sound of breaking glass, a young server clad in simple attire, youthful and fair, was thrust forward, stumbling and crashing to the ground, his tray and empty glass shattering around him. A distinct red handprint marred one side of his face, and he trembled in panic. Before him stood a young dandy, dressed in top-tier streetwear, his hair dyed an eye-catching silver gray, his face flushed from drink, erupting in fury as he pointed at a minor damp stain on his garment. Foaming at the mouth, his gaze fierce enough to devour. The dandy's companions, both male and female, joined in the mockery, their laughter shrill and piercing. Then a chorus of voices chimed in. Calm down, young Master Tang. Why stoop to anger over such a lowly creature? Indeed, compensation? It would be more fitting to take this boy's life. Who do you think you're crying for? Aren't you going to kneel and clean up after young Master Tang? A flamboyantly dressed woman let out a shrill laugh, seized a half-filled bottle of Black Label whiskey from the table, and hurled it toward the quaking young server still on the floor. Unseeing fool, get out of young Master Tang's way. The amber liquid from the bottle was poised to drench the young server's head completely. In despair, he closed his eyes and curled his body tightly. At that moment, Chen Jing felt a chill coursing through his veins. In the following moment, an inexplicable fury surged from the dantian, ascending towards the crown of the head. This scene clashed violently with the integrity of the academy, the steadfastness of martial arts, and the chivalrous spirit instilled in him by his grandfather since childhood. Bang! The cascade of liquid did not descend upon the youth's head. Instead, at the very instant of impending contact, it was intercepted by a hand, adorned with clear, intricate patterns, which had suddenly extended forth, wielding the textbook he had just received. Introduction to Traditional Philosophy. The entire scene seemed to be momentarily frozen in time. Chapter 41. The conflict in a premier club of the capital in that moment. The air was thick with a palpable tension of desire, and the acrid scent of alcohol seemed to freeze in time. All the clamor, laughter, the frenzied writhing of bodies, and the deafening music abruptly faded away, separated by an invisible barrier, leaving only the imposing figure standing protectively in front of the frail server at the center of the venue. Chen Jing lowered his head, the light casting ambiguous shadows across his face, obscuring his expression. Yet, an intense, chilling pressure emanated from him, as if he had drawn a cold blade from its sheath, transforming the once fervent booth into an icy tableau, causing everyone nearby to shiver involuntarily. The young man known as Tang Xiao, a silver-haired dandy, stared in disbelief. Before him stood an unassuming figure clad in a simple gray uniform, clutching a thick tome that resembled a rustic student who had crawled out from some remote village, attempting to appear profound. What the hell? When did the capital S venues adopt such an academic atmosphere? Philosophy, really? He fixated on the alcohol-stained cover of Introduction to Traditional Philosophy in Chen Jing's grasp, his eyes filled with venomous ridicule and seething rage. Who do you think you are, crawling out from some mountain hollow? Do you even dare to look in a mirror? How dare a penniless student like you infringe upon my enjoyment? Are you tired of living? His voice escalated in pitch and sharpness, his finger trembling with agitation as he pointed at Chen Jing. Do you know who I am? The Tang family of the capital, Tang Mingze. Do you believe I can make you, this ignorant cur, a dead dog tonight with just one phone call? Before he could finish his threat, a formidable force, compressed to its utmost, enveloped Chen Jing's cold, fierce fury, manifesting like a colossal battering ram, akin to a torrent surging forth from the depths of hell. It struck with pinpoint accuracy and unrestrained ferocity against Tang Mingze's unguarded soft abdomen, the very center of a martial artist's power. Chen Jing's figure moved so swiftly that only a blurred shadow remained in his wake. None could discern how he had acted. A scream that was anything but human erupted from Tang Mingze, whose face drained of all color, his eyes bulging in disbelief and agony. The expensive liquor and undigested food he had just consumed in his lavish booth surged violently within him, as if a dam had burst, mixing with gastric acid and blood expelled from his throat, erupting forth in a chaotic geyser. Crimson, foamy blood mingled with a grotesque array of viscous substances, arcing through the air and splattering onto himself and his two startled, glamorous companions nearby. His limited edition, exorbitantly priced T-shirt emblazoned with an ostentatious skull design bore a deep indentation in the shape of a footprint at his abdomen, while the surrounding fabric emitted a ripping sound under the unbearable strain. He had lost all support, akin to a rag doll hurled by a giant with unrestrained force, uncontrollably soaring through the air with the jarring sound of dislocated bones crashing down. He ascended from the ground, plummeting violently onto the immense table behind him, laden with expensive bottles and glassware. The table shattered with a deafening crash. Countless shards of glass, ice buckets, and wine bottles exploded in a torrential display. The men and women seated within were struck with terror, emitting piercing screams as they scrambled for safety. In an instant, the music in the vicinity ceased. The cacophony of voices silenced as if paused, leaving only the relentless sound of breaking glass and the anguished groans and cries emanating from the corner booth. Countless gazes, a blend of shock, astonishment, and even schadenfreude, converged upon the young man who had stepped protectively in front of the server, now slowly retracting his foot. Yang Sun, the corpulent figure, had his mouth agape in an O shape at the moment Chen Jing attempted to block the wine. As he witnessed the young scion of the Tang family, akin to a kite severed from its string, collide with the table, his plump face contorted violently, drained of color, and a layer of clammy sweat instantly coated his forehead and neck. His chubby fingers trembled as they pointed at the chaotic scene before him, his lips quivering, a strange sound escaping his throat like a deflating bellows. It's over, it's all over. My dear ancestor, do you comprehend the calamity you have unleashed? Do you know who he is? The Tang family of the capital. Good heavens! General Ma will have my head. His voice quivered with a weeping undertone, suffused with sheer terror and despair, as if the very sky were about to collapse. Concurrently, a sharp, piercing alarm sliced through the pandemonium, akin to a wailing specter. Who dares to act in the Kaiwei Club? This is insurrection. Surround them. Not a single one shall escape. The hurried, heavy footsteps drew near, interspersed with the cold sound of metal clashing. A dozen or so security personnel, clad in uniform black attire, exuding a formidable aura, wielding specialized stun batons, and some visibly armed, surged into the chaotic throng like sharks scenting blood, swiftly dispersing the crowd with lethal intent, encircling the area. The security guards, with their cold, sharp gazes, were evidently well-trained, even bearing the bloodlust of seasoned fighters. The frigid instruments and the palpable tension in the air acted like invisible chains, instantly locking onto the only standing figures, Chen Jing and the trembling young server beside him. The atmosphere plunged to an icy nadir. Chen Jing paid no heed to the encroaching security, nor did he glance at the young master of the Tang family, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, groaning and spitting blood. His gaze remained lowered, fixated on the young server beside him, whose face bore the imprint of a swollen hand. Eyes wide with terror and disbelief as he looked back at Chen Jing. The boy's lips quivered, seemingly wishing to express gratitude, yet fearing further entanglement. Chen Jing slowly withdrew his gaze, his posture erect and unwavering, like a resilient pine standing tall amidst a tempest. The inner breath within his dantian, after that furious kick moments ago, became even more concentrated, agitated, and fervent, as if it were a blade forged in the crucible of fierce flames, now revealing its sharpness. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet the menacing eyes of the encircling security guards. His expression remained calm and undisturbed, yet it carried an untamed ferocity, as if he had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, exuding an unbridled and fierce aura. The quilt I purchased, Chen Jing's voice, though not loud, pierced through the alarms and clamor of the scene with an undeniable coldness. Is it still for sale? As his gaze swept across the area, the previously intimidating security guards instinctively took a half-step back. Suddenly, a figure appeared in an instant, showcasing his formidable prowess, prompting all the security personnel to bow and exclaim, "Captain, it's this little brat." Chapter 42. Are the quilts still for sale? The captain of the security team, a towering figure with a menacing scar resembling a centipede crawling across his face, unleashed a formidable pressure the moment Chen Jing's gaze fixed upon him. His muscles, coiled and taut, hardened as if electrified, more resilient than steel. At that moment, Chen Jing had already discerned the captain's rank through his spiritual perception. Contemplating his impending upgrade, it was evident that he needed to instill a terrifying atmosphere to secure his place as an 8th-rank martial saint. The security captain, perceiving the indifference in Chen Jing's eyes, an indifference forged through countless encounters with death, where lives had been extinguished like mere weeds, felt a chilling aura of death enveloping him. The electric baton in his grip emitted a high-pitched whine, strained under the pressure of his grip, while blue-white sparks danced at its tip, frantically licking the air. His arms, as robust as pythons, bulged with veins that writhed ominously, threatening to burst through his skin. The fury ignited in his fierce gaze was palpable, and his throat convulsed as he prepared to unleash a roar filled with scorn and dominance. "You little bastard, kneel down immediately." Before the words could escape his lips, Chen Jing's gaze sharpened. Like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, the stillness shattered, revealing a lethal vortex. His movements transcended the limits of ordinary reflexes, surpassing even the sensory capabilities of the security martial artists. In a fleeting moment, the captain's throat began to vibrate with sound. Chen Jing was already in motion. There was no sound of wind, no lingering shadows. It was as if he had instantaneously collapsed into the void. And in the next imperceptible fraction of a second, he stood less than half a foot from the security captain. Like teleportation, this distance was so short that one could hear the breath, so brief that the scar's contours on the captain's grotesque face and the reflection of his own furious eyes were vividly discernible. A long, powerful hand, defined by prominent knuckles, shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from the darkness, fingers slightly splayed, cutting through the air with a sharp crack that was both precise and irresistible, seizing the captain's thick neck in an instant. The captain felt the world plunge into darkness. All his roars, all his momentum, all his strength were abruptly severed by that sudden iron grip around his throat. The air force from his lungs carried the metallic taste of blood, producing a short, hoarse sound akin to a tire bursting, a cry of despair. The bones in his neck groaned under the horrifying pressure, sending shivers down his spine. His fearsome, scarred face turned from a deep purple to a dark hue, his eyes bulging as if forcibly pushed from their sockets, filled with an overwhelming, unfathomable terror. The neck, as hard as rock, was crushed, emitting a sickening crack. In an astonishing display of strength, Chen Jing lifted the captain's nearly 2-meter, iron tower-like frame effortlessly, raising him a full inch off the ground. As if he were a mere chick, the soles of his feet weakly brushed against the ground. Swiftly, too swiftly, the elite security personnel surrounding him, trained to react far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, could barely follow the air disturbance left by Chen Jing as they turned their gaze toward the target. The neural commands had yet to fully transmit to their muscles when they found themselves staring, helplessly, at the formidable 6-tier martial artist they had deemed invincible. This iron-willed man, capable of cleaving rocks and battling fierce beasts with his bare hands, now hung in the air in a manner that defied the laws of physics. A pitiful sight akin to a specimen awaiting desiccation. The atmosphere was charged with shock and silence, as if the air had been instantaneously siphoned away. The captain of the security team struggled in vain, his rough fingers clawing desperately at Chen Jing's forearm, which grasped his throat, producing a jarring sound as his nails scraped against the resilient fabric. Yet, it felt as futile as ants attempting to shake a towering pillar. The power emanating from that hand was icy, immense, and unwavering, as steadfast as an ancient mountain. It was not ferocity, but rather a precision so efficient it was despairing, an absolute control that was terrifying, accompanied by an involuntary groan. An overpowering stench, reminiscent of pungent ammonia, erupted explosively from his groin. The luxurious, dark-hued fabric of Tang Xiao's trousers rapidly absorbed the liquid, expanding visibly as dark stains spread wildly. Soon after, a steady stream of pale yellow liquid cascaded down the trembling inner thighs of his corpulent frame. The expensive Persian carpet beneath him was swiftly saturated, forming an ever-expanding, unsightly wet mark, while the floor began to accumulate a small pool of reflective, foamy filth. Never having encountered such a scene, Tang Xiao was utterly paralyzed with fear, so much so that he lost control of his bladder. The acrid odor of urine wafted through the air like a mocking banner, saturating the entire space. The chattering of his teeth was clearly audible, and his dilated pupils reflected an abyss of terror. Unable to maintain even the most basic stance, he slumped against the wall, his trousers and ankles in disarray. Captain, a young security guard, closest to the scene, was the first to react. His voice transformed into a high-pitched shriek as he witnessed his superior being subdued. Fear gripped him as he gazed at Chen Jing, who appeared as a demonic figure, clutching his captain with one hand. Instinctively, he frantically shouted into his miniature communicator at the collar, "Magic crystal bar area, level 1 alert, level 1 alert." He continued in a frantic, incoherent manner, requesting backup. Hearing the call for assistance, reinforcements rushed to the scene, a dozen fierce figures, fueled by rage and provoked bloodlust, brandishing electrifying shock batons and intimidating nightsticks, surged toward the epicenter where Chen Jing stood, like a dark wave crashing from all directions. The air was thick with the sounds of metal scraping and the sharp cries of power slicing through the atmosphere. Go! Say the captain! Take it down! Simultaneously, two even more formidable and concentrated presences, heavy as mountains and imbued with a sense of sharp disintegration, suddenly surged forth from the depths of the club's passageway. Within this scene, it is evident that the true master presiding over the premier establishment of the capital emanates an aura that is both frigid and merciless, fixating upon Chen Jing amidst the gathering storm. Yet, enveloped by this terrifying malevolence, Chen Jing remains impervious to the impending onslaught and the swiftly approaching presence of two seventh-tier martial saints. His gaze remains as icy as ever, as if nothing has transpired. He merely brushes off the pristine corner of his unwrinkled garment and casts a slow, deliberate glance at the encircling figures, whose hearts are steeped in dread. Addressing the attendant who had served him moments before, he earnestly inquires, "Are the blankets still available for sale?" Chapter 43. This man is quite amusing. The onlookers were utterly taken aback. Even the previous attendant stammered to Chen Jing, "What's your decision, sir? Are you buying or selling?" Chen Jing retorted, "You run the shop. Whether I buy or sell is not for you to decide." A wave of frustration washed over him. He had been playing this charade for so long. Yet the system had yet to issue a prompt. Did they not fear him? The security captain, despite being metaphorically in his grasp like a fledgling chick, remained passive, his eyes darting nervously to the side. Chen Jing, with his heightened perception, sensed the presence of a seventh-tier martial sage nearby. Unfazed, he felt confident. With his high-tier 7th rank and the primal sacred body he possessed, defeating an 8th-tier martial sage was well within his capabilities, though the 9th tier still posed a challenge. At that moment of distraction, a formidable dragon-shaped gust of energy surged towards Chen Jing's flank, creating a shockwave that toppled those nearby. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Jing intercepted it with a single hand, his right arm radiating a brilliant golden light. With a commanding shout, he dissipated the fierce onslaught. As he deflected the wind, a shadowy figure lunged at him, employing a rapid series of palm strikes. With one hand preoccupied holding the security captain, Chen Jing sought to engage fully with his left hand, but surprisingly, he found himself evenly matched. Realizing the might of his opponent, the shadowy figure intensified both speed and power, embodying the phrase "the dragon flies with regret." This amalgamation of velocity and force took the form of a spiritual dragon's head, ultimately striking Chen Jing's left shoulder. However, to the shadow's astonishment, golden light emanated from Chen Jing's body, and a gigantic golden figure materialized behind him, sending the shadowy figure hurtling backwards. The impact against the wall left the shadowy figure with a trickle of blood from his mouth as he gasped in horror. Is that the legendary primal sacred body? Beep. Detection initiated. Host has activated the primal sacred body, generating overwhelming pressure. 7 third-tier martial artists, total power value, 350 points. 10 fourth-tier martial artists, total power value, 1,000 points. 1 6th-tier martial artist, power value, 500 points. 1 7th-tier martial artist, power value, 1,000 points. Host's first use of the primal sacred body creates a terrifying atmosphere, doubling power value. Total power value, 5,700. Cumulative capability, 16290, 15000. Should the host level up? Suddenly, Chen Jing sensed an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy flickering within the club, leaving him uncertain. He instructed the system to proceed with the upgrade later. Upon the interface returning, Chen Jing recognized that he could no longer maintain his FAAD. He promptly released the security captain and stated solemnly, "Truly, the finest establishment in the capital. Hidden talents abound. It is remarkable that even 7th-tier martial sages are willing to serve here. I merely came to purchase a blanket, with no ulterior motives. I will bear the losses incurred today alone." The 7th-tier martial sage stood, internally cursing, "Why on earth are you buying a blanket here? Go to a store for that." Why cause a ruckus in this place? Yet, intimidated by Chen Jing's formidable presence, the words remained unspoken. At this impasse, a man clad in a bespoke suit approached. With a mere glance, he signaled the shadowy figure to refrain from action, prompting the latter to retreat submissively. This young gentleman exuded an extraordinary presence and formidable strength. I am the general manager of Kaiwei Club. My surname is Qian. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he declared. Chen Jing, perplexed, inquired, You are pleased despite the condition you have left my hotel in? Let us separate the issues at hand. I admire your audacity, which is quite distinct from the state of my establishment. As for the quilt you wish to purchase, I have presented to you the finest one from our collection. Mr. Qian responded with a smile. Very well, Mr. Qian, your generosity is commendable. Since you have demonstrated sincerity, I will reiterate that today's losses are on me. Chen Jing remarked, rubbing his nose. Upon a rough estimation, the day's revenue, coupled with damages and injuries, amounted to a staggering 27 million. What? 27 million? That is enough for me to acquire a luxurious flat in the capital. The portly man could no longer contain himself and interjected, Could you perhaps offer a discount? Chen Jing silenced him, retrieving a black card from his pocket and presenting it to Mr. Qian. Please process the payment. Mr. Qian continued to smile. Indeed, this young gentleman exhibits remarkable generosity. After settling the payment, the portly man felt a pang of regret, sighing repeatedly and muttering, I've incurred a monumental loss. Spending 27 million on a single quilt. Suddenly, Mr. Qian remarked, Seeing your magnanimity today, we at Kaiwei Club acknowledge our shortcomings. Here is our supreme gold card. Your 27 million is now credited to it. As a gesture of friendship, Chen Jing, not particularly enamored with such lavish environments, attempted to decline. I'm not really suited to this kind of extravagant atmosphere. However, upon hearing about the 27 million Kaiwei Club Supreme Gold Card, the portly man's eyes gleamed with excitement. He quickly covered Chen Jing's mouth and snatched the gold card from Mr. Qian's hand, grinning widely. Mr. Qian, my friend has just arrived from out of town and is still acclimating. We graciously accept. Chen Jing intended to refuse again, but was silenced by a glare from the portly man, who seemed to say, Are you disregarding my words? Recall the events and individuals from today's ride. Instantly, Chen thought of General Ma's imposing demeanor and smiled. Since Mr. Qian is so courteous, we shall graciously accept your offer. In response, Mr. Qian smiled once more. Today's chaos in the establishment has hindered my ability to serve you properly. Next time, I shall personally attend to your needs. You're always welcome. After bidding farewell to Chen Jing and his companions, Mr. Qian promptly darted to a secluded area of the club, separated by a sheer curtain. Boss, as per your instructions, I have taken care of the matter. A sultry female voice replied, Well done. Ensure that today's incidents are managed discreetly, minimizing repercussions. If this matter becomes widely known, you will all face dire consequences. Mr. Qian immediately knelt, and soon, the entire establishment followed suit, holding their breath in fear as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He hastily reassured, Rest assured. Boss, I will handle today's affairs judiciously. Well, after spending quite some time in the capital, I have discovered that today's wine is particularly sweet and exceptionally lingering in flavor. The woman behind the screen leisurely sips her drink, crossing her legs as she engages in conversation. You may leave now. I find myself somewhat fatigued. The kneeling attendants slowly rise and withdraw. Meanwhile, the woman behind the screen taps the glass that had been steeped in red wine, while her other hand plays with the student badge of Chen Jing. With a squint of her eyes, she reminisces, Peking University, how intriguing, how intriguing. Chapter 44. Winning Hearts with Virtue. The portly man, recognizing the need to retreat while the going was good, hastily ushered Chen Jing away from the Kaiwei Society. En route, fully aware of his missteps from earlier that day, he sought ways to gloss over the events, feigning composure as he admonished Chen Jing. You truly must be more cautious next time. I'm merely your guide, not your mentor. No offense intended, but your temperament requires adjustment. You are now in the capital, a far cry from your previous place, Jiangcheng, where you reigned as the respected master amidst chaos. Here, As a student of the prestigious capital university, the pinnacle of our nation's academia, you must learn the art of negotiation. Otherwise, you will be perceived as a provincial, bringing shame upon your alma mater. Chen Jing, scratching his head, retorted, "And what of being a provincial? Is there truly a stigma? I strive to uphold justice. How could that tarnish my school's reputation?" With a sigh of resignation, the portly man replied, all right. Can we refrain from behaving like savages? We must win hearts with virtue, my dear brother." Upon hearing the phrase, winning hearts with virtue, Chen Jing nodded thoughtfully and responded, "Understood. When one can use words, one ought to do so. We must indeed win hearts with virtue." The portly man, finding wisdom in this, concurred precisely. It is all about winning hearts with virtue. He then scrutinized Chen Jing's attire, a look of disdain crossing his features, and shook his head in resignation. He drove Chen Jing to the most opulent shopping mall in the capital, intent on transforming his appearance. They replaced his student garb with high-end international brands, from outerwear to trousers, shirts, and even undergarments. After this makeover, a dapper young man emerged. The portly man, gazing at Chen Jing, remarked, "Indeed, one's appearance can elevate one's stature. Young girl, I feel quite uncomfortable in this outfit. It doesn't compare to the comfort of my school uniform." Chen Jing tugged at his shirt buttons, feeling ill at ease. "You must heed my advice. What is comfort? In the capital, the arena of power and wealth serves as a symbol of identity. One must craft their own identity. For merely possessing wealth without knowing how to wield it is foolishness." The portly man animatedly described this truth, his hands laden with an array of designer shopping bags. Naturally, he had indulged himself while shopping for Chen Jing. In that moment, he reveled in the pleasures that money could afford. "Isn't that so, Chen Xiaoge? Indeed, I comprehend. Money can indeed move mountains," Chen Jing replied. The portly man, chuckling at Chen Jing's response, added, "Correct, yet also incorrect. While money can move mountains, it is power that commands the true forces of the world. Power is the ultimate aspiration of an individual. Just observe the people of the capital." As they neared the end of their excursion, the portly man declared, "Time is of the essence. I shall escort you back to your dormitory. Should you need anything, we can discuss it over the phone. Here is a threefold phone for you. It is versatile in its use." Chen Jing, astonished that the usually frugal portly man had purchased such a phone with his own funds, remarked, "Honestly, this phone is rather cumbersome and uncomfortable for me. I appreciate your kindness, though. Do not mention it. Did you not also spend today?" The stout fellow forcefully thrust the mobile phone into Chen Jing's hands, reiterating a previous statement. "In the capital, one must pay heed to one's image. You keep the phone. Enough with the chatter. Who are we to each other? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours." Reluctantly, Chen Jing accepted the phone. As he sat in the vehicle, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, only to observe the stout man merrily humming popular tunes, albeit quite off-key. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the stout man remarked, "It's getting late. You should head back to rest. I'm quite worn out myself and need to return home. I haven't been back in months." Once Chen Jing returned to the dormitory, the dim light revealed a solitary bed emitting a glow from a tablet, illuminating a refined visage. Curiously, he inquired, "Hello, I'm Chen Jing, the new student assigned to room 330. Why is it that you are the only one here?" In response, the other occupant gracefully descended from his bed, akin to a willow leaf drifting silently. Clearly a martial artist, he landed softly, devoid of the clumsiness typical of a student just waking from slumber. This display of agility, albeit a mere hint, unexpectedly instilled a sense of calm within Chen Jing, who had just endured the raucous atmosphere of the Kaiwei Association and received a rather blunt lesson in image from the stout man. "Brother Chen," the young man introduced himself. "I am Su Lu. I have been awaiting your arrival." Su Lu clasped his hands together in greeting, his smile warm and inviting, his voice soft yet distinctly audible, resonating with a crisp clarity in the stillness of the dormitory. Hearing Su Lu's formal speech, Chen Jing found it somewhat pretentious and awkwardly grinned. Is this how they converse at the capital's university? It feels rather peculiar. Su Lu, upon hearing this, quickly relaxed, exclaiming, "Ah, I can hardly endure it. You truly are a good brother. I'm from Haicheng. The capital's university emphasizes scholarly decorum and etiquette, which can be quite overwhelming at times. There are 2 more roommates in our dormitory, but they must still be out, likely burning the midnight oil preparing for their entrance exams. As they exchanged pleasantries, Chen Jing began to unfold his bedding. Once everything was in order, Su Lu extinguished the dormitory light, leaving only a faint glow from the sparse starlight filtering through the window, allowing glimpses of the dormitory's details. "Brother Chun, your new attire is rather impressive," Su Lu remarked with a knowing smile, acknowledging the local tradition of honoring the attire before the person. However, he continued, his tone thoughtful, yet, sometimes, this splendid attire, woven with silks and brocade, may not offer the same comfort and ease as a simple, worn robe that allows one's qi to flow freely. Chen Jing wholeheartedly agreed, poised to nod in affirmation when he suddenly felt a constriction envelop him. The temperature within the room plummeted abruptly, an eerie chill seeping in from all sides. Not a mere autumn breeze, but rather the palpable essence of a chilling internal force. What alarmed Chen Jing even more was the sight of the study desk across from him, where his 2 exam-preparing roommates' textbooks began to flutter ominously, pages turning without any breeze to cause it. Su Lu, noticing the commotion, stood up and remarked, "How strange. These were the books distributed to every student upon enrollment at the capital's university. Why are they suddenly exhibiting such uncanny vitality?" Chen Jing was drawn to the sound and approached to investigate, discovering a book entitled The Spirit of Jingda. When he opened the tome, a flicker of spiritual energy darted forth like fireflies, causing the pages to cease their fluttering. Su Lu, with a face full of questions, reassured him, saying, "The Jing Dynasty University is rich in spiritual energy, and such occurrences of energy surges are not uncommon. It's nothing to worry about. Let's take a rest. We have classes together in the morning." However, the following morning, Chen Jing was awakened by a cacophony of noises. Something grave had transpired. Chapter 45. Yinshan Academy last night. The 2 conversed until the early hours, exchanging tales of gossip and scandal from Kyoto University, before finally succumbing to slumber. The following morning, in dormitory 330, Su Lu lay sprawled across his bed, a thin blanket haphazardly draped over his stomach, lost in a deep sleep. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed like a drum, nearly threatening to breach the flimsy iron door. Su Lu, incensed, shouted, "Who the hell is it? Summoning spirits?" A voice from outside, breathless and laced with incredulous joy, shouted back, "Old Su, wake up. It's monumental news. The back mountain of Kyoto University. The gate has opened." Startled by the commotion, Su Lu jolted awake, only grasping a few key words amidst the confusion. Instinctively, he mumbled, "The gate? What nonsense is this? It's not April Fool's Day. If this is another prank, I'll tear you apart. It's true. I wouldn't deceive you. The gate has opened 10 years ahead of schedule. The esteemed Master Li Changsheng has decided to accept disciples early. Many classmates have already gone. I can't wait for you." "What?" The name Li Changsheng reverberated in Su Lu's dazed mind like thunder, igniting an explosive realization. "I must hurry." With a sudden, resounding clap, Su Lu was propelled from his bed as if launched by an invisible force, shedding all remnants of drowsiness. His eyes widened, brilliant light flashing from his pupils. His face flushed with excitement as veins throbbed at his temples. "How could this happen while I'm at Kyoto University?" A thunderous exclamation erupted from his throat, filled with joy and disbelief potent enough to lift the roof. He was so exhilarated that he felt as if he might take flight, rolling off the bed in a flurry. He stumbled upon landing, but paid it no mind. His gaze, electric with determination, locked onto his new roommate, Chen Jing, who still lay snoring softly across the room. "Chen Jing, you missed all the gossip last night and are still asleep. The real news has arrived. Wake up, you big watermelon." Su Lu darted over to Chen Jing's bedside, unleashing a torrent of forbidden words that the platform's censorship had silenced, while his hands acted with reckless abandon, yanking off the thin blanket and shaking Chen Jing by the shoulders. "What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Or a fire?" Chen Jing, caught off guard by the sudden assault, rubbed his eyes groggily, confusion and irritation etched across his face. Old Su, what has gotten into you? Who is accepting disciples at this early hour? Which professor is recruiting graduate students? Is it really that thrilling? Good grief, you really are a big watermelon. Su Lu, nearly exasperated to the point of fainting, pointed accusingly at Chen Jing, his finger almost touching the tip of his nose as he spat forth words in a frenzy. Are you a spy sent from a rival nation? In Longhua, at Kyoto University, you dare ask who's accepting disciples? The gate of Yinshan Academy has opened. Li Shangshen, Master Li Changsheng, is accepting disciples. Yinshan Academy? Chen Jing was rendered nearly blind by the shouting, wiping the spittle from his face as he quietly repeated the term, his mind striving to piece together fragments of related information. It seemed he had heard Professor Huang, an expert in ancient martial arts, mention it briefly. Ah, now I recall, Professor Huang said that the Yinshan Academy was the most enigmatic place at Jing University, and that Master Li Changsheng, who presides over Longhua, is reputed to be the foremost individual in the world. The foremost in the world. Su Lu's voice suddenly escalated, infused with a fervor akin to that of a pilgrimage, filled with reverence. Not merely the foremost. He is unequivocally the pinnacle of martial arts, a living myth. You know nothing. The Yinshan Academy is the brightest jewel upon the great vessel of the nation, that is Jing University. It is the backbone of Longhua's martial arts. The master of the academy serves as the stabilizing force of this backbone. Whichever university he is affiliated with, that institution is the foremost in Longhua. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his strength to convey this glory. The academy's gates open only once every 20 years, admitting a single disciple. Over the span of an entire generation, 60 years, the academy has produced merely 3 disciples. Do you know who they are? Without waiting for Chen Jing's response, Su Lu bellowed almost in a frenzy. The sword god, Ning Modao. With a single strike, he cast a chill across 19 provinces, his sword aura spanning 30,000 miles. The Confucian Immortal, Bai Li Shuiwa. With treasures hidden in his heart and celestial principles on his lips, his words manifest as law. And the reigning empress, Long Aoshua, the supreme one, transcending all, reigning over the realm of martial arts. Each name struck Chen Jing's heart like a hammer, reverberating in his ears. Now, the gates have opened a decade early. What does this signify? Su Lu trembled with excitement, his eyes ablaze, for this means the master has contemplated taking in disciples. This is not merely a grand event for Jing University. It is a colossal wave that could reverberate throughout the entire realm of Longhua's martial arts, nay? A wave that could shake the very world. I cannot wait for you any longer. I must hurry. Come on, my little ancestor. We are roommates after all. I cannot bear to leave you behind. If we delay any further, we will miss the chance to find a suitable vantage point to witness the contest for the 4th disciple of the academy. Chen Jing was utterly stunned by this barrage of fervent declarations, instinctively swallowing hard as confusion enveloped his mind, leaving only Professor Huang's voice, low and laden with profound respect, echoing like an incantation in his ears. Master Li Changsheng, the contemporary 9th grade martial deity, merely the minimum threshold to seek an audience with him. It is said that in his youth, he only slew those of the terrestrial immortal realm, known as the Godslayer. Slay gods, Chen Jing murmured unconsciously, the 3 words seemingly imbued with a chilling bloodlust and overwhelming malevolence, causing him to shiver, a wave of cold surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The 2 made their way to the rear mountain gate, where students from all walks of life rushed toward the entrance, the path teeming with people, leaving Chen Jing and Su Lu gasping for breath. Suddenly, a flying sword descended from the sky, upon which stood an individual, the sword aura incapacitating nearby students. Unfazed by the complaints of those around him, he soared through the air, shouting, when the great rock rises with the wind, it soars to a height of 90,000 miles. Chen Jing gazed at the individual before him, a flicker of irritation crossing his features, and inquired, "Who on earth is this? Such a penchant for pretense." Su Lu interjected, "This is none other than the esteemed Wang Yueza, the foremost combatant of Jingshi University, the pride of the Wang family of the Central Plains, with whom you were gossiping last night. Before long, They arrive at the entrance of the mountain gate, where a mystical stone of martial essence lay prominently displayed. Only those possessing a certain rank of martial prowess were permitted to enter the gate, while others were relegated to the audience seats to observe. Su Lu stepped forward to touch the stone for assessment, and, to his astonishment, was deemed a third-tier warrior, receiving a numbered token marked 35 from his staff. As Chen Jing prepared to approach the stone for his own evaluation, an imposing hand suddenly reached out towards him. Chapter 46. Su Lu, are you the son of destiny? A plump hand, imbued with undeniable strength, abruptly yanked Chen Jing back from his forward momentum. Unsteady on his feet, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Anger surged within him, and just as he was about to explode, he turned to find the familiar, serious round face of the chubby Yang, Senator Chubby. Chen Jing exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here again? It's as if you attend school at Beijing University. Yang Sen's dark eyes fixed on him, his voice lowered and unusually grave. Don't just stand there. Early this morning, General Ma summoned me and emphatically warned me that you must not enter the arena at the Mountain Gate Conference. Knowing your penchant for brawling, I was so frightened that I nearly lost my shoes. Fortunately, I caught up in time. Intelligence has come back indicating that the spies infiltrating are linked to the ghost killers. These individuals operate in secrecy and with ruthless methods, targeting gatherings of martial artists to either steal secrets or incite disputes. It's nearly impossible to defend against them. General Ma fears that your reckless nature will make you a prime target. He rubbed his hands together, the weight of his palm reflecting his seriousness. So Chun, my friend, heed my advice. Stay put, enjoy the spectacle, but do not get involved. Yang Sen's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Chen Jing's rekindled fervor. He gazed at the bustling crowd below the arena, the array of garments and armed martial artists, and his initial excitement evaporated. At that moment, the keen-eyed Su Lu spotted Yang San, and his face lit up with joy. He hurried over in a few bounding steps and slapped Yang San on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Senior brother, it really is you. I was wondering who had the strength to pull Chen Jing back. Have you returned from your training in Jiang City? You must have been promoted. Yang Sen's stern demeanor instantly transformed into a broad smile upon seeing Su Lu. His large hand clapped against Su Lu's shoulder, creating a resounding echo. Hey, fellow townsman, goodness. In just a few days, you've advanced to the third rank. Truly impressive for a distinguished student of Beijing University. You bring pride to our hometown of Haicheng, and I am certain you will surpass me in the future. As he spoke, he elbowed the sulking Chen Jing playfully, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Did you see that, Chun? When I reported yesterday, I told you I had solid connections at Beijing University, and look, your roommate Su Lu is genuinely my fellow townsman. A native of Haicheng, the school arranged everything perfectly, placing you in the hands of someone trustworthy. What more could you ask for? He emphasized the phrase arranged perfectly with exaggerated weight. Chen Jing observed Su Lu's bright, innocent smile, radiating a purity that seemed to surpass his own collegiate demeanor. He glanced at Yang Sen's expression, which seemed to say, see, I wasn't lying, and his previously pent-up frustration diminished significantly. Su Lu was indeed sincere towards him, and despite Yang Sen's shortcomings, he was reliable when it mattered. He merely pursed his lips, choosing not to argue further. Thus, the crowd began apart. Su Lu clasped his fists in respect towards Chen Jing and Yang Senator's senior brother, roommate. In the coming days, I've been practicing astrology, and they say my luck is on the rise. So, everyone await my good news. With confidence, Su Lu joyfully merged into the throng of individuals awaiting their turn for the lottery. Yang Sun, the corpulent figure, casually draped his arm over Chen Jing's shoulder, unceremoniously ushering him into the expansive arena of the martial arts exhibition, a realm reserved exclusively for the students of Peking University and esteemed guests. The draw for opponents proceeded with remarkable swiftness. As predicted, Su Lu's luck proved to be extraordinary. Chen Jing even speculated that the presence of the illustrious Yang Sun had somehow influenced the outcome. In the initial rounds, Su Lu faced two second-tier martial artists and one who had only recently entered the early stages of the third tier, their foundations evidently weaker than Su Lu's. He navigated the bouts with a poised and effortless grace, revealing a profound mastery of Peking University's martial arts and combat acumen without exerting his full strength, skillfully evading danger. He conserved considerable stamina and advanced smoothly into the next round. However, a chorus of cheers erupted from the opposite side of the arena. Where the spotlight shone upon a radiant figure on the first stage, the pride of the Wang family from Central Plains, Wang Yueze, the undisputed foremost fighter of Peking University. Clad in a moonlight-hued, vintage high-collared business attire adorned with intricate golden embroidery, he shimmered under the sun. His visage, akin to a flawless jade, was perpetually graced by a subtle, yet unmistakable smirk of arrogance. Each time he stepped into the arena, his movements were as graceful as a spring stroll among blooming flowers. While his opponent, a robust man newly entered into the third tier, wielded a large axe and was clearly a product of the university sports program, exuding a roughness and a penchant for vulgarity. Yet, Wang Yueze appeared ethereal, lightly fanning himself with his folding fan, theatrically proclaiming, "The axe seeks to cleave the mountain." Yet the autumn moon and spring breeze gaze upon it with indifference. Before his opponent could bring the axe down, Wang's agility surged, and with the flick of his fan, a wave of energy surged forth, akin to an invisible hand sweeping past. The formidable force struck the man squarely in the chest, sending both him and his axe tumbling off the stage in a most undignified manner. After each victory, he would bow slightly towards the cheering female cheerleaders below, much like a star acknowledging the applause at the end of a performance. The young women went into a frenzy, waving flags and shouting, their voices nearly raising the roof. "Brother Yueze is invincible. Master Wang, what elegance! A paragon of literary and martial prowess. I want to bear children with Brother Yueze." Witnessing Wang Yueze's ostentatious display, Chen Jing felt an overwhelming urge to confront him at that very moment, exclaiming to Yang's son, "Is this a performance or a martial contest?" Surprisingly, Yang's son was equally entranced by Wang Yueze, grinning like a fool as he remarked, "This is Peking University. Truly, it is a place of eloquence." Observing the foolishness before him, Chen Jing remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. As anticipated, Su Lu successfully progressed to the second round. Chen Jing attentively followed the entirety of the competition, perceiving no anomalies. Through his spiritual awareness, he discerned that the highest level present was Wang Yueze, a sixth-tier martial artist, with no one surpassing him. However, Chen Jing pondered the underlying issues. General Ma had received word of the infiltration by the Ghost Killers, indicating that something was amiss. But where lay the true problem? At that moment, Su Lu returned triumphantly, interrupting Chen Jing's contemplation. With an exuberant grin, he declared, "I told you my luck was exceptional. I've made it through, and yet one of my seniors, a fourth-tier martial artist, has been eliminated. Moreover, allow me to share some delightful news. My opponent in the qualifying round happens to be, much like myself, a third-tier martial artist. Could my fortune be extraordinarily bountiful?" Yang's son, the plump fellow, was equally elated upon hearing this news, exuberantly exclaiming, "Truly, you are my fellow townsman. Just being among the top 8. One could navigate the Dragon Kingdom with ease in the future. Keep striving for a place in the top 4. Suddenly, a familiar sensation flickered in Chen Jing's mind. He had a foreboding feeling that something ominous was about to transpire. Chapter 47. Not a simple contest of novices. The second round of the rigorous examination at the Yinshan Academy is about to commence, a competition renowned for its intensity. This contest is akin to a grueling wheel battle, where only those who vanquish all their opponents can earn the esteemed privilege of meeting the Grandmaster, Li Changshan. Due to its fierce nature, every participant must sign a life-and-death agreement, compelling each contender to exert their utmost effort, truly embodying the essence of a martial artist as they distinguish themselves and confront mortality. The competition's objective is to evoke the ultimate fighting spirit from each martial artist under extreme conditions. However, should a warrior genuinely choose to concede for the sake of preserving their life, they may voluntarily kneel and admit defeat. Moreover, the competition encompasses another crucial consideration: the mercilessness of weapons and the unpredictability of combat. In the unfortunate event that a warrior inadvertently causes death, The signed agreement allows both parties to engage without reservations, ensuring that no regrets linger from the contest. Upon signing the life and death agreement, participants, accompanied by their assistants, proceed to the venue for the second round of the examination. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lu takes Chen Jing and the plump companion along as they enter the inner gate of Yanshan Academy. Amidst the warm welcome from countless students and guests, the inner gate finally swings open, revealing an interior rich in spiritual energy. From a distance, 3 mountains resembling swallows can be observed, their beaks converging to form a vast clearing. In this clearing, a humble grass hall stands, and the mountaintop is suffused with vitality, exuding an ethereal aura. Their destination is that enigmatic grass hall. As Chen Jing and his companions ascend the mountain, they're suddenly met with a surge of sword energy from behind. Everyone recognizes that the pretentious hero has arrived. Indeed, from afar, they hear the recitation of verses. You must know that the ambitions of youth are boundless. I have promised to be the best in the world. Wang Yuezha glides through the air on his flying sword, with his entourage trailing behind, laden with various packages, exclaiming, "Please slow down, young master." Upon seeing Wang Yuezha, Chen Jing is overcome with a sense of nausea, feeling compelled to retaliate against him. Thus, he devises a prank, summoning the stone mother that is entwined with his being, intending to play a trick on the unsuspecting Wang Yuezha. The stone mother promptly begins to harness spiritual power and establish a connection with the stones of Yanshan. Receiving an affirmative response, she discreetly sends a fine, smooth powder floating through the air, which adheres to Wang Yuezha's flying sword and the soles of his shoes while he remains oblivious. Seizing the opportune moment, Chen Jing quietly channels his spiritual energy, invoking a wind spell that melds with the surrounding atmosphere unnoticed. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the skies of Yanshan, causing Wang Yuezha, who stands atop his flying sword, to lose his balance. As he attempts to reposition his feet for stability, the slippery powder on the sword causes him to falter, leading him to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Chen Jing bursts into hearty laughter, and, under his influence, the surrounding martial artists join in uproarious laughter at Wang Yuezha's misfortune. At that moment, the top martial force from Beijing is exceedingly irate, glaring at the laughing Chen Jing and approaching him to confront the situation. However, unbeknownst to him, the powder beneath his feet once again takes effect, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees right before Chen Jing. As Wang Yuezha knelt on the ground, Chen Jing showed him no mercy, mimicking his poetic demeanor. Who knows how time has slipped by, yet still, neither fame nor fortune has been gained. You reckless brat, seeking your own demise. He unleashed his spiritual power, only to be halted by his companion, who murmured softly, "We must not stir trouble within the academy. Master Chaodang is watching." Filled with resentment, Wang Yuezha glared at Chen Jing, exclaiming, "So your name is Chen Jing. I shall remember you." Chen Jing, seemingly indifferent, adopted a nonchalant attitude, inciting Wang Yuezha to storm off, his companion assisting him and brushing the stone dust from his garments. Before long, they arrived at the Chaodang, where a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a straw mat, intently observing a chessboard, his hands incessantly rubbing the pieces while savoring the tea, relishing its flavor. He awaited the arrival of the others. Once all were assembled, the 8 contestants stood in a line and performed a respectful bow towards the middle-aged scholar. Addressing him as master, the scholar reciprocated with a bow. Chen Jing, gazing at the refined gentleman before him, inquired, "Fatty, who is this man?" The plump companion, perceiving Chen Jing's dazed expression, replied, "Were you not known as the encyclopedia in Jiangchen? How have you turned into a fool upon arriving in the capital? Have you lost your wits?" The esteemed figure before us is the chief disciple of the sage by Li Shoya, known as the chess saint Junyuan, revered as master of the Chaodang. Without further ado, Master led the 8 contestants to the competition arena outside the Chaodang, where they commenced the matches according to the drawn lots. The first round featured the 3rd-grade warrior Su Lu facing off against the 3rd-grade warrior Wu Tian. Dubbed the Battle of the Chickens, this encounter initially failed to draw much attention. The two began exchanging blows, neither gaining a decisive advantage at first. However, Su Lu's solid foundational skills shone through as his 33 styles of sweeping leg attacks were fierce, and he deftly defended against Wu Tian's assaults. Over the course of their prolonged duel, Wu Tian gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opening, Su Lu delivered a powerful kick to Wu Tian's abdomen, sending him flying. In that fleeting moment, Su Lu capitalized on the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks, each striking Wu Tian's vital points. Chen Jing, witnessing his compatriot Su Lu's bold tactics, clapped him on the back, exclaiming, "What do you think? My fellow townsman is quite impressive. It seems he's on his way to the top 4. Ha ha ha." Yet, Chen Jing harbored an unsettling premonition and chose to ignore his companion, continuing to observe the match. As anticipated, Wu Tian lay on the ground, his acupoints sealed. The other contestants, believing the match was nearing its conclusion, laughed and remarked, "In this battle of the unskilled, the favored one, Su Lu, has emerged victorious. I suspect he bribed the Yinshan Draw Committee." At that moment, blood trickled from the corner of Wu Tian's mouth. Yet his eyes betrayed no hint of concern. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably exhilarated, gazing at Su Lu with a grin. "I didn't expect you to possess such skill, but your luck will soon run out." Suddenly, he began to scream, his body erupting with a scarlet aura, an energy both abundant and tinged with a sinister essence. Chen Jing immediately utilized his spiritual awareness, recognizing the aura strikingly reminiscent of the malevolent energy he had encountered at the chaotic burial grounds of Jiangqing. Instantly, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart, signaling impending peril. Indeed, Takeuchi unleashed a surge of spiritual power, shattering the acupoints sealed by Su Lu, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Chapter 48. The most handsome man at Kyoto University, Wu Tian's figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind an empty shadow in his wake. His speed so astonishing that all present were left bewildered, gasping in astonishment. Where did he go? Incredible. He has completely disappeared. Such swiftness. So fast it seems invisible. Indeed, it must be that his speed is beyond our perception. Could it be the legendary shadow technique? Only Wang Yuezha, seated in the observation area, focused intently, drawing upon his own battle experience to discern the emptiness in the arena. He employed the secretive technique of his sect, the Divine Mother's spirit severing art, and a barely perceptible glimmer flickered in his eyes. While others believed Wu Tian's agility was unparalleled, he sensed the truth. Wu Tian had not merely evaporated, but had adeptly merged with the earth, traversing beneath the solid ground like a fierce subterranean dragon, moving unimpeded, lightning fast. With a clear objective aimed straight at the formidable Su Lu, Su Lu felt a cold sweat break upon his back. It is not the strength of the enemy that terrifies him, but rather the uncertainty of their whereabouts. With the formidable foe's shadow entirely absent, his mind raced in a frantic attempt to strategize amidst the perilous confrontation. He could never have anticipated that his opponent would employ such a peculiar technique as Earth Escape. Instead, he thought Wu Tian's speed had reached its zenith, his figure flashing dangerously close. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved 2 distinct cold iron spearheads from his satchel, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he promptly sprayed onto the already gripped spearheads. As a desire rise, the bloodied spearheads instantly vibrated with a resonant hum, radiating brilliant spiritual light. As Su Lu's internal energy surged wildly, the 2 spearheads transformed into ethereal blue streaks, spiraling rapidly around him, emitting piercing shrieks that sliced through the air. In an instant, they wove together to form an impenetrable spear shield, radiating a chilling brilliance, nearly impossible to breach. This was his renowned technique, the Dragon's Cloak, celebrated throughout Haicheng for its balance of offense and defense, designed specifically to counter close-range assaults. Wang Yuezha observed closely, his brow furrowing deeper, shaking his head almost imperceptibly, murmuring, "What a colossal fool. The direction is all wrong. How can he defend?" Alas, Su Lu is in grave danger. He foresaw the inevitable outcome, yet found himself powerless to intervene, constrained by the rules of the arena. Just as he spoke, time seemed to accelerate. At the moment Su Lu concentrated all his energy on sustaining his protective iron curtain, his attention focused on potential attacks from all directions. The ground suddenly erupted. Bang! A thunderous explosion jolted everyone, as Wu Tian burst forth from beneath Su Lu's feet. Amidst the flying debris and dust, a figure shrouded in earthy vigor emerged. It was Wu Tian, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. He crouched low, his right fist coiled with formidable strength, striking with unerring precision and ruthless ferocity. The target was none other than Su Lu's most vital point. A piercing scream, enough to rend the air, echoed throughout the martial arena. Su Lu, struck like lightning, felt his aura dissipate in an instant, the two fiercely spinning spearheads losing their magical sustenance, clattering to the ground in disarray. His body contorted sharply, resembling a shrimp, as he clamped his legs tightly together, hands desperately shielding his most vulnerable area. His face transformed instantly from crimson to a ghastly green, and then to a deathly white, beads of cold sweat cascading down like rain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been extracted, leaving him half kneeling on the ground, trembling violently as if sifting through flour, gasping for breath with only ragged inhalations escaping his lips. A grotesque expression, a blend of excruciating pain, humiliation, and physiological spasms, twisted his features in a manner that would be nearly impossible for any mortal to replicate. This scene unfolded in an instant, swift enough to render one breathless. The spectators in the viewing platform were momentarily stunned, as if a hand had clasped around their throats. The cacophony abruptly silenced. In the next heartbeat, it erupted like hot oil meeting water. A thunderous uproar ensued. My goodness, this fellow Wu Tian is utterly ruthless. How despicable, how base. I have never witnessed a martial artist strike such a place. What a treacherous blow. This is madness. Is this truly a contest of skills? It is nothing short of foul play. This is a grave affront to the martial way. How has such a scoundrel emerged in the realm of martial arts? The competitors waiting below were equally astounded, their discussions rife with shock, disdain, and a tinge of trepidation. At that moment, Chen Jing, who had witnessed the entire episode, instinctively covered his own groin, a chill surging from his spine to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder as his back became drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed hard, murmuring with lingering fear, "Good gracious, is this the level of deceit in the capital S competitions? I feel as though I am still a novice." Meanwhile, the instigator Wu Tian, having executed his strike, had already floated back several paces like a specter, landing gracefully on the unsettled ground. He brushed off the dust from his hands, ignoring the cacophony of scorn directed at him, a cold, indifferent smile playing on his lips as if his heinous act had been nothing more than a casual gesture. His gaze swept over the writhing Su Lu, then provocatively scanned the tumultuous stands, his lips curling into a menacing grin, revealing a set of sharp teeth. This is my lethal technique. Those who stand in my way will face utter annihilation. Who dares to challenge me? Among the competitors below, one boldly stepped forward, declaring, "I refuse to accept this. Your actions are a disgrace to the capital, an affront to all martial artists." Suddenly, Wu Tian displayed a sinister smile, and behind him, a massive crimson claw materialized from his spiritual energy, seizing the challenger with such swiftness that a fifth-tier martial artist had no chance to resist, rendered utterly motionless. Observing the ease with which his fellow martial artist was subdued, Wu Tian chuckled, proclaiming, "It seems I am indeed the foremost. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait. Why not all of you come at once? I shall eliminate you all." Wu Tian then strode towards Su Lu, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Suddenly, sharp claws glinted in his hand, intent on dispatching Su Lu, who was too incapacitated by pain to offer any resistance. He raised his bloodied claws high, aiming for Su Lu's neck. Chen Jing, witnessing this scene from a distance, shouted urgently, "No!" just as Wu Tian's blood claw aimed to sever Su Lu's head. Chen Jing realized that time had run out. Suddenly, Wu Tian's blood claw collided with a white bone fan, emitting a dazzling golden light. In the air, a verse echoed, "In moments of mercy, grant mercy. When it is time to let go, let go. This esteemed peer, Su Lu has already knelt in surrender. Why must one take a life? In that fleeting moment, Wang Yue's soared into action, wielding his feathered bone fan to thwart Wu Tian's assault. For the first time, Chen Jing recognized that the poetry spoken by Wang Yue, who risked his life to save another, was truly magnificent. Chapter 49. The Blood Moon Fan of Heaven and Earth. Wu Tian's lethal strike aimed at Su Lu was gracefully neutralized by Wang Yue. At this moment, the sinister grin on Wu Tian's face not only remained, but also intensified with an eerie excitement. He licked his parched lips, a low, rumbling laugh emanating from his throat. His gaze fixed on Wang Yue like a predator locking onto its long-desired prey. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. I've heard you are the foremost force at Peking University. It seems you're not only adept in academics, but also swift in action. I must ask, are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Upon hearing Wu Tian's taunting words, Wang Yue immediately resorted to his usual demeanor, putting on an act. He refrained from responding verbally, instead tossing his exquisite jade fan into the air with a graceful flick. The fan spun elegantly upwards like a boomerang, twirling rapidly as it ascended. At the moment the fan left his hand, Wang Yue's form suddenly sank, his legs spreading wide as if anchored to the ground. His left arm extended forward, mimicking an invisible shield, while his right arm drew back, poised as if grasping an unseen sword, striking a formidable pose reminiscent of a mountain standing resolute. Simultaneously, his clear, resonant voice filled the tense atmosphere of the arena with an incongruous recitation of poetry. Dismounting to briefly enter the tavern, I send you off 1,000 miles to the west. Fame and fortune are to be seized on horseback, truly a hero of a man. He felt the verses he recited brim with grandiosity, as if each word stirred the surrounding air, an invisible force subtly shifting around him. As he reached the phrase "a man," the descending jade fan appeared to be drawn by an unseen thread, landing perfectly in the grasp of his right hand with a crisp snap, the fluidity of his movements eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Chen Jing inwardly cursed. This fellow is boasting too soon. Let us see how insufferable he remains. Ha ha ha! Wu Tian's raucous laughter erupted, filled with derision and ferocity. Your poetry is commendable. Flowery fists and showy legs, such pretentiousness. Are you from the Peking University Opera Society? Today, I shall silence that mouth of yours forever and restore peace to the world. Before his laughter could fade, a sudden shift occurred. Wu Tian's palms crossed sharply before his chest, a fierce crimson light quickly coalescing in his palms, emanating a heart-stopping, destructive aura. With a swift thrust of his arms, he unleashed it like a bullet aimed at a target. A dark red energy beam, as thick as a bowl and reminiscent of molten lava, surged forth, accompanied by searing heat and a piercing shriek, tearing through the air directly towards Wang Yue's face. Its speed was such that it left behind a crimson afterimage in the air. Wang Yue's pupils constricted, astonishment flickering across his features. He had not anticipated the ferocity and swiftness of his opponent's assault. His body reacted almost instinctively, the horizontal stance shifting rapidly to evade. The jade fan seemed to draw an ethereal arc before him as he moved. With a hiss, the energy beam grazed the edge of his body, crashing violently against the metallic arena behind him. Boom! A deafening roar accompanied by blinding flashes erupted. The solid metallic platform melted as though a red-hot iron had plunged into butter, torn asunder in an instant. A colossal pit, as large as a grinding wheel, gushed forth with crimson molten liquid, while dark smoke billowed ominously into the air. This terrifying spectacle caused all onlookers to gasp in disbelief. Wu Tian, that seemingly inconspicuous individual, harbored such formidable power. Even my jade bone fan strike was effortlessly shattered. He was but a 4th-tier warrior, while I am a fully fledged 6th-tier warrior. A mere flicker of desperation? Oomph. Wu Tian caught the fleeting astonishment in Wang Yue's eyes, and his sinister grin deepened. Wang Yue, before me, you are merely a performer. Do not be so naive. The true despair has only just begun. He offered Wang Yue no respite, no chance to contemplate. His palms transformed into mere shadows, and the scarlet energy beams poured forth from Wu Tian's rapid onslaught like a tempest, interweaving into a net of destruction that sealed off all avenues of evasion for Wang Yueze. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The piercing shriek of the energy beams tearing through the air mingled with the thunderous roars of explosions, composing a symphony of death. The arena, under Wu Tian's frenzied assault, became riddled with countless wounds, with fragments of stone and molten debris flying in all directions. Wang Yueze's figure darted across the narrow, undamaged arena, akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, ever on the brink of capsizing. The jade bone fan transformed in his hands into a protective spirit, deftly parrying, deflecting, and guiding. The luminous fan face accurately intercepting and diverting the lethal crimson rays, the sound of the fan bones clashing with energy resonating incessantly. However, Wu Tian's relentless barrage encompassed too vast a range, with an overwhelming force. Wang Yueze, relying on his agility and fan techniques, narrowly dodged most direct assaults, yet still suffered from the aftermath of several explosions and flying energy shards. Amidst the swirling airwaves, he let out a muffled groan, a trickle of bright crimson escaping his lips, and his movements inevitably faltered. Now is the moment. A sharp glint flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. Wang Yueze's injuries and disrupted rhythm of evasion presented the very opportunity he had anticipated. Wang Yueze instantly sensed the looming danger. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil within, his gaze turning icy and resolute. He could no longer afford to be on the defensive. Confronted with Wu Tian's relentless advance, he had to reveal his hidden trump card, the Qinquan Blood Moon fan. With a low shout, Wang Yueze unleashed the internal energy he had long accumulated, hurling the jade bone fan skyward. As it spun rapidly, it enlarged with astonishing speed, soaring toward the heavens, transforming into an immense wheel of luminous white light. A tempestuous gale swirled around the wheel like an enraged dragon, pulling debris from the arena. More chillingly, at the center of the wheel, a bizarre and colossal blood moon, seemingly coalesced from thick blood, materialized out of thin air. The blood moon spun in the sky, emanating an overwhelming gravitational pull capable of tearing souls apart, cloaking the entire arena in an aura of boundless malevolence. A resonating hum filled the air. An invisible force field descended. Wu Tian felt as if his very blood was being siphoned away by the blood moon, his movements abruptly stalling. In the face of such adversity, he raised his head in astonishment, gazing at the ominous crimson halo suspended above, exuding an aura of destruction. For the first time, disbelief flickered across his features, yet his eyes revealed a deeper yearning for bloodlust and a palpable disdain for the conjurer. Roar! Wu Tian bellowed like a beast, summoning all his strength to launch multiple beams of energy towards the blood moon halo, attempting to shatter it. However, those terrifying beams, capable of piercing through metal, were grotesquely distorted and devoured as they neared the blood moon halo, ensnared by its dreadful rotational force and gravitational pull. The halo spun with increasing ferocity, its crimson brilliance intensifying. Just as that terrifying blood moon was about to descend upon the temporarily immobilized Wu Tian with overwhelming might, the outcome seemed poised to be decided in the next heartbeat. Chapter 50. The True Blood Moon Forbidden Technique. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from Wu Tian's body, manifesting his spiritual power into a colossal and twisted visage of a malevolent badger. The onlookers were astounded that Wu Tian could withstand Wang Yueze's Qinquan Blood Moon fan. Upon witnessing the visage of the badger, Chen Jing felt a genuine shock within. Wu Tian laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Your blood moon is a mere illusion. Coincidentally, I too possess the ability. Allow me to unveil the true blood moon." The spiritual energy behind him surged forth wildly, cascading like a waterfall, enveloping all competitors both within and outside the arena. Suddenly, a crimson aura formed a barrier, within which a far grander blood moon emerged, shattering Wang Yueze's Qinquan blood moon. Inside the barrier, tendrils of spiritual energy surged like rapid appendages, attacking each competitor relentlessly. Regardless of their attempts to evade, their powers were curtailed within the barrier. Their movements slowed, rendering them unable to withstand the swift onslaught of spiritual energy. Soon, all 8 competitors were ensnared by the tendril-like energy, and in horror, they realized they were being voraciously drained of their spiritual essence. Suspended beneath the eerie blood moon, Wu Tian was enveloped in a surging tide of sanguine energy, the crimson glow illuminating his distorted and menacing visage. He intended to unleash the blood-colored point of boundless destructive force in his palm, intending to pulverize the incapacitated opponents below into dust, both to relieve his pent-up rage and to establish his dominance, striking fear into all present. However, the blood-colored point of terrifying might in Wu Tian's palm was suddenly brushed aside by an invisible hand, dissipating into nothingness with a soft pop, like a fleeting dream, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Wu Tian's form trembled violently. His previously suspended body now wavered precariously. The arrogant, sinister grin on his face froze, as if he had donned a poorly crafted mask. He had come to a profound realization. The true masters were engaged in this conflict. The once supremely confident Wu Tian was now stripped of his earlier arrogance, replaced instead by sheer astonishment, disbelief, and a flicker of offended wrath. He labored to turn his head, his gaze sharp as poisoned arrows, locking onto the source of the attack, discovering a scholar seated upon a mat, donned and tattered. Faded coarse cloth. The scholar appeared gaunt, his delicate features seemingly etched with the passage of endless years. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing deep-set eyes akin to ancient pools. Calm and unperturbed, as if perceiving the myriad phenomena of the world, imbued with ineffable wisdom and compassion. He slowly retracted the finger that had pointed moments before, still tinged with a faint golden glow, and brought both hands together before his chest, the motion fluid and natural, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust from his sleeve. Master of the Grass Hall. The competitor Wang Yueza croaked, forcing the words through gritted teeth. He could scarcely believe that this legendary figure, who had long shunned worldly affairs to engage in solitary contemplation within the depths of the grass hall, would choose this moment to intervene. Moreover, the seemingly casual gesture had effortlessly dismantled the blood moon he had painstakingly summoned, a feat that had nearly drained his very essence. Upon my first encounter with the referee, I was compelled to inquire about this matter. May I presume that you wish to meddle in this trivial affair? Wu Tian forcefully suppressed the surging blood within him and the tumultuous waves of his heart, declaring in a commanding voice, attempting to intimidate others with his presence. This is a contest of skill, where life and death are dictated by fate. As a revered senior, do you not fear the scorn of the world for intervening in the disputes of the younger generation? The master of Chaodang, however, did not exhibit anger. He simply regarded Wu Tian with a calm demeanor, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the turbulent energies surrounding him, delving into the depths of his soul. The old monk spoke slowly, his voice still tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable power, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Your words, Wu, are misguided. The essence of competition lies in mutual learning and validation, to a measured extent. I have observed the technique you employed earlier, which exuded a malevolent aura, straying far from the righteous path. Your intention to annihilate is laden with a heavy malice that may disrupt the harmony of the heavens and contradict the fundamental purpose of our martial pursuits. I cannot bear to witness the fall of talented individuals, nor do I wish for this place to devolve into a battleground of slaughter, hence my intervention. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 8 competitors still shaken on the stage, lingering momentarily on Wang Yueza, whose pallid face bore traces of blood, and whose once brilliant jade fan now dimmed. A fleeting sigh flickered in his eyes before he turned his attention back to Wu Tian. Given your dual soul constitution, you possess the potential for greatness. Why then engage in such nefarious deeds? The power of this blood moon is tyrannical beyond compare, akin to an evil force hastily summoned, unstable at its core, and its malevolence may recoil upon you. Should you persist in forcefully harnessing it, not only may you fail to vanquish your foes, but you might also inflict harm upon your own foundation, plunging into the abyss of demonic paths from which there is no return. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back now, child. His words resonated like a divine revelation, akin to the tolling of a bell at dawn, striking the hearts of all present. Upon hearing this, Wang Yueze was profoundly shaken, his gaze toward Wu Tian now tinged with complexity. He had previously sensed that Wu Tian's surge in power was unnaturally swift, and with the master's revelation, his suspicions were confirmed. Wu Tian, having had his hidden strength unveiled by the master of Chaotang, instantly turned ashen, his complexion fluctuating between shades of blue and white. He felt as though his secret had been laid bare before another's eyes, and that tranquil gaze instilled in him an unprecedented pressure. Yet, the resentment and madness that had festered within him for years could not be dispelled by mere verses of wisdom. Do not deceive the crowd with your sorcery. Wu Tian, consumed by rage and embarrassment, felt the blood energy surge within him once more, the blood moon overhead flickering in tandem with his tumultuous emotions. My strength is beyond your judgment. Today, I shall slay these 8 individuals. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall be my enemy. I am the rightful first among the students. His eyes gleamed with menace, disregarding the master's warning, as he forcefully summoned his inner power, attempting to coalesce that terrifying crimson glow once more. However, at the moment his energy reached its zenith, PFF, a torrent of scalding, blood-laden bile erupted violently from Wu Tian's mouth. The turbulent blood energy surrounding him suddenly faltered, becoming chaotic. The colossal shadow of the blood moon trembled violently, its brilliance fading rapidly, as if on the verge of collapse. A piercing backlash surged through him, akin to countless venomous serpents, swiftly invading his limbs and bones, ravenously gnawing at his meridians. With a painful grunt, Wu Tian staggered, unable to maintain his levitation, and fell heavily onto the already battered arena, raising a cloud of dust. Master Chao Tang observed the scene, his hands pressed together in contemplation, as if contemplating further action. Yet, he ultimately returned to tranquility, murmuring softly, the cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is inevitable. Practitioner, the power you forcibly wield is not your own. The suffering of backlash is clear evidence. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All were astonished by this sudden turn of events. The once invincible Wu Tian, akin to a descending demon, had, after but a few words from Master Chao Tang, succumbed to the backlash of his own technique, spitting blood as he fell. What unfathomable realm had this old monk attained? Merely through speech could he provoke such a backlash? Wang Yueze, drawing upon his own cultivation, broke free from the shackles of spiritual energy and struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He bowed deeply towards the main platform, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. The other 7 contestants, awakening from their stupor, struggled to rise as well, their gazes towards Master Chao Tang filled with reverence and gratitude. Wu Tian labored to rise from the ground, half kneeling, one hand clutching his painfully throbbing chest while the other pressed against the earth, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. He gazed up at Master Chao Tang, his eyes brimming with resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of fear he himself could scarcely acknowledge. You think you have truly won, ah? He gritted his teeth. Yet the internal injury hindered his breath, preventing him from uttering a complete sentence. Master Chao Tang's gaze remained serene, as if he could see through Wu Tian's thoughts, and he spoke slowly. Young man, victory and defeat have been determined. Harboring malice harms oneself. It would be wise to attend to your injuries rather than persist in your defiance. Someone, assist Wu in seeking treatment. At his behest, several medical personnel, who had long awaited at the edge of the arena, swiftly approached to offer their assistance to Wu Tian. He violently shook off their outstretched hands, struggling to stand on his own, but the tumultuous energy within him surged once more, and he spewed another mouthful of blood, darkness clouding his vision as he finally succumbed. Just as the crowd believed victory had been sealed, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Chapter 51. The Sacred Fire Lotus. Suddenly, the severely injured Wu Tian appeared to collapse, lying on the ground in silence, leading everyone to believe he had finally quieted down. Abruptly, Wu Tian stirred, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief as he uttered, "Since you have discovered me, I shall no longer hide." Before their astonished eyes, Wu Tian gradually transformed into a translucent form, resembling a gelatinous entity. His body began to shrink and change shape. As his transparency began to solidify, the spectators were increasingly astonished. Wu Tian's head sprouted fur, and a distinctive black and white mask emerged, with clear and pronounced stripes or patches stretching from the tip of his nose to behind his ears. Notably, the bridge of his nose and the center of his forehead bore the most striking white. His small, round eyes glimmered like two black onyx stones embedded in black silk, exuding a keen and sharp light. These deep-set eyes were enveloped in a broad black mask that fanned upwards from either side of his nose, enveloping his eyes and extending back to his ears, accentuating the brilliance of his pupils. Beyond the mask, from the bridge of his nose to the center of his forehead, a pristine silver-white hue appeared, resembling a fresh layer of snow. This sudden division of color evoked a peculiar sense of wonder among the crowd. What manner of creature was this? The audience, witnessing Wu Tian's transformation into a humanoid animal, were baffled, particularly those from the capital where badgers were seldom seen. They began to question, "What kind of animal is this?" One girl exclaimed loudly, "Look, Wu Tian has turned into a raccoon. How adorable." A nearby spectator retorted, "You faux fan, that's a panda. Aren't pandas brown? That must be a mutation. All right, I took a closer look, fine. I admit he is indeed a raccoon." The badger spirit was thoroughly incensed by the audience's comments, and, running back and forth on the competition stage, roared, "How could you students from the capital not distinguish between a badger and a raccoon? Have you been devoured of knowledge?" The onlookers, observing the badger spirit's fury, responded with a motherly affection, "Look, the raccoon is angry. Hee, but he is even cuter when he is mad. I just want to pet his head." Initially intent on displaying his superiority, the badger spirit found himself a target of ridicule from the audience. No longer wishing to debate, he soared into the air, sighed deeply, and declared, "Very well, let it be destroyed." With that, he conjured a lotus imbued with immense spiritual energy, exclaiming, "Sacred Fire Lotus." He directed it towards the 8 competitors. Watching as the lotus expanded, even drawing in the spiritual energy from the surroundings, rendering its power immeasurable. Master Chaodang observed the robust spiritual energy of the lotus of earth fire soaring towards the 8 contestants. Witnessing the despair in their eyes, he too began to feel a pang of panic. As a fully realized 8th-tier martial saint, this marked the 3rd occasion he found himself in such a state of alarm. The first had been when he encountered his own master, and the second when he was overwhelmed by the aura of the reigning empress. And now this was the 3rd. He gazed at the exceptionally talented students of Jing University before him, especially the hopeless and helpless expression on Wang Yuez's face. In that moment, he recalled his own identity as a teacher at Jing University, a protector of these young souls. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, unleashing his full spiritual power. A tremendous shock wave emanated from his body, utterly shattering the fragmented blood moon barrier that had been damaged by Wu Tian. Some contestants, previously ensnared by the tendrils of spiritual energy, were finally liberated. He cried out to them, "Run quickly." The onlookers, understanding his intent, fled the martial arena in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the lotus of earth fire, in its colossal form, descended upon Master Chaodang. Exhausting all his spiritual energy, he conjured a protective shield, the heavenly gang shield. As he shouted, the moment the lotus of earth fire made contact with the shield, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that knocked spectators on the viewing platform off balance. Even those several miles away could feel the tremors. The stones of Yinshan Chaodang began to plummet amidst the violent explosion. The rotund observer gasped, "Heavens! This lotus of earth fire possesses such power that it can dislodge even the hardest stones of Chaodang." Beside him, Chen Jing explained, "Were it not for Master S protection of the heavenly gang shield, The entire main vein of Yinshan would have been sheared in half. The observer, pointing at the ground beneath them, exclaimed, "If Yinshan is to be halved, surely we would be obliterated as well." Chen Jing nodded in affirmation. The observer stood frozen in shock, speechless for a moment. As the smoke cleared, it became apparent that the contest stage had transformed into a massive pit. This was the stone of Chaotang, not only hard but also imbued with spiritual energy. Ordinarily, martial artists below the 5th tier would be unable to leave a mark upon such stone. Who could have anticipated that the Lotus of Earth Fire would wreak such havoc upon Chaotang, even under the full protection of the master? Chen Jing noted the once boisterous audience, now rendered silent. No one dared to jest about whether Wu Tian was truly a raccoon. Their expressions were grave, awed into silence by the recent display of power. Master Cao Tong's plain robes were tattered by the force of the Lotus of Earth Fire, yet he maintained an air of scholarly elegance despite his injuries. He staggered forward, but the overwhelming force ultimately proved too much, and he coughed up blood onto the ground. Suddenly, a system panel appeared. Ding! Detection of Wu Tian unleashing the Lotus of Earth Fire, generating an atmosphere of fear. 1 8th-tier martial saint, 1 6th-tier martial artist, 3 5th-tier martial artists, 6 4th-tier martial artists, 10 3rd-tier martial artists, 11 2nd-tier martial artists, and 7 1st-tier martial artists. As the atmosphere of dread was instigated by Wu Tian, the host was compelled to either slay Wu Tian personally or instill fear within him to convert that into power. Upon witnessing the severely injured Grandmaster, the badger spirit Wu Tian erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What a mere grass hall Grandmaster! I find him utterly unimpressive." At that moment, the gravely wounded Grandmaster slowly uttered, "What is there for you to boast about? I dare to wager that this Earth Fire Sacred Lotus is not your own technique. You have merely defeated me using the skills of a 9th-rank martial god, a fraud masquerading as a hero." Suddenly, before the Grandmaster's eyes, the badger spirit Wu Tian began to unleash a forceful surge of rage. His spiritual energy escalated abruptly, and the surrounding crimson glow transformed into a blood-red hue. The Grandmaster realized that the badger spirit Wu Tian had ascended to the 8th-rank martial saint realm. Gazing at the astonished Grandmaster, Wu Tian sneered, "Are you not also an 8th-rank martial saint? What is there to be so arrogant about? It is only reasonable that I take your life with my 8th-rank prowess." In an instant, he flashed to the Grandmaster's side and struck. Chapter 52. The mysterious masked man, the esteemed master of the Grass Hall, was gravely injured during his match against the Sacred Fire Lotus, rendering his movements sluggish. The badger spirit, Wu Tian, engaged him in close combat, and the master found himself increasingly beleaguered. Ultimately, Wu Tian seized upon a moment of vulnerability, delivering a powerful blow to the master's chest that sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing the master's plight, Wu Tian chuckled. "How can you call yourself a chess saint when you fail to realize that today's match was part of my grand scheme? I anticipated you would protect those 7 contestants, and thus your fate was foreseen. You have lost." He then leaped before the Grass Hall master, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks while roaring towards the peak of Yinshan. "Did you witness that? Shouldn't it be declared that I am the 4th disciple of the Academy?" Meanwhile, at the summit of Yinshan in the Jade Void Palace, Li Changsheng and his disciple, the Confucian Immortal, observed the recent clash. Upon witnessing his chief disciple being savagely beaten by Wu Tian, Li Changsheng's instinct was to intervene and spare his disciple from calamity. But he was restrained by his master. The Confucian Immortal, anxious yet respectful of his master's authority, inquired, "Master, why do you stop me? Are we truly to accept a demon spirit as a disciple?" Li Changsheng replied with a smile, "What harm is there in that? I do not concern myself with one's origins, and you must also cast aside your prejudices." The Confucian Immortal, perplexed by Li Changsheng's intentions, cautiously probed, "Then, this Wu Tian is to be my junior brother, but his nature?" Li Changsheng, gesturing with his hand, interjected with a grin, "When did I ever declare that Wu Tian is your junior brother? Let the winds of fate guide us." Suddenly, sensing a surge of spiritual energy, he added, "Today's events are but a prelude to a greater purpose. Let's observe the unfolding drama." In the stands, the stout Yang Sun, witnessing his idol. Master of the Grass Hall, being relentlessly beaten by Wu Tian, felt a surge of indignation. He had longed to join the fray, but was hindered by General Ma's prohibition against Chen Jing participating under his own name. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He tossed a mask onto the ground, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, whose mask has fallen? If only someone were to don it." He left his sentence hanging, casting a glance at Chen Jing. Understanding the unspoken invitation, Chen Jing promptly picked up the mask and vanished in an instant. Yang Sun sprang to his feet, calling out to the fading silhouette, "Look at you, so reckless. You must remain enigmatic, never revealing your true abilities, oh mysterious masked man." He then resumed his seat, muttering to himself, "I wonder if he even heard that. Truly a quick man, shooting forth before even shedding his pants." Suddenly, Chen Jing reappeared, startling Yang Sun, who received a powerful strike from Chen Jing. "I am a formidable man, and I only grow stronger with time." Caught off guard, Yang Sun, like a fool, touched his own face in disbelief, gazing at Chen Jing's afterimage. He had intended to unleash a torrent of curses, but, fearing a potential retaliation, he remained silent, dutifully sitting in the stands, munching on potato chips. The battle raged on, presenting a decidedly one-sided spectacle. Badger Spirit Wu Tian relentlessly struck at the master, taunting, "Hurry, announce me as the sole victor. Delay that proclamation, and I shall end you right here, ha ha ha." At this moment, the master had lost all capacity to resist, blood spilling from his mouth, refusing to acknowledge Badger Spirit Wu Tian as the ultimate victor. Enraged, Badger Spirit Wu Tian gathered a formidable amount of spiritual energy in his palm, aiming a devastating blow at the master's crown, intent on obliterating him entirely. Just as he was about to strike, a figure appeared before the master, engaging Badger Spirit Wu Tian in a clash of palms, unleashing a powerful wave that sent ripples throughout the arena. Astonishingly, the two were evenly matched. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of someone saving the master. And even the audience watching live began to cheer, as if they had witnessed a savior's arrival. As they beheld the figure who had rescued the master, they noticed he wore a mask, the visage resembling that of a panda. Badger Spirit, upon seeing the mysterious masked man, chuckled, "Hey, panda, I advise you to mind your own business. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 10 who could defeat me, and they are all renowned figures, unlike you. Thus, I suggest you refrain from wading into these murky waters." The mysterious masked man ignored his taunts, instead lifting the severely injured master and carrying him off the arena. On the summit of Yinshan, at the Yushu Palace, two individuals observed the unexpected turn of events on the Chaodang arena. The Confucian Immortal gazed at his master, Li Changsheng, in astonishment. Li Changsheng wore a knowing smile. Remaining silent, unable to contain his curiosity, the Confucian Immortal finally inquired, "Master, do you truly believe this individual is the vinegar?" His opponent is an 8th-rank martial saint, possessing extraordinary skills. As he stated, there are fewer than 10 in the world capable of defeating him. This masked figure, appearing no older than 23. How could he possibly contend with Badger Spirit? Li Changsheng merely smiled, revealing a treasured bottle of aged vinegar. The Confucian Immortal chuckled, saying, "I have never witnessed my master unseal a century-old vinegar before. It seems I must prepare some dumplings." Meanwhile, Badger Spirit Wu Tian, feeling ignored, was consumed by rage, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Observing Badger Spirit Wu Tian entering a combat stance, Chen Jing resolved to take the initiative. Recalling the advice from the plump man to conceal his techniques, he altered his approach and bellowed, "First move of the 18 dormitory techniques. Old man pushes the cart." His spiritual energy swiftly transformed into an ice cart, which he propelled forward. Badger Spirit Wu Tian intended to shatter the incoming ice cart with his own energy, but was taken aback by its immense power. As the cart advanced, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing many areas to freeze. In response, Badger Spirit Wu Tian swiftly formed a blood demon palm of spiritual energy. Crimson winds laced with dark energy surged toward the ice cart, resulting in a tremendous clash of forces. As the Badger Spirit Wu Tian observed the formidable blood demon palm, imbued with his profound spiritual energy. Being completely encased and shattered by the ice card during their confrontation, he recognized that his opponent possessed even greater depth of power. Activating his heavenly eye, he smirked and remarked, "Indeed, you are a martial arts prodigy. At such a tender age, you have already attained the rank of 7th rank martial saint. However, it is unfortunate for you that you have crossed paths with me." With that, Wu Tian unleashed his spiritual energy once more, soaring towards Chen Jing, channeling his potent blood demon energy as they engaged in close combat. Chen Jing, undeterred, retaliated fiercely, and the two exchanged blows with astonishing speed both in the air and on the ground. Their figures were nearly imperceptible, with only flashes of spiritual light colliding in the air and on the ground, producing thunderous echoes that resonated across the landscape. After an extended bout, the two finally separated, and Chen Jing gathered his spiritual energy, shouting, "The 18 style of the dormitory technique, second move, a shot to the soul." The Confucian Immortal, who was in the midst of enjoying dumplings, changed countenance upon hearing this, muttering to himself, "Why does the name of this technique sound so much like a secret art from the bedchamber?" Chapter 53. The complete ancient sacred body atop the peak of Yushan. The Jade Void Palace observed the fierce clash between Chen Jing and the Badger Spirit, Wu Tian. Amidst their intense duel, Chen Jing's incantations echoed with ferocity, weaving through the array of techniques, the 18 methods of the dormitory, the Avalokiteshvara's Lotus Seat, the Ice Fire Poison Dragon, and the 6-9 mutual combat. As he savored dumplings dipped in vinegar while listening to the unfolding battle, he could no longer contain his mirth, bursting into hearty laughter that nearly toppled the vinegar dish. He guffawed, "The 6-9 mutual combat. It seems this lad possesses quite the formidable stance. Bali Shoyue, what are your thoughts on your junior disciple before you?" The Confucian Immortal, upon hearing the term junior disciple, expressed surprise, exclaiming, "Master, how can you be so certain that this mysterious masked youth will prevail? Moreover, his tongue is laden with foul language. What will become of him in the future?" Li Chongqing shot him a sidelong glance, prompting the Confucian Immortal to fall silent. With the Confucian Immortal quieted, Li Chongqing smiled and asked, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" After watching the two combatants for a while, the Confucian Immortal replied, "Both are conserving their spiritual energy, indicating they have hidden reserves. However, I sense Wu Tian has the upper hand. Firstly, he is an 8th rank martial saint. Secondly, he possesses a rare dual soul constitution, making it akin to facing two opponents. I believe Wu Tian's chances are greater." "Oh, I beg to differ. The advantages you cite for Wu Tian, in my view, are indeed disadvantages," Li Chongqing remarked, picking up a dumpling with his chopsticks, dipping it in vinegar, and savoring the taste with exclamations of delight. "Delicious. Shoyue, do not just stand there, try some." Bali Shoyue refrained from further conversation, focused on his own path of fasting to transcend his current realm. Having remained at the 9th rank Earth Immortal stage for many years, he sought to break through to a half-step into the profound realm, thus foregoing earthly delicacies. Li Chongqing, perceiving Bali Shoyue's intentions, erupted into laughter once more. "Continue your fasting, my friend. You are far too rigid, clinging to the path of preservation. Do you not realize that martial arts mastery requires breakthroughs and the establishment of one's own lineage?" Meanwhile, the duel between the two had reached a fever pitch, their close-quarters combat showcasing a near-equal exchange of prowess. At that moment, Badger Spirit Wu Tian chuckled, "At last, I recognize who you are. You old hedgehog, after several months apart. I had not anticipated your rapid ascension in strength." Chen Jing, recalling the events of his initial arrival in this realm and the disruption of his spiritual awareness at the Tongxian Temple, retorted, "Little raccoon, I didn't think you harbored such a grudge." Enraged, Badger Spirit Wu Tian roared, "You wretched little brat. You slaughtered my kin. This vendetta remains unavenged." With that, he elevated his aura, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that coalesced into countless tendrils, launching a frenzied assault on Chen Jing. Caught off guard, Chen Jing hastily evaded the onslaught of tendrils, which exuded corrosive venom capable of rapidly eroding anything it touched. Wu Tian intensified his assault, cackling maniacally. "No matter how swift your movements, you cannot evade my thousand-hand blood demon." Chen Jing realized that evasion was futile and recognized the necessity to unleash his full power. A radiant golden light enveloped him, and a colossal golden figure emerged, shielding him from the onslaught of spiritual tendrils. Seizing the moment, he directed his most formidable fire technique, the demon subduing heavenly fire, towards the badger spirit, Wu Tian. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his sleeve, manifesting as two immense flames that surged forth like twin fire dragons targeting Wu Tian. Due to the significant energy drain earlier, Wu Tian found himself unable to evade and braced himself to withstand the fierce assault. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of fireballs rained down from the sky, mercilessly striking him. Thunderous explosions erupted around Wu Tian, the cacophony startling everyone present, including those watching on television, notably the sage, Bali Shoyue. "What? This young man possesses the legendary primordial sacred body. Master, does this mean he has the potential of a saint? Did you foresee this?" Bali Shoyue exclaimed in astonishment. "Can you still blame me for making dumplings out of jealousy?" Li Changsheng replied, contentedly patting his stomach after finishing his meal, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Bali Shoyue. "Master, the outcome remains uncertain. Although this lad possesses the primordial sacred body and the prowess of a 7th-grade saint, capable of crossing boundaries to slay, Wu Tian wields 9th-grade ultimate techniques." Bali Shoyue continued to argue. "Let us observe the unfolding events." Following the explosive sounds, as the smoke began to clear, a trickle of blood escaped from Wu Tian's mouth, indicating he had been wounded by the previous assault. Once in a position of dominance, he now found himself at a disadvantage, his fury escalating. He frantically unleashed a wave of energy directed at Chen Jing. In the midst of Chen Jing's evasive maneuvers, Wu Tian crushed a spiritual talisman in his hand, forming a massive lotus shape anew. "Earthfire, sacred lotus," Wu Tian bellowed, as the lotus hurtled towards Chen Jing. In this perilous moment, Chen Jing swiftly accessed his system panel. Ding! Detecting the host current accumulated experience points. 16290-15000. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Chen Jing felt a monumental surge of energy, as if a celestial river were cascading into his dantian. This overwhelming force seemed to cleanse and invigorate his meridians and blood, awakening the dormant power of the primordial sacred body deep within his veins. The ancient strength ignited, akin to a slumbering primordial being opening its eyes, merging flawlessly with his essence, vitality, and spirit. An unparalleled sense of mastery welled within him, as though he could command the very forces of the universe with a mere gesture. Clarity dawned upon him, revealing the true profundity of the sacred body. Primordial sacred body, arise! In an instant, a magnificent golden figure, radiant and towering, stood before the heavens. His skin transformed into a brilliant golden hue. As the sound of thunderous bones resonated throughout, his stature swelling mightily. In the blink of an eye, an imposing golden idol loomed majestically between heaven and earth. This golden manifestation, with sinewy muscles coiling like a dragon, revealed distinct limbs and a head, the brilliance of his eyes shining like diamonds, akin to a fierce deity descending to earth. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him distorted the surrounding space, creating a palpable tremor. At this very moment, the sacred fire lotus, with its devastating and terrifying power, descended upon them like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Chen Jing bellowed, his voice echoing through the skies. He raised his immense golden arms, palms aglow with brilliance, as if lifting the sun, moon, and stars themselves, defiantly supporting the searing and tempestuous sacred lotus. Two formidable forces, capable of shaking mountains and rending the earth, collided with ferocity. The golden giant's arms suddenly sank, as the magnificent golden figure, able to uphold entire ranges, was slightly forced back by the impact of the sacred lotus, positioned at the core of this golden form. Chen Jing felt an unimaginable force coursing through him, as if countless mountains had descended mercilessly upon his very soul. His entire being felt as though it would shatter, his blood surging like boiling water. With gritted teeth and eyes blazing crimson, Chen Jing unleashed the ancient sacred power he had just integrated within his dantian to its utmost limits. The golden form radiated brilliantly, striving to maintain its ground. Yet, the annihilating force of the sacred fire lotus was overwhelmingly tyrannical, the rebounding power akin to an avalanche. Under the immense pressure, Chen Jing felt as if his head would explode, and his chest could no longer contain the surging blood. A torrent of scalding blood erupted from his mouth. Soon after, crimson streams flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. With every ounce of strength, he hurled the colossal sacred fire lotus towards the summit of Yanshan, the Yushu Palace. At that moment, the Confucian sage exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, this masked rascal is truly wicked. He intends to destroy the Yushu Palace." Chapter 54. The Dust Settles. Ha ha ha. This mischievous little rascal, indeed, possesses a certain stubbornness reminiscent of my own in my youth. High above the clouds, Li Changsheng stroked his beard and laughed heartily, though a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. However, as I destroyed the Jade Void Palace back in the day, I am determined not to allow this young lad to fulfill his desires. As the earth fire sacred lotus, carrying the momentum of destruction, was about to collide with the ancient palace of the Jade Void, Li Changsheng casually pointed towards the raging flame lotus. This gesture, seemingly casual, appeared to touch the very veins of the universe. An indescribable force infused with immense energy materialized from thin air, enveloping the ferocious earth fire sacred lotus like an invisible hand. The terrifying energy, once capable of incinerating mountains and shattering stones, rapidly retracted and collapsed as if it were a docile flower before this power. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a strange, muffled sound. The colossal fire lotus exploded, scattering like dandelion seeds in the wind. Countless petals of flame, shimmering with a golden hue, fluttered gracefully through the air. In that moment, Chen Jing, ensconced within the golden giant, felt the tension in his heart suddenly ease. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, and the enormous golden embodiment gradually dissipated, revealing his slightly disheveled yet sharp-eyed form. He dared not delay, forcing himself to endure the dizziness and excruciating pain from his bleeding orifices. He swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Heaven and earth as profound sect, the root of all energies. Restoration spell. A gentle, misty radiance surged from within him, swiftly circulating around his body. The turbulent essence of his blood was calmed, the shattered meridians revitalized, and his depleted spiritual energy surged forth like a gushing spring. In an instant, he had restored over 70% of his strength. At this moment, the badger spirit Wu Tian was utterly bewildered. He watched in disbelief as his pride and joy. The earth fire, sacred lotus capable of annihilating formidable foes, transformed into harmless flower petals scattered across the sky. The stark contrast left his mind blank. Just moments ago, he had contemplated pouncing on Chen Jing in a fit of rage to tear him apart, but now all such thoughts had evaporated. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings for Chen Jing's figure, only to find the space utterly empty. "Where's he?" The badger spirit's mind screamed with alarm. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold, capable of freezing one's very soul, erupted from behind him without warning. Not good. The badger spirit Wu Tian felt his fur stand on end, attempting to turn and evade. But it was already too late. Ice-sealing technique. Chen Jing's icy voice echoed in his ear as his figure materialized like a specter behind the badger spirit. Roar! The upper half of the badger spirit Wu Tian was already frozen, and he let out a furious roar, thrashing desperately as ice shards fell away. Yet he found himself unable to escape. At that moment, he pressed his hands together, aligning only his index and middle fingers like a sword, as a sharp, unmatched aura of golden energy coalesced at his fingertips. He bent slightly at the knees, exerting force beneath him, propelling himself like an arrow shot from a bow, aiming a brutal thrust towards Wu Tian's vulnerable spot. 1,000-year kill. With a dull, cringe-inducing sound, the impact echoed. A woo. The badger spirit, Wu Tian, emitted a heart-wrenching howl that reverberated through the heavens, a sound imbued with indescribable agony and humiliation. His entire being seemed to transform into a shattered sack, flung through the air like a projectile, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement 10 yards away, sending shards of rock scattering in all directions. This finger is a repayment for your roommate, Su Lu. Chen Jing's voice, cold as ice, resonated throughout the arena. This spectacle caused all spectators, as well as the myriad of heroes gathered around their television sets, to collectively gasp in astonishment, instinctively clenching their legs in response to the chill that surged from their spines to the crown of their heads. Ah, this fellow is truly satisfying. Ha, he deserves it. How arrogant was this badger spirit just moments ago? No, the badger cried out in torment, feeling the soul of the original owner, Wu Tian, which he had suppressed within him, begin to struggle violently in response to the sudden, devastating blow and the collapse of his demonic power nodes. Two consciousnesses were locked in a fierce struggle within the same vessel, vying for control. The badger spirit's demonic energy began to fluctuate uncontrollably, spilling forth, its features distorting into a fierce visage, only to intermittently reveal Wu Tian's anguished and bewildered countenance. In the throes of excruciating pain and uncontrollable rage, the badger spirit descended into madness. It abruptly raised its head, its eyes filled with a frenzied crimson, locking onto Chen Jing with an intense glare, letting out a beastly roar. "Damn you, hedgehog! How dare you insult me so? Mark my words, do not provoke the malevolent badger. Today, I shall take you down with me." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the badger spirit disregarded the violent backlash of its own demonic power and the struggle of Wu Tian's soul, forcibly activating its primal demon core. A heart-stopping crimson light, brimming with an aura of destruction and foreboding, erupted explosively from its core. Blood prison inferno. In an instant, from massive crimson pillars, etched with bizarre runes, shot skyward from the ground surrounding Chen Jing. Between these pillars, a viscous, blood-like energy rapidly intertwined and spread, forming an enormous inverted bowl-shaped crimson barrier that ensnared Chen Jing within its confines. Inside the barrier, the air turned scorching and thick, saturated with a nauseating stench of blood and a tempestuous wave of destructive energy. More terrifying still, at the center of the barrier, the badger spirit's body began to swell at an alarming rate. Its already robust form expanded to several times its original size, the skin stretched to near transparency, veins protruding like coiling dragons, as the tumultuous demonic energy surged violently within, producing a thunderous roar. It aimed to detonate its own demon core and the blood prison barrier, taking Chen Jing down with it. This creature intends to self-destruct. The onlookers were stricken with fear. Within the barrier, the aura of destruction had reached its zenith. The surface of the badger spirit's swollen body began to crack, brilliant red light streaming from the fissures. In this critical moment, Chen Jing's gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. Rather than exhibiting any fear, he channeled the 70% of his recently restored spiritual energy, along with the residual primal and radiant energy of the ancient sacred body, into his right hand's index and middle fingers without reservation. At his fingertips, a brilliance so resplendent it seemed capable of piercing the void suddenly ignited. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it suppressed the scarlet hue of the entire crimson barrier. Abomination, meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, Chen Jing transformed into a golden flash, piercing through the blood curtain directly at the expanded head of the badger spirit. His fingers pointed at the black and white crown of the creature. A flick of spiritual insight. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a subtle sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. That single strike, which encapsulated all of Chen Jing's power and contained the essence of the ancient sacred body, effortlessly penetrated the frenzied, demonic defenses surrounding the badger spirit's head, precisely striking the core of its demon core located at its brow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The badger spirit's swollen body abruptly stiffened. Within its blood-red, beastly eyes, the emotions of rage, bloodlust, and unwillingness crystallized in an instant. The impending destructive energy within it, like a balloon that had been punctured, surged madly through Chen Jing's fingertips. No, impossible. I am meeting the same fate as my brother. The badger spirit emitted a final, faint and distorted thought. At that moment, the crimson purgatory of flames lost its support, flickering violently as if shattered glass, and then erupted into a resounding dissipation, leaving only a faint scent of blood and lingering energy in the air. As the dust settled around him, a voice suddenly echoed from sky, shocking the entire dragon kingdom. Chapter 55. You are the fourth disciple of the Academy Ding. Detection of host defeat of the badger spirit, earning a total of 900 points of terror value. Current cumulative ability value, 9,260,30,000. Just as Chen Jing reveled in the influx of ability points, an unexpected, resonant voice echoed through the air. On this day of the grand competition at the mountain gate, the valiant figure adorned with a panda mask rose to the occasion during the Academy's dire straits, turning the tide of despair, a true embodiment of righteousness. Observing his martial prowess, which seemed boundless, he was undoubtedly a paragon among us, an exceptional talent. This remarkable individual meets the standard for selection as a disciple of the Academy. The renowned Confucian Immortal, by Li Shouyue, whose voice carried a righteous spirit, deliberately paused, allowing this astonishing revelation to resonate within the hearts of all present. He then elevated his voice, articulating each word with clarity. The eminent master, Li Changsheng, is willing to accept this panda knight before us as the fourth direct disciple of our academy. Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere transformed like a calm pond suddenly disturbed by a colossal stone, causing ripples of commotion that nearly engulfed the gathering. The previously fervent discussions among the spectators abruptly fell into a stunned silence, followed by an eruption of discourse that resembled a roaring tsunami. What? Who is this masked figure? Without verification of his identity, he is to be accepted as a disciple? Could he be the illegitimate child of the Confucian Immortal? No, that would disrupt the lineage. Surely not the master's illegitimate offspring. Observers recalled his earlier display of power, sensing the cosmic energy he commanded, yet his martial rank remained obscured. Could he indeed be a legendary spirit-level warrior? Such notions were utterly absurd, preposterous. This individual had neither participated in the preliminary rounds nor undergone the rigorous selection process. So by what right could he ascend to become a disciple of the Academy? Well, the countless practitioners throughout the 9 provinces. As waves of skepticism surged forth, mingled with astonishment, envy, and confusion, the cacophony of doubt threatened to uproot the entire mountain gate. Yet, in that moment, an authoritative voice descended like a thunderclap from the heavens, silencing all dissent with its overwhelming presence. Enough! The speaker was none other than the illustrious master, Li Changsheng, renowned as the greatest of all masters. Though his form remained still, his voice emanated from all directions, imbued with an ethereal quality. In my lifetime, I have adhered to no rules or conventions. I act solely on 3 principles: admiration for beauty, appreciation of fine wine, and a penchant for meddling in the affairs of others. Today, I choose to meddle because I have taken a liking to this young lad in the panda mask. He shall be the 4th disciple of our academy. The endorsement of the esteemed master himself was an unprecedented occurrence in the Dragon Kingdom for nearly a century, and such an irrefutable authority spread like wildfire. The crowd, awed by this formidable presence, fell into an astonished silence. Then, Li Changsheng turned his gaze toward the distant royal palace, where a voice of great authority resounded. "Congratulations, master, on accepting a disciple." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? The Empress has sanctioned the master's acceptance of a disciple. Suddenly, the same proclamation echoed across the realms of the 9 provinces and the 8 wastelands. Congratulations to the eminent master on acquiring a disciple. Beneath the mask, Chen Jing felt a shiver running down his spine. From a distance, he spotted the corpulent young son on the observation platform, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might pop out of their sockets, filled with the ominous words, "You are finished." Chen Jing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It's over. It's truly over. This time, I've messed up. General Ma, that fierce matron, had given countless warnings, and now I've broken the rules, becoming the focal point of the realm. The only urgent course of action is to flee. With a soft rustle, Chen Jing took off, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. A resonant call echoed across the vast martial arena. When witnessing injustice, draw your sword to assist. The Academy's grand competition is not of my choosing. The verdant mountains and flowing waters remain. I shall slip away. I shall slip away. With a few agile leaps, he vanished into the dense forest, his speed astonishing. Ha ha ha! How amusing! Truly amusing! Li Changsheng was not enraged. On the contrary, he clapped his hands in delight, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Unrestrained and spontaneous. He was indeed to my taste. He exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Lishoyu, who immediately understood and announced in a resounding voice that traveled far and wide. The academies for disciples are reserved in temperament, disliking commotion. Today's disciple ceremony will be postponed. Observing the direction in which Chen Jing had vanished, Yang Sun felt an incessant twitch in his right eyelid. The flesh of his face quivering, consumed by a singular thought. This is dire. The sky has fallen upon me. General Ma's stern orders echoed in his ears. Maintain a low profile. Never reveal your identity. And above all, do not participate in the grand competition. Now, it was evident that not only had Chen Jing involved himself, but he had also decisively eliminated the top combatant of the Ghost Assassin sect, and in full view of everyone, had been personally accepted as a disciple by the master, Li Changsheng. This was beyond mere exposure. It was akin to placing oneself in the brightest spotlight of the realm. How could the Ghost Assassin sect let this go unchallenged? Our plan in Bureau 749 has been utterly disrupted. Indeed, calamities rarely come alone. The encrypted communication device in his possession suddenly vibrated, emitting a low, ominous hum. Yang Sun pulled it out to find only 4 chilling words. General Ma summons you. Large beads of sweat instantly rolled down his forehead, soaking through his clothing. Yang Sun's face turned ashen, as if he could already envision General Ma's cold, piercing gaze and the grim fate that awaited him. His legs weakened, nearly unable to support him. One might evade the initial misfortune, but not the subsequent. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as countless images of communicating with the general flashed through his mind. What is a blessing may not be. What is a calamity cannot be avoided. He took a deep breath and, with heavy steps filled with trepidation, made his way to the imposing general's residence. Today, General Ma did not await him in the main hall, but rather had already retreated to the study in the rear courtyard, permeated with the fragrance of ink and an air of severity. Yang Sun cautiously pushed the door open, and with a thud, he knelt before the ground, his forehead striking the cold stone floor with a dull thud. His voice trembled with a hint of weeping as he hastily pleaded for forgiveness. General, I have failed in my duties. I deserve the gravest punishment. I could not prevent that rascal Chen Jing from causing a catastrophic disaster. Please, punish me, General. General Ma remained with his back turned, the surroundings eerily silent, save for the distant chirping of cicadas outside the window. After a moment, she slowly turned around, her profound gaze settling upon the rotund figure before her. He did not erupt in rage nor reprimand, but instead murmured a single question. Are you certain you did not hinder Chen Jing? This seemingly light inquiry struck the portly man like a heavy hammer upon his heart. For this moment marked the precipice between life and death. A surge of blood rushed to his head. He understood that any attempt at evasion or deceit would lead to ruin. Only through sincerity could there be a glimmer of hope. He straightened his back with determination. Though his legs trembled, yet his eyes radiated an unprecedented resolve and clarity. His voice rose abruptly, resonant and powerful. General, please take heed. At that time, the scoundrels of the ghostly assassins sought to seize the disciples' quotas of the academy with ruthless means, treating human life as mere fodder. Master Chao Tang, with his esteemed reputation, was grievously wounded and clung to life by a thread. Though I, Yang Sun, may not be a paragon of heroism, I am nonetheless a proud son of the Dragon Kingdom. How can I stand idly by while foreign demons wreak havoc in our sacred land of Jojo? He drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and continued to shout. As for Chen Jing, he is a brother whose life is intertwined with mine. He is the one with whom I can entrust my back in the midst of peril. He does not turn a blind eye to injustice. He draws his sword to assist, rescuing master and thwarting the nefarious schemes of the ghostly assassins, thereby upholding the honor of our martial artists. I believe he acted rightly and decisively. Should this matter provoke the vengeance of the ghostly assassins, the portly man clenched his teeth and resolutely declared, General, this incident arose from my failure to promptly dissuade my brother. All blame rests solely upon me, Yang's son. Whether to kill or to maim, I submit to your will. I shall not allow you to be burdened, nor shall I let my brother Chen Jing suffer. Each word was like iron. Each sentence bore the weight of a blade. His eyes reflected no fear, only unwavering sincerity and determination. Very well. Go bring Chen Jing here. I have matters to discuss with him. You may leave. General Ma regarded the portly man, smiling for the first time, and nodded in satisfaction. Understanding he had narrowly escaped disaster, the portly man exited the study. Once he departed, General Ma's expression turned grave as he knelt before the screen in the study, respectfully proclaiming, Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. Chapter 56, Fleeing. Upon hearing the sound of the female general's respectful bow, a figure emerged slowly from behind the sandalwood screen. General Ma knelt on the ground, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed the intricate embroidery of a 9-clawed golden dragon beginning to stir, its eyes glimmering with a hint of reddish gold in the dim light, exuding an air of nobility and authority. A chilling voice resonated, Rise. As General Ma stood, he beheld the Empress gracefully approaching from behind the screen. The 12-crowned white jade bead curtain swayed lightly before her brow. Yet the brilliance of the beads could not overshadow the imposing clarity of her gaze. Her visage, partially concealed by the curtain, was reminiscent of exquisite cold jade, radiating an enchanting allure, unmarred by any blemish. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her lips bore a rich, cold vermilion hue, forming an unwavering line. The contours of her jaw were sharp yet graceful, embodying an undeniable strength. The Empress settled into the grand chair of her study and inquired, My beloved minister, who is the enigmatic masked man from today's grand competition at the Mountain Gate? Your Majesty, General Ma replied earnestly. The man with the panda mask is an exchange student from Jiangxing University to the Imperial University, named Chen Jing, aged 22. Jiangcheng. The Empress paused. Is he trustworthy? Your Majesty, he is already an intern at my 749 Bureau and serves under your command. General Ma emphasized the last word intentionally. Oh, I did not expect you to possess such insight, Ma. Is this the same young man who offended the Marquis of Huayan by eliminating the water tower cliff? Her tone softened. Indeed, it is him. The Empress lightly tapped the writing desk, lost in thought for a moment before she declared, Very well. Chen Jing is now under the protection of the Academy. Treat him well, and let there be no misstep. I am weary today and shall not meet with him. Your Majesty, I humbly see you back to the palace. General Ma knelt in farewell. The Empress, adorned in a black and gold embroidered imperial robe, had sleeves intricately woven with delicate golden and silver threads depicting swirling clouds and a soaring golden dragon. With each graceful step, she carried herself with an elegance that seemed to dance upon an invisible rhythm. Her voluminous skirt, embroidered with golden dragons and gemstones, swayed gently with her movements, tracing vibrant arcs of light across the study, producing a faint, crystalline sound reminiscent of jade striking against jade, as if a celestial symphony played solely for her. At that moment, Chen Jing was desperately fleeing from the Imperial University, arriving at the streets of the capital. He removed the panda mask and sighed deeply. Although the night in the capital was ablaze with lights and revelry, he found himself utterly alone, uncertain of where to go. As he rummaged through his pockets, he discovered a supreme gold card from the Kaiwa Society. Chen Jing mused, the safest refuge at present must be the Kaiwa Society, for it is a place of hidden talents, guarded by a seventh-tier martial saint, and the individuals within the academy are of noble character. Surely, they would not venture into such a place of vice. Having set his course, Chen Jing hailed a corn drop ride and soon arrived at the entrance of the Kaiwa Society. As he stepped through the newly renovated gilded gates, a wave of cool air from the air conditioning mingled with the scent of perfume and wine, nearly dissipating the chill and trepidation he had carried from the Imperial University. This, indeed, is the foremost den of iniquity in the capital. The taut strings of his heart could only afford to relax slightly amidst the seemingly secure chaos. He reminded himself that he was merely seeking refuge in this place, where the wicked and the virtuous intermingle, a perfect embodiment of darkness beneath the lamp. Moreover, with formidable figures such as the seventh-rank martial saint in attendance, the petty miscreants dare not act recklessly. As for the lofty gentlemen in the academy, who regard this place as a fearsome beast to be avoided at all costs, how could they ever dare to tread here? Contemplating this, he hastily sought a secluded booth upon the recommendation of the hall manager, swiping his supreme gold card to procure a momentary sanctuary. The chilled beverage's cup felt refreshing to the touch, yet could not quell the turbulence within his heart. The battles of the day and the words of the Grand Master lingered vividly in his mind. He tilted his head back and gulped down a substantial draught of the cold drink, attempting to extinguish the unease that gripped him. The incessant buzzing of his phone resonated in his pocket like an ominous talisman, persistently intruding upon his thoughts amidst the cacophony of music. A shiver ran through Chen Jing, prompting him to swiftly slip into a shadowy corner behind a curtain of the booth. Pressing the answer button, the familiar yet urgent voice of the portly man came through. "Where are you?" "At Kaiwa Club," Chen Jing replied, lowering his voice and quickening his pace. "Wait for me. I need to discuss something with you." After ending the call, Chen Jing hurried back to his seat, only to find that a young lady, unbeknownst to him, had taken residence on the luxurious velvet sofa. She reclined against the backrest, her head slightly bowed, raven locks cascading over her shoulders. Her figure was exquisite, concealed beneath a lavish yet somewhat flimsy garment, while her delicate features were marred by an unnatural flush, the scent of alcohol thick in the air, accompanied by an eerie sweetness. Her eyes were tightly shut, with her brows furrowed, clearly in a state of oblivion. Upon hearing the name Kaiwa Club, the portly man was jolted into alertness, his thoughts turning to escorting Chen Jing to meet the general, which displeased him. However, the sound of his dedicated communicator chimed, displaying the message: "Ensure Chen Jing's safety. Do not bring him back. Focus solely on protecting him." Upon seeing this message, the man's rotund belly swelled slightly, and he exclaimed to the air, "Thank heavens for this blessing." He dashed to Kaiwa Club like a wild horse set free. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted the unconscious beauty on the sofa, and a sly grin spread across his chubby face. He clapped Chen Jing on the shoulder, his voice booming, "Hey, Brother Chen, look at you. Such a short time, and you've already managed to win the heart of a beauty?" Chen Jing, lacking the mood for jest, furrowed his brow even tighter and whispered, "Cease your nonsense. We are strangers. I suspect she has merely mistaken her surroundings due to inebriation." The portly man leaned in closer, his nostrils flaring as the teasing glimmer in his eyes transformed into a sharp intensity. He discreetly extended 2 fingers to sniff beneath the young lady's nose, then recoiled as if scalded, the flesh of his face tautening. His voice lowered, "Nonsense. This is no ordinary drunkenness. The sweet, cloying scent of soul-snatching powder is overwhelming even from a distance. She has fallen victim to foul play and has been drugged." Before he could finish, the entrance to the booth darkened, akin to a hyena catching the scent of blood. 3 burly men strode in, surrounding their leader, whose face glistened with oil, high cheekbones accentuating his menacing features. His triangular eyes glinted with a fierce and greedy light in the dimness, fixated on the unconscious young woman sprawled on the sofa. The other 2 men, with their brutish demeanor and muscular arms adorned with serpentine tattoos, exuded an air of raw aggression. The leader boldly stepped forward, his calloused, knotted hand reaching directly for the delicate arm of the girl, his breath reeking of stale alcohol as he issued an unmistakable command. "This girl is with us." "She's still groggy from the drink?" and can't move. Kindly step aside. We shall take her with us. The tension in the air was palpable. Chen Jing's gaze caught a smear of dirt inadvertently brushed against the cuff of the leader's sleeve. Unmistakably, the vermilion seal used on the official letterhead of the prestigious Peking University Academic Conference Hall. His attention then snapped to the fabric of the girl's clothing, where, within the gap of a gilded button, a small, exquisite bronze badge was partially visible, its ancient script clearly inscribed with 4 significant characters. Peking University. A thunderclap of realization erupted within Chen Jing's mind. A student from Peking University? What scoundrels! Such individuals before him could hardly be deemed benign companions. They were evidently malicious, intent on preying upon their fellow classmates. Chapter 57. The heroes rescue. Chen Jing's gaze was sharp as it swept over the 3 men. The leader's eyes flickered, revealing a barely perceptible lewdness, and it was evident that his lower body was aroused. The 2 men behind him appeared uneasy, their eyes darting about with a hint of guilt. Turning to the female student, whose skin was as smooth as cream and whose gaze was hazy, it was clear she was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. At that moment, her face was flushed, her body relaxed, and her breathing was erratic, indicating she had fallen under some sort of spell. Indeed, a shameless scoundrel. A cold smile crept into Chen Jing's heart, though his expression remained impassive as he discreetly signaled the rotund man beside him. The stout fellow, well versed in such situations, instantly grasped the intent. With a resounding thud, he slammed his glass onto the table, causing the fruit platter and beer glasses to clatter. His corpulent form rose abruptly, exuding an imposing presence. "Wait, I have something to say." The stout man's voice boomed like thunder, momentarily stalling the trio. "My brothers, there are rules in the underworld, and the capital is no lawless land. In broad daylight, to dare employ such nefarious means as soul-dissolving powder on this young lady is utterly dishonorable." Upon hearing this, the 3 men's expressions shifted dramatically. They clearly hadn't anticipated that this seemingly ordinary man was well versed in the ways of the world. The leader, forcing himself to maintain composure, shifted his gaze and plastered a false smile on his face. "My dear brother, you misunderstand. This is my little cousin, who has just arrived in the capital to seek employment." Being young and naive, she was drawn to the vibrant atmosphere of this establishment and accidentally drank too much. "It is certainly not as you claim. If you do not release her, do you intend to take advantage of her vulnerability?" "Oh, cousin," attempting to turn the tables, "are we?" Chen Jing chose not to engage further in dialogue. Instead, he summoned his inner energy and, with a swift motion, directed a pulse of pure, gentle spiritual force towards the young woman's third eye. She shivered slightly as a refreshing sensation flooded through her, quickly cleansing her mind and body. As her consciousness began to return, she felt a sudden pressure in her chest and rushed to the trash can to vomit. Within moments, the dazed look in her eyes faded, clarity returning, though her complexion remained pale, tinged with the terror of having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Seeing the opportune moment arise, Chen Jing spoke clearly, his voice resonant with a calming authority. "Dear lady, do not be alarmed. I am Chen Jing. May I inquire if you recognize these 3 good brothers before you?" As the young woman's awareness sharpened, she realized she was in grave danger. Hearing Chen Jing's gentle inquiry, she looked up to see the men's menacing faces. These were no relatives. Her countenance drained of color, she instinctively recoiled, her delicate hand trembling as she pointed at the leader, her voice quaking with fear and anger. "I do not know them. I was cleaning the bar, and they saw me and insisted I drink, claiming it was 10,000 per cup, and then I just blacked out." Before she could finish, tears began to stream down her face. With her revelation, the truth was laid bare. The 3 men, realizing their scheme had been uncovered, revealed their vicious intent. The leader, furious and humiliated, bellowed, "Get him! Take him down!" Just then, a voice rang out. "Is the Kaiwei Club a place for you to run rampant?" The trio trembled at the sight of Qian Zong. I, they stammered. "How dare you offend my esteemed guests? Be gone at once." The 3 hastily scurried away. Upon noticing Qian Zong's arrival, the portly young son exclaimed with excitement, "Qian Zong, today, We have not caused any trouble. We merely acted as heroes rescuing a damsel in distress." Chen Jing glanced at the trembling young woman sprawled on the sofa. After being informed of the circumstances by those around him, he immediately smiled and said, "I am grateful to both of you for your chivalrous assistance. This young lady is one of our backstage staff, a college student who is still naive to the ways of the world. Had it not been for your intervention, she could have been in grave danger." Yang Sun quickly replied with humility, "Chen Jing, you flatter us. It is only natural to lend a hand when witnessing injustice. However, I must say, the quality of the young ladies we have chosen today should be exceptional." At this remark, a knowing smile graced Chen Jing's lips. He nodded toward Yang Sun and said, "Rest assured, I, Kai Wei, treat my guests as family, without the slightest hint of disrespect. As for your suggestion, I will certainly keep in mind. If the opportunity arises, I shall do my utmost to accommodate your desires without the slightest negligence." As he spoke, a sturdy attendant at Chen Jing's side gently assisted the young woman, whose lingering effect from the medicine rendered her steps unsteady. Just as she was about to depart, she cast a lingering gaze upon Chen Jing, her eyes shimmering like dewdrops under a veil of starlight. With her cherry lips slightly parted, she whispered, almost as if carried by the wind, "Thank you." Her voice, akin to pearls falling on jade plates, resonated with a delicate fragility, as if echoing the relief of survival. Chen Jing felt a jolt in his heart, a profound shock coursing through him. Though she wore a work uniform, her features were exquisitely beautiful. Her skin as fair as snow. Particularly captivating were her clear eyes, now clouded with a hint of the drug's effects, enhancing her breathtaking allure. He inhaled sharply, forcing himself to suppress the tumult within, and thought, "This woman is truly a rare beauty in a mortal realm, comparable to a celestial being descended from a moon. No, I must remain steadfast. Desire can lead one astray. Steady yourself." Just as Chen Jing's group vanished from sight, a fragrant breeze swept in, accompanied by the gentle chime of ornaments. A dozen enchanting young women, their long legs adorned in sheer silks, gracefully approached, forming a line before Chen Jing and Yang Sr. Yang Sin's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat involuntarily swallowing, his gaze ablaze with intent to capture the beauty before him. Chen Jing, having never encountered such a spectacle, felt his cheeks flush, rendered speechless and uncertain, unable to look closely. Noticing Chen Jing's discomfort, the round-faced youth leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Brother, since General Ma has not pursued the matter at the Academy's assembly, it is a tremendous stroke of luck. Why not seize this opportunity to indulge in revelry and fully relax? This enjoyment will make all the troubles worthwhile." His eyes sparkled with mischief. Chen Jing stared at Yang Sun in disbelief, who nodded with a mischievous grin and suggested, "Shall we celebrate?" Finally exhaling in relief. Having quelled the lingering tension from the formidable woman, Chen Jing joyfully declared, "Yes." Yang Sun, believing Chen Jing desired the company of the alluring young ladies, announced to them, "Today, since Chen Xiao is in high spirits, everyone is to stay." Within the booth, Chen Jing, feeling rather inexperienced, found it difficult to relax. While sipping on flavored fruit wine, he unwittingly consumed too much. In contrast, the rotund fellow was the very heart of the gathering, basking in the praises of his admirers, unable to extricate himself from their adoration. The beautiful crowd continued to pour drink after drink into their eager gullets, and the two of them reveled at Kai Wei Club until the early hours of the morning. Eventually, they staggered out of the club, supporting one another. The effects of the fruit wine intensified with the evening breeze, and Chen Jing, having never indulged in alcohol before, soon succumbed to inebriation. The rotund fellow, having downed several crates of beer, could no longer withstand the effects, leaning against the wall as he retched while walking. Just as Chen Jing felt his legs weaken, on the verge of collapsing into the dust, a gentle night breeze swept by, carrying with it a subtle, cool fragrance akin to orchids. A delicate and elegant hand, as ethereal as a cloud emerging from a mountain, silently yet precisely steadied his swaying form. The strength of the grip was perfectly measured, possessing an extraordinary blend of softness and resilience, providing support without a hint of abruptness. Beneath the moonlight, a figure cloaked in a serene white hue quietly appeared beside him. Chapter 58. The hangover. Chen Jing felt as if the cement path beneath his feet had transformed into a quagmire, soft and tumultuous. The fruit wine he had consumed was swirling chaotically in his stomach, and the alcohol fumes danced around his mind, leaving him with a sensation of heaviness in his head and lightness in his limbs. Beside him, his corpulent companion suddenly bent over, retching violently into the roadside ditch, a truly chaotic spectacle. The few crates of beer and assorted snacks consumed at the club mingled with the foul stench of vomit, creating an unbearable odor. Chen Jing, already teetering on the brink of collapse, leaned heavily on his companion's arm for support. However, as the latter engaged in this bout of sickness, Chen Jing felt his legs weaken as if he were treading on cotton. A wave of dizziness surged upwards, overwhelming him, and he felt himself succumbing to gravity, ready to plummet to the cold ground below. Just as his head was about to strike the steps, a waft of delicate fragrance reminiscent of night-blooming lotus enveloped him, and a pair of graceful hands caught him securely by the shoulders and underarms. His savior. Indeed, it was you. The woman in white spoke with urgency, her voice laced with surprise at their reunion and concern for his inebriated state. How could you have drunk so much? Upon witnessing both Chen Jing and his companion in a drunken stupor, the woman realized she could not manage alone and promptly summoned an ambulance. Under her attentive care, they were conveyed to the hospital. With immense effort, she managed to assist the unconscious Chen Jing into the hospital, and with the help of the medical staff, he was finally laid upon the examination bed. The following morning, Chen Jing slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with an excruciating headache, a tingling scalp, and the overwhelming scent of alcohol permeating his being. "Oh dear," Chen Jing exclaimed, feeling utterly miserable. "I am so thirsty." At that moment, he noticed a young woman resting beside his bed. Upon hearing his movements, she rubbed her eyes, still drowsy, and remarked, "Savior, you are awake. Are you thirsty?" She then handed him a glass of lukewarm water from the bedside table, which he drank eagerly, feeling significantly more at ease. It was then that he realized his clothing had been completely changed to a hospital gown. Startled, he cried out, "Where are my clothes?" "Oh no, and my underwear?" The woman pointed outside and explained, "Savior, you were so drunk that you vomited all over your clothes. I was concerned you would be uncomfortable sleeping, so I changed you into a hospital gown. I have washed your soiled clothes, and they're drying outside now." Chen Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he tentatively inquired, "Does that mean you saw me undressed?" The woman quickly clarified, "Oh no, I took off your shirt and pants myself, but your underwear was removed by a male doctor. I swear I did not look. The doctor also helped you put on your pants." Chen Jing's mind was a cacophony of emotions. Shame, embarrassment, and regret mingled in a tumultuous whirlpool. He felt as if he were about to erupt with frustration, lamenting inwardly, "This damned fruit wine truly is a gentle blade. My once innocent and unblemished self has been disgraced. How embarrassing." At that moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself in. At that moment, he heard a tremendous snoring sound. It turned out to be the hefty man in the adjacent bed, who had also donned a hospital gown. Observing the rotund figure in his attire, Chen Jing felt somewhat reassured. At least this fellow had been exposed as well. Turning to the woman before him, he said, "Hello, beautiful. Thank you for your assistance today. I still do not know your name. Benefactor, you need not stand on ceremony. If it weren't for you last night, I might have lost my virtue. I should be the one expressing gratitude." "My name is Wu Ku," the girl replied, blinking her eyes. "Vu Kiskiviko. It is a pleasure to meet you. I happen to know a secret about you," Chen Jing remarked, gazing at her. "What secret?" Wu Ke asked, her expression one of curiosity. "You are a student at Jiangshi University, correct?" Chen Jing inquired with a smile. How did you know?" "I am a junior in the Water Conservancy Department at Jiangshi. Are you also from Jingda?" She replied, surprised. Chen Jing nodded and said, "I am an exchange student from Jiangxing University to Jiangshi. I am also a junior, majoring in traditional culture. Please, just call me Chen Jing." "Chen Jing, I shall remember that," she responded. As the sun ascended higher, Wu Ke noticed that Chen Jing's 4-drip had been completely used up. Observing his gradual recovery, She bid farewell and left the hospital to attend classes at Jingda. At that moment, Chen Jing prepared to rise and give a gentle nudge to the still snoozing hefty man. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped the room. It was Master Chowdang. The profound aura awakened the slumbering man, who quickly leapt from his bed to greet him. Master, my apologies for the lack of proper welcome. What brings you to the hospital? A middle-aged gentleman clad in a deep teal linen robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He had an elegant countenance and a tall, slender figure, reminiscent of an ancient pine, exuding an air of profound grace. Master Cao Tong's warm gaze bypassed the hefty man and settled directly on the still somewhat bewildered Chen Jing. With a slight smile, his voice, although soft, resonated clearly in their ears. I have come for him. The ancestral master wishes to see him. The ancestral master, the hefty man exclaimed, his mouth forming an astonished O. Could it be the renowned Li Sheng? Recovering from his shock, the hefty man quickly pushed Chen Jing, urgency evident in his tone. Oh, I remember now. The ancestral master wishes to accept you as a disciple. Brother, quickly, do not keep the master waiting. I am merely a rough-hewn fellow with no significant matters to attend to. Thus, Master Chowdang led the hospital-gowned Chen Jing to meet the illustrious Li Changsheng. As they journeyed through the air, Master Chowdang gradually guided Chen Jing to a secluded area at the foot of Yinshan Mountain, where majestic peaks loomed, shrouded in ethereal mist. A crystal-clear spring cascaded down the mountainside like a jade belt, creating splashes of water as it traversed through layers of spiritual fog. Chen Jing marveled at the enchanting scenery before him, exclaiming, truly, this is a land of divine fortune. Upon disembarking from the flying sword, Chen Jing and Master Chowdang found themselves on steps paved with jade, winding into the depths of a purple bamboo grove. The melodious sound of waterfalls and flowing springs resonated harmoniously, while the faint calls of celestial cranes could be heard in the distance. The atmosphere was grand yet serene, imbued with an ethereal elegance, resembling a celestial abode, starkly contrasting the mundane world they had just departed. After traversing a flight of steps, the master came to a halt, gesturing for the ancestral master to await him in the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze caressed the bamboo forest, and the rustling of the leaves echoed through the air. From a distance, Chen Jing observed a figure, Li Changsheng, leisurely indulging in wine amidst the bamboo thicket. The sovereign of this realm, he was also the legendary figure who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, looking down upon all worldly matters as the preeminent champion of the world. It is profoundly ironic that this mythical being sat at the peak of the mountain, at the very edge of the purple bamboo grove, awaiting the arrival of the exchange student from the capital, Chen Jing, who was still groggy from his hangover, clad in oversized, disheveled garments, and in a rather pitiable state. Chapter 59. The four disciples of the academy in the tranquil valley of the Yinshan Mountains, the esteemed Master Li Changsheng awaited his exceptional fourth disciple. Reflecting on the previous day's duel at the thatched cottage, he recalled the moment of his hasty retreat, realizing that he was indeed the first of his disciples to flee. A smile involuntarily graced his lips as he sighed, musing to himself, "This child is truly remarkable." He lamented the fierce competition among the martial arts community for the disciples of the academy. Yet here was someone who thought little of such titles. The absurdity of it all brought him amusement. This train of thought conjured an image from 80 years prior, when he achieved a breakthrough in cultivation while in the immortal cave of Yinshan. In a moment of transcendence, his primordial spirit ventured into the heavens, where he inadvertently glimpsed the celestial mysteries. However, when he sought to delve deeper, he was forcefully repelled by the powers of the heavenly way. After his spirit returned, the vision lingered in Li Changsheng's mind. He embarked on a decade-long journey across the seas, eventually locating the site of his earlier revelation, only to find it was a desolate desert. To his astonishment, the sands held a latent spiritual essence. When he attempted to establish a connection with the sands using his own spiritual energy, he was again repelled, realizing that even the desert sands were imbued with heavenly power. Upon returning to the immortal cave, Li Changsheng dedicated a year to mastering the sands of the desert. utilizing every clue from his previous glimpse into the mysteries. He exerted his spiritual energy to simulate the sands, resulting in a peculiar shift. The characters Jing emerged in a distorted fashion. Following that day, Li Changsheng undertook a shocking initiative that reverberated throughout the realm. He decided to establish an academy within the Jingda campus, pledging to recruit a disciple every 20 years. He instructed that each new student receive a copy of the spirit of Jingda, imbued with the desert sands, awaiting the destined individual to arrive. Consequently, Jingda University ascended to become the foremost institution in the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, one evening, Li Changsheng discovered that one of the sands from the spirit of Jingda had begun to exhibit spiritual interaction. This phenomenon allowed him to perceive the scene of Chen Jing's recent arrival at the Jingda dormitory. At that moment, Chen Jing's presence interrupted Li Changsheng's reverie. Dressed in a hospital gown, with disheveled hair, Li Changsheng, astonished, inquired, "What has happened? Chen Jing, were you injured in yesterday's competition? Are you recovering in the hospital? Why are you still in your hospital attire? Is there any discomfort?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Jing replied, "Master, I am not injured. Rather, I overindulged in fruit wine last night. I became inebriated and was taken to the hospital." Upon hearing that Chen Jing had been hospitalized due to intoxication, Li Changsheng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You, my boy, how can your tolerance be so poor? This simply won't do. You are already at the 8th rank of martial sage. Moreover, as my disciple, how can you not handle your liquor? I could drink 1,000 cups without a care. It seems you require some training. Oh, by the way, yesterday, I forcibly made you my disciple without your consent. Now, I solemnly ask you, Chen Jing, are you willing to become my disciple, Li Changsheng?" Chen Jing widened his eyes, staring at the seemingly celestial Li Changsheng before him. He never expected the renowned Li Changsheng to be so amiable. At that moment, he was completely captivated by Li Changsheng, overwhelmed by his aura. Prior to this encounter, Chen Jing had envisioned that becoming Li Changsheng's disciple would grant him a diploma from the prestigious Jing University. Who would he desire to graduate from the highest institution of learning in Longwa? Now, Chen Jing was entirely subdued and nodded vigorously. "Excellent." Li Changsheng acknowledged with a nod. "I have come to understand your background, but if you wish to be my disciple, you must undergo a test. Are you willing to accept this challenge?" Chen Jing, brimming with determination, responded firmly, "I am willing." "Good. You possess a sense of urgency, befitting a disciple of mine." Li Changsheng scrutinized the young man before him and tossed a long spear to Chen Jing, stating, "Chen Jing, on our first meeting as master and disciple, I present you with this Xian Tai Ba Wang spear, perfectly suited for your dual-element ice and fire technique." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Chen Jing reverently accepted the spear. "Not quite. Try again." Li Changsheng looked at Chen Jing earnestly and said, "Thank you, Master." "Ah, now that is correct. There is a task for you. In a couple of days, a professor from Jing University will inform you. Prepare yourself." With that, Li Changsheng transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Chen Jing, feeling slightly tipsy and disoriented, was overwhelmed by the events that had transpired, as if he were in a dream. After departing from the back mountain of Yinshan, he quickly returned to the dormitory of Jing University, where he found his friend, Fatty, waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Jing, Fatty rushed over and inquired, "How'd it go? You look disheveled. You didn't offend the Grandmaster, did you? What did he say?" Chen Jing recounted his experiences on the back mountain of Yinshan in great detail. When Fatty heard that Li Changsheng had gifted Chen Jing the Xian Tai Ba Wang spear, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "He actually bestowed upon you the legendary spear, Xian Tai Ba Wang. My goodness, your luck is phenomenal. It seems he truly appreciates you. Your future is boundless. Don't forget to share some of your fortune with me." Having endured so much in one day, and with the remnants of last night's revelry still lingering, Chen Jing yearned for rest and decided against engaging in further pleasantries. Just as he prepared to bid farewell to Fatty, a gentle and melodic voice echoed from a distance. "Chen Jing, don't go." Both Chen Jing and Fatty turned toward the source of the voice, discovering it was Wu Ke. Clad in white, she trotted over to Chen Jing and said, I noticed you were sick the entire night without eating anything. Your stomach can't handle that. I made you some lotus leaf porridge to dispel the alcohol and fill your stomach. It's better for your health. She pressed the food container into Chen Jing's hands. Observing Fatty S. wide-eyed gaze upon her, Wuku felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly fled the scene. As I watched Wuku retreat into the distance, the chubby fellow jested, "You are indeed fortunate, my friend. That young lady must certainly harbor feelings for you." The competition in Jiangxing is fierce with Tang Shishir, yet this girl is not inferior to her. The adage holds true. Comparisons can be deadly. Relish your lotus leaf porridge. For I take my leave now. As he departed, his voice lingered. Cherish the one before you. Chapter 60. Are we brothers or sisters? Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Jing discovered the absence of his companions and surmised that Su Lu was recuperating at the Kyodai hospital. Overcome by fatigue, he reclined on his bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he vanquished the malevolent specter that had haunted him. However, he soon found himself ensnared in a far more formidable vortex of despair. Immersed in an abyss of darkness, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. A sudden nightmare jolted him awake, drenched in sweat, having slept for an extended period from the early afternoon until past 5 in the morning. The summer sun had risen, and Chen Jing, observing his own perspiration, realized that the weariness and remnants of his previous intoxication had dissipated. He gazed at the ceiling fan, rhythmically revolving and emitting a gentle creaking sound. Deciding to refresh himself, he took a cold shower and washed his hair, instantly feeling invigorated. Once he had composed himself, he visited the convenience store on campus to procure some fruits and snacks before heading to the hospital to visit Su Lu. Upon seeing Chen Jing, Su Lu was deeply touched and exclaimed, "Chen Jing, you truly are a good brother. Only you would remember to visit me." However, as Chen Jing approached Su Lu's bedside, he could not suppress a laugh at the sight of his injured friend. Su Lu lay there, unbandaged, except for a single area swathed in bandages around his groin, a sight that was quite amusing. The memory of Wu Tian's devastating blow to Su Lu's manhood made Chen Jing chuckle uncontrollably. Witnessing Chen Jing's mirth, Su Lu's initial excitement swiftly transformed into indignation. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? I faced an 8th-rank martial saint and emerge alive, which proves I am the true warrior. How dare you mock me?" Suppressing his laughter, Chen Jing, filled with curiosity, inquired, "I did not participate in the competition. I am merely intrigued. Will you remain my good brother or become my dear sister? Speaking of which, will you be returning to dorm 330? Or must you apply to the girls' dormitory since you lack certain attributes? Could you please refrain from such remarks? And let me clarify, when Wu Tian attacked, I concentrated my vital energy to protect my manhood. My injuries are not severe," Su Lu asserted confidently. "Really?" Chen Jing concentrated vital energy in his fingers and directed it towards his eyes, softly uttering, "Divine physician's gaze." To his astonishment, he found Su Lu's assertions to be true. His 2 vital organs had indeed escaped injury, though the impact had shattered Su Lu's spiritual roots, making recovery a daunting task. Chen Jing approached Su Lu's spiritual root, inscribing a healing spell that allowed golden light to permeate into the area. Su Lu felt his spiritual roots rapidly mending and exclaimed in astonishment, "My heavens! You possess such remarkable magical prowess. I thought I would be forever severed from the path of the martial artist." At that moment, Wang Yueza, in the adjacent bed, sensed the energy and drew back the curtains, his face lighting up with delight as he beheld Chen Jing and Su Lu. Hearing the commotion from the adjacent hospital bed, Chen Jing cast a glance and discovered it was Wang Yueza, swathed in bandages resembling a Zongzi. The once formidable champion of Jing University appeared significantly aged, his former arrogance replaced by a haggard visage adorned with unkempt facial hair. He was tracing a figure on the wall, crowned with a panda mask. Wang Yueza broke the silence, greeting, "Hello, classmate. I see you possess healing techniques. Could you assist me in my recovery? I wish to continue my training." Chen Jing scrutinized Wang Yueza with the discerning gaze of a medical sage, perceiving that his entire skeletal structure had been penetrated by spiritual energy. while his dantian was sealed by the blood moon forbidden technique of Wu Tian, rendering him incapable of wielding spiritual power, effectively a cripple. Tears welled in Wang Yuez's eyes as he implored, "Classmate, is there hope for me? I yearn to resume my practice." He gestured toward the figure he had sketched on the wall. "I strive to surpass him. I once believed I was the most exceptional talent in all of Longhua. But now I see how naive that was. That enigmatic masked man from the Mountain Gate competition is my true aspiration." A chill of sweat trickled down Chen Jing's back. He realized that the target of Wang Yuez's ambition was none other than himself. He hurried to console him. "Dear classmate, you need not feel inferior. Perhaps that panda-masked figure is merely an elderly practitioner with years of experience. Do not insult my idol. In the moment he saved me, I sensed he was my senior. Appear among us youthful aspirants." Wang Yuez exclaimed. Upon witnessing the once arrogant champion of Jing University regard himself as an idol, Chen Jing resolved to aid in his recovery. He silently recited a healing incantation, instantly mending Wang Yuez's injured bones. Then he bit his right thumb, inscribing an exorcism seal over Wang Yuez's dantian and channeling his own spiritual energy. A vivid crimson aura began to rise from Wang Yuez's dantian, mirroring the spiritual energy of the badger spirit, Wu Tian. Once the sanguine energy had fully ascended, Chen Jing grasped it and unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, incinerating the crimson essence into oblivion. Observing this intricate display of profound internal power and technique, Wang Yuez's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous classmate possessed such extraordinary abilities and skills. After the spectacle concluded, only Wang Yuez cried out in astonishment, "Su Lu, have you realized? He is the mysterious masked man." Su Lu contemplated for a moment, perplexed, and replied, "I did not sense that at all. I merely perceive my roommate as a healing warrior. I do not believe he is the enigmatic masked figure." Wang Yuez pondered this, reassuring himself, murmuring, "You are right. The current mysterious masked man is surely a disciple of a grandmaster, likely already entrenched in the court. How could he still be a student at Jing University?" Shortly thereafter, when the doctors from the Medical College of Jing University arrived for their rounds, they were astounded to find that Su Lu and Wang Yuez had remarkably recovered. They marveled. What extraordinary circumstances have they encountered? What should have required 10 years of treatment has astonishingly reversed. As Wang Yuez and Su Lu turned their gaze toward Chen Jing, they discovered he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a question arose in the hearts of the two individuals, prompting them to rise from their beds and venture to the student office in search of clarity. Thus, a week later, Dean Gua of the School of Humanities at the Capital University convened Chen Jing and others for a practical activity. Following the directive, Chen Jing arrived at Dean Gua's office, where he was unexpectedly greeted by Wang Yuez, Su Lu, Wu Ku, and a young monk. When Dean Chen informed them of their mission to complete a task titled The Fall of the Flying Dragon in the mountainous city, a sudden voice interrupted. "I apologize for my tardiness once again." Chapter 61. The majestic De Guan Mountain. As everyone pondered the source of the sound, Chen Jing had already discerned that it was none other than the rotund young senator. Indeed, a plump figure entered, adorned with a headscarf emblazoned with the character for Quake. Upon seeing Yang's son, Chen Jing inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here?" Director Gua approached the portly figure warmly, extending his hand. "Mr. Yang, we may require your assistance in the forthcoming days." Yang's son, ever polite, replied, "Director Gua, you are too kind. It is but a trifling effort." Director Gua then addressed the assembly. "Today, the school research department has assigned our humanities college a task to venture into the mountain city in search of Dendrobium officinale. This mission is a collaborative effort with the college academy, and its significance should be clear to all." Upon hearing the mention of the college academy, the group's spirits were instantly lifted, especially Wang Yuez, who tightly gripped his jade-boned fan, exuding an air of vitality. "Allow me to formally introduce the members of our team. Yang's son will serve as your captain, hailing from the Bureau of Mysterious Events under the Yulin Guard, commonly referred to as Bureau 749. Hui Neng, from the Zen Academy of Jing Shi University. Vukiskiviko, a computer prodigy from the Information College of Jing Shi University. Wang Yueza, from the Humanities College of Jing Shi University. Su Lu, also from the Humanities College of Jing Shi University. And lastly, Chen Jing, from the Humanities College of Jing Shi University. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. Through the Pow Pow messaging service, connect with each other. Tomorrow morning, the school bus will transport you to the mountain city to seek out that rare century-old dendrobium. As Director Gua concluded his remarks, a palpable tension filled the hall, and all eyes returned to the portly figure. Yang's sun beamed, bowing slightly to the assembly. Dear students and esteemed masters, you are the elite of Jing Shi University, and it is a pleasure to collaborate with each of you. In the days ahead, we shall delve into the mountain ravines together. After a brief pause, he jested, I am rather laid back. But given the Academy's official decree to seek medicine, along with Director Gua's earnest request, we must summon our utmost diligence. He then patted the folds of his belly and added, as is customary, the mountains can be treacherous with sudden storms and lurking creatures. It will be prudent for each of you to gauge your capabilities, that we might avoid chaos when it comes time to reveal our true strengths. His gaze swept over Chen Jing, Wang Yueza, and the others, finally resting on Huineng, where he hesitated slightly. Master Huineng, with a mind as tranquil as an ancient well, I trust your formidable skills are well concealed. Huineng quietly intoned a Buddhist phrase, his expression neither joyous nor sorrowful. Captain Yang, you flatter me. The Zen staff serves merely to quell inner demons. Should any monstrous entities obstruct our quest for medicine, the Buddha, too, possesses the might of the wrathful Vajra. Amipa, Wang Yueza, unable to contain himself any longer, flipped his wrist, and recalling the college academy, sparked a wave of frustration within him. With a swift motion, he unfurled the jade-bone fan, its surface neither silk nor satin, but reminiscent of some ethereal thin jade, exuding an icy aura. The fan's front depicted the terrain, while the back faintly shimmered with flowing runes. His clear voice resonated with pride. I am Wang Yueza of Jing Shi University. The Wang family's premier fan, aptly named Guiding Peaks, is specifically designed to counter malevolent spirits and the enchanting creatures of the mountains. His gaze burned intensely as he looked at Yang's son, the captain, a figure of great prowess from Bureau 749. One wondered what treasures or mystical artifacts he possessed that could enlighten us. Yang's son laughed heartily, patting an inconspicuous gray cloth pouch at his waist. Merely the tools of the trade, nothing remarkable, just a handful of tarnished coins, some demon-binding ropes, and an old companion. As he spoke, the gray pouch stirred of its own accord, swelling slightly and exuding a faint aura of menace, before settling down once more. Chen Jing sensed that Yang's son was breathing with newfound vigor, his realm markedly different from before, and he now possessed numerous magical artifacts. A stark contrast to the solitary umbrella gun he had previously wielded, he was now undeniably affluent in such matters. A chill ran through the group, understanding that the rotund man concealed something formidable. It was now Su Lu and Chen Jing's turn to introduce themselves. Su Lu spoke little, simply stating, I am Su Lu, inheritor of a rudimentary sword technique, knowledgeable in some herbs and poisons. His aura was restrained, making it difficult to discern his true depth. Chen Jing scratched his head, saying, I am Chen Jing, nothing particularly special, just a keen nose and ears. I also possess some ancient medical skills. The rotund man, well acquainted with Chen Jing, promptly clapped him on the back, exclaiming, Excellent! A medical martial artist is indispensable, truly indispensable. After scanning a QR code, the group established a preliminary connection. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, a chill hung in the air. A simple cart stood outside the eastern gate of the Imperial University, its ancient frame subtly radiating a gentle luminescence. Dingwa personally delivered a carved purple sandalwood box filled with runes to Yang San with utmost seriousness. Yang Xian, your journey to the mountain city is fraught with peril across 1,000 miles of treacherous terrain. Within this box lies a barrier-breaking talisman sealed by the Academy. Do not open it unless in dire circumstances. He lowered his voice, a flicker of concern in his eyes. It is rumored that beneath the mountain city lies not only the ironclad dendrobium, but also some relics long sealed away, now stirred by the spirit energy of the dendrobium, manifesting ominous signs. This talisman, a treasure bestowed by the venerable ZG Xianrun of the Academy, may offer temporary protection. Yang Sun accepted the box, feeling its weight, which bore a hint of thunderous energy. For the first time, a solemn expression crossed his chubby face. Rest assured, Dean, I shall retrieve what is sought and return each person unharmed. He clasped his fists in salute. The 7 of them boarded the bus, the wheels rolling over the sunlit stone-paved road, the sound echoing as the towering gate of the Imperial University gradually faded into the morning mist. While resting within the vehicle, they were suddenly roused by a mournful mountain wind that surged through the windows, bringing with it a raw, damp essence. The rotund man sensed something amiss and promptly inquired of the driver their current location. Chinli Daiwan Mountain, the driver replied. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, Wang Yuez's jade-bone fan stirred without wind, emitting a barely perceptible chime, pointing towards the southwest. At that instant, Chen Jing's expression shifted, nostrils flaring as he muttered. What a heavy scent of iron mixed with the earthy sweetness of concealed blood. Yang Sun, seated by the window, closed his eyes. Yet the talisman on his forehead began to radiate warmth. The gray pouch in his arms stirred restlessly once again. Inside the bus, 7 distinct auras intertwined, the atmosphere momentarily thickening before gradually dispersing. In Wu Ku's hand, the jade board shimmered with a faint fluorescence. As a delicate line of small seal script flowed through her gaze, target area, anomalous energy field readings, with a shielding degree of 70%. Rinengis Fanji, which were deftly manipulating the prayer beads, momentarily hesitated. The mountain city lay just at the end of the road, beneath the rare, century-old medicinal herb, Dendrobium officinale. Awaited them not merely thorns and perilous peaks, but also ancient malevolent entities, long buried beneath the earth, gradually awakening to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. The quest for medicine was, in essence, a path of subduing demons. The bus, akin to a solitary vessel adrift in the nocturnal expanse, plunged into the vast mountains, casting aside the clamor and order of the capital. Chapter 62. Peril on Mount Dawan. On the grand expanse of Mount Dawan, Yang Sun sat upright by the window, his forehead adorned with a square scarf that fluttered without wind, subtly revealing a hint of purple hue. He flashed a grin that showcased a row of pearly white teeth. Yet his eyes bore a solemnity akin to icy waters. What sight it was this Dawan, once heralded as the land of 100 dragons ascending. Today it appeared so sinister. How curious. Surely, even the spirits of the underworld must be eager to witness this spectacle. Wang Yuez's jade-bone fan emitted a sharp, clear sound, its melodious tone cutting through the howling winds as the fan's surface shimmered softly, precisely directing towards the deep ravine in the southwest. A flicker of excitement danced across his handsome features, infused with a warrior's spirit. The air was thick with ominous energy. Something nefarious lurked nearby. Captain, it seems we might be in for a first prize. The scent of iron and earth hung heavily in the air, and then Chen Jing suddenly inhaled sharply, his complexion paling. Below, that cloying aroma of blood. It was as if 100 or so aged ginseng roots had been steeped in congealed blood, turning foul. He covered his mouth, forcing down the churn in his stomach. He sensed the presence of even more terrifying creatures concealed in this place. Wu Ku released a specially designed drone from her backpack, which soared into the air. Her delicate fingers flew across the tablet keyboard, moving so swiftly that they left traces in the air. The ethereal blue glow illuminated her focused profile, her brow slightly furrowed. 7 miles to the southwest, detecting magnetic field distortions. The readings were off the charts, severe interference. Energy patterns chaotic. It was a powerful, malevolent force from the Earth. The device's accuracy had dwindled to a mere 30%. Captain Yang, the information is unreliable. As her words fell, all indicators on the tablet were abruptly overwhelmed by blinding snowflakes, leaving behind a veil of chaos. Umeba, The deep chant of monk Huining echoed suddenly, akin to the tolling of bells at dawn, briefly calming the frayed nerves of the group. He pressed his palms together, eyes half closed, a glimmer of wisdom evident. The burdens of karma obscure our vision. Malevolent forces are watching. Beneath that abyss lies existing karma. We are but passers-by. I implore you to show respect and do not disrupt your own cultivation. Su Lu's typically indifferent gaze sharpened instantly, his long fingers silently resting upon the hilt at his waist, an artifact not of ordinary blades, but an ancient, sheathed short sword, entirely black, devoid of edge or guard, resembling a dark beast's bone roughly a foot in length. The black-bone sword? Yang Sen exclaimed in surprise, realizing that his compatriot Su Lu indeed hailed from a well-to-do family. However, the jovial smile on Yang Sen's round face vanished entirely, replaced by an expression as unyielding as stone. He did not respond to Su Lu, instead slapping his hefty hands on his thighs, commanding, "Stop the vehicle! Master Ji, there is danger ahead. Proceed cautiously to the left." The driver, an elderly man with dark skin, perceived the unease, beads of cold sweat forming. "Captain Yang, we cannot stop. This mountain road is singular, half of it suspended in midair, the path too narrow and treacherous. We cannot retreat." As he spoke, the vehicle jolted violently, as if it had struck some massive obstruction. Creak! The shrill sound of metal grinding against metal sliced through the air. Then, with a thunderous crash, the left side of the vehicle abruptly caved in. The seasoned driver let out a horrified scream, his face paling to a ghostly hue, nearly collapsing. The others felt their bodies plummet, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness seizing their hearts. The left wheel of the vehicle had detached from the solid ground, hanging precariously over an abyss of darkness. The immense inertia propelled the vehicle uncontrollably towards the precipice of a towering cliff. Below, amidst the swirling clouds stirred by the mountain winds, a chilling creaking sound echoed, a harbinger of the fragile rocks at the cliff's edge succumbing to overwhelming pressure. Life and death hung in the balance. "Save him!" Yang's son roared like thunder. In that moment, his corpulent frame unleashed an astonishing agility that belied his size. The gray cloth pouch at his waist bulged ominously, emitting a stifled roar. Without a hint of a gesture, a grayish rope shot forth like a serpent from the pouch's mouth, swiftly coiling around the driver's waist. At the end of the rope dangled an ancient coin, encrusted with verdant rust, now buzzing with an urgent resonance, exuding an aura of ancient mystique. "Steady!" Almost simultaneously, Huineng bellowed, his monk's robe swelling as if caught in an unseen wind. He struck the roof of the vehicle with one palm. A deep, sonorous boom resonated, akin to a bronze bell. A visible golden Buddhist seal, centered upon his palm, instantaneously expanded, miraculously arresting the rolling vehicle for a fleeting moment. The van seemed to be cradled by an invisible giant hand, suspended precariously at the edge of the abyss. Inside, chaos reigned as belongings scattered, yet everyone, bolstered by Huineng's divine power and Yang Sen's rope, clung desperately to any fixed object. However, the Buddhist seal could only hold for an instant. The vehicle's weight was too great, and the downward momentum too fierce. With a crack, the metal roof caved in under the pressure of the seal. A trickle of crimson escaped the corner of Huineng's mouth. At this critical juncture, two figures sprang into action. Su Lu, his peculiar, jade-like short sword finally unsheathed. There was no glint of cold steel, yet an intensely restrained, bone-chilling sword energy permeated the air. He pointed his sword into the void beside him, silently conjuring several translucent shards of dark ice, thin as cicada wings, which instantly cushioned the rear right wheel of the vehicle. The dark ice emanated an ethereal chill, frosting the ground and momentarily alleviating the vehicle's tilt. "Use the force." Su Lu's voice was sharp, imbued with undeniable authority. The other figure was Chen Jing. Lacking any earth-shattering techniques, he leaped towards the tilting door of the vehicle like a nimble cat as it steadied momentarily. There, gaping, half-foot-wide fissure had torn open at the cliff's edge. At the fissure's border, tendrils of dark red mist writhed like living entities, exuding the nauseating, sickly sweet scent of blood that Chen Jing had previously encountered. Faint, piercing shrieks echoed from the mist, stabbing into the very soul. "Seal it," the stout man shouted urgently, disregarding everything else as he hastily grabbed several bags of precious medicinal powders from his backpack, among them some exceedingly potent yang herbs, and hurled them into the crevice. The powders met the blood mist with a sizzling sound, melting away like sunlight upon snow. An even more anguished, inhuman wail erupted from within the fissure, causing the writhing dark red mist to recede slightly. The others, witnessing this, felt a surge of hope. Huineng, seizing the moment to catch his breath, twisted his prayer beads with his left hand, chanting the six-syllable mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, as the golden seal re-emerged, even more solid than before. Meanwhile, Wang Yueza, seeing the fissure subdued by the medicinal powders, sprang into action, unfurling his jade-bone fan with a swish. The fan's surface illuminated with brilliant symbols of mountains and rivers, shining with a radiant spiritual light. "Thousand peaks, be still." He let out a piercing whistle, his fan-like shadow slicing through the air, and with a sudden flick directed at the frail rock at the edge of the fissure, an invisible weight descended instantaneously. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the rocks on either side of the crack were forcibly pressed together by this formidable force, narrowing the fissure by nearly half in an instant. Fragments of stone cascaded like rain into the deep gorge, and it took a considerable time before a faint echo returned. The group worked in unison, finally managing to stabilize the vehicle, which was perilously poised on the brink of the cliff, wedged against its edge. Though the fissure had been largely sealed by the immense pressure, tendrils of dark red mist still seeped through. Inside the compartment, silence reigned, broken only by heavy breathing and the howling wind. The vehicle swayed gently with the mountain breeze, each tremor sending hearts racing to the throat. Wuka's tablet screen had completely dimmed, rendered non-functional. The magnetic interference had intensified tenfold. The drone began to wobble and plummet, its screen flickering momentarily as it fell. She gazed into the abyss, her voice laced with a subtle tremor, as if this place were the gaping maw of a colossal serpent. Chapter 63. The abyssal dragon's roar. Wu Ku tightly gripped the tablet in her hands, its surface shimmering faintly as she prepared to retrieve the topographical map from the recent drone survey. Suddenly, the cold metallic screen began to tremble violently. Countless twisted light patterns, alive with motion, crawled across the display in a chaotic blend of blue, red, white, and green, emitting a piercing crackle. As Wu Ku pondered the unfolding situation, the screen abruptly darkened, plunging into complete silence, extinguishing even the last flicker of light, leaving behind a profound darkness that reflected Wu Ku's astonished and shrinking pupils. How could this be possible? Wu Ku's expression shifted dramatically, her mind swirling with doubt. The equipment she possessed, including the tablet and hovering drone, had been meticulously crafted by her Academy's team, embedded with multiple filtering circuits. Not even the most common interference from nature or electromagnetic disturbances could easily disrupt them. How could they fail so suddenly in this seemingly ordinary mountain breeze? He abruptly raised his head, a strange sensation creeping up his spine. Wind? Yes, it was wind, but it carried an inexplicable heaviness and a metallic tang, utterly unlike the crisp air typical of high mountains and deep valleys. At that moment, Yang's son, a seemingly inconspicuous, plump man wrapped in a dusty old scarf, suddenly sprang to his feet. His corpulent form displayed a surprising swiftness and fierceness, as he reached out with a hand like a claw, seizing the scarf atop his head and yanking it down with force. With a sharp sound, the scarf was removed, revealing Yang Sen's unusually shaped head. Embedded in the center of his broad forehead was a half-open, half-closed vertical pupil. At that moment, the eye, usually closed, was rotating at a visible speed, its iris showcasing an eerie yellow-brown hue, with glimmers of light flickering in the depths of the pupil, as if capable of piercing through the illusions of the world. Except for Chen Jing, the others were in shock, realizing that their leader possessed the legendary Eye of Heaven. Yang Sen's face turned ashen, his vertical eye fixated on a deep, unfathomable rift in the valley below. His voice was hoarse and strained as he growled from his throat. "This is bad. We were all mistaken. This is no mere mountain breeze. It is clearly a colossal serpent, exhaling noxious air as if it had become a climate of its own." A collective gasp echoed among the group, a bone-chilling fear surging from their souls to the crown of their heads. A giant serpent? Some stammered, their voices quivering, realizing that it could generate winds potent enough to disrupt electronic devices. How immense must this serpent be? And did it possess any supernatural abilities? Was it a threat or a benefit to us? No one had the answers. Yet, an extraordinary phenomenon from the depths of the earth began to respond. Booming! From deep within a massive mountain, an ominous rumble erupted without warning. It was as if a titanic object was rolling and colliding deep within the earth. The sound heavy and oppressive, yet imbued with a breathtaking authority that caused the very rocks beneath their feet to tremble. Then, an even more intense, fetid wind surged upward from the abyss, akin to invisible waves crashing violently against them. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, reeking of putrid mud, the metallic tang of blood, and a sulfurous intensity that induced a wave of nausea and dizziness. Simultaneously, the previously serene sky, adorned with a brilliant sun, was abruptly engulfed in tumultuous clouds. A torrent of heavy, leaden-gray clouds surged forth from an unknown origin, instantaneously obscuring the heavens, layering upon one another, hanging low as if poised to crash to the earth. Deep within the clouds, serpentine flashes of pale lightning flickered silently, illuminating the dim sky in a rhythmic dance of light and darkness, followed by the ominous rumble of thunder, akin to a giant beating a drum, approaching with a terrifying proximity that quickened the heart. Nature's fury was palpable, heralding the arrival of some malevolent force. The creatures of the mountains sensed impending doom long before the humans did. The once tranquil forest and rocky caverns erupted into chaos. Countless mountain sparrows, crows, and hawks screeched in terror, as if lashed by invisible whips, frantically flapping their wings in a mad scramble towards the heavens, creating a tumultuous wave of blackness surging upwards. On the ground, wild rabbits, foxes, jackals, and even the snakes that usually concealed themselves in crevices and underbrush fled in a frenzied panic. They had lost all sense of direction. Some collided with trees, while others tumbled down steep slopes. Yet, without exception, they all raced towards the mountain's summit, driven by an instinctual urge to ascend higher, as if only by reaching greater heights could they escape the impending cataclysm surging from the depths below. The cacophony of roars and crashes filled the air, before the onlookers could recover from the shock of the stampede. A terrifying roar erupted from the depths of a vast chasm, resonating like the roar of a celestial lion. It was the mountain flood, a deluge of muddy water, carrying boulders and ancient trees, cascaded down the gorge like a freed dragon, wreaking havoc. The sheer force was so terrifying it seemed as though it could tear the very world asunder. More chilling still, amidst the thunderous roar of the flood and the deep, rumbling tremors of the abyss, a profound, resonant sound emerged clearly from the unfathomable darkness. Moo, moo, moo. This sound was powerful, desolate, and ancient, imbued with an inhuman majesty and an undercurrent of rage, echoing like a primordial beast raging in the depths. The seasoned Chen Jing stared intently into the abyss, his expression grave as iron, his complexion ashen, exchanging a look of sheer horror with the others. Suddenly, Chen Jing spun around, his hair standing on end, channeling all his inner strength, his voice booming like thunder as he bellowed at the paralyzed crowd. Run to the highest point of the mountain. Do not stop for a single moment. Quickly. Wang Yuezhe, his voice trembling with undeniable fear, added a harrowing revelation. This disturbance signifies the calamity of the transformation of the serpent into a dragon as chronicled in ancient texts. It has absorbed the earth's energy, summoned the thunder, and is poised to emerge from the chasm, transforming from serpent to dragon amid the turmoil of landslides and floods. Run! Before his words faded, the mournful and dragon-like mooing from the abyss escalated, becoming sharp and piercing. The group felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, originating from the depths of their very bloodlines. Hurry! To the summit! Sulu, his voice hoarse, was the last to lag behind. As if awakening from a dream, the crowd paid no heed to their gear, bags, or the bus. The instinct for survival surged within them, and they summoned their agility, darting like startled rabbits with their tails stepped on, racing madly towards the mountain peak shrouded in mist, entwined by serpentine lightning. Behind them, the lowing sound had taken on an indescribable, fervent dragon's roar, yearning to ascend. In a moment of panic, Wu Ke cast a fleeting glance back, only to behold the ominous clouds pressing down from above, turbulent waves surging like frenzied dragons. The drone swarm, which he cherished as dearly as life itself, seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hand, sputtering black smoke, spiraling into chaos as they plummeted into the unfathomable darkness, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Chapter 64. The tribulation at Daguanshan upon hearing these words. No one dared to hesitate, even for a moment. The thunderous voice of the stout young sun still echoed through the valley and the crowd, like startled birds dispersed by a sudden thunderclap, exerted every ounce of their strength, racing towards the summit shrouded in heavy leaden clouds and writhing electric serpents. Their lightness of foot and agility reached an unprecedented peak. Wang Yuezha moved like smoke, his toes barely brushing against the jagged stones, leaving faint imprints in his wake. Wu Ku, burdened with the heaviest gear, now unleashed an astonishing potential, her internal energy surging relentlessly. Each step she took left deep impressions in the hardened rocky ground, her speed akin to a tempest sweeping over the ridge. Su Lu's expression turned grave as he closely followed Wu Ku, having somehow grasped several weighty black projectiles in his hand, his gaze sharp and vigilant, scanning the turbulent winds and waves approaching from behind. Roar, crash! The sound, reminiscent of ancient beasts and the initial cries of dragons and serpents, suddenly ascended to an unprecedented shriek. The noise was jarring, piercing the air with a terrifying clarity that seemed capable of shattering stone and rending the soul, striking hard against the eardrums of all present. A more formidable pressure, emanating from a primordial behemoth, surged forth like an invisible tide, crashing down upon their hearts. Wu Ku, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, felt as though her chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, her vision darkening, and her racing form suddenly faltered, nearly causing her to spew blood. "Hold on!" Su Lu shouted sharply, delivering a precise strike to her back, channeling pure internal energy to stabilize her roiling vital force. Boom! Crack! Just as the terrifying shriek reached its zenith, the ground beneath them trembled violently, as if boiling in a pot. Large sections of the cliffside crumbled like decayed wood, collapsing and engulfing tons of boulders and mud, hurtling towards the escape route of the fleeing crowd. Almost simultaneously, the heavy lead-gray clouds finally split apart. A ghastly white, colossal electric serpent descended, its target unmistakably the unfathomable abyss they had just fled from. Thunder struck with a fury that dimmed the heavens. The brilliance instantaneously illuminated the roiling, foul-smelling column of mist, no longer merely a stench, but a tangible, murky green fog swirling incessantly, within which faint outlines of scales could be discerned. Howl, roar! From the depths of the abyss came a response to the heavenly thunder, an unprecedented roar, intermingled with agony and rage, majesty and ferocity. This roar was no longer a singular tone, but a layered cacophony, as if countless titans were bellowing from beneath the earth, or a slumbering ancient deity was awakening from the depths. Then, an unimaginable, colossal shadow surged forth from the largest fissure at the edge of the abyss, propelled by the afterglow of the thunder. The mountains trembled, the earth quaked. The enormity of that shadow surpassed human comprehension. Merely the portion that emerged from the abyss, a body covered in dark azure, golden-scaled armor, standing like a towering pillar, was already several zhang in girth. Each scale was as large as a grinding stone, glimmering coldly under the residual flashes of lightning, the edges adorned with an eerie, dark golden pattern, as if forged by molten lava, subtly glowing with an inner light. The stench was so overpowering that it nearly suffocated. The massive creature stirring the murky depths emitted a foul wind akin to a tempest of decay. The gales it conjured were no longer the gentle mountain breezes, but rather a storm infused with a will to annihilate. Debris whirled through the air like cannonballs, crashing against the rocks and igniting sparks amidst a cacophony of dull thuds. My heavens, someone gasped in disbelief, their steps involuntarily slowing. Don't look back. Run. Wang Yuez's hair stood on end, his voice tinged with an unprecedented urgency. It is the serpent's body. It is about to emerge. The colossal serpent, resembling a towering pillar, writhed in frenzy. Each collision with the rock face triggered even more violent landslides. It seemed to be gathering strength while simultaneously battling against some unseen restraint. Every struggle and ascent causing the earth to groan and the heavens to shudder. Above, the sky did not cease after the first rumble of thunder. Instead, it intensified. Countless pale electric serpents of varying thickness danced wildly through the clouds like chains of a celestial deity, brimming with destructive power, converging ominously near the horrifying serpent's form. Su Lu's eyes narrowed sharply. There was no turning back, nor could he allow it to escape so easily. He pivoted abruptly, his arm muscles taut, and infused his steel wire with inner strength, causing it to tremble with a resonant twang, standing straight as a spear. With a thunderous shout, 3 dark projectiles transformed into 3 glimmering stars, launched from a delicate mechanism at the end of the wire. The projectiles ripped through the tainted air with a piercing scream, striking with unparalleled precision at the seemingly vulnerable gaps between the serpent's scales. Bang! Thud! The sound of muffled explosions echoed. The projectiles collided with the scales, erupting into a thick mass of crimson flames and yellow smoke. Clearly, these were specially designed armor-piercing phosphorus shells, containing not only the searing heat, but also toxic phosphorescence. Excellent. Chen Jing's eyes sparkled at this sight. He did not pause in his movement, but instead struck the sword case behind him. Clang! A melodious and resonant sword cry suddenly shattered the chaos of the peaks and valleys. A pool of autumn water-like cold light soared into the heavens. It was a peculiar long sword measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, radiating a faint golden aura. Chen Jing, with fingers poised like a sword, pointed into the air. The long sword hummed, transforming into a sweeping azure arc, tearing through the murky skies and the thick stench, its speed surpassing Su Lu's phosphorus shells by more than tenfold. The sword's edge was aimed directly at the serpent's head, which had just risen, seemingly preparing to confront the thunder. The sword's momentum was formidable. Under its force, even the swirling miasma was forced aside, creating a vacuum path. Whoosh! The sword energy reached its target, aimed squarely at the heavily armored side of the serpent's head. Yet, just as the sword energy was poised to strike, the serpent's head suddenly jerked to the side. Beneath the small diamond-shaped scales, the enormous, cold, emotionless amber-hued vertical pupil turned slightly. From that eye, a concentrated beam of dark green light shot forth in an instant. Arriving ahead of the blow, it collided with Chen Jing's indomitable azure sword energy with pinpoint accuracy. Clang buzz. A thunderous resonance erupted, reminiscent of the clash of metal and iron. The azure sword arc collided violently with the dark green radiance in midair. Sword energy surged forth, turning the nearby miasma into a frothy chaos. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the azure sword arc noticeably faltered, its radiance dimming considerably. Yet it still bore an indomitable sharpness that pierced through the verdant glow. Alas, its strength was waning. Chapter 65. The Dragon. The dark green dragon's breath surged forth like a breached river, engulfing the air with a noxious miasma replete with the stench of decay. This vile essence bore down upon the fleeing crowd like a tangible wave, creating a cacophony of hissing as even the hardest rocks succumbed to its corrosive touch. Emitting acrid white smoke. At the forefront, Su Lu stood resolute, beads of sweat trickling from his temples, yet not a trace of fear graced his countenance. With a thunderous command, he bellowed, "The miasma looms above. Disperse." Before his words faded, he flicked his wrist sharply, unleashing 3 streaks of crimson light from his sleeve that sliced through the thick air. The 3 projectiles detonated mid-air with a series of muffled explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Though not earth-shattering, they erupted into a dazzling rain of vermilion sparks, a secret Taoist technique designed to vanquish malevolent forces and toxic entities. The Yangyan Sand. The searing firestorm clashed violently with the surging miasma, producing a chorus of sizzling sounds. The toxic gas was incinerated, releasing a nauseating odor, and, astonishingly, 3 luminous gaps were burned through the dark green breath. Make for the gaps. Wang Yueza reacted swiftly, his movements akin to a swimming dragon as he darted through the narrow passage formed by the intertwining fire and miasma. A tendril of escaping poison singed the hem of his garment with a sharp hiss, turning his resilient hunting attire to charred ash, revealing the scorched flesh beneath. He let out a muffled groan, but did not falter in his stride. "Girl, don't look back. Ascend the stone." Chen Jing's hair bristled as he commanded, his voice low. The Qingming sword emitted a resonant, dragon-like hum, its blade swirling to form a sturdy arc of blue light, perfectly shielding Wu Ku's vulnerable back. A blend of supple yet powerful energy propelled her forward. Wu Ku's face was as pale as parchment. The precious precision tablet she cherished had been shattered by the falling debris, yet driven by the primal instinct for survival. Her fingers pressed a specially crafted mechanism at her waist. Click, click, click. 9 faint mechanical sounds resonated, reminiscent of shooting stars streaking across a dim sky. 9 small, silver orbs, akin to juju pits, shot forth, igniting as they met the wind. Instantly, they transformed into 9 bright orange flames, suspended in midair, illuminating the thick miasma. Splendid starfire to light the path. Yangsen's peculiar vertical pupils constricted sharply, the glow swirling within them, illuminating the path where the miasma thinned. "Quick, follow the light." His voice bore an almost imperceptible urgency. The group, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastened towards the 9 guiding lights, sprinting with all their might through the thinning miasma. However, the stench intensified abruptly, akin to countless steel needles scraping against their skin. The roar of the colossal serpent beneath the abyss transcended the boundaries of mere serpentine growls. Each bellow resonated with the might of a dragon, imbued with the power to shatter stone. With each undulation of its immense form, the earth trembled beneath, emitting deep rumblings akin to rolling thunder, as debris tumbled from above, the ground groaning under its might. More alarming was the sight of its neck and entire body, where vast patches of ancient scales flaked away like decaying bark, revealing new scales rapidly emerging beneath. These nascent scales shimmered not in pure black but in a profound, flowing dark golden hue, exuding an eerie brilliance under the dim sky. Above, pale bolts of lightning, as thick as water buckets, struck down in succession, crackling and booming with ferocity. With each strike upon the serpent's form, a dazzling arc of electricity erupted from the newly formed scales. The arc did not vanish instantaneously. Rather, it etched itself upon the surface, creating intricate and enigmatic patterns of thunder, imbued with a sense of impending destruction. The creature was utilizing the heavenly tribulation to refine itself. The final step of its transformation into a dragon transpired amidst this tempest of fury. It sought to harness the thunderstorm to complete its ultimate metamorphosis. Yangsen's voice had grown hoarse, his vertical pupils widened in intensity, fixated on a massive, unhealed gash on the serpent's forehead, its sole remaining vulnerability. This ancient wound was the only chink in its armor. Should the new scales envelop its brow entirely, divine weaponry would prove futile against it. No method could breach its defenses. In this realm, nothing else could subdue it. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the heavens were torn asunder. A bolt of thunder, even more robust and pale to the point of cruelty than the previous ones, descended with the wrath of the divine, akin to a spear of the gods, aimed squarely at the serpent's core, its head poised for ascension and transformation. Roar! The serpent did not flinch. Instead, it reared its head and unleashed a roar that resonated throughout the cosmos, daring to clash head-on with the celestial might. The lightning erupted. The ferocious energy rampaged wildly. A colossal shockwave formed a visible distortion in the air. Amidst this cataclysmic illumination, the great old wound could no longer bear the strain and suddenly burst open. A torrent of boiling blood, akin to molten gold, true dragon blood, spouted from the wound, splattering onto the roiling magma below with a hissing explosion. In that very moment, Chen Jing's eyes blazed with intensity, his hair standing on end. He summoned every ounce of strength to hurl the Qingming sword upwards. As the sword left his grasp, it seemed to come alive. Clang! A resounding cry of the sword surged into the heavens. The blade radiated a brilliant azure light, actively drawing in the remnants of lightning that lingered in the air, magnetically entwining them around its edge. The Qingming sword transformed into a celestial blade, electrified with the essence of thunder. Lao Su, lend me your strength. Chen Jing's voice, though raspy, was filled with resolute determination. Su Lu did not hesitate, a flicker of fierce intensity flashing in his eyes. His arms coiled with muscle like a dragon, emitting a series of cracking sounds. The steel wire concealed within his sleeve shot forth like a venomous serpent, deftly wrapping around the hilt of the Qingming sword. Chen Jing executed a complex Taoist step, exhaling forcefully as he chanted each word with the resonance of thunder. Qian, Kuan, borrow, law. Thunder, sword, exterminate, evil. Go! With Su Lu's immense force propelling the Qingming sword, now reinforced by the steel wire, it transformed into a meteor of blinding azure light and searing white fire. Accompanied by a piercing shriek and a roar of wind and thunder, it surged towards the serpent's forehead, aimed at the gaping wound that still bled golden ichor. At a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, roar, pain, an unimaginable agony, beyond what mortal beings could endure. The Qingming sword penetrated the old wound by at least 3 inches. The thunderous power entwined around it surged into the depths of the serpent's skull, as if it had found the release it had long sought. In an instant, the explosive thunder ignited, making it feel as though its very brain was ablaze. The colossal serpent emitted an unprecedented roar of agony. Its head trembled violently, as if possessed by madness, and in its chilling amber-slit eyes, the golden light of reason swiftly dissipated, leaving only the most primal and ferocious insanity. The dark green breath it exhaled spiraled into chaos, bursting forth like a wild stallion breaking free from restraint. Thunderous reverberations echoed. Chapter 66. An incident occurs. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. A section of the rugged cliff, composed of unyielding granite, was instantaneously reduced to dust, scattered like grains of sand under the cataclysmic impact of a fusion of molten fire and toxic destructive energy. Chen Jing was the first to be hurled away by the explosive shockwave, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, tracing a vivid crimson arc through the air. Yet, summoning the last vestiges of his vital energy, he formed a sword seal with his hand, desperately invoking the power of his spirit to summon his flying sword. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in the giant serpent's assault, Su Lu swiftly retracted the silk cord, attempting to retreat from the perilous situation. However, fortune does not always favor the bold, and calamity often strikes in tandem. Just as he leapt into the air, the crumbling peak beneath him, battered by the serpent's thrashing body, collapsed once more. A more potent surge, a tumultuous wave born of the explosion and the serpent's might, forcefully propelled him from behind. Su Lu let out a muffled groan, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, as he was helplessly drawn toward the newly formed, bottomless crevice below. The acrid stench of sulfur wafted up from the depths of the fissure. Old Su. Wang Yuez's eyes widened in horror, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Without a moment to ponder, his body instinctively reacted, launching him off the cliff's edge, his arms stretching to its utmost limit to grasp Su Lu. Yet, the distance between his fingertips and Su Lu's garment was still half a foot too far. Tragedy loomed imminent. In that critical moment, Wu Ke, who had been attentively monitoring the battlefield, made the most composed and precise judgment. Her fingers danced like a pianist across several mechanisms at her waist. A fine, shimmering net of dark iron shot forth from her side, unfolding gracefully in mid-air as it descended. With a deft maneuver, the net ensnared Su Lu's waist, halting his downward plunge as if he were a quarry caught in a trap. Pull! Wu Ke commanded sharply. Chen Jing, Wang Yueze, and Yang Sun instantly understood. Gripping the ends of the cord wrapped around their wrists or embedded in the rock, exerting every ounce of strength. Together, they yanked, and the rope snapped taut. The dark iron net emitted a strained groan under the immense burden, yet ultimately held firm. Su Lu was yanked upward with tremendous force, swinging back like a pendulum, narrowly avoiding the jagged edge of the collapsed cliff. Trembling with fear, he gazed downward, witnessing the depths of the crevice where molten lava surged like the blood of hell, bubbling ominously, exuding lethal heat and the noxious scent of sulfur. We've reached the summit. Look! Yang Sen's voice brimmed with incredulous excitement as he pointed towards the swirling depths of the clouds. The others, suppressing their fatigue and pain, climbed upwards with renewed vigor. They traversed through a passage of sharply eroded boulders, finally emerging into a wide expanse. Before them lay not the anticipated peak, but a nearly square platform, measuring less than 10 yards on each side, seemingly hewn by human hands. The surface of the stone platform bore the weathered scars of time. At its center stood an ancient altar, constructed from immense blue stones, significantly worn by the elements, standing majestically amidst the remnants of its former glory. The altar, with its ancient and desolate style, is adorned with an array of indistinct symbols and patterns, etched deeply into its surface. Most strikingly, at its center, a time-worn broken sword is embedded at an angle. Only half of the blade is exposed, its surface marred by countless marks left by heavenly lightning, yet it stands resilient, emanating a profound aura of indomitable spirit, a testament to the trials it has endured. This is the sacrificial sword platform of ancient tribulation seekers. Chen Jing gasps heavily, his chest rising and falling like a bellows, yet his eyes sparkle with the light of hope. In such a sacred place, steeped in the fervent aspirations and divine might of innumerable tribulation seekers, perhaps they could momentarily evade the wrath of the monstrous tribulation. The crowd, like grasping at the last lifeline, supports one another, stumbling together onto the narrow yet sturdy ancient altar stone platform. With hearts racing, they steal a glance back at the abyss below. There, the colossal serpent, or rather, the nascent dragon, grapples with the trials of heaven and earth, thrashing in a hellish conflagration of thunder and fire. The old scales representing its past are nearly shed, replaced by new, dark golden scales adorned with intricate patterns of lightning, covering more than 90% of its body. Yet at the center of its fearsome brow, the unyielding Qing Ming sword remains deeply embedded in its old wound, the hilt flickering under the lightning-esque glow. Gold and red blood gushes from the blade, each drop of the boiling dragon-esque blood, as it splashes onto the churning magma below, ignites like sparks in boiling oil, causing violent explosions and surging fountains of molten rock. However, all eyes are irresistibly drawn upward to the heavens. Above, the heavy, leaden clouds swirl and boil ominously, now coiling and contracting to an extreme. The core of the vortex is no longer merely a writhing mass of electric serpents. It has coalesced into a suffocating, soul-crushing deep purple, reminiscent of the purest destructive energy from the dawn of the universe. Within that purple hue, a hint of despair emerges, a darkening pillar of annihilating thunder, embodying the ultimate judgment of the heavenly law, slowly takes shape. Its oppressive force causes the ancient altar on the stone platform to tremble slightly, emitting a mournful lament. Jansenes vertical pupios quifer wildly. He can acutely sense the impending force of destruction, capable of erasing everything within 100 miles. His voice is parched, each word heavy as if laden with 1,000 burdens. The final layer, the heart demon thunder tribulation, the final trial of life and death. He does not continue, but the unspoken implication pierces each heart like a chilling steel needle. It will be our moment of burial alongside it. Wang Yueza wipes the grime and blood from his face, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with indomitable, fighting spirit. His palm presses firmly into a groove etched with ancient runes along the edge of the altar, as if to channel all his strength into it. Above the altar, the long-broken and time-worn sword suddenly emits a deep, resonant hum. This sound seems to transcend the dust of ages, not a lament, but a long-lost battle intent. As if awakened from its slumber, the scorched marks on the broken sword shimmered faintly with a tenacious electric glow under the illumination of the purple clouds and thunder, resonating subtly yet mysteriously with the impending calamity of the heavens that heralded doom. The wind ceased. The air became stagnant. Time seemed to freeze in that singular moment. Beneath the abyss, the tormented dragon raised its grotesquely transforming head, its once dispersed gaze now fiercely focused, bearing the immense vertical pupils filled with a tumultuous blend of hatred and the fervor of rebirth, fixated upon the minuscule figures of the crowd gathered at the altar. Upon the altar, Chen's bloodied hands tightened around the sword technique once more, his gaze as deep and cold as a tranquil lake. Su Lu struggled to steady himself. Reaching for the few remaining dark objects within his waist pouch, Wuka's fingers pressed firmly against the mechanism at his side, his eyes sharp. Wang Yueza inhaled deeply, his bones cracking. Yang Sun looked skyward, his vertical pupil nearly splitting open as he attempted to trace the precise trajectory of the impending thunderbolt. Humanity, the dragon, the heavenly tribulation, all contradictions, all forces, all causalities converge upon that small stone altar and the churning abyss of hell. Survival or utter annihilation. The ultimate confrontation and the judgment of the heavens arrived simultaneously. The violet apocalyptic lightning, in the stillness, erupted with the essence of annihilation, descending towards the abyss, toward the altar, and at once struck down. Chapter 67. Cursed. He is the mysterious masked man. The voice of the rotund Yang Sun echoed urgently amidst the roaring thunder, each word imbued with a desperate resonance that struck Chen Jing's ears. Chen Jing, stop pretending to be oblivious. If that lightning truly strikes down upon us, we shall be reduced to charred remains, not a bone fragment left behind. This is not the time for your feigned ignorance. Before the words could dissipate, a more terrifying response reverberated from the heavens. The thunderous sound transformed from a mere dull rumble into a cacophony akin to a multitude of celestial drums, shaking the very earth beneath them. The ink-black sky was suddenly cleaved by a colossal bolt of purple lightning. In a flash, a gigantic deep purple lightning, imbued with apocalyptic might, tore through the fabric of space, carrying with it the scent of sulfur and a chilling intent of destruction, descending with ferocious intent upon Chen Jing's crown. This is dire. Chen Jing's pupils constricted, the shadow of death swiftly enveloping his heart. He rapidly summoned the immense energy and spiritual power within him. The ancient force, long hidden in the depths of his veins, erupted like explosives thrown into a furnace under the oppressive weight of heaven and earth. Boom! An energy reminiscent of primordial chaos surged skyward from within Chen Jing. Golden light erupted. A towering, colossal golden figure suddenly rose from behind him, majestic as a mountain. Though the visage of the golden figure was indistinct, it radiated an overwhelming authority, transcending the ages with an indomitable presence. It was indeed the fabled ancient sacred body making its reappearance. Golden radiance flowed, resonating with the vast vitality of heaven and earth, forming visible golden ripples that forcefully created a realm of gold amidst the tempest of thunder and wind. Chen Jing bellowed, "Bring me the gun." At this critical juncture between life and death, clang, clang, clang. The tattered bag behind Chen Jing trembled violently, as if a ferocious beast of unparalleled might were confined within, sensing its master's peril and the call of the sacred body, yearning to break free. A bone-chilling coldness and a searing heat capable of boiling mountains and seas erupted simultaneously. A long spear, emanating a dark luster and possessing an ancient, rugged design, yet shimmering with a profound metallic gleam, burst forth from its confines, propelled by the force of wind and thunder, emitting a resonant cry as it shot out. Ancient runes seemed to coil along the spear shaft, and at its tip, a flickering cold radiance danced unpredictably. Chen Jing swiftly merged the energies of his ice and fire duality palm into the spear, intertwining two vastly opposing yet equally formidable forces. The onlookers were left agape, realizing that what he wielded was none other than the legendary Xiantai Overlord Spear, renowned as the world's foremost weapon. The Xiantai Overlord Spear, seemingly sentient, hovered steadily above Chen Jing's head. The golden visage of the law manifestation swelled with radiant light, and its colossal spectral hand reached out, as if transcending space itself, firmly grasping the quivering Xiantai spear. In that instant, the icy and fiery powers erupted under the enhancement of the golden-bodied law manifestation. The left edge of the spear ignited with a flickering blue-cold flame, freezing the air in its path and generating frost-laden chill, while the right edge blazed with crimson flames, distorting the space around it and exuding an overwhelming force capable of incinerating all. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished, except for the plump man and Wu Ku, who maintained their composure. However, it was Wang Yueza who was the most emotionally stirred. Tears of astonishment welled in his eyes as he realized the truth. How infuriating! How despicable! He was none other than the mysterious masked man, and the Grand Master had bestowed upon him the world's foremost weapon. Chen Jing clenched his teeth, his entire being surging with energy as he infused every ounce of his life's cultivation and the power of his sacred body into his will. The immense golden figure of his avatar moved in tandem, resembling a divine being that could carve the heavens, as he wielded the formidable Xian Tai Ba Wang Chang, imbued with boundless icy and fiery forces, advancing rather than retreating against the terrifying thunder serpent that threatened to rend the sky, thrusting forth with a singular strike. Sizzle. Boom! The tip of the spear collided fiercely with the thunder serpent. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, there was a sharp, grating sound that made one's teeth ache, a piercing cut. The intertwined, icy, and fiery energies of the spear clashed violently with the supreme lightning, leading to a cataclysmic annihilation. The intertwining forces of ice and fire along with the violet lightning instantly tore apart, twisted, and exploded, morphing into a colossal sphere of light that expanded, exuding destructive energy. Around this luminous orb, the air was completely evacuated, creating a vacuum, which was soon filled by an even more ferocious influx of energy, stirring up a horrifying tempest that swept up massive stones and dust. Goodness, the battle of gods and demons was hardly more than this. The corpulent Yang's son, barely a hair's breadth away, was buffeted by the gale, his eyes squeezed shut, staring in disbelief at the core of the luminous sphere where the clash unfolded. He felt his own insignificance. At the epicenter of the collision between the sacred body and the heavenly thunder, he realized he was unworthy even to stand, as every ripple of the released energy was sufficient to tear him apart. He could only press himself to the ground, summoning his meager inner strength to shield his heart's pulse, as the flesh on his face quivered like waves in a shockwave, leaving him engulfed in a tumult of awe and fear. Within Chen Jing, his vital energy surged like a tempestuous sea, the backlash causing blood to seep from the corners of his eyes. Yet he sensed that the Xian Tai Ba Wang Chang in his grasp was like an unfathomable abyss, ravenously consuming the power of his sacred body and the will he imbued within it. Although the magnificent heavenly thunder was incredibly fierce, it trembled violently before this audacious strike that combined the ancient sacred body serpent's might with the treasured weapon of ice and fire, causing the very mountain to quake. At this moment, even the serpent lurking in the abyss was taken aback. Originally, it had planned to hide in a cave to evade the thunderous calamity. The icy and fiery forces incessantly eroded and sliced through the divine lightning, while the golden avatar solidified further under Chen Jing's will, resembling an ancient war god, brandishing a world-shaking weapon, roaring defiantly at the might of the heavens. Could it be withstanding it? This lad's sacred body and this divine spear could truly confront the heavenly tribulation head-on? Yang's son, still pressed to the ground, felt a tempest of astonishment rise within him. He gazed at the golden giant wielding the divine spear, standing against the heavenly might. As an absurd yet hopeful thought surged into his mind, could it be that this young man is destined to defy the heavens today? The terrifying orb at the core showed no signs of waning. Rather, it continued to brew an even more dreadful final explosion. Chen Jing's golden avatar flickered under the onslaught of the lightning. Yet, with the support of the Xian-type Ba Wang Chong, it resolutely recoalesced. This is an ultimate contest of will, strength, and even fate, where life and death hinge upon the capability of this unparalleled shot to pierce through the might of heaven and earth. On the vague visage of the golden body, a distinct aura of battle intent and indomitable spirit seems to manifest for the first time, an indication of the true resurrection of the ancient sacred body. Suddenly, the sky once again solidifies, forming a colossal vortex in the air. Chapter 68, Shattering the Heavens. Above the vast expanse of the sky, a colossal vortex appeared to be utterly incensed. The deep violet core of the celestial eye abruptly contracted, unleashing a wave of annihilation more profound and concentrated than any thunder previously encountered. This was neither a network of lightning nor scattered electric serpents. Rather, it was a spear of dark purple calamity, honed to perfection as if cast down by the thunder god of the nine heavens. It rent the skies asunder, bearing the might to obliterate all existence, and descended with lethal intent, aiming to pierce through both Chen Jing and the serpent that shielded him, erasing them from existence. Excellent. Chen Jing's eyes bulged with fury, the metallic taste of blood still simmering in his mouth, as he let out a hoarse roar from his throat. The furnace within his dantian, on the brink of shattering, did not extinguish. Instead, it erupted with unprecedented ferocity in this dire moment. On the verge of death, the potential of the sacred body surged forth, extracting every vestige of life force from the marrow of his bones. Roar! The serpent beside him emitted a resounding and tragic dragon-esque cry, its voice shedding the hiss of snakes, revealing the true essence of a dragon determined to fight to the bitter end. Its immense form surged upward once more, and from the charred gaps in its scales, strands of resplendent golden light burst forth. This was the essence of its life, cultivated over a millennium, now blazing fiercely, having sustained grievous injuries from enduring the lightning net. It now faced the third true calamity without a trace of hesitation in its eyes, only the resolute determination to live or die alongside Chen Jing. It boldly confronted the descending bolt of death with its battered yet still formidable body. As Chen Jing gazed at the serpent, a sudden fusion of consciousness occurred. He entered the depths of the serpent's awareness, and together they deliberated on how to withstand the impending third strike of heavenly thunder. Despite their differing bloodlines, the will of man and serpent intertwined seamlessly in this moment. Chen Jing's muscles bulged, nearly tearing his sacred body asunder. He poured every last ounce of strength he possessed, including that of his golden body manifestation, unreservedly into the black iron spear of dominance. The spear transformed from a mere cold metal into a scorching river of intent flowing with fervor. At its tip, the shattered ice and fire spiral was replaced by an incredibly sharp spear aura, piercing through the void. Comrade, no, dear brother, together, we shall shatter the heavens. Chen Jing roared, directing the spear not in defense, but boldly towards the heavens. His feet planted firmly on the ground, his form became a golden streak of light, soaring alongside the serpent, whose essence burned brightly, as they defiantly faced the devastating third purple bolt of lightning that threatened to annihilate the world. The serpent's eyes blazed with determination, and its radiant golden light instantaneously melded into the spear's thrust. Together, man and serpent, their wills intertwining, forged a true essence of power. Boom! In that instant of collision, the sound was not merely the clash of metal, but rather a cataclysmic roar, as if the very heavens were collapsing. An indescribable, blinding burst of terrifying light erupted at the point of contact between the spear and the lightning bolt. The fabric of space was completely torn apart, revealing the twisted and chaotic darkness behind. The purple lightning serpent rampaged uncontrollably, while Chen Jing's golden body manifestation cracked like fragile glass, revealing his bloodied and scarred physical form beneath. With each surge of thunder, it felt as though countless colossal hammers were relentlessly striking at his soul and bones. The sound of shattering bones echoing incessantly. He bled profusely from his 7 orifices, every inch of his skin oozing droplets of blood, which were instantly evaporated, leaving behind only charred traces. Beside him, the serpent-like creature suffered even more grievously. The radiant golden essence dimmed rapidly under the onslaught of the violent purple lightning, its scorched scales shattering into fragments, obliterated. Blood from the serpent rained down, only to be transformed into a red-black mist by the electric light. Its bones, harder than steel, fractured inch by inch, emitting an excruciating sound of splintering. Its massive body was relentlessly pressed down, yet it steadfastly supported itself beside Chen Jing, raising its head to roar defiantly, refusing to yield even a single step. Open. Chen Jing's roar was no longer human. It resembled that of a dying beast. He concentrated all the shattered fragments of his golden body into the tip of the Overlord's spear, recklessly igniting and compressing all the raging essence within him. That spear light, under the tremendous pressure of annihilation, miraculously coalesced once more, becoming remarkably solid, even managing to carve slender, flowing wound of golden and silver hues upon the indomitable purple lightning spear. With a soft hiss, as that wound appeared, it resembled an ant-hole before a breached dam. The concentrated force of the destructive thunderbolts instantaneously found a release point, the violent surge of energy rushing forth like a flood that had found a crack. But at that very moment, Chen Jing felt a surge of abundant yet overwhelming spiritual power emanating from the Overlord's spear. It was the serpent, quickly merging with the spear's tip, simultaneously enhancing its hardness and augmenting Chen Jing's own energy. A sense of desolation, ancient and imbued with primal vitality, surged into Chen Jing's nearly exhausted body like a flood breaking through a dam. This power, unlike his fierce and unyielding sacred body, possessed a resilience that embraced all things, swiftly saturating his near-collapse dantian, mending his shattered meridians, and nurturing the flickering flame of life that was on the verge of extinguishing. Boom! The vast whirlpool in the heavens seemed to sense the breakthrough of the resisting will below, its core erupting with one last reluctant roar. And the colossal lightning spear exploded with a thunderous crash. It transformed into countless purple electric serpents, dissipating into the ether. The calamity clouds rolled violently, and in a reluctant delay, began to slowly disperse. The ominous dark purple celestial eye also vanished without a trace. As the thunder ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the world. Thud! Chen Jing fell like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily into the scorched pit below, the Overlord's spear leaning against him. Its body dimmed and emitting a faint hum. His body was charred, not a single piece of flesh unscathed, his breath barely a whisper, yet his chest rose and fell with the faintest rhythm. Within him, the newly acquired vitality of the dragon was slowly, yet tenaciously, sustaining his last vestige of existence. Not far from him, the enormous body of the serpent coiled up, reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton, shattered scales scattered around. However, as the storm clouds dissipated, the serpent's form began to transform, with its jade-like hard horns sprouting from the center of its head. Those around gasped in astonishment, declaring that the legends were indeed true. It seemed it had transcended its tribulation and ascended into a dragon, becoming a unicorn dragon. As soon as it spoke, the dark scales, once obliterated by lightning, began to regenerate, each new scale resembling the craftsmanship of gilded bronze, radiating a golden luminescence, with faint runes seemingly materializing around its form. It had succeeded, having invested everything in the process. Suddenly, it soared into the sky, unleashing a roar that resonated to the heavens, whereupon a resplendent rainbow appeared amidst the clouds. At that moment, Chen Jing's consciousness was once again awakened, a warning echoing in his mind. Be cautious, for there is a traitor within your ranks. After uttering this, the golden dragon ascended towards the vibrant arc of the rainbow, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chen Jing lay upon the scorched earth, gazing at the pallid sky, a remnant of survival after the catastrophe. The wind, infused with a pungent scent of charred remains and a subtle, peculiar fragrance of rebirth, wailed as it swept across the desolate mountaintop. Within our team lingered the specter of betrayal, as all rested in the fragile glimmer of this post-apocalyptic twilight. Chapter 69. All beings crossed, thus attaining Bodhi. Chen Jing gazed at the solitary golden dragon, enveloped in winds and thunder, vanishing into the distant skies, its form gradually obscured by the layers of clouds. Yet, an immense weight bore down upon his heart. As he repeatedly mulled over the dragon's final transmission, "There is a traitor among us." At that moment, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The charred and cracked remnants of the colossal serpent, struck by the lightning tribulation, seemed to awaken, gradually drawn towards the heavy black iron spear in Chen Jing's hand, as if responding to a call. Suddenly, the spear emitted a resonant hum, and the lingering spiritual energy and essence of the serpent, accumulated over a millennium, began to weave themselves eagerly into the iron. Atop the spear's tip, ethereal energy swirled and rose, swiftly coalescing into a magnificent form. An image of a great serpent emerged, winding around the shaft with grace, its eyes glistening like polished jade, its mouth clutching a razor-sharp blade, vividly lifelike. A profound and wild aura, as heavy as a mountain, yet fierce as a tempest, surged from the spear, causing Chen Jing to shudder slightly. Just then, the scattered crowd began to converge once more. The stout Yongsun was the first to dash to his side, his round face a mixture of awe and trepidation, his voice booming like thunder. "By my word, Brother Chen, you truly are remarkable. As the saying goes, who can stand tall with sword in hand? Only my brother Chen. That display a moment ago had my heart racing." He clapped Chen Jing on the shoulder, sending clouds of dust swirling. "If it weren't for you braving the heavenly lightning for that ancient serpent, it likely would not have withstood even the first strike. Even if it miraculously survived, it would have lost its millennia of cultivation, and most probably fallen into the path of evil, becoming a menace to all. You have saved it and illuminated its path. This is a tremendous favor." Chen Jing remained unfazed by his hearty slap, surveying the encircling companions. The little monk, Heroine, pressed his palms together, his clear eyes filled with admiration. Wang Yuezha averted his gaze, seemingly troubled. Su Lu's expression was one of shock, his mouth agape. Yongsun continued to chatter, his tone sincere. "That was truly perilous yet wondrous. I am in awe of you, old Yang." Chen Jing smiled at Yongsun, reflecting on their shared journey from Jiangcheng, a bond of camaraderie that was rare. The possibility of Yongsun being the traitor seemed slim. However, a sudden flash in his mind recalled the peculiar incident of their caravan skidding perilously on the mountain path, nearly plunging into the abyss. Suspicion arose. Seizing the moment while others were still in astonished discourse, Chen Jing pulled Yongsun's broad shoulder closer, drawing him slightly away from the crowd. In a hushed tone, he swiftly recounted the bizarre circumstances surrounding the vehicle's loss of control that fateful day. At first, Yongsun listened with a smile, but as Chen Jing concluded, his jovial expression transformed into one of grave concern, his eyes sharpening like those of a hawk, veins throbbing at his temples. Abruptly, he broke free from Chen Jing's grasp, leaping out of the crowd, and proclaimed to everyone, Now that you all are aware of Brother Chen's true identity, I shall no longer keep it hidden." He pointed at Chen Jing, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is Chen Jing, the fourth disciple of the renowned Li Changsheng, the very enigmatic masked figure. Speak your minds. I must see how we proceed from here." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yang Sen's feet slammed against the ground with a resounding thud, propelling him into the air like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing amidst the dense woods and towering peaks in the blink of an eye. Su Lu cautiously approached Chun, his eyes flickering with disbelief, and tentatively inquired, "Roommate, it is no wonder. On that day, when you were rescuing Master, I felt an inexplicable familiarity in your silhouette. It truly was you." The most embarrassed of all was Wang Yueza. His square face flushed crimson, akin to having consumed 3 large bowls of potent liquor, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the earth to hide, cowering behind the slender figure of the novice monk Huining. The enigmatic masked man had once been his idol, also serving as an imagined rival in secret competition. Little did he expect that this individual would be right beside him, journeying together, while he remained utterly oblivious. The sound of slaps echoed in his mind. Looking at Wang Yueza, who was scratching his head in distress behind him, Master Huining gently reassured, "Ba. Wang, the appearance of one's countenance arises from the heart. Obsessions can be a form of delusion. In the past, you were fixated on appearances, viewing them as adversaries. Now that the truth has revealed itself, and your obsession dissipates, akin to clouds parting and fog lifting, reflecting upon your true nature may indeed be a great benevolence, a profound purity." In a moment, Yang Sun reappeared, leaning close to Chen's ear, his voice lowered and urgent. "Chen, you speak the truth. I just retraced our steps to investigate that treacherous bend in the road, and I found clear signs of tampering. The soil is unusually loose, evidently disturbed, and then covered with superficial dirt to conceal it. This is no ordinary accident. It is clearly a premeditated trap, disturbing the serpent in the abyss, compelling it to undergo its tribulation prematurely, intent on using the chaos to eliminate us." His gaze sharpened like a blade as he scanned each person present, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "It appears that we harbor unclean hands within our ranks. Everyone is a suspect." He paused, his tone deepening. "The one with the greatest suspicion is undoubtedly that driver, Old Hu. He knows this route better than anyone, aware of where to strike most fatally." A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. Currently, Old Hu bears the heaviest suspicion. Yet the vehicle has already plummeted off the cliff. He is of no further use here. With a swift motion, he flipped his wrist, retrieving a finely crafted metallic cylinder from his bulging satchel. "This object can summon our comrades. I have instructed him to remain here for assistance, and soon. Brothers from the 749 Bureau will come to clarify matters. We shall proceed on foot immediately." The serpent's reckless crossing of the celestial tribulation summoned a formidable celestial wrath, its residual force sweeping across the vast expanse of the Grand View Mountain, bringing untold calamity to countless creatures of the forest, devoured by the wrath of thunder and fire or engulfed by surging floods. As the group trudged through the muddy terrain, their spirits weighed down. They reached a slope strewn with broken branches. Suddenly, Master Huining's face displayed compassion, and he halted. There, beside the muddy waters, lay a charred and lifeless egret, its body rigid from the impact of the thunder's aftermath. Huining swiftly approached, kneeling in the mire without a hint of disdain. Ignoring the soiling of his monk's robe, he delicately retrieved a small wooden fish and a string of ancient prayer beads from his pack. The gentle tapping of the wooden fish resonated with a clear, ethereal sound, harmonizing with his devout and serene recitation of Sanskrit verses, echoing through the desolate and parched mountain forest. Though not loud, it bore an ineffable purity of spirit. Among the onlookers, whether it was Chen Jing's composure, Yang Sen's restlessness, Wang Yuez's embarrassment, or Su Lu's bewilderment, there blossomed an unwitting tranquility and compassion within their hearts, as if enveloped by an invisible, warm benevolence. The gazes directed at Huining were laced with profound respect, despite his youth. The clarity of his Buddhist heart and the purity of his intentions were indeed rare, exemplifying the demeanor of an enlightened monk. Upon completing his recitation, Heroine bowed deeply before the lifeless body of the egret and then rose. The procession continued. Before long, they stumbled upon the remains of a small snake, crushed into a pulp by the rocks and bleached by the rain. Heroine remained unperturbed, as before, respectfully kneeling once more to chant and offer solace. As he prepared to rise again, Yang Sun could no longer contain himself. He hurried a few steps ahead, his expression marked by the determination and urgency of one accustomed to battle. Master Heroine, your compassionate heart and empathy for living beings are truly commendable. I, old Yang, may be a rough man, but I hold great respect for the Dharma. He gestured toward the winding mountain path ahead, rubbing his hands together, his tone tinged with anxiety. The journey into the depths of the mountains is fraught with peril, and who knows what further calamities lie in wait. If you continue to offer salvation one by one, would it not be a small loss leading to a greater detriment? Would it not be wiser to recite the great compassion mantra here from this vantage point, bestowing blessings upon the spirits of the departed, thus achieving a lasting resolution? We could hasten our pace and find a secure place to rest before nightfall. Heroine paused, turning to face Yang Sun, his hands still pressed together in prayer, yet his youthful visage bore the steadfastness of rock. His tone was calm, but imbued with strength. Young benefactor, your words are misguided. The sutras proclaim, only when all sentient beings are liberated can one attain Buddhahood. Their demise today, though a natural disaster, has transpired due to our presence in this mountain. We are, indeed, one of the causes for their passing. Today, by guiding them to rebirth in the Pure Land, I'm also repaying the karmic debt and resolving a bygone entanglement. His gaze swept over the pitiful remains of the small snake, resolute in his conviction. Not a single being shall be overlooked by this humble monk. With that, he disregarded Yang Sen's entreaties, turned, and resumed his tranquil stride, awaiting the next encounter with a living soul, prepared to pause once more. Chapter 70. Have you heard of the mud dragon? The crisp mountain breeze stirred the sleeves of the crowd, enveloping them in a refreshing embrace as they gazed into the distance at a range of undulating mountains, which from afar bore a resemblance to a saddle. It appeared as if the ethereal realms of the 36 heavenly abodes had descended upon the mortal plane, strikingly extraordinary. Yet, the map glaringly proclaimed 3 inked characters: Mud Dragon Mountain. How peculiar! Chen Jing retracted his probing gaze, his senses scanning the surroundings, where the spiritual energy was uniformly insipid, except for this place, which teemed with vitality. In Jiangcheng, one could scarcely imagine how many would take root here. The celestial scenery juxtaposed with a mundane name surely harbors a mystery. Beside him, the corpulent Yang Sun stood, his violet eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. His gaze, like invisible threads, penetrated the drifting clouds, brushed past the verdant woods, and swept over the jagged cliffs. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in disbelief. This is excessively pristine. There isn't even a hint of demonic aura. It resembles a thoroughly polished, stubborn stone. Unable to restrain himself, he mumbled again, his confused eyes resting on the saddle-shaped mountain pass. If one were to concoct a common name, it should be Saddle Mountain, wouldn't it? Mud Dragon? A dragon molded from mud, perhaps? The crowd's attention turned to Wang Yueza, who had just spoken. This former gentleman, fond of poetic musings, now rolled up his sleeves and rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, exuding a certain sharpness and vigor. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he cleared his throat. I once perused an obscure ancient tome, Record of the Spirits and Monsters, which mentioned Mud Dragon. It indeed has a 4-character elucidation. The loach transforms into a dragon. The loach transforms into a dragon? Yang Sen's thick brows knitted tightly, nearly bursting into laughter. How grounded! The tail of the loach leaping over the dragon gate, ascending to become a dragon, burrowing into the earth. What a farce! His stout fingers randomly pointed at the mist-laden mountains. Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but chuckle, the previously tense atmosphere easing slightly. Even the small monk Hui Nung, who had kept his eyes half closed, seemed to twitch at the corners of his lips. The laughter subsided, and they chose not to delve further into the oddity of the name, resuming their journey into the saddle-like mountain pass of Muddragon Mountain. As they stepped into the mountain pass, they felt the atmosphere suddenly solidify. The ethereal aura they had perceived from afar rushed toward them, yet it bore a heavy, damp chill clinging to their limbs and features. A faintly sweet yet fishy scent soon caught their nostrils, settling heavily in their chests, akin to a needle pricking at their temples. Miasma, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Chen Jing immediately held his breath, circulating his internal energy as a pure and harmonious spiritual essence rose from his dantian, safeguarding his vital points. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Those seemingly innocuous white vapors drifted slowly, making contact with the flora and rocks, producing a faint, nearly imperceptible hissing sound. A fallen, withered tree, shrouded in the dense mist for a moment, revealed its exposed branches decaying at a visible rate, emitting charred powder that was silently consumed by the swirling white fog. The mist caressed the exposed skin on the back of his hand, bringing with it a sensation akin to countless cold, damp fibers crawling over him, immediately followed by a stinging pain, as if they were thirstily siphoning the life force from his very bones. Wang Yueza muttered an oath, his wrist trembling as the precious long sword in his hand glimmered with a cold light, parting the surrounding mist by 3 feet with a soft hissing sound. The young master Heroine formed a mystical seal, and a faint, earthy golden halo rose from beneath his feet, creating a diminutive protective array that enveloped him and the closest companion, Chen Jing. Silently, he quickened the rhythm of the ancient, dark Buddhist beads around his wrist, and his melodious, low chant became clearer, akin to a pure spring flowing into a murky swamp, alleviating the oppressive, cloying sweetness that had pervaded the atmosphere, momentarily easing the crowd's tension. Inevitably, the pace of the group slowed as they struggled to advance through this gentle, yet bone-corroding trap. The towering trees morphed into ghostly silhouettes amidst the thick white mist, their bizarrely twisted branches resembling the claws of a dying behemoth reaching out to ensnare them. Those with slightly lower cultivation levels, despite the protective aura surrounding them, began to exhibit faintly bluish lips and a wavering gait. The deeper they ventured, the more sinister the terrain became. Expanses of moist quagmire arose, greedily consuming their boots, each step laboriously sinking into the mire. Enormous fern fronds were coated with heavy white miasma, their deep green hues approaching an inky black, exuding a potent stench of decay. An intangible sense of crisis wrapped around each person's throat like a tightening noose. It appeared this was the price of taking a shortcut. Yang Sen spat in frustration, mud splattering onto the hem of his robe, which was immediately corroded by the miasma, leaving a small hole. His violet eyes widened as he scanned every suspicious inch of their surroundings, only to perceive an unsettling uniformity in the surrounding spiritual energy, as solid and unyielding as a slab of iron, revealing no cracks. This was certainly no sign of a natural wilderness. "Look above," suddenly exclaimed a sharp-eyed cultivator. Everyone instinctively looked up, alarmed. Deep within the churning, milky cloud cover overhead, ominous dark leaden hues had seeped in, unknown to them until now. This color swirled violently, akin to ink diffusing into pristine white paper, rapidly engulfing the scant light that remained. The spiritual energy of the world began to stir. Strands of violent lightning flickering along the edges of the leaden clouds, gathering strength. Thunder cracked before Chen Jing's warning could escape his lips. A purplish-red lightning bolt had already rent the heavy sky, carrying with it a destructive aura that struck fiercely at the center of a wide swamp. Where dark brown mud surged, the earth trembled. The entire valley seemed to awaken abruptly from a deep, nightmarish slumber. An even more terrifying scene followed. The swamp directly struck by the thunder roiled like boiling oil, swelling and churning violently. Countless cold, damp mud geysers erupted several feet high, splattering everywhere. And from each dark pit, scorched by the lightning and violently torn open by the malevolent energy, living creatures began to emerge. Slippery cold, and exuding a noxious aroma from deep underground. They were not the imagined beasts. At first glance, they appeared as grotesquely distorted forms. Their bodies were deep brown, covered in slick, moist folds and circular protrusions, resembling enormous loaches, the smallest no thicker than an adult man's thumb, while the largest rivaled the thickness of a human arm. They seemed to be monstrous beings forcibly awakened by the celestial might of the thunder, and upon their emergence, they plunged into absolute frenzy. The corpulent, slick body writhed and rolled frantically, battering the scorched earth and shattering decayed timber of considerable girth. The ring of sharp teeth at its apex relentlessly gnawed at anything within reach: mud, rotting wood, moss, gravel, and even devouring birds and beasts. In an unceasing expansion, it expelled a more viscous, putrid substance, mingled with partially digested, decaying matter, forming a mire that was as thick as paste. This sludge, infused with countless decayed organic materials and remnants of animals, surged forth like a boiling torrent of asphalt, propelled by the relentless thrashing of myriad monstrous, deformed mud eels, exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocation as it overflowed from the low-lying areas with increasing rapidity. Chapter 71. The Eruption of the Loach from Afar. The distant mud dragon mountain echoed with a series of sounds, a gurgling noise that gradually intensified. Chen Jing, having already sensed the impending arrival of the Loach army through his spiritual perception, addressed the group. Soon, the Loach horde will emerge, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake, akin to our locust plague. Should we vanquish them to clear a path, or take to the skies to evade their insatiable consumption? In truth, Chen Jing was primarily concerned about the sentiments of Master Heroine, who had been tirelessly performing rites along the journey. He pondered the countless lives that thrived in that vast expanse. Should this wooden-headed individual fail to comprehend, the rites could drag on indefinitely. As anticipated, Master Heroine stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed practitioners, heaven embodies the virtue of preserving life, and the earth possesses the capacity to bear all. Each of you wields a life-bound artifact. Why not soar through the skies and evade the Loach's voracity?" Wu Ke glanced at Chen Jing and, with great effort, made her way through the mire to stand before him, somewhat sheepishly confessing, "Chen Jing, my drone has fallen into the abyss, and I cannot take to the skies. Could you perhaps assist me?" As the beauty of the group, she naturally became the object of protection among the many men. Even the typically aloof Wang Yuezha admitted that Wu Ke was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. Yet, instead of seeking out the charming sword wielder, she chose to approach Chen Jing, leaving Wang Yuezha utterly flabbergasted. The envy felt by those around Chen Jing was a delightful indulgence for him, and he responded to Wu Ke, "We are teammates. It is but a matter of a few words. Come embrace me." Upon hearing this, Wu Ke was filled with joy and promptly wrapped her arms around Chen Jing. The others felt like mere jesters in this scene, while Wang Yuezha grumbled in frustration, "Heaven, you are most unjust. Why must all the good fortune favor him?" The thunderous gurgling finally surged forward like a catastrophic avalanche, escalating from an initial disturbance to a deafening roar. The group noticed the marsh trembling beneath them, and as they looked up, they were met with a sight that struck terror into their hearts. The once tranquil, muddy swamp was suddenly upheaved by tremendous force, transforming into a towering wall of mud, several meters high. This wall was not lifeless. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of billions of peculiar, ebony loaches, writhing and contorting in chaotic unison. The momentum was akin to the raging tides of the Qiantang River, furious and relentless, reminiscent of a dam bursting and sweeping all in its path. Wherever it passed, be it branches, grass, flowers, or even frogs and birds, they vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed, truly leaving no trace behind. In this vast expanse, it seemed that only this boundless, surging tide of loaches remained, consuming all in its wake. "Run," the stout companion urged urgently. The group, awakened from their stupor, hastily summoned their respective artifacts. Su Lu channeled her spiritual energy, and with a resounding clang, two daggers soared into the sky. Su Lu stepped onto them, gradually ascending. Wang Yuezha lightly tapped his toes, and a brilliant sword light suddenly appeared beneath him, lifting him upward as he directed the sword to pierce the heavens. His peripheral vision swept over the closely intertwined figures of Chen Jing and Wu Ku, and he couldn't help but let out a heavy snort, filled with indignation and perhaps a hint of urgency. The young master Heroine softly chanted a Buddhist mantra. As a string of ancient wooden prayer beads on his wrist glimmered faintly, his form gradually ascending, surrounded by a halo of golden light. Chen Jing felt Wu Ku's soft, warm arms tightly encircling his lower back, the fragrance at the tip of his nose growing more intense. He was acutely aware that life and death hung in the balance at this moment, and did not dare to be negligent. He shouted firmly, "Hold on tight." His dantian surged with energy, a torrent of inner strength rising powerfully. He did not wield his Xiantai Ba Wang gun, nor take out any flying talismans. Yet a forceful wind seemed to lift him and Wu Ku from the ground, propelled purely by his refined martial prowess, showcasing unparalleled lightness of foot in the air. The onlookers beheld the undulating tide of loathsome mudfish surging below them, leaving behind a slick, icy trail that emanated a nauseating, fishy stench. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. It was fortunate they had not confronted these repulsive entities directly, for being ensnared by such grotesque creatures would indeed be vile. The jagged teeth that filled their mouths glinted with a chilling gleam in the dim light, sending shivers down their spines. Most unsettling was the fact that their slimy bodies seemed capable of siphoning the vital energy from the surrounding environment, causing warriors nearby to feel a slight agitation within their inner chi, as if on the verge of spilling forth. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd, and they collectively held their breath, focusing their spirit to safeguard their internal gates against any leakage of energy. They cautiously advanced through the air, deftly maneuvering among the jagged rocks and ancient twisted trees, adeptly avoiding the murky torrent and the obstacles of the mountain. Just as they proceeded with utmost care, the weather in the canyon abruptly shifted. Thick, inky clouds swirled ominously, shrouding the already dim light. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning crackled, tearing through the gloomy sky. Boom! A blinding flash of silver lightning, unmatched in intensity, descended with the might of heaven, striking directly at the core of the surging tide of mudfish. The electric eruption resounded, a deafening crack that filled the air. A foul, charred odor swiftly permeated the surroundings, acrid and unbearable. In the blink of an eye, a series of crackling sounds erupted from behind them. The once fierce and surging army of mudfish disintegrated instantly with the thunderclap, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a multitude of stiff, twitching corpses of iron-gray mudfish, emitting thin wisps of smoke and piled high like a mountain. Hiss! Even the most seasoned travelers, accustomed to the wonders of the world, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What could account for such a peculiar manifestation of divine wrath? Was there truly a celestial force watching over this place, unwilling to allow malevolent creatures to roam freely? Still reeling from the shock, an even more horrifying sight unfolded. The steep cliffs on either side began to writhe, as if they were living beings. Suddenly, two massive columns of muddy water, the thickness of large rural basins and glistening with a dark sheen, erupted forcefully from the crevices of the rocks. The sludge was extraordinarily dense, emanating a pungent odor of decay, gushing forth incessantly, akin to the scene of a drilling machine excavating a tunnel at a construction site. The onlookers, suspended in midair, were startled. The portly man could not refrain from shouting, "Goodness! This truly resembles a crazed earth dragon boring a tunnel, though this muck is rather excessive. Could it be that this valley is to be transformed into a quagmire?" Yet, scarcely had the portly man's jest echoed in the air when a primal instinct, deeply ingrained within the warriors, surged forth, a chilling foreboding that gripped their hearts. A weighty oppression, as formidable as a collapsing mountain, and as frigid as the winds of the netherworld, enveloped them without warning. It was as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering their breaths shallow and their blood stagnant. In astonishment, they turned their gazes towards the depths of the circular cave, where the sludge continued to spew forth. A shadow flickered ominously within. Two elongated forms, thicker than a water barrel, encrusted with viscous filth, emerged with a dull, ominous sound, as if propelled by a sinister force. Suddenly, they plunged into the dark, surging mire below, creating scarcely a ripple before vanishing without a trace. The mountain winds howled past, the swamp bubbled ominously, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. A bone-chilling dread, stemming from an unknown abyss, raced up their spines, and their palms, gripping their weapons, were drenched in cold sweat. That fleeting glimpse, though brief, had etched the grotesque outline of the descending forms and their icy malevolence deeply into their consciousness, heralding that even greater peril lay hidden beneath the mire. Chapter 72. The emergence of the mud dragon Wu Ku's branch, caked in moist mud, plummeted to the ground, striking another protruding stubborn rock with a sound that, while not deafening, resonated with an extraordinary clarity, a sharp crack, in the stillness of the mountain gorge, which had only just returned to silence. This sound was akin to a thunderclap. The two colossal whirlpools, which had just greedily consumed the carcass of a loach, were abruptly severed by an unseen force, vanishing in an instant. The surface of the mire solidified, transforming into a stagnant pool, leaving only a half-submerged dead loach awkwardly exposed in the murky sludge, struggling futilely in its descent. A sudden heaviness gripped the hearts of the onlookers. The rotund figure, who had intended to silently urge everyone to hurry, found his lips frozen in silence. Su Lu and Wang Yueze exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they beheld a shared dread. It was over. The air hung heavy with an eerie stillness, pierced only by the faint wail of the wind as it traversed the jagged stones, alongside the thunderous drumming of their own hearts. Wang Yueze inhaled deeply, levitating into the air, and quietly warned, "Be cautious. The mire is peculiar." Before his words could fully resonate, an unforeseen transformation erupted. The pool, which had previously appeared lifeless, suddenly surged with a furious vitality. The muck did not merely rise. It condensed and compressed at an unfathomable speed, as if propelled by an invisible, powerful bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of air being cleaved together formed a cacophony, sharp and jarring. Solid, iron-like black mud projectiles, imbued with a nauseating stench and tremendous force, erupted violently from the now animated surface of the mire, raining down like a torrential storm, faster than arrows. Their target was the figures attempting to flee into the sky. "Beware of the monstrous power," the stout man cried out, his reflexes astonishingly swift. Though his physique was portly, his movements were as fluid as a fish gliding through water. He twisted his body, executing a series of intricate steps that danced perilously close to the barrage of mud bullets. The gusts generated by the projectiles whipped through his garments, causing them to flutter violently, while his cheeks stung from the force. Su Lu had already transformed into a startled bird, soaring upward in a sudden ascent. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful gust from his sleeves, directing a fierce wind forward to counter the incoming mud projectiles. The clash was explosive. Bang, bang. The mud projectiles shattered, sending black sludge spraying in all directions. Yet, the recoil was so intense that Su Lu felt his blood surge, momentarily halting his form mid-air. He was struck with terror upon realizing that what appeared to be mere muck concealed a chilling, bone-corroding aftershock, as if the vengeful spirits of countless deceased loaches were howling and clawing at him. The black sludge, upon contact with his protective energy, emitted a hissing sound, rapidly eroding his aura. "This muck is strange. It is frigid and corrosive. Do not touch it." Su Lu shouted urgently. Meanwhile, Wang Yueze moved with even greater swiftness. He did not confront the danger head-on. Instead, he deftly maneuvered like a leaf caught in a tempest, weaving left and right, skillfully navigating through the gaps between the onslaught of mud projectiles. With every near miss, his impeccable foundational skills shone through. Yet, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the depths of the mire, attempting to trace the vanished mud dragon. "Wu girl, be careful." The stout man caught a glimpse of a barrage of cunning mud projectiles aimed at Wu Ku, whose movements were slightly hindered by her hair being caught. Chen Jing, observing this, unleashed a formidable ice and fire palm, utterly shattering the approaching projectiles. However, the silent mire seemed to be thoroughly provoked. Or perhaps the mud dragon hidden deep within the swamp was finally awakened by Wu Ku's sounds from its gluttonous feast, revealing its true claws. The mud projectiles that were shot forth became increasingly dense and powerful. Even more terrifying was that the surface of the mire was no longer merely spraying in spots. It began to bubble violently, twisting and writhing, rising higher, gurgle, gurgle, accompanied by the disquieting sound of viscous bubbles bursting. Several enormous and bizarre mounds abruptly swelled in the center of the mire. These mounds quickly stretched and transformed, and within moments, they morphed into several extraordinarily thick arms. Purely composed of viscous mud, the giant arms flailed about, lacking any semblance of order, yet imbued with devastating brute strength, stirring up torrents of mud that blotted out the sky and moon, advancing with the force of a landslide, mercilessly grasping and striking down upon the small, yet agile figures hovering above. In an instant, the valley was inundated with mud as if a deluge had struck, the winds howling ominously, the sharp sounds of air being pierced, the deep rumbling, and the cacophony of churned murky waves mixed together, creating a deafening uproar. Several colossal arms of mud, resembling monstrous serpents, danced wildly against the obsidian night sky, unleashing a foul stench that permeated the surroundings. The figures of a few individuals in the air, under the looming threat of the deadly mud projectiles and the terrifying giant arms, became precarious. Akin to kites in a tempest, the stout man felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and, at the moment a giant arm was about to crash down beside him, he swiftly sidestepped while simultaneously unleashing a powerful strike with his right palm against the side of the muddy arm, attempting to shatter it. His palm strength was as formidable as a tidal wave. However, upon contact with the cold mud, it sank as if into an abyss, and a profound rebounding force surged back, causing him to grunt and be propelled backward, his expression gravely serious. This muddy arm possesses an unparalleled force of suction. Be cautious. Wang Yuezha witnessed another giant arm descending upon Su Lu like a pillar of the heavens. Su Lu, having just shattered a cluster of mud projectiles, was exhausted from his previous exertion and was on the verge of being drawn into that murky vortex. "Su, get out of the way!" Wang Yuezha shouted sharply, his form transforming into a faint wisp of azure smoke as he darted forward. He separated and then brought his palms together, embodying unity and balance, and a layer of ever-shifting glassy energy enveloped him. He intended to confront the colossal muddy arm with his own cultivation, striving to buy Su Lu a fleeting moment of survival. Seizing this opportunity to catch his breath, Su Lu gathered his energy, disregarding the turmoil within his body, and forcefully executed the cloud ladder technique, soaring several feet into the air just in time to evade the looming shadow of the giant claw. At that moment, Wang Yuezha, who had been calmly observing, sensed a fleeting yet extraordinarily pure wave of spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the mire at the precise instant his glassy energy shield made contact with the giant muddy claw. "It is the core of the mud dragon's spiritual entity. I have found you." Wang Yuezha's gaze sharpened, and the glassy energy shield erupted with a thunderous roar, momentarily pushing back the grasping muddy claw, causing mud to scatter like rain. He forced himself to stabilize, disregarding the turbulence of his internal energy, and urgently called to the others, "Everyone, unite your strength to strike at 3 feet east of the mire's center. It is concealed there." However, before his words could fully resonate, the frenzied muddy arms abruptly hesitated. Then, as if melting away, they silently and swiftly retracted back into the depths of the mire. The torrents of mud that had been violently spewing forth abruptly ceased. The entire ravine was once again enveloped in a peculiar, suffocating silence, pierced only by the labored breaths of a few individuals. The surface of the mire resembled cooling lava, slowly solidifying into a smooth expanse. Yet this time, no one dared to lower their guard in the slightest. Everyone remained suspended in mid-air, their senses heightened and alert, wary of the dreadful peril that might be brewing beneath the eerie stillness below. The cunning mud dragon seemed to be engaging in a cruel game of hide and seek, first employing thunderous tactics to exhaust its prey, then retreating into the shadows, poised to strike when the moment of vulnerability arrived. Chapter 73. The Mud Dragon of the Wild Silence. A chilling stillness, as if imbued with life, silently spread through the dense, unyielding darkness. An invisible force gripped the throats of all present, rendering the air stifling. Beneath their feet, the once roaring, churning mire that seemed eager to devour had, in an uncanny twist, solidified into a vast, viscous slab, dark as night and exuding a disquieting dim light. Its surface was smooth and profound, reflecting no glimmer of brightness. Were it not for the frozen, lifeless form of a creature partially exposed, resembling a carcass of a mud eel, and the countless pockmarks and deep pits carved into the surrounding jagged rocks by the earlier chaotic mud assaults, few would have believed that mere moments ago this stagnant pool had erupted with a cataclysmic ferocity. The stout man's chest heaved violently, akin to a weathered bellows, as beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his round cheeks, splattering onto the void beneath him. His eyes, round and bright as copper bells, remained fixed on the direction pointed out by Wang Yueza, 3 feet east of the center of the still mire. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly aiming to sever the oppressive darkness that enveloped them. His voice, hoarse and uncertain, trembled. "Brother Wang, is it truly in that place?" The malevolent force that had erupted from the monstrous limb of the mire still reverberated within his bones, leaving him with lingering dread. Beside him, Su Lu suppressed the tumultuous nausea rising in his chest and abdomen, his pallid face momentarily flashing a shade of stark terror. "Has it retreated? Has it returned to its lair?" he murmured softly, his voice quivering. The earlier confrontation with the bone-chilling, corrosive mud projectiles had left a lingering pain deep within his veins, akin to a venomous serpent coiling within. Wu Kue's face was taut as fine porcelain, her breath shallow and deliberate. One hand instinctively clutched her disheveled hair, which had been severed by the mud spikes, her knuckles pale from exertion. The severed strands served as bloody reminders of how perilously close she had come to that infernal abyss moments ago. Chen Jing stood one step diagonally before her, a silent bastion. One hand channeled a barely perceptible, frost-laden energy, while the other radiated a fierce, searing flame, the contrasting forces of ice and fire coiling in his arms, poised to contain the ominous stillness of the mire, vigilant against any lapse. At the center of the gathering, suspended in the air with garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, Wang Yueza wore an expression so grave that it seemed as though he might weep. Rather than relax in response to the mire's sudden stillness, he accelerated the flow of his profound essence, his mind clear and focused, heightening his sensory perception to its zenith. The elusive and sinister energy fluctuations he had glimpsed moments before were unmistakable. The core evil lurking deep within the mire was as cunning as a millennia-old fox spirit, as ferocious as a starving wolf king. It was not retreating now. Rather, it resembled the most unsettling prelude to a tempest, lying in wait. He could distinctly perceive the chilling, bone-piercing malice, infused with boundless resentment and greed, which had not dissipated in the slightest with the solidification of the mire. Instead, it coiled around them like an omnipresent, venomous spider's web, entwining and permeating, pressing heavily upon each heart until even the marrow felt frozen. "No!" Wang Yueza's voice resonated, deep and exceptionally clear, each syllable seemingly chiseled from ancient, eternal ice, striking the ears of all with a bone-chilling resonance. "It waits. It waits for us to exhaust our strength, to weaken our resolve, or perhaps to become disoriented and falter." His eyes, seemingly crystallized in frost, pierced through the darkness, locking onto the depths of the mire, where the core of this malevolent entity excelled in concealment and cunning, its position far from fixed, capable of shifting at any moment. "Su, Fatty, guard the flanks. Interlock his horns. Chun, Miss Wu, watch your backs." The warning came like a shooting star, rapid, yet each word struck with precision. However, the phrase demonic creature lingered tantalizingly on the tip of the tongue. With a resounding crack, it was as if a colossal, jet-black lens shattered under an invisible force. The stagnant, mirror-like surface of the mire, devoid of any warning, cracked anew. A multitude of dark, profound openings, akin to the eyes of hell, erupted, more numerous and denser than before. There was no earth-shattering roar, no tumultuous upheaval of mud, only a sound that made the scalp tingle and the marrow chill. As the viscous mire broke apart, scraping painfully against the nerves of all present. Instantly, countless dark, razor-sharp mud spikes, honed to perfection and glimmering with a deathly chill, surged forth, carrying a malevolence tenfold stronger than before, potent enough to freeze the very soul, and yet they shot out faster than lightning. A true silent kill. This time, the focus was no longer singular. The target was no longer confined to one direction, but rather a web-like onslaught, encompassing all sides. The mud spikes pierced through the air, curiously extinguishing all sound, leaving only that bone-chilling coldness pointing towards death. "Careful! Silent arrows!" Fatty exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking. His corpulent form burst forth with an unexpected agility, spinning to the side like a colossal top. His feet danced in the void, weaving through the two dark trails of death with a precarious grace reminiscent of the ethereal steps of a water lily, narrowly escaping the lethal trajectories. The icy, sinister wind brushed against his neck, raising goosebumps and making every hair stand on end. Su Lu understood that the bone-chilling, silent mud spikes harbored a formidable power that could corrode the very essence of life. He dared not confront them head-on. He gathered his strength, retreating like a willow in the wind, his palms rotating as he unleashed an internal force like a whirlwind, redirecting the dark mud spikes aimed at him. Thud! 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 Several dull impacts echoed as the deflected spike struck fiercely against a massive, jagged rock nearby, sending shards and foul-smelling black mud flying. More alarmingly, the surface of the rock was instantaneously corroded, forming several bowl-sized pits that hissed ominously, black smoke rising. Wu Ku, witnessing the silent black lines rushing towards her, was taken aback. With a swift, melodious shout, she instantly executed the family's signature light-footed technique, flowing like clouds. The tips of her toes danced lightly in the empty void, her figure swaying and soaring like drifting clouds in the wind, delicately seeking to distance herself. However, just as her mind was utterly captivated by the silent rain of arrows ahead, focused entirely on evasion, a sudden alarm surged through her. An acute pain, akin to a needle's prick, pierced Wang Yuez's extraordinary instincts, accompanied by a thunderous shout. Simultaneously, Chen Jing sensed the eruption of an exceedingly subtle malevolence. Before them, the surface of the previously mirror-like, desolate mire behind Wu Ku began to ripple with an imperceptible disturbance, eerily silent. Volkiskiviko. Be careful. Chen Jing, positioned closest, reacted in a flash. His heart raced, as if torn apart, and he roared with the ferocity of thunder. He completely disregarded the imminent threat of the mud spikes before him. Channeling his inner energy to its utmost limits, an icy force surged from his left palm, coalescing instantaneously into a translucent, bone-chilling barrier, hastily intercepting the remaining mud spikes, heedless of the vulnerability now exposed in his defense. Meanwhile, his right palm, enveloped in blazing crimson flames, concentrated the fiery strength to its zenith, wielding the ferocious power capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. As he fiercely struck down towards the treacherous, serpentine chain of muck that had emerged. Chapter 74. Squad Sparring the Oppressive Sound. Akin to the cataclysmic eruption of a millennia-old core, reverberated through the entire shadowy mountain gorge, eliciting anguished groans from the surroundings. This was not the sharp clanging of metal, but rather the terrifying resonance of countless tons of viscous, tainted matter colliding with the pure energy barrier, a sound so profound it threatened to rupture one's very insides. the ground beneath the stout man, and Su Lu felt as though it were being mercilessly driven into the earth by an invisible hammer. Within a radius of 10 paces from them, the rocks and sludge were violently smoothed out as if by a gigantic hand, only to be whipped up again by the ferocious shockwave, transforming into a chaotic maelstrom of earthy yellow energy shards, crimson embers, and foul, viscous mud. Fragments of stone flew through the air, while a deluge of mud cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing the battlefield in a murky tempest of chaos. The stout man's enormous earthen palm, forged from the essence of the 8 extremes, could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment. The thick, condensed energy of his palm collided with the towering wall of muck, sending visible ripples across its surface, reminiscent of stones cast into a placid lake. Yet this mire was as heavy as a mountain. The overwhelming force poured down like a torrent through the energy, causing the stout man's muscular fibers to emit a distressing crack under the strain, his face flushed with blood, veins bulging as if they might burst. Soon after, a more horrifying power surged forth, almost sentient in its relentless pressure, filling the imprint of his palm with black mud, erasing it entirely, and continuing its merciless descent. Crimson blood seeped from the stout man's orifices as his protective energy emitted a hissing, mournful wail under the ceaseless corrosion and immense weight of the black mire, rapidly dimming and dissolving. He felt as though he were not merely contending with a wall, but rather resisting the weight of an entire abyss of filth, poised to grind his very bones and flesh, along with his indomitable will, into an irretrievable darkness. Su Lu's plight was even more tragic. The searing flames unleashed by his burning wind palm collided with the edge of the giant wall, the raging fire consuming the black mire in a frenzy, generating vast plumes of grayish, foul-smelling smoke, accompanied by a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Yet this fire, capable of melting gold and iron, was as inconsequential as a spark cast into an icy ocean, instantly submerged by the relentless tide of filth. The fierce intent behind Su Lu's strike, reminiscent of self-immolation, seemed to crash against an ancient, unyielding mountain of corruption. His arms cracked audibly, bones protesting under the unbearable agony, and he could no longer suppress the surge of reverse blood, which erupted forth, splattering onto the writhing waves of mud before being consumed by the filth. Darkness encroached upon his vision. His footing felt unstable, as if he were on the verge of being completely devoured by the overwhelming corruption, destined to become an inconsequential skeleton amidst the mire. The chill of death and the stench of sludge wrapped around him like maggots clinging to bone. Simultaneously, Wuku's cries were swallowed by the earth-shattering noise. Chen Jing unleashed his powers of ice and fire in a hurried response. The left fiery blade struck the serpentine chain, scorching it black and smoking, yet failing to sever it completely, while the right, imbued with piercing cold, sought to freeze the swamp, merely forming a thin layer of black ice upon the swirling surface. However, the recoiling serpentine chain, like a living nerve extending from a mire dragon, surged with a new and malevolent force under the pain. A formidable force, surpassing the natural pull of gravity, ensnared her with an irresistible grip, akin to a ghostly hand extending from the depths of the abyss. It not only immobilized her feet, but also, with an overwhelming might, dragged her entire body downward. Wuku emitted a brief, desperate cry as her lower body sank into the cold, viscous mire. The sludge seemed to possess a gluttonous will, rapidly climbing up her smooth calves, enveloping her in a bone-chilling numbness and a potent paralyzing toxin that scattered her vital energy, rendering her body rigid and immobile. The agility and grace of the flowing cloud step were utterly futile against the absolute filth of this trap. She resembled a vibrant butterfly ensnared in a spider's web, consumed by an endless tide of terror. Chen Jing's eyes widened with desperation as he recklessly lunged toward the edge of the vortex, igniting his primal essence to unleash the ice and fire true power, roaring in an attempt to tear through the muck. His hand almost grasped Wu Ku's struggling wrist. Triple fatal strikes, unleashed in succession. Silent mud spikes shot forth from every unseen corner, towards the vulnerable underside of the rotund Sulu. Sinister serpentine chains, while disorienting Wu Ku, lurked like venomous snakes in the shadows, poised to strike at Chen Jing's ankles. Meanwhile, the overwhelming wall of decaying mud continued its catastrophic descent. The entire ravine transformed into a hellish landscape, filled with anguished howls, the sharp crack of bones, the slithering sound of oozing mud, and the suffocating sensation of a foul wind. Just before Wu Ku was submerged, struggling against the mire, her final whimpers echoed in despair. All sounds converged into a cacophony, marking the most chaotic and desperate moments before the end. At this critical juncture, when all hope seemed lost, Wang Yueze stood high above, as steadfast as a rock. His eyes tightly shut, his aura merging almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, his stagnant essence erupted into a tumultuous surge. His eyelids flew open, and two beams of piercing light, sharp as swords, penetrated the swirling filth. Now was the moment. Through a transcendent perception that exceeded all limits, he forced his way through the murky barrier that obscured divine awareness, finally locking onto the fleeting yet lethal opportunity. As the wall of decaying mud crashed down, its power reaching its zenith, colliding violently with the life forces unleashed by the rotund Su Lu and Chen Jing. Wang Yueze's spiritual awareness unveiled a faint yet core-pure, murky spiritual light, flickering deep within the vast, turbulent energy stream of filth. It was not behind the wall, nor elsewhere on the battlefield, but rather hidden at the very heart of this colossal, sky-blocking wall of mire, almost synchronizing with the descending wall. This core was like a toxic dragon pearl in the deep sea, both driving the tide of destruction and perfectly concealed within its overwhelming might. What a cunning wretch! The wall serves as both shield and offense. Wang Yueze's heart roared with understanding, instantly realizing the fiendish dragon's shrewdness in concealing its core beneath the strongest assault. To attack was to defend, to destroy was to shield. The opportunity was fleeting and demanded immediate action. The monstrosity lurked beneath the source of the great wall's mire. The wall served as a shield. The core was within its driving pivot. Wang Yueze's thunderous shout reverberated like a celestial thunderclap, breaking through the deafening roar and the cries of despair, its penetrating force halting the movements of the nearly submerged Su Lu, the gasping Chen Jing, and the struggling Wu Ku. Brother Fat, Brother Su, hold that moment of vulnerability. Brother Chen, protect Miss Wu. Its Achilles heel lies beyond this wall. The essence within him surged forth without any reservation, akin to the ignited stars of the heavens, propelled to its utmost limit. A pale azure energy erupted violently around him, transforming into a tornado of formidable energy that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, roaring with ferocity. The gale within the mountain gorge was instantaneously drawn towards him, rushing with unrestrained fury. His sword had long since emerged from its sheath in silence, the melodious ring of the blade overshadowed by the tempestuous winds. Yet, the dazzling cold light illuminated his eyes, sharp as an eagle's and steadfast as a rock, as if piercing through even the depths of the abyssal darkness. All the power, will, and sword intent, compressed to their zenith, converged at the tip of the sword in that singular moment. No more gathering strength, no need for probing. Abomination, prepare to meet your end. Accompanied by Wang Yueze's soul-piercing roar, the azure tornado abruptly contracted, channeling its violent energy into the long sword he held aloft. The blade transformed instantaneously into an exquisitely condensed stream of blinding white light, as if on the verge of shattering the boundaries of space itself. No longer a mere slash or thrust, he became a blade embodying supreme conviction, disregarding the filth that obscured the truth, aimed directly at the very core of its sins. The instrument of judgment. Sword, break, the nether. With a thrust of the blade, the world fell into silence. Chapter 75. The Battle of the Mud Wall. Wang Yueze unleashed a roar infused with his lifelong cultivation and indomitable will, manifesting a sword that shattered the depths of the abyss. Behind him, a radiant beam of light surged forth, akin to a dawn that tore through the shroud of despair. as countless swords of spiritual energy forcefully cleaved through the foul and murky mud wall. He had transformed into a brilliant stream of light, where man and sword became one, moving with a velocity that transcended sound and the limits of visual perception. In a fleeting moment, having been positioned high above the sword light, embodying limitless sharpness and a will to annihilate, collided fiercely against the towering, obscuring wall of filth and decay. There was no earth-shattering crash, only a disquieting sound of piercing steel that sent shivers through the soul. A cacophony erupted, reminiscent of a red-hot branding iron piercing through congealed fat, or the icy edge of a blade piercing through molten lava. Wherever the incandescent sword light passed, the dense and viscous wall, imbued with colossal force, succumbed as though it had encountered its nemesis. Before the sword's edge arrived, the ultimate sharpness and aura of destruction it contained had already forced aside the layers of filthy, viscous mud. The tainted black mud emitted a silent, anguished wail, frantically compressing and rolling to fill the forcibly open passage. Yet the sword light was too swift, too sharp, too resolute. The point of the blade precisely pierced the core of the wall, the very source of its murky, spiritual essence that Wang Yueze had locked onto with his spiritual awareness. With a muted yet penetrating sound, akin to piercing through some incredibly resilient innards, the radiant sword light penetrated the seemingly indestructible exterior of the filthy barrier and struck true at the core of spiritual brilliance. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The colossal wall of filth, pressing down with unstoppable force, suddenly froze, as if an invisible hand had seized its throat, halting its descent. The surface of the wall surged violently, with countless viscous mud bubbles boiling and swelling, emitting a cacophony of unsettling gurgles and hissing corrosive steam. An indescribable wave of anguish, fury, and unimaginable terror erupted from the wall's core, sweeping through the entire gorge. A roar, inhuman and beastly, filled with boundless resentment and pain, erupted from the depths of the mire. This sound did not travel through the air, but resonated deeply within the souls of all present. The stout man, Su Lu, Chen Jing, Wu Ku, and even the vigilant Wang Yueze in the distance felt as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, their vision exploding with golden stars, their blood surging. The mud dragon demon was wounded at its core. Now was the moment. Wang Yueze's voice, though tinged with exhaustion and hoarseness, resonated with undeniable resolve. He was propelled backward by a tremendous recoil, suspended in mid-air. Yet his sword remained steadfastly aimed at the core of the wall, where a feeble yet pure glimmer of murky spiritual light flickered wildly, struggling to escape the destructive onslaught of his sword energy. At the instant the wall ceased its advance and the pressure diminished, the stout man and Su Lu erupted with unprecedented strength, as if a spring compressed to its limit had finally released. "Break through for me." The corpulent Yang Sen's eyes burned crimson as blood froth erupted from his mouth, mingled with his frenzied roars. He forsook all defense and relinquished the protective energy of the Bagua imprint, channeling every remnant of his strength, along with the frenzied energy fueled by his life essence, into his fists. No longer did he aim to shake the entire colossal wall. Instead, he focused his efforts on a small area at its core, where Wang Yueze's sword had pierced, causing a disruption in its power. His fists, like drums of war, radiated the last brilliance of earthy energy as they violently struck the tumultuous earthen wall before him, targeting the very heart of the chaos that Wang Yueze's sword energy had wrought. He sought to unleash the most ferocious force, to carve a breach into this formidable barrier. Similarly, Su Lu erupted with astonishing potential in his dire predicament, ignoring the agonizing pain in his arms and the backlash of his vital energy. He bit down on his tongue once more, forcing out the last drop of his essence to fuel his nearly depleted true energy. His palms glowed a fierce crimson, the skin cracking and oozing fine beads of blood. Yet he remained undeterred, igniting the blazing intent of his scorching wind palm to its utmost. Too fiery, magma-like gusts surged forth, brimming with a devastating self-destructive aura, resembling two roaring fire dragons that no longer scattered their assault, but followed closely behind Yang Sen's fists. Crashing in the same point, their target was once again the core of chaos. Boom! Boom! Thunderous roars erupted. This explosion was more violent than any that preceded it. Yang Sun's fists, fueled by his final reserves of strength, struck the core region of the earthen wall like colossal hammers. The wall, already quaking from the previous core injury, instantly caved inward, spewing forth viscous black mud like a burst abscess. Immediately following, Su Lu's scorching sky palm, fueled by his burning essence, crashed down with ferocity. The crimson true fire clashed wildly with the foul black mud, annihilating it. The violent explosion tore open a massive breach several yards wide in the concave area. The thick black mud cascaded down like a waterfall from the edge of the breach, revealing the deep, roiling mire behind it, exuding an even more pungent stench. At the center of that breach, a flickering point of murky, spiritual light, dimmed yet resolutely pinned down by the residual blazing sword energy of Wang Yueze, writhed like a venomous serpent nailed to a chopping block. The core. Both Yang Sun and Su Lu beheld that flickering spiritual light, their eyes ablaze with a mix of desperate joy and murderous intent. Yet, they were at their limits. Yang Sen's arms trembled, barely able to rise. Su Lu's face was ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Chen Jing's rescue efforts reached a critical juncture. In the instant of Wang Yueze's fierce warning, Chen Jing grasped the perilous situation and the potential for a turnaround. He ceased to engage simultaneously with the serpentine chains and the freezing mire, instead pouring all his focus and strength into a singular, desperate attempt to save Wu Ku. Wu Ku was but an ordinary person, entirely defenseless, as fragile as a leaf caught in a tempest before such malevolent forces. "Freeze, congeal abyss!" Chen Jing bellowed, his right palm crashing down onto the viscous vortex beneath Wu Ku. This time, he no longer sought to extend the freezing range. Instead, he compressed the frigid power to its utmost limit, with a singular aim: to protect Wu Ku. A visibly chilling frost, imbued with a cerulean radiance, surged forth like the breath of an ice dragon, instantly enveloping the lower half of Wu Ku within the vortex's core. Crack! Crack! A series of sounds echoed. Chapter 76, Let Us Die Together. Demonic being. A piercing sound of freezing echoed. The terrifying suction of the viscous vortex, centered around Wu Ku's legs, was instantaneously encased in a massive block of black ice, exuding a chilling aura. The mire that wrapped around her waist also froze. The frigid, deathly sensation and numbness were forcefully suppressed. Wu Ku felt her lower body abruptly lose sensation, the biting cold making her teeth chatter. Yet the dreadful pull that threatened to drag her into the abyss finally dissipated. She screamed in terror, her hands futilely clawing at the cold, smooth surface of the ice, desperately seeking a point of support, her body shaking violently from extreme fear and cold. Simultaneously, Chen Jing's left hand formed a blade-like gesture. The fiery edge of his palm, surging several feet in intensity, resolutely cleaving towards the insidious serpentine chain that coiled around Wu Ku's ankle, attempting to devour her like a bone-boring maggot. The crimson flame's blade struck precisely at the previously scorched section of the chain. This time, there was no obstruction. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of a red-hot knife slicing through tendon. The chain, forged from vile mire and exhibiting extraordinary resilience, snapped in response. The severed end was charred black, the remaining chain recoiling into the mire like a startled viper, emitting a sharp hiss. "Wu girl, hold on tight," Chen Jing bellowed, disregarding his own exhaustion, as he lunged towards the edge of the ice mass with the swiftness of lightning. His left hand ignited with red flames, scorching the icy prison that held Wu Ku, while his right hand shot out like a bolt, seizing her flailing arm, which was thrashing in panic. The icy grip was slick and frigid. He could feel the violent tremors coursing through Wu Ku's body. "Ah!" Wu Ke clutched Chen Jing's hand as if it were a lifeline, her other hand gripping his arm with such ferocity that her nails nearly embedded into his flesh. Chen Jing stifled a groan, enduring the searing pain in his arm, as his internal energy surged wildly, unleashing the powers of ice and fire simultaneously. The left hand scorched the ice while the right hand exerted tremendous force. "Lift me up." Crack! The block of ice imprisoning Wu Ke shattered under Chen Jing's immense strength and the searing flames. Wu Ke felt a tremendous force yank her from her icy confinement. She screamed, her body soaring into the air, propelled by Chen Jing towards a relatively solid rock nearby. The relentless assault of the mud dragon demon was finally breached by Wang Yuez's lethal sword strike and the desperate counterattacks of the others. However, this demon, entrenched in the depths of the Nether Mountain Gorge for countless ages, exhibited a ferocity and cunning beyond imagination. Wounded by Wang Yuez's sword energy and breached by the combined efforts of Su Lu and others, it did not retreat. Instead, it ignited its most primal ferocity and desire for destruction. It sensed the food, devoid of threat, yet emanating a pure life force that had been protected, was slipping from its grasp. Roar! An even more frenzied and vengeful howl erupted from the depths of the mire. The entire swamp boiled like a cauldron, seething with fury. From the gaping maw that had been blasted open, the viscous black mud did not cease its flow. Rather, it swirled back with greater speed and density. Behind the breach, the core spirit light, pinned by the sword energy, suddenly erupted with a blindingly murky radiance. A torrent of energy, more concentrated and foul than the previous murky wall, surged forth with a devastating aura of corrosion, akin to the waters of the Nether River breaching its dam. This deluge of energy had transformed. It was no longer a mere wave of sludge, but had taken on a viscous, tar-like consistency, as dark as ink, its surface roiling with the ghastly visages of countless vengeful spirits. The stench of corruption. Wang Yuez's pupils constricted, and he issued a sharp warning. He forcibly suppressed the backlash coursing through his veins, twisting his body mid-air, as the sword once more glimmered with azure light, though the brilliance was noticeably dimmed. A testament to the immense toll of the previous strike. This noxious breath of the dragon no longer targeted the scattered crowd, but instead honed in on the portly figure and Su Lu, who had just broken the breach and were now severely weakened. It sought to utterly corrode, dissolve, and annihilate these two insignificant ants that had inflicted such grievous harm upon it, along with the very ground they stood upon. The portly man gazed at the approaching wave, exuding a more despairing aura than the previous wall of filth, and a flicker of madness ignited in his eyes. He knew he could neither evade nor withstand it. But behind him stood the precarious Su Lu. "Old Su, go!" With a frantic roar, he summoned the last of his strength to forcefully shove Su Lu aside. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms defensively over his chest, the earthy aura of his protective energy flickering to life once more, like a candle buffeted by the wind. As he braced himself against the devastating torrent of corruption, he aimed to buy even a fleeting moment for Su Lu and the others. "Brother Pang." Su Lu's eyes widened in horror as he stumbled through the push, helplessly watching the engulfing darkness consume the portly figure in an instant. "No!" Su Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream, despair and rage shattering the dam of his reason. He no longer heeded his own injuries, nor did he contemplate the exhaustion of his true essence. A singular thought consumed his mind. Avenge the portly man? He thrust his palms into the shattered wound on his chest. The excruciating pain made him tremble, yet it also brought about a near self-destructive clarity. With his own boiling blood as the catalyst, he forcibly ignited the last remnants of his primal flame within. "With my blood and flesh, burn the 8 desolations." Su Lu's voice resonated like a vengeful spirit from the abyss, filled with boundless malice and madness. He withdrew his palms from the wound, trailing 2 streams of burning blood droplets. The droplets ignited upon, leaving his body, transforming into 2 bizarre orbs of dark red flame, imbued with the essence of annihilation. He no longer executed any martial techniques, but, like a moth drawn to the flame, lunged toward the depths of the breach, where the core spirit light briefly exposed itself after expelling the stench of corruption. His target was set upon the point pinned by Wang Yuez's sword chi, its brilliance flickering violently. This was a strike of mutual destruction. He intended to offer his life, his soul, along with the all-consuming flames of his blood, to that accursed core. Sulu, no! Wang Yueza and Chen Jing cried out in unison. But Sulu's speed was too swift, his determination too fierce. They could not intervene in time. In that critical moment, a sudden transformation occurred in the area engulfed by the stench of corruption. Roar! A roar emerged not from the mud dragon, but from humanity itself, a cry filled with anguish and indomitable spirit, echoing through the viscous tide of darkness. In the heart of that swirling filth, a faint yet incredibly resilient yellowish light shone forth, akin to a flickering candle amidst a tempest, not only enduring, but also surging with astonishing power in the face of despair. You think you can swallow me? Dream on. The voice of the stout man resonated like thunder, piercing through the filth's barrier. His muscles had swelled to their utmost limit, blood seeping through his skin, mingling with the vile slime, creating a grotesque visage. His protective energy had long been eroded, and what sustained him now was the sheer, fervent strength of his flesh and an unwavering will. He relinquished all offensive maneuvers, channeling his lifelong understanding of defensive mastery to an unprecedented realm. He transformed into a statue of diamond forged from flesh and determination. No matter how the filthy dragon's breath battered, corroded, or compressed him, he steadfastly anchored himself in place, clinging to that flickering yellow light and an unyielding resolve. Though his body trembled violently, his skin sizzling and emitting wisps of smoke from corrosion, he astonishingly withstood the horrific onslaught of the dragon's breath, buying precious moments for Sulu's decisive strike. Sulu's figure, bearing two blazing flames of burning blood, plunged like a meteor to the earth, swiftly navigating through the narrow gap opened by the stout man's flesh, surging deep into the abyss, striking at that murky core of spiritual light. Let us perish together. You monstrosity. Chapter 77. Garuda the mire roiled, and a foul wind assaulted the senses. The formidable mud dragon, a terror of the depths, faced a cacophony of clashing swords and blades. Yet the valiant efforts of the crowd merely left superficial white marks upon its thick, mud-coated scales, while the tumultuous waves it stirred forced them into disarray. Observing his comrades momentarily falter, the rotund Yang Sun summoned all his strength, intent on battling the mud dragon to the death. Just as he was about to collide with the beast's body, a moment of dire urgency arose. Amida Buddha! A resounding chant rang out, clear as the morning bell and evening drum, cleansing the tainted air. There stood the silent little monk, Heroine, with hands clasped in prayer, his eyes gleaming with insight. Suddenly, his left hand rose, fingers splayed wide, as he murmured sacred words. In an instant, a dazzling beam of golden light erupted from his palm, coalescing into the majestic, archaic silhouette of a giant bell adorned with swirling runes. With a resonant hum, it enveloped Yang Sun, who was sent hurtling backward. The golden shield. Yang Sun crashed against the inner wall of the luminous bell, his vitality surging yet utterly unscathed. Still shaken, he looked up to see Heroine forming a mudra with his right hand, conjuring a colossal golden Buddha palm imprint that materialized from thin air, its lines distinctly etched, radiating an aura of supreme authority that could suppress evil and bestow compassion, descending upon the mud dragon with great force. The mud dragon, once the sovereign of the swamp and a creature of fierce savagery, was suddenly paralyzed with fear at the sight of this golden Buddha hand. Its enormous vertical pupils filled with terror as it let out a panicked shriek. Its massive form recoiled in fright, abandoning its easily attainable prey, and plunged into the unfathomable depths of the mire. The sludge churned briefly before falling silent, the beast too intimidated to emerge again. The onlookers halted their assault, exchanging incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Moments ago, they had exerted every ounce of their strength, their blades flashing in a tumult of energy. It had merely scratched the surface of this vile creature. How could it be that this seemingly unassuming little monk, with a mere gesture of a Buddha hand, wielded such formidable power, causing the beast to flee in terror? Emerging from the golden aura, Yang's son wiped the mud from his face, glaring at Heroine with a mix of reproach and astonishment. "Well, little monk, while we toiled and fought against that mud eel, you stood by reciting prayers as if it were a mere spectacle. How utterly ungracious of you." The others turned their attention to Heroine, their expressions a blend of confusion and discontent. Only Chen Jing remained clear-headed, casting a discreet glance at the reticent Wu Ku within their ranks. Just before they entered the Mire Dragon's territory, Heroine had seemingly brushed past him, a barely perceptible motion that had allowed a small slip of paper to fall into Chen Jing's palm. Upon unfolding it, he had been met with 4 alarming words: "Beware Wu Ku." At that moment, Chen Jing recalled the hazy warning from the time of the Unicorn Dragon-esque tribulation. There was a traitor among them. Could it be that Wu Ku was the infiltrator lurking within their midst? A fog of suspicion enveloped Chen Jing's mind. Thus, during the recent fierce confrontation, particularly when Wu Ku appeared to be in peril, Chen Jing had been keenly observant of Heroine's reactions. The young monk remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on his nose, and his nose upon his heart, softly chanting scriptures, seemingly oblivious to Wu Ku's peril, a remarkable calmness that appeared to be a test. In the face of the crowd's inquiries, the little monk, Huineng, displayed no signs of indignation. Rather, a hint of remorse graced his countenance. He stepped forward, bowing deeply to the assembly, particularly towards Wu Ku, his voice resonant and sincere. "Amitabha, esteemed benefactors, I harbored personal thoughts and failed to offer timely assistance, which is indeed my fault. I beg your forgiveness." Witnessing such a grave apology from a mere boy of 10, imbued with humility and sincerity, the collective displeasure among the crowd dissipated significantly. The jovial young son, known for his hearty disposition, chuckled heartily and clapped his large hand on Huineng's slender shoulder. "Enough, little monk. You are a practitioner, embodying compassion and eschewing violence. I understand. Just act sooner next time, lest I become a delicacy for the mud loach." The force of his clap nearly sent Huineng tumbling. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A piercing cry, like thunder splitting the heavens, echoed through the air, resonating with a power that jolted the crowd, causing a momentary pause in their breath. Huineng's face lit up with surprise as he looked skyward and called out, "Is that you, Brother Garuda?" In response, another, even more resounding call rang out, imbued with an indescribable majesty. Following this, an ancient and esoteric chant, infused with supreme power, cascaded down from the clouds like a tangible sound wave. Penetrating the depths of the mire below, the once silent swamp erupted with fervor. The colossal head of the mud dragon emerged once more, but this time, its eyes held no trace of malice, only boundless fear and submission. It emitted a mournful low growl towards the heavens, repeatedly nodding its massive head as if bowing in supplication. Another clarion call resounded from above, bearing an unmistakable command. The mud dragon, as if granted a reprieve, twisted its immense body, its iron-hard horn crashing against the steep mountainside. With a thunderous roar, debris flew, as the mountain wall was breached by its forceful impact, creating a vast opening. It lowered its body, emitting a low, urging rumble, signaling the crowd to hasten through. Though hesitant, the crowd, seeing the path now clear, wasted no time, swiftly traversing the darkened tunnel under the dragon's protection. In mere moments, they emerged into the light, having safely navigated the treacherous gorge. The mud dragon halted at the exit, releasing a humble whimper towards the sky, its enormous frame trembling, stripped of the arrogance it once bore. Following its gaze, the crowd beheld a golden giant bird soaring above, its wings spread wide enough to cast a shadow over the valley. Sunlight cascading upon its feathers as if forged from pure gold, shimmering with a divine and majestic presence. It was none other than the legendary golden-winged roc. Once again, a sound resonant with supreme Buddhist power echoed forth, causing the mud dragon to tremble as if it had heard the tolling of a death knell. Its immense form shrinking in terror before it plunged back into the mire, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the golden-winged rock in the sky folded its wings, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light, hurtling down towards the assembled crowd. A fierce wind howled, rustling the garments of those present. As the golden light touched the ground, it did not dissipate. Instead, it began to twist and morph violently. The first sight to greet the eye was a muscular, sinewy figure brimming with explosive power, its bare torso resembling steel forged to perfection. Yet, atop this formidable body rested the head of a majestic eagle, its golden eyes sharp as daggers. The lower half was equally extraordinary, adorned with robust bird legs covered in golden feathers and claws that glinted coldly. This hybrid being of man and eagle landed firmly, radiating golden light. As the eagle head transformed amidst the glow, its feathers retracted and its beak softened, ultimately reshaping into a chiseled human visage imbued with exotic charm. Though those piercing eyes retained the keen sharpness and authority of a hawk, only the avian legs and claws seemed unable to fully transform, a testament to its otherworldly identity. Its gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Heroine, and a trace of warmth appeared on that dignified countenance as it spoke with clarity, its voice resounding like a bell. "Junior brother, it has been 3 years. You have grown considerably taller." This spectacle left everyone in stunned silence, as if they had stepped into a mythic tale. The portly young son gaped, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground, and after a moment, he regained his voice, pointing at Garuda and then glancing at Heroine, stammering in astonishment. "Hui, Yuneng, he is your senior brother, Garuda? Does that mean the abbot of Bema Temple? Master Shakyamuni is not your master?" With a sudden slap to his thigh, he exclaimed, "My Buddha, have I truly encountered a guardian Vajra under the true Buddha?" Chapter 78. The Founding Temple, Bema Temple. The piercing gaze of Garuda, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over the crowd, ultimately resting upon the astonished and somewhat shifty-eyed, portly figure of Yongsan, whose mouth hung agape in disbelief. A subtle smile, laden with significance, tugged at the corners of his mouth, lending an unusual yet insightful quality to his rugged, exotic features. "You must be Yong's son." Garuda's voice resonated deeply, penetrating like the clash of metal. "Ah, yes, you're the Yong son from Bureau 749, are you not? I have a faint recollection of you, though it seems like an eternity ago, 20 years perhaps." At the mention of Bureau 749, the jovial expression on Yang Sen's face froze instantly, his pupils contracting almost imperceptibly, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instinctively took a half-step back, quickly regaining his composure, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrow, hastily waving his hands and speaking with a rapid-fire cadence. "Oh dear, esteemed Bodhisattva, you must be jesting. How could we ever joke about matters from 2 decades past? Besides, as you know, Bureau 749 is shrouded in mystery. How could I possibly be linked to such an organization? Ah yes, we are merely a group tasked by the Academy to gather herbs as part of our rural practice team from Beijing University. Just look at their innocent eyes. Surely, they are here in search of that elusive herb, the iron-clad dendrobium." As he spoke, he discreetly wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, his gaze darting, unwilling to meet Garuda's penetrating golden eyes that seemed to see through his very soul. He quickly diverted the conversation, bowing and smiling at Garuda. "The organization, the Academy, has arranged for us to rest at your esteemed Bema Temple and partake in some humble vegetarian fare. Great Bodhisattva, your vast powers and boundless compassion should guide us away from such trivial discussions. Could you lead the way? We are utterly lost in these desolate mountains." At that moment, the crowd finally emerged from their astonishment at Garuda's half-bird, half-human visage, realizing that merely encountering this legendary bodhisattva had made their journey worthwhile. It was only upon hearing Yang Sen's words that they suddenly grasped another astonishing truth. The seemingly ordinary, even somewhat dull, young monk Huineng was in fact the disciple of this formidable Garuda. Their master was none other than the enigmatic abbot of Bema Temple, Master Shurja, who wielded unparalleled influence over the Buddhist world. The weight of such a lineage was enough to draw the attention of any martial arts luminary. The gazes directed at Hui Nung transformed, now imbued with complexity, shock, reverence, and incredulity intertwined. Who could have imagined that this reticent youth, often teased by the portly man for his baldness, bore such illustrious ties? And here they were, standing shoulder to shoulder with the legendary bird, Garuda. Garuda observed Yang Sen's furtive thoughts with keen insight, but chose not to expose them. Instead, he shifted his focus back to the group, his voice resuming its previous resonance and authority. Amitba. There is no need for alarm, esteemed patrons. The venerable master possesses extraordinary powers and has long foreseen the peril that awaits you at Mud Dragon Mountain. He has specifically tasked me with coming to your aid and alleviating your impending danger. He paused momentarily, his golden eyes sweeping towards the mouth of the gorge. This place is not suitable for lingering. Although the mud dragon has retreated, treacherous creatures still dwell in the depths of the swamp. As the saying goes, one creature restrains another. Let's not stir up unnecessary trouble. Time is of the essence. We must set forth immediately to Bema Temple. Before his words had fully settled, Garuda made a slight movement, a gentle yet overwhelming force lifting everyone effortlessly. He did not transform into his true form of the rock, but instead advanced with his bird-like legs, adorned with golden feathers and talons gleaming with cold light. With a single step, he had covered several yards, his speed akin to the miraculous shrinking of distance. Though his movements appeared peculiar, they carried a unique rhythm, each step solidifying the muddy swamp beneath into a firm path. Esteemed patrons, please follow this humble monk, the young monk Heroine called out, his form ghostly like willow fluff in the breeze, closely trailing behind Garuda. In the eyes of the onlookers, his diminutive figure now appeared remarkably grand. Awakened from their reverie, the group hastily quelled the tumult within their hearts, each displaying their individual skills to keep pace. The rotund young son, panting as he ran, could not help but glance back at the shadowy gorge and the churning mire, murmuring with trepidation, "Goodness, how do we encounter this harbinger of death? This task is truly exhilarating. With mud dragons and giant rocks, how can my little heart withstand such excitement?" After speaking, he raised his gaze to the horizon, a tear trickling from the corner of his eye, unnoticed by anyone else. Chen Jing ran silently, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Wu Ku in the group. Wu Ku remained silent, his expression inscrutable, but his steps were remarkably steady, and his eyes seemed even more profound and unfathomable than before. The group followed Garuda and Heroine, hastening along the solid path forged by Garuda's extraordinary strides. As they traversed the mist-laden edges of the swamp, a sudden clarity unfolded before them. A verdant expanse of mountains emerged, their slopes gentle yet suffused with an indescribable aura of serenity and solemnity. Wisps of cloud and mist curled around the mountains, revealing a winding stone path ascending toward the depths of the clouds. Garuda came to a halt, gesturing towards the mist-cloaked mountain peak, his voice tinged with subtle reverence. Ahead lies Bema Temple. As the group looked up, they beheld the continuous mountain range, resembling a slumbering Buddha, with a faint golden light flowing within, accompanied by ethereal sounds that stirred the soul. Having endured the perils of Mud Dragon Mountain, the sight of this sacred land, shrouded in Buddhist light, ignited a sense of pilgrimage and anticipation within them. With a shared sense of expectation, they approached the legendary ancestral temple of the Dragon Kingdom, Bema Temple. Suddenly, Garuda spotted Chen Jing and respectfully inquired, "Are you not the fourth disciple of the academy, known for your peculiar behavior?" Chen Jing promptly returned a bow, responding with utmost respect, "Indeed, it is I. I apologize for any disturbance. Please forgive me." Garuda scrutinized Chen Jing before him, unable to suppress a sound of admiration, and then uttered a phrase, "Our revered Buddha wishes to meet you. Might you oblige?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing promptly replied, "Your Holiness is too kind. To have the opportunity to meet Master Shakyamuni is a blessing earned over several lifetimes." I shall proceed at once. Under Garuda's guidance, Chen Jing arrived at the White Horse-stone courtyard, where Garuda explained the situation outside the door. Master shockingly gestured for him to enter, and Chen Jing pushed the door open. Chapter 79. Master Shakyamuni. The door of the monk's quarters silently closed behind Chen Jing, severing the connection to the light and sounds of the outside world. The dim light within was illuminated only by an ancient lamp that flickered before the Buddha altar, casting the slender silhouette of Master Shakyamuni, seated on a meditation cushion, against the wall adorned with Sanskrit scriptures, resembling an ancient and solemn seal. The air was thick with a rich aroma of sandalwood, heavy enough to seem tangible, enveloping one within its embrace. Chen Jing inhaled deeply. The scent surged into his lungs, tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness. He stood with his hands at his sides, his gaze lowered to the simple, rustic low table at the center of the room. Upon the table sat but a pot of clear tea and 2 ceramic cups, devoid of any other items. Opposite the low table, Master Shakyamuni's eyes were gently closed, his features blurred in the flickering shadows of the lamp. Yet his worn monk's robe, faded to a pale hue, exuded an aura of serene simplicity. "Please take a seat." The master's voice resonated, neither loud nor soft, yet it struck Chen Jing's heart like the deep toll of a bell, causing ripples within his soul. There was no trace of emotion in that voice, only the calmness of a well-traveled sage, untouched by the tumult of the world. Chen Jing complied, settling himself on the cushion opposite the low table with a deliberate grace characteristic of scholars. His hands rested upon his knees, his back straight as a pine, his gaze fixed steadily ahead, focused on the ground before the master, mindful not to overstep his bounds. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the occasional soft crackle of the burning wick in the ancient lamp and the nearly imperceptible sounds of their breathing. This stillness was not void, but rather an invisible net, slowly tightening, silently gauging the depth of the visitor. Chen Jing could feel the seemingly closed eyes across from him, akin to 2 invisible swords, piercing through the barriers of his eyelids, scrutinizing him inch by inch, from the tips of his hair to the ends of his fingers, from the rhythm of his breath to the flow of his blood. Time appeared to freeze, each moment stretching into eternity. Chen Jing's heartbeat resonated steadily within his chest, yet his mind was intensely focused, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. He understood that any slight tremor could betray him before this unfathomable master. After a prolonged silence, Master Shakyamuni finally opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Lacking the sharp brilliance of Garuda's golden gaze, they were instead profoundly deep, akin to a night sky filled with stars, vast and distant, imbued with the wisdom and compassion that penetrated all things. His gaze settled upon Chen Jing, calm and unwavering. Yet in that instant, Chen Jing felt utterly exposed, as if standing naked in a frigid wilderness. The master's gaze lingered for a moment on Chen Jing's face, seemingly confirming something, or perhaps recalling a memory. Then, he lifted the warm ceramic pot from the low table, tilting it. A stream of clear water flowed into the ceramic cup before Chen Jing. The sound of water broke the heavy silence of the room. "Your master." Master Shakyamuni's voice resonated once more, still plain, yet imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality, each word distinctly etched into Chen Jing's ears. "How is he?" Chen Jing's heart leapt. This seemingly ordinary question, a customary greeting from an elder to a junior, concealed within it a hidden probe and profound significance. Who was his master? The headmaster of the academy, a figure renowned throughout the realm, stands alongside his master, both towering figures of their time, surely connected by an invisible thread of awareness regarding each other's circumstances. Why would he need to inquire of his disciple? This is evidently a test of his relationship with his master, or perhaps a probe into his current state. Chen Jing maintained an impassive demeanor, cradling the ceramic cup before him, feeling the warmth radiating from its walls through his fingertips. He leaned slightly forward, his voice respectful and steady. In response to the Zen master, "My revered teacher is in good health." Before his departure, he specifically instructed me to convey his regards should I have the fortune to see the master. His response was meticulous, revealing his master's concern while positioning himself as merely an ordinary messenger. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile seemed to flicker at the corners of the Zen master's mouth, an expression that suggested both amusement and understanding. He refrained from touching the teacup before him. Instead, his profound gaze pierced through Chen Jing as if it were an invisible needle, probing deeper into his being. As long as he is well, the master's voice deepened, imbued with a peculiar cadence, each syllable stirring the still air of the room. Yet, he was aware of what lay concealed within his most favored disciple, the one who sat beneath him. Before the last word could settle, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A fine crack appeared on the ceramic cup held by Chen Jing, seemingly without cause. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the cup shattered, and the warm tea splashed forth, soaking his garments. Chen Jing's pupils constricted abruptly. He had not moved an inch, nor felt any external force. The cup had shattered in his grasp of its own accord. Simultaneously, an indescribable chill surged from the depths of his dantian, akin to a lurking serpent, striking without warning. This coldness did not emanate from the outside world, but instead arose from the innermost recesses of his being, malevolent and viscous, as if it could freeze the very soul. This aura starkly contrasted with the gentle, jade-like chi he usually wielded at the academy, filled instead with ferocity and foreboding. With a stifled groan, Chen Jing's body involuntarily trembled. His complexion turned pallid, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The chill came swiftly and departed just as quickly, like a slumbering beast roused by the master's casual inquiry, vanishing in an instant. Yet, Chen Jing was acutely aware of its previous existence, and how it had nearly shattered some invisible restraint moments ago. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the Zen master, his eyes wide with shock and an undeniable hint of terror. The master remained seated, unperturbed, as if the earth-shattering question and the ensuing anomaly were of no concern to him. He simply regarded Chen Jing with calmness, his deep-set eyes reflecting the disarray and bewilderment that now characterized Chen Jing. It appeared that while the Zen master's voice remained tranquil, it was laced with an all-knowing insight, each word striking Chen Jing's heart like a hammer, unbeknownst to him. Slowly, he raised his slender hand, the ample sleeve of his robe sliding down to reveal a wrist that gleamed like ancient bronze. Upon that wrist, a string of deep brown prayer beads radiated a gentle luminescence. The Zen master's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing like a needle deep into Chen Jing's soul. The essence within you, even you yourself, have yet to fully comprehend its entirety, have you not? Chen Jing felt an invisible pressure descending upon him like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. The master's gaze seemed to carry a tangible force, penetrating through his flesh and bones, reaching that dormant entity nestled deep within his dantian, an existence so foreign and terrifying that it instilled a sense of dread within him. Cold sweat trickled down the side of Chen Jing's forehead. He parted his lips, only to find his throat parched, rendering him momentarily voiceless. The scent of sandalwood in the room seemed to intensify, weighing heavily upon his chest. Chapter 80. The inside of the Buddha. Chen Jing's breath abruptly ceased. The penetrating gaze of Master Shakyamuni resembled two invisible ice picks, accurately piercing into the darkest recesses of his soul, a realm he dared not explore himself. The words he had yet to fully comprehend struck him like a thunderclap, shattering the fragile facade of tranquility he had desperately maintained. Within him resided an entity lying dormant deep within his dantian, akin to a malignant growth, yet symbiotically intertwined with his existence. What was it? From whence did it originate? What did it ultimately desire? These inquiries gnawed at his psyche like insatiable vermin, yet he suppressed them with formidable willpower, burying them deep within his consciousness. This constituted his greatest secret, his deepest fear, one that even his master had never truly unveiled. Yet this venerable figure from the Buddhist realm had effortlessly pierced through the veil of his enigma. Cold sweat erupted from every pore, saturating Chen Jing's inner garments, the icy, sticky fabric clinging to his skin and sending shivers through him. Yet this chill paled in comparison to the frigid sensation that surged from the depths of his soul, a coldness born from the nether realms, more profound than the previous uncontrollable stirrings in his dantian, as if it aimed to freeze his very marrow. He instinctively wished to deny, to argue, to cloak this overwhelming secret with the most flawless of lies. However, his throat felt ensnared by an invisible, icy hand, its scaly grip rendering him voiceless. Only short, dry gasps escaped his lips, akin to a fish out of water. Under Master Shakymuni's gaze, which seemed to pierce through all illusions and discern all causalities, any deceit appeared insipid, and any disguise melted away like frost under the blazing sun. The meditation room fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by the faint hissing of the incense as it burned and the thunderous pounding of Chen Jing's heart, echoing in his ears. The Master's gaze remained tranquil, yet bore an ineffable weight, suffocating him almost to the point of breathlessness. He felt akin to an insect trapped in amber. Every struggle futile, every secret laid bare under that piercing scrutiny. At that moment, a deliberately muted, yet unmistakably oily voice erupted from outside the tightly closed door, shattering the suffocating silence like a stone cast into a still pond. Oh my! What is that commotion? Has the sky fallen or the earth caved in? It was the voice of the rotund Yang's son. He seemed to be pressing his entire body against the door, his tone laced with an exaggerated incredulity that bordered on the farcical. Yet beneath that lay a subtle tension, akin to a taut string. Then, with a creaking sound, his round face, plump like a steamed bun, suddenly squeezed through the crack of the door, his small eyes widening in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. Fixating on the chaos at Chen Jing's feet, shattered ceramic fragments scattered like dust, water stains rapidly spreading across the floor, and Chen Jing's pallid visage, glistening with cold sweat. A portrait of unshakable terror. His gaze swept rapidly between the fragments and Chen Jing, akin to the shrewdest merchant evaluating the value and risk of goods. Eventually, it settled upon the serene visage of Master Shurjia, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Master, my revered Buddha, are you unscathed?" Yang Sen's voice rose in pitch, laced with exaggerated concern, as he stepped forward with surprising agility, a stark contrast to his corpulent form. Bowing respectfully, his peripheral vision darted towards Chen Jing, while his words tumbled forth like a barrage. How could this cup shatter so unexpectedly? Was it this troublesome lad who clumsily bumped into you? Please do not take offense. He may indeed be the fourth disciple of the academy, yet he is merely a youth, inexperienced and prone to anxiety. Your magnanimity would be greatly appreciated. Do not hold it against him. Perhaps I could offer my apologies on his behalf. As he spoke, he discreetly maneuvered his bulk, seemingly awkward, yet adeptly positioning himself as a barrier between Chen Jing and Master Shurjia, like a moving wall of flesh, effectively obstructing the penetrating gaze of the master that seemed capable of piercing through to the very soul. His face was adorned with an obsequious smile, nearly glistening with grease, while beads of sweat trickled down his forehead and nose, shimmering in the candlelight. Beneath the facade of a slick and jesting demeanor, there lay an unprecedented gravity and vigilance in his eyes, reminiscent of a hunter lurking in the underbrush, fixated on a formidable beast. At last, Master Shurjia's gaze shifted from Chen Jing to the suddenly intrusive and incessantly chattering young senator in his deep, starry eyes. There flickered an almost imperceptible glimmer of understanding, as if Yang Sen's arrival, his demeanor, and even the slightest change in his expression had all been anticipated, like a chess piece meticulously calculated on the board. "You worry too much, young benefactor." The master spoke with a voice as placid as still waters, imbued with an intangible force that instilled tranquility, causing Yang Sen's incessant rambling to quiet abruptly, as though a pause button had been pressed. The broken cup is but an external object, clay molded and fired, subject to the whims of fate. If it shatters, so be it. There is no need for distress. His gaze once again penetrated the barrier formed by Yang Sen's corpulence, as if the flesh itself were non-existent, and landed accurately on Chen Jing. "As for you, Chen benefactor," the master's eyes bore a subtle inquiry, having detected the shift in Chen Jing's aura, the agitation that coursed through him, reminiscent of turbulent blood. The phrase internal energy pierced through Chen Jing's carefully concealed vulnerability like an invisible needle. He sensed a stir deep within his dantian, as a chill began to spread silently along his meridians. Yang Sen's jowls quivered in response, hastily seizing upon the master's words, his tone becoming even more exaggerated. Indeed, indeed. Master, your insight is unparalleled, your perception keen. This lad may appear composed and dignified, yet his courage is no greater than that of a trembling rabbit. Just moments ago, that earthen dragon, my goodness, it was fierce and clawed, a tempest of blood and fury. It surely frightened him terribly. He could very well have wet himself. Just look at his pallor, as if he had been daubed with whitewash, and the cold sweat pouring from him, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. At this moment, it is likely that his spirit still lingers in the depths of Mud Dragon Mountain, unable to regain its composure. As he spoke, he subtly nudged the motionless Chen Jing with his elbow, applying a hint of force. His voice lowered, yet imbued with an undeniable urgency. "You rascal, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and apologize to the master. Do not linger here and disturb the master's tranquil meditation. The master, possessing a heart of compassion, will not hold your transgressions against you, but you must possess some awareness within yourself." It was only upon Yang Sun's nudge that Chen Jing managed to extract himself from the overwhelming shock and the abyss of terror that engulfed his soul. He realized that Yang Sun was recklessly coming to his rescue, though the timing of this rotund figure's appearance was too fortuitous, and his reaction bore an inexplicable oddity and an underlying sharpness. At this moment, departing from the meditation room, away from Shakyamuni's penetrating gaze, was his only path to survival. He directed a deep bow towards the direction of Shakyamuni, peering past Yang Sen's corpulent silhouette, bending at the waist to an almost right angle. His voice trembled with a hint of uncontainable agitation, yet he endeavored to preserve the last vestiges of respect and the dignity of a disciple. "Master, I humbly seek your forgiveness. I have indeed lost my composure, my mind agitated and unable to maintain control. The dread of Mud Dragon still haunts me, and in a moment of weakness, I shattered the cup and disturbed your tranquility, which is truly inexcusable. I shall take my leave now to seek a secluded space, to compose myself and return to absorb your teachings once my mind is settled." Shakyamuni's gaze swept slowly over Yang Sen's seemingly tense yet taut form, and then rested upon the pale-faced Chen Jing, who was struggling to maintain his bow. Those profound eyes appeared capable of penetrating the facade beneath the skin, seeing through all the carefully woven lies and disguises. He did not pursue inquiries regarding the entity within, nor did he reveal the seemingly clumsy yet intricately clever ruse of Yang Senator instead. He merely nodded slightly, his voice devoid of discernible emotion, yet carrying an unmistakable finality. "Go forth." Within the White Horse Temple, where ancient trees tower and the sound of bells resonates in serene tranquility, there exists a peaceful refuge for your spirit to find solace. If your heart is unsettled, myriad thoughts will arise, easily leading to demonic hindrances. Take heed of yourself. The final 4 words, light as a feather, struck Chen Jing's heart like a heavy hammer, resonating through Yang Sen's very spine as well. Chapter 81. Iron Claw Mountain at the ancient Bema Temple. As the evening drums have just ceased, the last rays of the setting sun spill forth like molten gold, bathing the millennia-old temple's glazed tiles and permeating the courtyard's towering ginkgo tree. The expansive canopy stands regal and upright, each fan-shaped leaf swaying gently in the evening breeze, reflecting the sunlight as if adorned with a shimmering layer of flowing wisdom, exuding a solemn yet mysterious aura that inspires a profound sense of tranquility and an inexplicable joy within the heart. Chen Jing and the portly Yang Sun stand side by side beneath the tree, their feet resting upon a carpet of golden fallen leaves. Chen Jing furrows his brow, his gaze somewhat unfocused as it lingers on the luminous canopy, his mind echoing the seemingly casual yet cryptic words spoken by the venerable monk not long ago. "Young, I cannot shake the feeling that the monk has already discerned our next steps, perhaps even glimpsed into the future," he murmurs, a hint of perplexity in his tone. The monk's eyes, which seem capable of penetrating the human heart, have left a deep impression on him. Upon hearing this, Yang Sen's round face immediately breaks into his customary, somewhat naive smile. He pats his ample belly, producing a soft puffing sound. "Oh, Brother Chen, you are overthinking." His holiness speaks in riddles, always shrouded in mystery, while his tales and teachings are indeed captivating. As for predicting the future, he chuckles, winking. I know well that out of 10 of his words, only 3 or 4 may hold true. There is no need to dwell on it, lest it only brings unnecessary worry. He pauses, lifting his gaze to the resplendent ginkgo tree, a fleeting complexity flashing in his eyes before he resumes his cheerful demeanor. Look at this tree. What the monk said about it bringing supreme joy is certainly accurate. Standing here, one can indeed feel a sense of liberation. However, he shifts his tone, becoming more pragmatic. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Though Bema Temple is splendid, it remains a tranquil haven, and we should not disturb its peace unduly. The immediate concern is to hasten our journey and infiltrate the domain of Iron Claw Mountain. Iron Claw Mountain? Chen Jing's eyes sharpen with focus. Precisely. Yang Sun lowers his voice slightly, a spark of excitement in his tone. The task from the academy involves the legendary herb, Dendrobium officinale. It is said to grow atop the perilous cliffs of Iron Claw Mountain, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It possesses miraculous effects for healing, mending bones, and purifying the body, making it a sacred remedy and a crucial ingredient for certain secret elixirs. Securing it would be a monumental achievement. Observing Yang Sen's eager demeanor, Chen Jing's thoughts drift elsewhere. He recalls the encounter with the mysterious monk Jiluo earlier in the day, noting the meaningful glance directed at Yang Sun and the vague hints offered. Yang, Chen Jing's gaze intensifies as he studies him. It seems Master Jiluo regarded you with a different lens today, his words carrying deeper implications. Furthermore, I cannot shake the feeling that your connection with the monk is not merely a chance encounter. He seeks to uncover some clue hidden beneath Yang Sun's ever-smiling visage. The portly Yang Sen's smile momentarily faltered, only to unfold once more like rippling water. Accentuating his simplicity, he chuckled heartily and waved his hand, saying, Brother Chen, your perceptions are a tad too meticulous. These are mere trivial matters from the past. Why dwell on them? In the realm of the Jianghu, who does not harbor some bygone tales? As the Buddha teaches, every thought and intention is a cause, and every moment of suffering is a result. The past has sown the seeds for today's fruits. It is simply that. What truly matters is the present. He gave Chen Jing's shoulder a hearty pat, his strength considerable. Let's not ponder aimlessly here. That lad Su Lu, the taciturn Wang Yueza, the little monk Huaning, and Miss Wu Ku are all awaiting us in the meditation chamber. Tonight, let's rest well at this Bema temple, rejuvenating our spirits. At dawn, we shall set forth together towards Iron Claw Mountain. The celestial herb will not simply find its way into our pockets. The night enveloped Bema ancient temple like ink, silently shrouding it. The bustling pilgrims of the day had long since dispersed, leaving the vast temple in a profound stillness, occasionally punctuated by the distant tolling of a bell and the monotonous beat of a night watchman's wooden fish, adding a touch of depth to the atmosphere. Chen Jing lay upon the rudimentary wooden bed in the meditation room, yet sleep eluded him. Outside the window, a colossal ginkgo tree cast intricate shadows in the moonlight, resembling a slumbering beast. The seemingly foolish grin of Yang Sun, the inscrutable gaze of the Buddha, the hesitance in the expression of Garuda, and the terms Iron Claw Mountain and Iron Skin Dendrobium swirled in his mind like a tempest. Every thought and intention is a cause, and every moment of suffering is a result. The seemingly casual Buddhist verse uttered by Yang Sun now resonated with an unexpected depth. What connections of cause and effect existed between him, the Buddha, and Garuda? Did this seemingly simple task of gathering herbs intertwine with some obscure past? As Chen Jing's thoughts churned, a barely perceptible crack, akin to a dry twig snapping, suddenly echoed from the courtyard outside the window. Instinctively alert, he silently rolled out of bed like a cat, holding his breath as he pressed close to the window's gap to peer outside. The cold moonlight bathed the courtyard in its silvery glow. He discerned a shadow, flitting stealthily along the wall, moving with remarkable agility and making no sound upon landing, evidently skilled in the art of stealth. The shadow's target was unmistakably the very meditation room where Yang Sun resided. A chill ran down Chen Jing's spine as his hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the short sword at his waist. Just as he was about to sound a warning, he observed the shadow halt abruptly before Yang Sun's door, not forcing entry, but rather raising a hand to tap gently on the door in a peculiar rhythm, 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. The sound resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. A moment of silence lingered within the meditation room, and then, with a creak, the door was pulled open just a crack. Yang Sun's round face appeared behind the door. The usual jovial smile vanished, replaced by an expression of somberness and detachment that Chen Jing had never witnessed before. As time trickled by, Chen Jing's heart sank further. Just as he felt he could no longer contain himself, the door to the meditation room opened once more. The corpulent Yang Sun emerged alone, his expression untroubled, even adorned with a hint of an elusive smile. He gently closed the door behind him, as if merely bidding farewell to an ordinary visitor. Raising his gaze to the luminous moon above, he then directed his attention towards the window where Chen Jing was concealed, as if he could penetrate the darkness and discern the figure within. "Brother Chen," he called softly towards the window, his voice not loud, yet distinctly audible to Chen Jing. "It seems that certain fruits are ultimately unavoidable. Prepare yourself. It appears that a restful night eludes us this evening." He paused, casting his gaze towards the distant, shadowy contours of the mountains, specifically in the direction of Iron Claw Mountain, his tone tinged with an imperceptible gravity. The path to Iron Claw Mountain may prove to be treacherous. Chapter 82. The Man in Black and the Ghostly Assassins at dawn the following day. The young monk from Bema Temple prepared 5 swift steeds. The rotund Yang Sun, accompanied by his companions, expressed their gratitude to the young monk before embarking on their journey to Tao Mountain. The 5 horses galloped forth like arrows released from a bow, racing along the rugged and concealed mountain path towards their destination. The hooves, shrouded in thick cloth, struck the soft earth and the thick carpet of fallen leaves, producing only a muted thudding sound, quickly drowned out by the howling wind. Leading the charge was the stout Yang Sun, whose corpulent form remained remarkably steady atop the bucking horse. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over the encroaching darkness ahead, ever vigilant for any sign of disturbance. Close behind him, Chen Jing was engulfed in a whirlwind of doubt, yet focused entirely on the journey and maintaining alertness. Su Lu, Wang Yueza, the young monk Huaining, and Wu Ke followed closely, having been unsettled by the previous night's events. They too had witnessed the clandestine meeting between the Man in Black and Yang Sun, and though questions swirled in their minds, they could sense the gravity emanating from Yang Sun, prompting silence as they trailed closely behind. The mountain path grew steeper, and the woods denser and more foreboding. Layers of branches and leaves fractured the light, casting eerie, flickering shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage, occasionally pierced by the haunting cries of unknown night owls, adding an atmosphere of dread. What in the world is happening with the ghostly assassins? How could they be aware of our mission? And who is that Man in Black? Why would he inform you of our being targeted by the ghostly assassins? Su Lu finally could not contain himself, and, as the pace of the horses slowed slightly, he lowered his voice to inquire. Yang Sun paused momentarily, not turning his head, his voice carried by the wind, sounding somewhat ethereal. The ghostly assassins have eyes and ears everywhere, leaving no stone unturned. The tasks assigned by the Academy, while secretive, are not entirely beyond their grasp, especially regarding the iron-skinned Androbium, which has attracted numerous covetous eyes. The masked figure wielding the Black Death Order is a symbol of a core member of the ghostly assassins. His personal visit to warn me indicates that this matter has drawn the attention of the higher-ups within the organization. A warning? More like a threat. Wang Yueza interjected coldly, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his blade. One might say so, Yang Sun conceded. He conveyed to me that Tao Mountain has already been regarded as their possession, advising us to be wise and leave promptly, lest we seek our own demise. Humph, such arrogance. Chen Jing scoffed. I was displeased with that nobleman from the start, and now he has the audacity to come after us so quickly. Indeed, we have set our sights on that celestial herb. Su Lu's anger flared. Let them come from the ghostly assassins or the White Death sect. If they wish to seize what is ours, they must first inquire whether my sword will acquiesce. Amit Ba, the young monk Huining, murmured softly, his innocent face etched with concern. The ghostly assassins have a fearsome reputation, known for their ruthless actions. We must tread with utmost caution, Yang. Wu Ku also cautioned gently, Brother Yang. Since they have already set their sights on us, they are unlikely to allow us to ascend the mountain easily. Yang's son nodded decisively. Thus, we must hasten. We must locate the celestial herb before their forces are fully mobilized. This shortcut, though treacherous, will save us at least half a day's journey. Everyone, stay close and watch your step. As the words were spoken, the group had already ventured deep into the dense wilderness surrounding Ironclaw Mountain. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, their gnarled vines entwined like colossal serpents. The path beneath their feet was nearly concealed by a thick layer of decaying matter, rendering it treacherous and slippery. The horses were compelled to slow their pace. Suddenly, the rotund leader at the front abruptly pulled on the reins, causing his steed to emit an anxious whinny. Halt! The group immediately froze, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Before them, in the narrow mountain path, lay several substantial, severed tree trunks, completely obstructing their way. An ambush! Chen Jing hissed, drawing his short sword in an instant, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Almost simultaneously with his words, a chilling sound of taut springs echoed from the depths of the surrounding thickets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icy projectiles flew through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, raining down upon the group like a torrential storm. Poison-tipped crossbow bolts. Be careful, the rotund Yongsun bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. In that moment, his corpulent figure surged forth with astonishing speed, leaping from the saddle as if propelled by unseen forces. His voluminous sleeves flared like two enormous fans, sweeping forward with tremendous force. A formidable surge of energy erupted from him, stirring the fallen leaves and dust into a visible wall of air. Clang, clang. The majority of the incoming bolts struck this wall, as if colliding with an impenetrable fortress, deflecting off course and embedding themselves into nearby tree trunks, their tips trembling ominously. A few stray bolts were intercepted by Chen Jing and Wang Yueza, who parried them with their weapons. Such formidable inner strength. Chen Jing marveled inwardly. The rotund man's display of power far exceeded his usual demeanor. Yet the assault did not cease. As the barrage of bolts dwindled, shadowy figures leaped from the forest like phantoms, clad in tight-fitting black garments and masked with dark scarves. Only their cold, bloodthirsty eyes were visible. Armed with a variety of weapons, swords, knives, hooks, and claws, each glimmered with a chilling light. They moved with lightning speed and uncanny coordination, converging from multiple angles, targeting Yang's son and Chen Jing. Kill! The leader of the assailants commanded in a low, menacing tone, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yang's son, despite his portly physique, exhibited an agility that belied his size, swiftly spinning to evade two descending steel blades. He did not draw a weapon. Instead, his palms flew through the air, the force of his strikes howling like the wind, each blow imbued with the might to shatter stone. Boom! Boom! The two foremost attackers were swept away by his palm strikes, as if struck by a colossal hammer, howling as they spewed blood and crashed against the trees, seemingly beyond recovery. Iron-fisted, one of the black-clad figures gasped, fear lacing his voice. Yang's son scoffed, offering no reply, his form whirling like a top, deflecting every weapon aimed at him. His seemingly clumsy technique was, in fact, masterfully crafted. Each strike contained overwhelming power, targeting the enemy's critical points with precision, single-handedly repelling the assault of 4 or 5 attackers. Chen brother, cover me, Yang Sen suddenly roared. Upon hearing Chen Jing's words, he immediately grasped the situation and forced back the three black-clad assailants. In the blink of an eye, the rotund Yang Sun suddenly thrust his hand into his bosom, and when he withdrew it, he held a weapon approximately 10 feet in length, entirely black, neither metal nor wood. Indeed, it was an ancient and exquisitely crafted three-pronged double-edged spear. The weapon shimmered with a chilling glimmer. The Yang family spear. He was none other than the renowned Three-Eyed Judge of Ur. Chapter 83. The traitor upon hearing the name Three-Eyed Judge. The rotund Yang Sun was momentarily taken aback, as if this long-forgotten moniker had pierced his very soul. He soon erupted into a maniacal laughter, a sound that concealed not joy but an inferno of rage, causing dust to cascade from the cave walls. Ah. Three-Eyed Judge. It has been ages since anyone called me that. Ha ha ha. Yang Sun pointed an accusatory finger at the leading figure clad in black, his hair and beard bristling with fury, eyes ablaze. Had you not uttered this name, I would not have realized that you, a heartless wretch, were standing before me. How audacious! A guest of the ghostly kill sect, a traitor of the 749 Bureau. It appears you, a vile creature, dare to betray your own sect and consort with evil. The black-clad leader, upon hearing these words, smiled coldly, offering no reply. Instead, he abruptly removed the icy mask from his face. To everyone's astonishment, beneath the mask was a visage of exquisite beauty, as youthful as an 18-year-old gentleman, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, undeniably striking in appearance. The onlookers gasped in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, murmuring in shock. This is clearly a young man. The portly captain recognizes him? Shouldn't he be at least in his 40s? How can he appear so ageless? What is going on? As Yang Sun beheld the handsome face that he loathed with every fiber of his being, his fury blazed even more intensely, surging to his very core. He bellowed, "Gao Dang, you have indeed betrayed your sect. You unfilial wretch, abandoning your organization is disloyalty. Defying your master is unfilial. You may possess a human exterior, yet your insides are more beastly than the savagest of creatures." A mocking smile crept across Gao Dang's face, laced with sarcasm. Human skin beasts? What truly defines humanity? What constitutes a beast? Old Yang, after so many years, you remain as straightforward to the point of foolishness. What purpose does your blind loyalty serve? Who have you truly protected? The one you so dearly cherish has long since turned to mere bones in the grave. Ha ha ha. These words struck Yang Sun like a venomous dart, piercing the deepest wounds of his past. Silence. Yang Sun's eyes turned crimson in an instant, the last vestiges of rationality shattering like a severed string. With a thunderous roar, he wielded a uniquely shaped trident spear, channeling a force akin to a raging dragon emerging from the sea, stirring the air with a piercing shriek as it lunged towards Gao Dang's heart. The shot was as swift as lightning, as fierce as thunder, revealing the full extent of Yang Sun's wrath. However, to the astonishment of all present, Gao Dang did not flinch or evade this lethal strike, a chilling smirk lingering on his lips. With fingers splayed, he casually reached out amidst the spear's trajectory. With a sound that grated on the teeth, the spear's overwhelming force was abruptly halted. Gao Dang's pale fingers gripped Yang Sun's trident spear as if it were a mere twig, rendering its earth-shattering might inconsequential in his grasp. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Gao Dang exerted an unyielding strength, causing Yang Sun to lose his footing. With a startled cry, his massive form was effortlessly lifted from the ground, as if he were a mere sack of straw, and sent tumbling away. A sinister smile flickered at the corner of Gao Dang's mouth. Without allowing Yang Sun to land, his right leg shot out like a venomous serpent, delivering a flurry of 2 kicks midair. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds, akin to thunderous drums, erupted almost simultaneously. Yang Sun's massive frame crashed like a boulder hurled by a catapult against the hard, icy mountain rock several feet away. Blood spewed from his mouth. His face turned as pale as parchment, and it felt as though his internal organs had been dislocated. Struggling to sit up proved nearly impossible. He could only lean against the rock wall, gasping for breath, crimson stains blossoming across his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Sen's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. After 20 years, you have become a martial saint. At the pinnacle of your power? Gao Dang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down condescendingly at his disheveled old friend, sneering, old Yang, after all these years. The once youngest martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom has fallen to such depths? Relying on the meager spiritual energy granted by others to barely maintain your fourth-tier cultivation. What a disgrace to martial practitioners. Gao Zhang, you have gone too far. A thunderous roar erupted from the ground. Chen Jing, who had been suppressing his fury, felt his eyes nearly burst with rage. Witnessing his dear friend suffer such grave injuries and humiliation, the fiery sense of justice within him could no longer be contained. His spiritual energy surged violently, his clothes billowing without wind, rustling fiercely. The pitch-black, robust Xiantai Overlord spear in his grasp hummed ominously, its tip radiating a chilling brilliance. You wretch, take this spear from your grandfather. Chen Jing's eyes blazed crimson as he gathered his strength, his form shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. The Xiantai Overlord spear was thrust forward with all his might, not only swift as lightning, but also carrying an overwhelming force. A savage, primal aura emanated from the spear, as if a colossal serpent from the wilderness coiled around it, and before the spear arrived, the tyrannical intent to rend all things apart had already locked onto Gao Dang. This was not at all comparable to Yang Sen's earlier furious strike. As the spear's shadow passed, the air was rent asunder, producing a deafening sonic boom. The mocking smile vanished from Gao Dang's face. He sensed the terror of this strike. No longer able to act arrogantly and receive it barehanded, he crossed his arms violently before his chest, and a layer of solid, faintly dark energy surged forth, instantly forming an impenetrable shield of defense. However, with a sound akin to silk being torn, that shield, which could withstand ordinary blades and axes, infused with internal energy, was pierced through by the pitch-black spear tip as if it were mere paper. The spear's momentum remained unyielding. The Xiantai Overlord spear, imbued with Chen Jing's relentless fury, plunged fiercely into Gao Dang's chest. A blinding green light erupted from the point of entry. Green light. The onlookers were struck with inexplicable horror. The blood was not the vivid red they expected, but rather an eerie, unsettling emerald. Chen Jing, having successfully landed a blow, felt no joy in his heart. Instead, a sense of foreboding arose. He instinctively sensed that the resistance felt too strange, as if he had not pierced flesh but plunged into a viscous swamp. The eerie green liquid sent chills down his spine. He forcefully retracted the spear, attempting to withdraw the Overlord spear. Chen Jing's expression changed drastically. The spear remained utterly motionless. A bizarre and irresistible